Clearly, after changing professions, I can control millions of poisonous insects as a goo master. Yet, I am mocked by the principal as trash, inferior to an ordinary person. Simply because in this world, no one knows what goo is, let alone how to raise goo and use goo techniques. This results in every awakened goo master experiencing backlash due to the uncontrollable goo insects. From a strong awakened individual, they become emaciated, eventually becoming fodder in the mouths of goo insects. Facing the pity and mockery of others, I feel no distress, but instead coldly smile inside. As a transmigrator, I know the methods to raise goo insects and their power. Even seemingly weak goo like the foreign pepper goo can make any creature suffer immensely, not to mention higher level goo. Therefore, after changing professions, I directly spent a huge sum to buy a truckload of poisonous insects to use as my goo refining materials. The first goo I aim to cultivate is the 5 poisons, known for their fame and deadly effects. Furthermore, insects like locusts and killer bees, which can be recycled, are also on my refining list this time. At this moment, I cast aside all distractions and retrieve the white jade gourd that appeared in my body during the profession change awakening. Before the various poisonous substances in the package could react, they were swiftly sucked into the gourd by a powerful goo suction. Then I sat cross-legged, hands forming blood-red runes, and struck them into the gourd. Due to the nature of the white jade gourd, I could refine multiple goo arts at the same time, and it could also shorten the time for the goo insects to form. 3 hours passed quickly, just as I was exhausted to the extreme. The white jade gourd finally hummed, emitting a soft white light all around. Seeing this, I immediately bit hard on my index finger, flicked a drop of blood, and then several streaks of light burst out from the gourd. But the next moment, I was dumbfounded. Although the locusts and killer bees were refined smoothly, the poison I wanted to refine did not appear. What came into view was actually a black toad with 12 eyes and a scorpion tail. Just as I was full of confusion, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in my mind, and their information appeared before me. The abyssal toad acts as the iron goo. The locusts without goo are immune to water and fire. Wherever they pass, no grass grows. Killer bees. The goo-free neurotoxin leads to death or paralysis. The host successfully refines poison to activate the divine-level goo master system. Looking at the 3 goo I refine in front of me, I exclaimed that I hit the jackpot. Moreover, I unexpectedly activated the time traveler's golden finger, so my goo master profession may be quite different from others. However, it has been 2 months since I graduated from high school. If I want to shine in the school's major exam, I must quickly improve my level. Afterward, I put the 3 goo worms back into the gourd and immediately decided to go to the instance dungeon for training. After all, instance dungeon training can not only increase my level but also collect the souls of monsters. I can't grow quickly without this. Soon, I arrived at one of the popular beginner leveling instance dungeons, Dark Sovereign. Here, most are goblins, cat demons, and other low-level monsters, very suitable for my current level. Upon entering, I carefully observed the surrounding environment. Mosquitoes buzzed in groups, and there seemed to be no way forward. To delve deeper into the instance dungeon, I had to pave my own path. If I were to enter without understanding the situation, I could easily encounter monster attacks. As a goo master, I would never put myself in danger. With a thought, a large number of shadows flew out of the gourd, releasing these locust goo worms. As long as I was alive, they would continuously gnaw on anything in sight, serving as a way to pave the path. It could be considered a professional match. Later, I released a large number of killer bees. They could automatically attack any living beings, making them perfect for protecting my safety. Finally, I leaped up and landed directly on the head of the abyss toad. Thus, my cross-push copy team officially became complete. After walking nearly half a kilometer, I saw 2 dark night cat demons appear before me, baring their teeth and looking fierce. However, before I could issue a battle command, the locust goo swarmed up in just a few seconds. The 2 of them turned into dry corpses. As I marveled at the strength of my goo worms, I calculated in my mind that as long as I circled this copy, I believed that in just a few days, I could reach a satisfactory level. At this thought, a hint of fiery determination flashed in my eyes, and without hesitation, I commanded all the goo worms to move forward, leaving no grass behind in their wake. Simultaneously, at the entrance of the copy, a group of people in black were planning to enter the dark forest. In the middle of them stood a strikingly elegant young lady, whom if I were here, I would definitely recognize as my high school deskmate, Lihani, of course. He also had another identity that shone even brighter. He was the awakening champion of this generation. Demon Subjugator. Can compel contracted demons to battle, and can devour other demons, to enhance their own strength. In fact, training together with both beginners and experienced professionals is the clearest approach. This not only ensures the safety of beginners but also improves leveling efficiency. As for lone wolves like me, according to big data statistics, the casualty rate is almost 60%. Miss, after entering the instance later, most of them are goblins. If we encounter cat demons and minotaurs, we will take action. You just focus on leveling up with peace of mind. At this moment, a guard sister pointed at Lihani. Lihani frowned. He was actually dissatisfied with the guard's arrangement. After all, he didn't want to be just a decorative vase. However, he couldn't refuse the family's arrangement. On the other side, I continued to push through the instance. Amidst the screams, countless goblins were eaten by insects and turned into dried corpses. At present, I have already slain 3 monster groups, and my level has smoothly reached level 4. Looking at my attribute panel, even though I tried to remain calm, a hint of pride showed on my face. By now, the sky was gradually darkening, so I decided to rest and reorganize on the spot. Although the jade insect didn't require much of my strength, having traversed this 20-mile radius, my mental energy was almost depleted. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in my mind, announcing the monthly limited time offer in the store, 3 slave insects for only 280 cents. Upon hearing the sudden prompt from the system, I was not happy at all, but rather filled with anger. You see, I've only just reached 280 cents by now from grinding instances. This system clearly treats me like an exploited laborer. After resting for an hour, as I was about to summon the heavy insect to continue forward, a nearby thunderous sound caught my attention. I saw a giant goblin, about 5 meters tall, appear before me, glaring fiercely with what seemed like endless anger in its eyes. I instantly understood why there were 3 parts nearby. It was because of this guy, the goblin tribe guardian, Luozukenuo. But even in this instance, he must kneel before me. He must kneel before me too. I quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Countless locusts and killer bees rushed towards Luozukenuo, while the abyss toad behind him stared fiercely, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Facing the overwhelming insects, Luozukenuo showed no fear, wielding his curved blade and summoning thunder for attacks. In a matter of moments, the insects fell like snowflakes. Seeing the situation, there was no panic in my eyes. Instead, a barely visible smirk appeared on my lips, because as Luozukenuo battled the insects, the abyss toad had quietly circled behind him. The toad spat out a mouthful of highly toxic phlegm, hitting Luozukenuo's lower body accurately. In just a few seconds, he turned into a puddle of dirty water, followed by several glowing items dropping out. Before I could go and see what it was, unexpectedly, 2 more Luozukenuos charged towards me from a distance. Although I easily killed the 2 of them as usual, this situation made me increasingly cautious. Could it be that the supreme ruler of the dark forest is right here? Just as I was considering whether to send some goo insects to patrol the surroundings, a wave of heat unexpectedly emanated from the nearby dense forest, accompanied by sounds of terror. Driven by curiosity, I called back my pet by my side and groped towards the direction where the sound was coming from. I saw several black-clothed individuals in the dense forest, bustling about, with several middle-aged individuals lying injured and unconscious on the ground. How did this happen? We clearly chose the outskirts of the dark forest, yet we encountered the Bayanaxiu sisters. Miss, run quickly, we will cover you. Lihani, who was being protected by everyone, no longer exuded her usual coldness. Her face was filled with panic, and tears were overflowing from her eyes. However, I paid no attention to these details, as my focus was entirely on the 2 young girls in front of me. If I hadn't done my homework on the dungeon beforehand, I would have been deceived by the appearance of these 2 girls. They are the level 18 hidden monsters of this dungeon, Byaerxiu and Helake, proficient in ice and fire magic respectively. A hint of excitement flashed in my eyes. These 2 sisters are excellent materials for refining goo. If I can successfully refine them, I will definitely gain 2 powerful underlings. But currently, I am only at level 4, and the gap between us is too large. Even with the help of goo insects, it's not very realistic to control them. It was at this moment that I assessed myself through the system. If I want to defeat the 2 of them today, I will still need the help of slave goo. The characteristic of the slave goo is that the more severe the opponent's injuries, the more blurred their consciousness, thus increasing the success rate of subjugation. Seeing the energetic state of those 2 sisters now, it's absolutely impossible to succeed. Therefore, I've decided to wait and see, and strike when both sides are equally wounded. At this moment, the Byaerxiu sisters are frantically unleashing a magical storm, causing the shield created by several black-clothed individuals to teeter on the brink of collapse. Behind them, Lihani sat on the ground panting heavily. Even his 2 succubi contracted under the covenant had already fainted on the ground. They originally thought that there wouldn't be high-level monsters in the dark forest, but unexpectedly, shortly after entering, they encountered the ruler of this area. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Byaerxiu sisters are only at level 18. They excel in exquisite magic and mental attacks, making it extremely difficult for even a silver-level team to escape unscathed. The guard who looked back glanced at Li Hani sitting on the ground crying. If this continues, they will all be stuck in the instance forever. Seemingly determined, he suddenly furrowed his brows, took out a bottle of green potion from his chest, and was about to pour it into his mouth. This is a warrior-exclusive beast potion, capable of unleashing the body's full potential within 10 minutes, theoretically increasing one's abilities by nearly 4 levels. However, the price is extremely terrifying. Not only will it cause irreversible internal injuries to the user, but it will also directly decrease the level by 10. This is the trump card of all warriors, akin to a suicidal move. Uncle Li, you can't do this. Li Hani's face turned completely pale. Although he had always been cold-hearted, seeing Uncle Li willing to sacrifice himself for him, his heart was filled with unbearable guilt. Hearing Li Hani's words, Uncle Li did not hesitate at all. Instead, he smiled reassuringly, "Miss, don't worry. I won't die so easily. I'm still looking forward to drinking Mrs. Ascending Snow Wine." With that, he drank the potion in his hand in one gulp. In an instant, his eyes glowed with a terrifying red light, and his body was filled with a dreadful energy fluctuation. Then, he gathered all his strength and charged forward. The Li sisters watched as the figure approached them, revealing a cruel smile on their faces. Suddenly, a 5 Shanghai flame vortex appeared in front of them, enveloping Li Shu directly. In just a moment, he turned into fuel for the flames. In that brief moment, it gave everyone a chance to catch their breath and a possibility to escape. Li Han gasped for air, tears streaming down his face as he looked at the scene before him. "Miss, let's go." A strong hand grabbed Li Hani's, ready to run. However, the man's voice trembled, as the one buried in flames was his own brother. At that moment, countless dark figures suddenly appeared behind the Li sisters. Although they reacted promptly, a large number of dark figures still bit their bodies, causing intense pain and making the two sisters scream repeatedly. They felt as if countless ants were crawling on them, itching, continuously using magic to get rid of these disgusting bugs. Suddenly, a giant toad leaped out of the dense forest, heading straight for the two sisters. Upon closer observation, one could see a person standing on top of it. Watching the two sisters struggling in front of me, without any hesitation, I directly threw the purchased slave goo on their faces. At this moment, when they were exhausted from using magic recklessly, it was the perfect opportunity to reclaim them. Before the two women could react, I controlled the abyss, and the toad immediately delivered a crushing blow. Even the invincible overlord of the dark forest back in the day couldn't withstand this blow. Both fell unconscious on the ground, without any movement. Soon, a faint red line spread from their hearts, circled around their bodies, then converged in their minds. This was the slave goo starting to take effect. Not long after, when I felt a slight fluctuation in the two goo in my heart, I knew my plan had succeeded. Then, I summoned the white jade gourd to collect them. Now that they had become goo, they just needed some nurturing time, and they would surely recover soon. Seeing the sudden appearance of the expert who dealt with the Byanoshu sisters, everyone was deeply shocked. Especially when Li Hani saw my face clearly. Her expression was full of astonishment, and her sexy lips formed a perfect O. "It's actually you." He never expected that at this critical moment of life and death, the one to resolve the crisis would be his useless deskmate. It's worth noting that during the transition ceremony, everyone considered a transitioning goo master to be useless. Not to mention how powerful he could be, just not being backlashed by unknown goo worms in the end would be good enough. But now, he can actually take on 2 level 18 monsters alone. Could it be that he awakened as more than just a goo master deskmate? Facing this aloof deskmate of mine, I still have quite a favorable impression of him. After all, he was the only one back then who didn't mock me. But at this moment, Li Hani, who was smiling at me before, suddenly showed a look of fear, trembling hands covering her mouth. Feeling puzzled, before I could react, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared behind me. "Wait a moment, let me finish dealing with things before we talk." Chao Chen exhaled lightly, swiftly moving to where Uncle Li had fallen earlier, looking at a piece of charcoal and an ice cube. Chao Chen exerted force and slapped it hard. Crack! With a crisp sound, the ice cube shattered. He then picked 2 leaves of living grass and gently threw them onto the foreheads of the 2 people. Feeling that their injuries were stable, Chao Chen finally stopped his movements. Since the 2 were ready to fight desperately, Chao Chen had been watching all along, but he chose to stand by and watch. Without the restraint of Uncle Li and the others, the flyhead goo wouldn't have been able to sneak so easily to the side of the Panoxius sisters. After all, the 2 sisters specialized in ice and fire magic and mental magic, with exceptionally keen perception. If they were discovered, he would probably be in for a tough battle. Therefore, sometimes, for his own purposes, necessary sacrifices were inevitable. Chao Chen felt no guilt about this, as they were originally strangers. Uncle Lee and his group were just bodyguards of Li Hani.
Fundamentally, they were not familiar with each other. Since they were not familiar, it was best to maximize their utility. After subduing the Panoxiu sisters, Chao Chen planned to come back and see if the two were dead or alive. If they were dead, it would just be their bad luck. If there was a chance to save them, he didn't mind helping a bit, as it was just a small effort. Seeing Chao Chen's actions, everyone snapped out of their shock and quickly followed his footsteps.
After witnessing his actions, they were all amazed. This healing effect is comparable to a bronze-level holy light.
The big man mage saw the injuries on his brother's body recovering at a visible speed, excited yet extremely shocked. This mysterious young man not only had powerful attack skills but also healing abilities. Each profession had its own strengths. Some were naturally suited for combat, while others were for support.
Chao Chen's performance seemed to challenge their understanding.
At least, in all his years, he had never heard of a profession that excelled in both aspects.
Alright, the injuries are stable now. You should have some healing medicine with you.
Using it on them should help them hold on until they can go to the hospital after leaving the instance.
Chao Chen observed the injuries of the two people. Although he couldn't completely heal them, they were temporarily out of danger.
Upon hearing this reminder, everyone snapped out of their shocked state and quickly helped Uncle Lee and the others up, feeding them the medicine.
Since everything is fine now, I'll take my leave. See you at school, tablemate. Chao Chen smiled slightly.
Having subdued the Panoxiu sisters, his leveling plan would probably come to a temporary halt here. After all, he needed to quickly understand the roles of the two sisters to more accurately assess his current strength.
Wait! Seeing Chao Chen about to leave, Li Hani's pupils constricted, wanting to catch up.
The performance of her tablemate had completely refreshed her understanding, leaving her with many questions. However, due to her recent recovery and lack of strength, in her excitement, she stumbled and ended up crashing into Chao Chen. Hearing Li Hani's voice, Chao Chen turned back in confusion, but before he could react, he was hit in the face by a huge force, causing him to fall heavily backward. Under the suffocating pressure, Chao Chen felt like he couldn't breathe.
Damn, this girl is playing rough. Li Hani shook her head.
At that moment, she felt something strange in her chest. When she saw the two of them lying on the ground in what seemed like an ambiguous position, she was stunned, like a startled rabbit, quickly bouncing up.
I mean, even though we've gotten along well for 2 years, you don't have to be so enthusiastic when we meet, right?
Chao Chen slowly sat up, looking at the blushing Li Hani with a wry smile.
No, I am.
Upon hearing Chao Chen's words, Li Hani hurriedly wanted to explain, but being cold and indifferent by nature, she had never experienced such a situation before. For a moment, she found herself unable to speak. Seeing this, Chao Chen didn't say much either. When he saw the two guards getting up, he lightly waved his hand and pressed the coordinates teleporter. With a flash of white light, Chao Chen's figure disappeared instantly. Is he your classmate? Watching Chao Chen's disappearing figure, the big man swallowed his saliva. This person's strength had already exceeded his understanding of newcomers. Being able to defeat 2 level 18 monsters in an instant, as a student who had just changed professions, who would believe it if it were said out loud? Li Hani obviously hadn't recovered from the recent incident. Faced with the guard's inquiries, she just nodded lightly. I heard that someone in your school awakened as a spirit master this year. It must be him, right? After some thought, the big man accepted this reality. Judging from the toad Chao Chen had just ridden, he should be a spirit master who had contracted 2 powerful pets. No. He is a hidden profession, a goo master. Li Hani shook her head. Although this answer was absurd, it was the truth. Goo master? Which recognized trash tier hidden profession. Hearing his young lady's words, the big man's eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable. He felt that he couldn't accept this result. Could a goo master, a weak profession that couldn't do anything, really press down and defeat a bronze lord at the moment of awakening? If he didn't know his young lady's character, he would have thought this was a joke. Alright. Let's talk about it later. We can't delay Uncle Lee's injuries. Li Hani sighed. Although she also found it absurd, now was clearly not the time to discuss this matter. It was better to go out and help the injured first. Back outside the teleportation gate, Chao Chen didn't rush back but instead found a shop nearby that collected materials. Due to the large number of people running dungeons every day, many such shops had opened in the area. The owners made a considerable profit by collecting materials and reselling them. In this chaotic era of the game's arrival, no material was redundant. Even if it had no use, as long as you said it could replenish the kidneys, it would sell without a problem. Just as he entered the door, a girl in a uniform walked over slowly. Hello sir, I am the shop owner Wang Gang. Is there anything I can help you with? Hearing that rough voice, Chao Chen suddenly paused, raised his head to carefully look at the curvaceous girl, and felt somewhat incredulous. Sensing Chao Chen's surprise, Wang Gang explained slowly, I am a seraphim class changer. Because the seraphim's original form is hermaphroditic, but due to my bad luck, some mutations occurred in me. Wang Gang's attitude was very good, obviously not caring about Chao Chen's doubts, as there were more than just him who reacted this way. Seraphim? This was a rare profession, and it ranked in the top 10 among support professions. Compared to priests and healers, seraphims not only healed people but also provided various buffs, making them highly sought after everywhere. There was a general in the 9 provinces army who was a seraphim class, and it was said that as long as he was present, half of the army in the 9 provinces would not be injured on the battlefield. From such rumors, it could be inferred that Wang Gang was definitely not simple. Sorry, I have some materials here, do you accept them in your shop? Chao Chen exhaled, apologizing for his previous rudeness. Of course, can I take a look at the materials? Wang Gang smiled. Seeing this, Chao Chen wasted no time and lightly touched his fingers, producing a marching backpack in his hand, taking out the contents one by one. Here, I have 12 intact level 6 goblin skulls and 18 pairs of Dark Knight Cat demon claws. Help me estimate how much these things are worth, Chao Chen said lightly. Goblin skulls can be made into handicrafts because of their unique shapes, popular among the upper class. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't carry them all, he would have collected all the goblin skulls intact this time, instead of selecting a few with the highest level and in perfect condition. As for the Dark Knight Cat demon claws, Chao Chen originally intended to collect them to practice the skeleton gu, but after subduing the 2 sisters of Manhwa Xiu, he changed his mind. Although the skeleton gu has higher attack power than the locust gu, in terms of practicality, it falls far short, as a skeleton gu cannot attack multiple targets simultaneously like a locust gu. Since he had the 2 sisters of Manhwa Xiu, he didn't lack this bit of attack power, so Chao Chen planned to sell all the cat demon bones. It seems that you have gained a lot on this adventure. Looking at Chao Chen's tactical suit, Wang Gang could tell that he was probably a student who had recently changed jobs. Being able to kill so many monsters in one adventure, he must be a powerful professional job changer. Wang Gang took out a magnifying glass and carefully observed the materials, judging the value of the skulls and bones. Generally, for such ornamental items, the smaller the flaws, the higher their value. After about 15 minutes, Wang Gang put down the magnifying glass and smiled at Chao Chen. It's incredible that among these dozens of materials, the flaws are almost imperceptible, and they are so clean. I'm sure you've cleaned them for a long time. Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory price. Because materials like these are mostly taken directly from monsters, it is normal for them to have some bloodstains and a fishy smell, and sometimes they may even be a lump. People like Chao Chen, who are meticulous, are rare. Since helping his parents run the store from a young age, this was the first time she had seen someone like him, which is why she had a good impression of the young man in front of her. It's nothing. Chao Chen obviously didn't want to talk much on this topic. Can it not be clean? First, he drained all the blood, then slowly gnawed off the meat, leaving only the locust gu to polish with saliva. So, these things total 80,000 yuan. How does that price sound to you? After carefully calculating the price, Wang Gang said with a smile. Okay, thank you, sister. Because Wang Gang's price was fair, Chao Chen had no objections. Alright, I'll put the materials in storage first, then get the money for you. With that, Wang Gang took out a tray, placed all the materials in it, and slowly walked towards the back of the store. Seeing that he had to wait a while, Chao Chen wandered around the store out of boredom. The counter was well arranged, but it mostly contained data models, not actual items. If someone wanted to buy something, the merchant would bring it out from the warehouse after the selection. This not only prevented theft but also deterred some appraisal professionals from coming to pick up bargains. Although the shop was small, these basic facilities were quite well equipped. As Chao Chen was bored looking at the data models in the store, a smell of blood caught his attention. Following the scent, he saw a pile of materials resembling monster bones in the corner, possibly left unprocessed, hence looking bloody and fleshy. Out of curiosity, Chao Chen activated his true eye, and the real information of that pile of bloody and fleshy things appeared before his eyes. Ogre bones. Black iron level attribute. Bones introduction. Monsters hidden deep in the forest, living in tribes, feeding on flesh and blood, surviving by capturing humans and beasts. With a glance, Chao Chen estimated there were about a dozen bones here, mostly common materials, but the smallest hand bone on the far right caught his attention. Ogre hand bone. Black iron level. Mutated attribute. Bones introduction. A mutated ogre. The hand bone contains a trace of dragon aura, a perfect material. Seeing this introduction, Chao Chen was delighted to find something good in this inconspicuous material. Although he didn't know how to make equipment, he could make a bone flute, a charming method among Gu masters.
Although he didn't understand music theory, it seemed that Lihani was quite knowledgeable about it. If she was good at playing the flute, he wouldn't mind asking her for help.
Sorry for the wait, customer. Just as Chao Chen was thinking about buying the item, Wang Gang took out a stack of money and walked out from the backstage.
This is 80,000, you can count it. If you don't want to carry cash, I can transfer it to your bank account. Wang Gang smiled sweetly, placing the money in front of Chao Chen.
I believe an archangel would never tamper with such trivial matters as settling the bill, so count the money.
Don't you trust your sister? Chao Chen didn't immediately reach out to take it but casually said, is that an overhand bone over there? I happen to need that recently. Would you sell me one, sister? Chao Chen pointed to a bloody mass in the corner.
Similar to goblin skulls, it was mostly used for decoration, so although it was expensive, it had little intrinsic value. Therefore, Chao Chen's casual request didn't seem out of place.
Oh, you like this? Wang Gang looked in the direction of Chao Chen's finger.
It was brought in by a group of professionals in the afternoon, and the main goods had already been cleaned up by her. Since this item was worthless and troublesome to deal with, she had temporarily piled it up in the corner. Yes, I'm very interested in the handbones of such monsters, but recently, due to my recent job change, leveling up is more important, so this little hobby has to be put aside for now. But seeing it ready-made today, I'd like to buy one, Chao Chen said generously, as if it was a sudden interest of his.
Hearing Chao Chen's words, Wang Gang nodded lightly. The reason seemed reasonable, and it was just a material, so she had no reason to refuse.
In that case, sister will give you one, but it's dirty, so you have to pick it yourself,
Wang Gang said casually.
Since it was worthless to begin with, and because of Chao Chen's behavior today, which made her feel good, she was happy to offer this favor.
Thank you, sister. Hearing Wang Gang's words, Chao Chen's eyes lit up, quickly responding.
Since childhood, he believed in the saying, politeness leads to hunger. So when he heard Wang Gang wanted to give it to him, he immediately agreed and went over to make his selection enthusiastically.
Wang Gang looked at Chao Chen's behavior, which seemed a bit childish, and couldn't help but smile.
After all, he was just a high school student about to graduate, so how mature could he be? After pretending to choose for a while, Chao Chen picked up the handbone with dragon aura and said with a smile, since it's a gift from sister, I shouldn't be too greedy.
I'll choose the smallest one. I'm not that stingy. Wang Gang sighed, not in a good mood. You can't be too generous either, it's a matter of principle. Chao Chen raised an eyebrow and said casually,
judging by your appearance, you must be a student from the school.
Have you decided which university to apply for?
Wang Gang crossed his arms, and although her voice was a bit rough, it didn't affect her sexy figure. From the materials sold by Chao Chen, she could sense that the young man in front of her must have awakened to a powerful profession, so she didn't want to dwell too much on the topic of the ogre's handbones.
Instead, she casually asked, Imperial Capital Academy, right?
Chao Chen replied casually. When it comes to universities, it's best to aim for the top.
Besides, his fiancée is still there. Is that so?
Well, good luck. But I heard that the examiners at the Imperial Capital Academy this year are not easy to deal with.
Upon hearing Chao Chen's words, Wang Gang raised an eyebrow, seeming to imply something.
If they are tough, so be it.
Can they eat me? Chao Chen didn't care.
If he couldn't pass the assessment with his current strength, it would only prove that he hadn't slaughtered enough in the district. After chatting for a while, Chao Chen put away the 80,000 yuan on the table and prepared to leave.
He had things to do and couldn't afford to delay here for too long.
Watching Chao Chen leave, Wang Gang simply said softly, goodbye, guest.
I believe we will meet again soon. Back home.
Chao Chen cooked something casually, ate and drank his fill, then summoned the white jade gourd with a light touch.
Two figures burst out of it.
The Pinhwa Shou sisters covered their chests, first looked at each other in confusion, then saw Chao Chen, who seemed a bit dazed, and felt a sense of familiarity.
Master.
At this moment, Chao Chen felt a bit dizzy. It was only now that he remembered that when he was subduing the two sisters, their head ornaments were broken by Xiao Chang. In other words, now the two of them, apart from the staffs in their hands, were just like little white sheep. And because of the slave Gu, the two of them were completely defenseless against him. In other words, from the moment they came out, Xiao Chen had seen everything he needed to see.
Wait a moment.
Xiao Chen, who had come to his senses, rubbed his nose, quickly walked out of the door and lightly knocked on the opposite door.
Who is it?
There was a quick response from outside the door. Soon, the young girl opened the door and saw Xiao Chen's slightly red face. She was stunned for a moment. Then she glanced inside and turned her head to say softly, "Oh, landlord, my boyfriend is at home tonight, so it's not possible." Xiao Chen was puzzled by the girl's words.
He was just here to borrow 2 pieces of clothing. What kind of nonsense was she talking about? After a brief explanation, the girl was straightforward and lent him the clothes, although her eyes seemed a bit strange. After the Pinyu sisters put on the clothes, Chao Chen calmed down his restless heart and carefully looked at their attribute panels. Pinyu LV18, bronze level, upgradable, Heraclix LV18, bronze level, upgradable, strength, 120 agility, 135 spirit, 140. Looking at these almost perfect attribute panels, Chao Chen thought for a moment. Could he help them improve further? After all, they would be his important fighters for a long time to come. Can you understand what I'm saying? Chao Chen looked at the 2 sisters, seeing their bright eyes. He felt that these 2 individuals were definitely not lacking in intelligence. The 2 sisters glanced at each other, nodded gently. Although they were monsters, fundamentally speaking, apart from the memories that had been crazily consumed in the so-called worldly knowledge, they were no different from ordinary people. Seeing the sisters' affirmative expressions, a hint of excitement flashed in Chao Chen's eyes. Since they had intelligence, he could use Gu to control Gu, and put the moonlight Gu into their staffs, so that the 2 sisters would instantly gain a powerful moonblade skill. Not only the moonlight Gu, as long as these 2 sisters can continue to improve, they can control more Gu, saving their mental energy while increasing various means. Master, crowded. Just as Chao Chen was fantasizing about crazy plans in his mind, Hera suddenly whispered beside him. She kept fiddling with her clothes, as if the size was too small and uncomfortable to wear. Although the 2 sisters of Pinyu are very beautiful, even with a charming bone, a qualified Gu master would not have any relationship with their Gu, unless they could break free from some kind of restriction, but that thing is still too far away for Chao Chen now. If he could choose, he would rather be a thief next door. After looking online for clothes for the 2 sisters, he finally chose a red and a blue priest robe. After all, it couldn't go on like this. Because the clothes had not arrived, but things had to go on. After casually draping them with 2 blankets, Chao Chen took a deep breath and took out 4 moonlight Gu. In order for the 2 sisters of Pinyu to clearly understand how to use this thing, the fastest way is to create something similar to memory and brand it in their minds. Although Chao Chen did not have a way to create memories out of thin air, he had another method. After all roads lead to Rome. If the waterway is impassable, can't he take the overland route? The method Chao Chen thought of was to create a Gu called Bookworm. Let them carry it with them, so as long as the bookworm is not lost, they can always know how to use the moonlight Gu. Bookworm, no rank, auxiliary type, feed the bookworm with things to remember, and from then on, as long as the bookworm is not lost, the Gu master can always remember clearly. After carefully recalling the manufacturing method and effect, although the ordinary bookworm was far less domineering than described, just storing a memory segment was still acceptable. Getting up in the room collecting various books, they were equivalent to the body of the bookworm, and next, it was time to start refining their own Gu technique. Bringing a large basin, tearing the books in front of them one by one, after they were all burned to ashes, Chao Chen sat cross-legged, formed hand seals, red runes emerged from his palms, slowly flew into the basin, and disappeared in an instant. This process lasted for 2 hours, and when Chao Chen slowly finished his movements, the basin suddenly shook, and in an instant, 2 extremely fat meatworms were taken out of the ashes in the basin. The meatworms were only as thick as a pinky finger, but they were fat and plump, like a silkworm, but they had no eyes. Seeing this, Chao Chen instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process of refining the bookworm was exceptionally smooth, the tedious process made him somewhat exhausted. Without thinking too much, he took out 2 pieces of paper, wrote down the origin, usage, and precautions of the moonlight Gu, then reached out and picked up the 2 bookworms, gently placing them on the paper. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Seemingly smelling the food, the 2 bookworms appeared unusually excited, their fat bodies wriggling on the paper, quickly devouring the white paper beneath them. Seeing this, Chao Chen smiled, gently touched with his finger, and 2 red threads like silk slowly fell into the bodies of the bookworms. After the paper was eaten up, the bookworms slowly curled up together, white threads spewed out from their mouths, and soon, the 2 bookworms formed a white cocoon. Picking up the cocoon, he came to the 2 sisters who had been watching beside him. Looking at their somewhat confused eyes, Chao Chen smiled and said lightly, "Come, stretch out your hands." The 2 sisters nodded gently, without hesitation stretched out their hands. Chao Chen placed the cocoon on their wrists, and at the moment the bookworm touched them, the entire cocoon slowly melted, soon forming a mark on their wrists like a silkworm. The sudden unfamiliar memories made the 2 sisters of Banaxi pause for a moment, but after thoroughly digesting the memories, a hint of excitement flashed on their faces. Even though they used to be monsters, they knew how important a powerful skill was, and this memory recorded just that, a powerful skill. Chao Chen placed the moonlight Gu into the hands of the 2 sisters, letting them familiarize themselves with it.
After doing this, Chao Chen stretched lazily and decided to rest. Coming out of the instance, a day and night had passed. Because the mental power of a Gu master was high, even though he didn't feel sleepy, he was mentally exhausted. The next day at noon, the two sisters of Banaxi changed into their newly bought clothes and were put back into the gourd by Chao Chen. Looking at the fact that he only needed a little over 100 points of experience to reach level 4, Chao Chen decided to use an experience potion. In fact, being able to reach level 4 during the 7-day independent training in high school was already very outstanding, and most students would choose the path of experience potions. After all, the experience points given by monsters that beginners could defeat were very low, and the first time entering an instance was mostly for experience. If one had a powerful profession, after reaching level 4, as long as they passed the test, entering a good university would not be a problem. At that time, it would be a period of rapid improvement in strength. Therefore, Chao Chen didn't plan to go out these days, but instead prepared to spend a high price to buy 3 bottles of experience potions. This kind of experience potion was very popular on the market. Although its effect was only useful for beginners at levels 0 to 4, it was already an extraordinary existence. 1 bottle of experience potion could increase a person's experience points by 50, but there was a limit, one could only use up to 5 bottles per level. So, newcomers would come back to take the potion after reaching level 2. The one who researched this was the national teacher of the previous session in Jiuzhou, providing a good transition for beginners. Because purchasing experience potions required personal information and official website verification, Chao Chen had nothing to do and could only recall the methods of refining Gu arts in his mind. Although memories couldn't escape, they still needed to be familiarized with. In this way, after receiving the experience potions for 5 days, apart from necessary matters, Chao Chen never went out, always researching how to improve the defensive power of the Locust Gu and the Killer Bee Gu. In the battle with Reno, Chao Chen clearly realized that although these 2 Gu insects could win by quantity, the offspring Gu were still too weak. Although they could deal with some ordinary monsters, if they were to confront the enemy head-on or if the opponent had some skills, their effectiveness would be limited. Therefore, Chao Chen searched through the basic Gu insect refining methods in his memory and decided to merge the Locust Mother Gu with the Copper Skin Gu, and then use a special method to integrate the characteristics of the Copper Skin Gu into the offspring Gu. Copper Skin Gu, Black Iron level 0, a defensive Gu insect that greatly increases the defensive power of a Gu master's skin, allowing the Gu master to withstand more damage. Because the Copper Skin Gu itself acted on the Gu master, merging the 2 Gu insects required careful experimentation. Fortunately, there was enough time, and after failing about 10 times, Chao Chen finally completely merged the 2 Gu insects. The original Locust Mother Gu was like a white crystal, but after merging with the Copper Skin Gu, its color changed to a deep yellow, and its originally soft body became extremely hard. Chao Chen experimented on it with a kitchen knife, and with one strike, the blade was directly shaken out of a huge gap. For this, he was quite satisfied with the defensive power of the Locust Gu at the moment. With the experience of the Locust Gu, merging with the Killer Bee Gu went exceptionally smoothly, almost without much effort. Chao Chen merged the 2 Gu insects. Bang! 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 Just as he was about to put away the Gu insects to rest and have something to eat, a violent knocking sound came from outside the door. Cao Cao was a little puzzled about this. In these 5 days, except for the little girl next door who came to knock on the door, no one else had come to find him. And judging by the frequency of the knocking, it seemed like some unwelcome visitors. Could it be her boyfriend? After some thought, Cao Cao got up and opened the door. Since he had nothing to do and wasn't afraid of trouble, he opened the door casually. To his surprise, he was greeted by a monkey face. If Cao Cao didn't find it strangely familiar, he would have punched him right away. Cao Cao, you must not take it too hard. At worst, in the future, brother will take care of you. Xu Luoba just entered the door and hurriedly advised. It was uncomfortable for anyone to encounter such a situation, and he had wanted to come over right after school. But he was stopped by his family before he could leave the school gate. Without catching his breath, he was dragged into a dungeon and began his leveling journey. Cao Cao glanced at him, sighed heavily, and said lightly, "Don't worry, I'm fine." The process of getting to know Xu Luoba was quite legendary. Their parents knew each other, but their relationship wasn't good due to the original owner being too honest. One day, on his way to school, Cao Cao saw Xu Luoba lying on the ground while being bullied by a thug. Cao Cao didn't intervene but chose to call the police. From then on, Xu Luoba stuck to him like a plaster, and they became good friends. Especially when his parents had trouble. If Xu Luoba hadn't used his banker father's influence, Cao Cao wouldn't have been able to sell his shares completely. When they reached high school, they were in the same class, and Xu Luoba's nickname Youngha Station God even carried over to high school. Cao Cao didn't mind it. Xu Luoba awakened as a curse mage probably because of this. Although not as powerful as Lihani's demon contract holder, this class specialized in weak spells, which were favored in some large dungeons. Saotsun, I know this incident has hit you hard, but rest assured, with brother around, everything will be fine.
Just awaken as a Gu master, right? You can still level up as usual. When you reach the golden stage and strengthen your job change, miracles might happen, right? Seeing the lights on in Saotsun's living room and the curtains drawn, Shuloba knew his brother was feeling uneasy. He immediately assured him that he had brought Saotsun to the dungeon today because he suspected Saotsun might not be leveling up due to the incident. With one more day left, he wanted Saotsun to at least reach level 2 to prepare for the upcoming exams. Shuloba had already paid a high price to hire a team, and with some effort, Saotsun should be able to reach level 2 by tomorrow.
You're overthinking it. I'm really fine. Although Saotsun felt comforted by Shuloba's concern, there were some things he needed to explain clearly.
What do you mean you're fine? Are you hiding something from me? Why are you turning on the lights and drawing the curtains in broad daylight? You need to let the sunlight in. Before Saotsun could explain, Shuloba quickly said and then slowly walked to the curtain, pulled it open swiftly. Swish! The girl across the street, brushing her teeth in her pajamas, suddenly froze. Due to just waking up, there seemed to be a holy light shining on her chest. Ha! When did the landlord get a pet monkey? Ah!
The little girl was initially puzzled, then saw Shuloba standing still, followed his gaze, and suddenly screamed, dropping the toothbrush and running into the house.
Don't look, the person ran away.
Seeing Shuloba's expression, Chaochen twitched his mouth, pushed him, and said impatiently, "Hiss! People's hearts are not ancient. I didn't expect a beauty to be wary even of a blind man."
Shuloba, who had come to his senses, shook his head, seeming somewhat distressed. Right, back to business, let's go level up now, or we'll be late. No need, look at my current stats.
Chaochen sighed, then directly opened his own stats panel, the most straightforward explanation. Chaochen, Black Iron Tier, LV4, 50/400, Strength, 20 Speed, 27 Spirit, 136 turns out you're not downhearted. Hearing Chao Chen's words, Shuloba was puzzled, casually cast a detection spell, and while looking at his stats panel, widened his eyes in astonishment.
Isn't that obvious? I have to struggle to survive. Chao Chen rolled his eyes, lightly saying, are you speaking human language?
True, considering your character, it's not that surprising.
Shuloba smiled, clearly feeling happy about Chao Chen's performance.
Wait, why is your spirit so high? Confirming that Chao Chen had reached level 4, Shuloba noticed something was off. Because Chao Chen's spirit had reached 136, which was at least the stats of a bronze tier mage class.
I awakened to a hidden class after all, isn't it normal to be a bit special?
Chao Chen didn't want to dwell on this issue, so he casually came up with a reason to brush it off.
True, after all, it's a hidden class. Shuloba thought for a moment, but to maintain his brother's morale, he sensibly didn't inquire further.
Actually, it's good that you've reached level 4 now, or it would have been quite dangerous to enter the instance today. You don't know yet, yesterday the military scouts discovered that a large area of the dark forest seemed to have been greatly damaged, with monsters and even trees completely eaten up. And most importantly, the lords of the dark forest, the Pinyu sisters, have not respawned. No one knows where they went. People suspect a new boss has replaced them. The two casually sat on the sofa, with Shuloba sharing the latest gossip he had heard. Normally, after a dungeon boss is killed, they would respawn in the same place after 2 days, but this rule seemed to have been broken yesterday.
At least for now, no one knew the reason for the disappearance of the Pinyu sisters.
Hearing this news, Chao Chen raised his eyebrows, realizing that the commotion he caused this time was quite significant. It seemed he needed to come up with a suitable reason soon since he had subdued the Pinyu sisters. They were not meant to be kept hidden.
Because Shuloba kept lingering, Chao Chen couldn't do much on the last day.
They chatted, had some food in the evening, and when the melancholic music started playing at night, this shameless person stayed on the balcony, doing who knows what. Chao Chen felt somewhat helpless about this. With nothing else to do, he returned to his room, locked the door, took out the ogre hand bone, used a swarm of locust goo to clean off the flesh, then summoned Pinyu, gesturing for her to remain quiet, and proceeded to dry the material inside the arm bone with fire. After completing these tasks, it was already past midnight. Without much hesitation, Chao Chen turned over and went to bed. Until the early morning of the next day, he gently kicked Shuloba, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa. After all, today was the end of the holiday and also the big exam day, so he couldn't be late. Without much ado, the two quickly washed up and then hailed a car downstairs, heading straight to the school. By the time they returned to the classroom, most of the classmates had already arrived. People gathered in groups of 2 or 3, discussing their experiences of the past 7 days. When Chao Chen entered, the gazes of the others were somewhat strange. Some were gloating, some sympathetic, and some found a sense of identification with him. In short, a group of combat professionals were followed by a group of admirers. A group of people with poor interpersonal relationships huddled together for warmth, while the rest were a group of bootlickers consoling themselves with their dream goddess, with Pan Yuan being the largest in this group. Chao Chen didn't mind this and slowly returned to his seat, letting out a big yawn. Xu Laoba's snoring was quite loud, and he swore he would never live with this person again, even if it was through a door. When Chao Chen was contemplating the upcoming exam process, Li Hani walked slowly into the classroom, causing a wave of admiration to erupt. However, the girl ignored it and went straight to her seat. After hesitating for a moment, she took out a steamed bun and a cup of soy milk from her bag and handed it to Chao Chen.
Do you want to eat a steamed bun?
Li Hani, who usually spoke very little, seemed nervous when she saw Chao Chen again. After all, in the instance dungeon, this desk mate not only saved her like a god descending to earth but also seemed to have an awkward embrace with her. Due to this, she now spoke with some hesitation. Originally wanting to ask if he wanted breakfast, the words seemed to change as they reached her lips.
No need. Chao Chen raised an eyebrow.
Although the two usually sat together, they rarely had any topics to discuss and mostly kept to themselves. Now that Li Hani took the initiative to speak to him, he was a bit surprised, but the topic she brought up made him a bit at a loss. Chao Chen also felt helpless about the encounters in the instance dungeon, so he decided not to eat the steamed bun. Eating too much would make him feel uncomfortable and out of breath.
Thank you for that day. Seeing Chao Chen's refusal, Li Hani didn't mind and just lowered her head. After a long while, she spoke again. We are desk mates, it's what I should do.
Chao Chen didn't think much of helping others on a whim, as he had his own plans at the time. Since he knew the person in danger, he didn't mind lending a hand. But the premise was that it couldn't affect his own plans. Li Shu and the others are fine now. Thanks to you, they were able to save a life. So, my father said I should thank you properly. Li Hani slowly took out a bank card from her pocket and placed it on the table. This is 5 million Jojo coins, and this card has no password. The girl's voice was very soft, unlike her usual cold demeanor. At this moment, she buried her head in her chest, completely devoid of her previous pride. Instead, she seemed like a little girl wanting to make a new friend but feeling embarrassed, so she kept avoiding eye contact. Since the two had no previous interaction, Chao Chen only had a vague understanding of Li Hani's family background. Unexpectedly, for the sake of two bodyguards, the Li family was able to produce 5 million Jojo coins. It seemed that this ice beauty was indeed a super rich woman. Then I will accept it graciously. Chao Chen smiled, picked up the bank card from the table, glanced at it, and then put it in his pocket without any embarrassment. His profession couldn't do without money, as just the two basic goo insects and the unexpected joy of little Chang had already cost him several million. And this is just the beginning, who knows how much more it will take, so for the money that comes to the door, he accepts it without hesitation. Don't be polite, this is what you deserve. Actually, I don't know how to thank you. After thinking about it, this is the only thing I could come up with.
No problem, this is good stuff, I really like it, Chao Chen smiled and said.
Looking at Chao Chen's appearance, Li Hani slowly raised her head. Never thought that after sitting at the same table with this person for 2 years, she seemed to have never really understood him, but he seems quite approachable.
By the way, classmate, I have a small favor to ask you, would you be willing to help?
Chao Chen thought for a moment, leaned forward, and said lightly,
What do you want?
Li Hani was puzzled. She didn't know how she could help him.
I heard you are good at musical instruments, do you know how to play the Xiao flute? Hearing this, Li Hani raised an eyebrow, not understanding what Chao Chen meant. It's true that she likes all kinds of musical instruments, and it's not a secret at school. But what does this have to do with him asking for her help? I have some knowledge, what do you want? Li Hani paused and said lightly, can you teach me? After getting a positive answer, Chao Chen didn't beat around the bush, took out a bone flute from the drawer and waved it in front of Li Hani, his tone showing some anticipation. Isn't a goo master who can control goo with music the most outstanding? Just for this?
Seeing the sudden light in Chao Chen's eyes, Li Hani hesitated for a moment.
Does being a goo master require knowing this as well? Of course, I have always been interested in musical instruments. What else can I do for you? Should I ask you to play a tune for me? I can teach you, but I have a question. Does being a goo master require knowledge of music theory? Li Hani thought for a moment and agreed directly. After all, this sounded like a trivial matter, and she had a good impression of Chao Chen, so if he needed help, she didn't mind. Of course not, the main reason is that it looks cool. Think about it, when the music plays, the monsters in the dungeon will be terrified, isn't that beautiful?
This powerful reason made Li Hani feel a bit speechless, but since she had agreed, she couldn't back out. However, all of this would probably have to wait until after the exams, as the most important thing now is the big exam and the upcoming entrance exams.
The two chatted aimlessly, and because of Lihani's change in attitude, it attracted some attention from observant people.
After all, in the past 2 years, who had ever seen Lihani show such an attitude?
Oh my god, Xiaoxuxu, what's going on? Didn't Chen awaken as a Gu master? This situation is not right. When did he and Lihani become so close? Before awakening, Pan Yuanyuan seemed to have some feelings for him, and now that he has awakened, even Lihani is like this. Is it because of his good looks?
None of your business, you deadbeat. They've been sitting at the same table for over 2 years. What's wrong with talking a few words?
And even if he is a Gu master, can it affect Chao Chen's position as the second most handsome in the class? Xu Laoba rolled his eyes, feeling a bit impatient with his deadbeat tablemate.
Clearly, he was the most handsome in the class, but just had bad luck, sitting next to a beauty while having a deadbeat next to him.
Oh, don't be mean to me. I know you have a good relationship. I'm just kindly reminding you, even if they get married tomorrow, it's none of my business. I don't like women.
But with so many classes in the school, there are quite a few admirers of Lihani.
I knew early on that this major exam was a copy obtained by entering the school. When the time comes, we will act together.
If they set up any obstacles inside, your brother won't have an easy time.
Li Wenbin didn't care at all about Xu Laoba's attitude.
Instead, he hooked his shoulder and gently said in a low voice,
"Dare they? Do they really think I, Xu Laoba, am dead?" Upon hearing Li Wenbin's words, Xu Laoba's eyes widened, and he said loudly, "Who dares to bully my brothers? Do you dare to bully me? Don't be so confident. Haven't you seen that many people in the class have changed their eyes?" Li Wenbin smiled slightly, reminding Xu Laoba all along.
Xu Laoba turned his head around and indeed saw many people looking in the direction of Chao Chen, whispering there. Many boys seemed to have unfriendly looks in that direction. Seeing this, Xu Laoba immediately wanted to go over and remind Chao Chen. But at that moment, the class teacher walked slowly into the classroom, just coughed a few times, and the originally noisy classroom instantly became quiet.
Well, good. Nearly 95% of the students in the class have reached level 4.
This makes the teacher very pleased. It proves that during the 7 days of vacation, you have already completed the copy and worked hard to cultivate. First, Li Hao roughly scanned the information of all the people in the class with detection technique, looking very happy. Although there are 42 people in his class, only 20 awakened combat professionals, but even those in life professions have worked hard to cultivate during this holiday, which is the most important thing. In this era of the game's arrival, no one should give up on themselves. As for the remaining 5% of students who have not reached level 4, it was within his expectations. These few people come from families with poor conditions, so it is unrealistic to ask their families to buy experience potions for them.
Therefore, Li Hao couldn't say anything about it.
Even from the moment they awakened, Li Hao applied to the school to allocate a batch of experience potions to these poor students. After his unremitting efforts, the school also agreed to subsidize a batch of potions. After all, even though the school controls the copy, there are some uncontrollable factors inside. If they really have any accidents, the most difficult thing to bear, apart from their parents, is him as their class teacher. Gather on the playground at 10 o'clock to prepare to enter the major exam copy.
Here, I'll say one more thing. Because you will be inside for 7 days, the resources allocated by the school must be kept safe and must not deviate from the location on the map. If you encounter danger, immediately abandon and teleport back. Safety always comes first. I know all of you, this is your first time entering a copy, and you all have hired teams or your own guards. But for this exam, you can only rely on yourselves or the classmates you team up with, so never take it lightly, understand? Li Hao's tone was unusually serious, even using the pressure of his own profession to make the students listen.
Understood. As Li Hao's voice fell, a loud voice rang out in the class. Although this major exam is a test, it is also the first step for them to become independent. Therefore, all the students are exceptionally serious, after all, whose youth does not have a passionate and heroic blood. Alright, since our class has exactly 42 people, we will divide into 7 teams, each with 2 combat professionals leading 4 life professionals. Here, I hope that the combat professionals can take care of their classmates more.
Can you do this?
Yes. Because of Li Hao's words, a strong sense of responsibility suddenly surged in the hearts of the combat professionals. After all, they had just awakened and could already take care of their classmates. This sense of responsibility, coupled with the feeling of being a strong person, made them extremely excited. Apart from Lihani and Chao Chen, the remaining combat professionals raised their arms and cheered. They were all students. Who could refuse such glory?
Alright, you can divide yourselves.
The class monitor will collect the list and be at the playground by 9:40. There are also students from poor families, come with me. Li Hao smiled, said a few encouraging words, and then slowly left. As soon as Li Hao left, the class instantly erupted into discussions. Each student from the life professions was looking for someone to team up with. As for the next 7 days, they would be each other's only reliance. Among the students crowding towards Li Hani, most knew that she was an awakened demon contract holder, a high-level rare profession. Having her as an ally would surely lead to good results. Other professionals were also surrounded by people, vigorously promoting themselves. On Chao Chen's side, things seemed a bit awkward. Although his Gu Master profession was a combat profession, most people seemed to ignore him, as in this world, who didn't know that Gu Masters were weak in combat. Chao Chen didn't mind this and instead gave up his seat for others, watching from the side. Do you want to team up with me? I remember the teacher said that 2 combat professionals can team up. Before Chao Chen could sit for long, Li Hani, ignoring everyone's promotions, came over to him and invited him eagerly. As soon as Li Hani spoke, the noisy chatter disappeared, but after a few breaths, an even louder wave of voices erupted in the classroom. Damn! Did I hear that right? The goddess actually invited Chao Chen. What kind of world is this, or even a hidden profession, even if it's trash, is so awesome? Damn, indeed, sitting together is the best way to develop a relationship. If I had known earlier, I would have bought his seat. Li Wenbin, I think you're right. Su Laoba? Get lost. I'll beat you, monkey. Goddess, you can't do this. I'm also trash, so take me with you. Listening to the reactions around him, Chao Chen's mouth twitched. Looking at Li Hani's indifferent expression, he felt even more depressed. At this rate, would he become the school's public enemy? If so, how many pits would he have to dig in the dungeon to bury so many idiots? Compared to Li Hani, he would rather team up with Su Laoba. Firstly, he was trustworthy, and they were brothers. Secondly, teaming up with Li Hani would attract too much attention, and his abilities would be too exposed, likely causing trouble. After weighing the pros and cons, Chao Chen was about to refuse, but a voice suddenly interrupted him. Honey, I think you should carefully consider. Taking him with you might affect your exam results. A young man in a tailored suit walked slowly into the classroom. Zhou Yuanlong looked very refined, giving off a gentle spring breeze-like aura. Wow, it's Zhou Yuanlong from Class 1. I heard his family has a close relationship with Li Hani, childhood sweethearts. A girl who loved gossip saw the newcomer and said dreamily. I heard he awakened as a paladin, a popular support profession with certain attack capabilities. Although not as powerful as a demon contract holder, it's still very sought after. He wouldn't be here to invite Li Hani to team up, would he? This is going to be interesting. The handsome rich guy childhood sweethearts versus the Gu Master. Hani, although the class teachers have assigned teams, it doesn't mean we can't swap. You can team up with 2 students from the life professions with me. Zhou Yuanlong looked at Li Hani, smiled gently, and said softly. However, Li Hani did not have a good expression towards him. From childhood to adulthood, she has always disliked Zhou Yuanlong's hypocritical appearance. Don't think she doesn't know. The so-called childhood sweetheart was deliberately spread by him. If it weren't for the relationship between the 2 families, she wouldn't even talk to this person. No need. Li Hani responded coldly. Hearing Li Hani's indifferent response, Zhou Yuanlong's face paused, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but in an instant, he gently exhaled, turned his head, and looked at Chao Chen with a gentle smile. Your name is Chao Chen, right? I have heard about you and sympathize with your experience. After all, awakening as a hidden Gu Master is a blow that is hard to accept. I think Hani, as your deskmate, also thinks the same. How about this? Can I decide for you to team up with Chao Yuan? He is a beast blood warrior. Following him, you should have no problem with this exam. Zhou Yuanlong has already seen that Li Hani is a casual person who doesn't really care who she teams up with, but now she actually rejected him, indicating that the problem lies with this person. Since that's the case, he will deal with this trouble first. Originally, Chao Chen didn't intend to get involved in these trivial matters. Speaking nicely, he might owe him a favor, but Zhou Yuanlong's words revealed disdain, as if he was in control of everything, which made him extremely unhappy. You dare to play this trick with me before the shares are sold? Beast blood warrior? Can it compare to a demon contract holder? Chao Chen thought for a moment, then said with a puzzled expression, as if asking a ridiculous question. However, this statement choked Zhou Yuanlong to death. Are these 2 professions comparable? And Chao Chen's words clearly told him, since there are better choices now, why should I choose the inferior one? Well, of course, a beast blood warrior can't compare to a demon contract holder, but no matter who you choose, it won't affect your exam results, so you don't need to consider this. Adjusting his mindset, Zhou Yuanlong slowly spoke, apparently caught off guard by this question. This statement instantly drew countless sneers from the surrounding crowd.
Do you think this is fooling a child? As long as you're not an idiot, who would believe your words?
Leilani looked at Chao Chen's puzzled look, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. From the beginning, Zhou Yuanlong fell into a misunderstanding. He thought his deskmate was weak, but she knew very well in her heart how terrifying the combat power of this man who awakened as a Gu master was.
The confrontation between the two today was inherently unfair, but the pressure was not on Zhou Yuanlong's side, but on Chao Chen's complete dominance.
However, Leilani didn't intend to say much. After all, the trouble was caused by Zhou Yuanlong himself.
Oh, is that so?
Since it doesn't affect the results, I choose Leilani. After all, we are deskmates and have a good relationship. Chao Chen sneered, saying lightly, thinking of using me as a stepping stone on your love path. Zhou Yuanlong is a bit naive.
Okay, it's decided then. I'll wait for you on the playground.
Without waiting for Zhou Yuanlong to speak, Leilani interrupted, as if afraid that Chao Chen would change his mind. She was not good at socializing, so now that her goal had been achieved, she didn't want to expose herself to so many people's eyes. After speaking, Leilani ignored the reactions of the crowd and walked out of the classroom.
Honey.
Seeing Leilani about to leave, Zhou Yuanlong wanted to stop her, but found that the beauty had already walked far away. I hope you don't regret the decision you made today. Seeing this, Zhou Yuanlong directed his anger towards Chao Chen. If it weren't for this person playing a trick on him, how could today's situation have turned out like this?
Oh, I'm so scared. You won't kill me in the instance, will you?
Chao Chen made an exaggerated expression, seemingly frightened but with a mocking look in his eyes.
Humph. Feeling uncomfortable under the gaze of others, Zhou Yuanlong decided it wasn't the time for conflict and left quickly after a cold snort. Chao Chen didn't care, as he had agreed to team up with Leilani. Although it was troublesome, there were benefits, such as having an extra spot available. Ahem, fellow students of the Awakening Life Department, you all saw it. I'm teaming up with Leilani, which means I have 2 spots for our team. In the spirit of taking care of our classmates, I plan to auction off these 2 spots. Starting at 2,000, the highest bidder wins. Cash, jewelry, equipment, and rare treasures can all be used as payment. This is related to the results of the major exam. Don't miss this rare opportunity, students.
Chao Chen thought for a moment, then stood up on the table and shouted loudly.
Damn, I've never seen such shameless behavior.
Chao Chen, as a classmate, your actions are too much.
Do you really think no one else will take us except Leilani? Qin Si stood up abruptly.
Although he awakened as a farmer, he was also the discipline officer in the class, and he was very displeased with Chao Chen's public auction behavior.
A man born between heaven and earth cannot dwell under others for long.
Such behavior should be strongly condemned.
Exactly. We are all here for Leilani. Why do you auction off the spots? We will not buy them. Even if I have to give up the exam and jump from here, I will not accept these conditions. With Qin Si's resistance, the students in the class expressed their dissatisfaction. Enough talk, are you buying or not? If you're not buying, then I'll go ask the next class. This thing is like the Kunlun slaves from beyond the domain. If you're willing, you'll take the bait. Don't you know how hard others work if your family doesn't grow cotton? I bid 2005. Just as Chao Chen finished speaking, Qin Si, who was still indignant, suddenly shouted. Despite the condemnation, he couldn't let go of the tangible benefits. There were indeed many rich second-generation students in the class. If he hesitated, he might not be able to compete once they reacted. Unexpectedly, the first to betray was Qin Si with thick eyebrows and big eyes. The students were extremely shocked by Qin Si's shameless behavior. What kind of contrast are you trying to play here? But everyone wasn't foolish and quickly started bidding. I bid 3,000. I bid 5,000. Damn, I bid 10,000. My dad is a university admissions advisor. Let's see who dares to compete with me. I bid 50,000. What's the use of an advisor? My dad is a coal miner. I'll use money to crush you, you damn dog. As the prices soared, Chao Chen couldn't contain his excitement. The more intense the competition, the more money he made. I'll buy a spot with a piece of cold jade. While the crowd argued, Pan Yuan squeezed out and reached into the lamp, pulling out a dark green jade stone. This cold jade can repel mosquitoes and insects, and its current market value is at least 80,000. After speaking, Pan Yuan turned to the boys with a soft voice. Brothers, I may not be as rich as you, but please give your little sister a chance, okay? I really need good grades in this exam. Pan Yuan's gentle appearance softened the hearts of the boys, and 2 combat class men came forward to support her. Let me say something fair. As grown men, why compete with a girl? Can't you give in a little? Besides, there is more than just Leilani in the class with a combat profession. I'll say a fair word too. Whoever dares to bully Yuan Yuan is against me. You better think twice. Wow, even your goddess doesn't want to team up with you. And you still come to lick? Are you going to kneel down and offer a cushion in the future? Although the class is very dissatisfied with these two boys who are bullying others with their power, they dare not say much. After all, there are only 2 spots available with Lihani, and it's not certain if they can compete for it. If they end up not being selected, they will have to follow them. So after the 2 finished speaking, for a moment, no one competed with Pan Yuan Yuan. Chao Chun, since I have the highest bid now, does that mean this spot is mine? Seeing this, Pan Yuan Yuan smiled charmingly, ignoring the 2 lackeys who were standing up for her, instead looking at Chao Chun, blinking and saying, "Okay, it's yours." Chao Chen rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and agreed very readily. With Pan Yuan Yuan here, many people didn't dare to compete, so it was already good that the first spot could be sold for 80,000 yuan. Putting the cold jade in Pan Yuan Yuan's hand around his neck, Chao Chen continued to shout, "There is still 1 spot left. Those who want to come, let's work hard. If you hesitate for a moment, this opportunity will be reduced by 1 point." Just as Chao Chen's voice fell, the classroom returned to the previous argument. "I'll outbid you, you monkey. What's the use of coal mining? I'll offer 80,000. Hee, my dad offers 100,000. It's just a matter of shoveling coal. Don't use your pocket money to challenge dad's limit. Damn, I'll kill you." After intense competition, the final spot was sold to the coal mining tycoon Hong Jianjun for 300,000. But as a student, how could he carry so much money with him? So this tycoon took off his big gold chain and gold watch. Because Chao Chen doesn't accept IOUs, he bought jewelry like necklaces from about 10 students at twice the price, and promised to bring the IOUs to his house to collect the money. Looking at the small pile of jewelry and watches on the table, Chao Chen nodded in satisfaction, and this farce finally came to an end. After the students dispersed, Xu Laoba slowly walked up, not polite at all, picked up a gold chain and put it around his neck, playing with it while saying, "Chao Chun, you deserve to die. This is more uncomfortable than killing me." There is a saying, how does it go? Not only afraid that brothers will suffer, but also afraid that brothers will drive a Land Rover. You are already enjoying the soft meal, but what about me? My future is bleak. Xu Laoba shook his head, seeming somewhat distressed. Originally, he had made the decision to take the exam with Chao Chun, but things didn't go as planned, as Li Hani unexpectedly intervened. "Alright, don't I know you? When we enter the instance, remember to find me according to the positioning, this way the 2 teams together may score higher." Seeing Xu Laoba's melancholic look, Chao Chun twitched his mouth. If he didn't know him so well, he might have believed his nonsense. "Okay, that's settled then." Indeed, before Chao Chun could finish, Xu Laoba smiled like a monkey from a May mountain. Well, when leaving, he even took an extra gold watch. Time passed quickly, and people gathered in groups of 3 or 2 on the playground. Because the principal had not yet left the hospital, the encouraging words that were supposed to be said were skipped directly. After the homeroom teacher confirmed the list, he led the team to line up and receive supplies. The school didn't provide much: a watch-shaped coordinate transmitter, a backpack, and a thick winter coat. The backpack contained compressed dry food and canned goods, some essential items for wilderness survival. After the students received the supplies, as usual, they signed the life and death agreement, only to see an old man in gray clothes on the platform nodding, taking out 2 colorful balls emitting a dazzling light. Boom! The old man took a step forward, threw the ball into the air, accompanied by a loud roar. The surrounding space seemed to distort, and a portal appeared in an instant. Compared to the dark forest, the density of monsters in the school's copy of the 10,000-year snow mountain is much higher, with monsters ranging from level 3 to 10, while the place where students take exams is just a small area designated by the school's strong. From the moment they entered, the homeroom teacher repeatedly reminded them to keep an eye on their position and not deviate from the location planned in the watch. This is the training ground for all schools in City H. Almost everyone studying in this city will go through such a trial. Their exam content is very simple. Besides staying inside for 7 days, they need to collect the essence of ice hearts. This is a unique monster in the 10,000-year snow mountain, born from the snow, the spirits of this mountain. These monsters are generally level 2, most ice hearts will stay within this level throughout their lives, with very few reaching level 3. The coordinate teleportation device issued by the school is specially designed for training. Not only can it locate students within the copy, but it can also be used to collect essences. Each one is very expensive. However, this is also the greatest guarantee for student safety. After Chao Chen's team entered the portal, a flash of white light appeared before their eyes, and when they opened them again, they found themselves in a vast snowy field. Perhaps due to their bad luck, not only was there a heavy snowstorm here, but there was also no place nearby to take shelter. "Oh no, can't be this unlucky, just entered and already encountered a snowstorm." Hong Jianjun just regained his senses, quickly put on his coat, and cursed fiercely.
Chao Chen was no exception. After putting on his coat, he carefully observed the surrounding environment. The coats distributed by the school, made of down feathers, although they had strong insulation effects, were still not enough in the face of a snowstorm. Therefore, they had to quickly find a shelter, or else they would be eliminated directly.
Sister Hani, what should we do now?
Pan Yuan slowly approached Li Hani, holding her arm, shivering and asking. She, who had been pampered since childhood, had never experienced such a situation. From her level 3, it was clear that during the 7 days of vacation, Pan Yuan had never entered a copy, but relied on experience potions to level up. In addition to Pan Yuan and Hong Jianjun, there were 2 other people in Chao Chen's team, both belonging to the life profession. Faced with the situation of encountering a snowstorm right after entering, they also seemed at a loss. Now we need to quickly find a shelter, because it's snowing, the visibility around is low, so you guys stay close to me later, don't get separated, watch out for the ice holes under your feet, who knows what might be hidden around or underground.
Li Hani frowned and said lightly.
Obviously, she had done a lot of homework before coming in, and now she was fully demonstrating her sense of responsibility as the leader of the team. Li Hani took a deep breath, then extended her right hand, and with an ancient incantation, 2 purple magic arrays appeared on the ground instantly. 2 succubi with revealing attire slowly walked out of the magic arrays. Follow the 2 succubi, walk on the footprints they pass.
Li Hani didn't hesitate and gave the order directly.
As the snowstorm grew heavier, they wouldn't be able to stand in it for long. Seeing Li Hani's decisiveness, Chao Chen frowned. In fact, he could solve the trouble in front of him by himself. If he were alone, Chao Chen could summon Lair to use an ice magic to create an ice house. But for now, he didn't want to do that. After all, there were too many burdens in this team. Carrying them not only restricted his actions but also made it easy to end up with no credit. Since he came in, Chao Chen had planned to get rid of them. It just happened to encounter this blizzard. He dared to guarantee that it wouldn't take long before someone quit because of this. After all, this was just a school exam, although it had an impact on the college entrance examination, it wasn't that terrifying. Therefore, Chao Chen decided to follow Li Hani first and make decisions based on the situation. And so, the group struggled through the raging blizzard, walking slowly because they didn't know how deep the snow ahead was. They had to pave the way step by step, so their speed was very slow. After walking for an hour, a male student fell again, and his mindset exploded.
I'm done, what's the point of enduring this kind of ghostly environment? I've never suffered like this before. I'm leaving, Li Si, do you want to come with me?
The man struggled to get up, looked at the man beside him, and said bitterly.
Li Si beside him also looked embarrassed at this moment. He awakened as a tailor just like Pan Yuan. Due to good luck, he was casually chosen by Li Hani. He originally wanted to ride on someone's coattails to achieve a good result, but he didn't expect to encounter such a situation as soon as he entered. After a brief thought, Li Si finally nodded. The 2 stood together, ready to press the teleporter button on themselves when Pan Yuan quickly walked out and came to their side. Wait, I'm going with you.
At this moment, she was already frozen like a quail, trembling uncontrollably. For her, being able to hold on until now was already quite good. Sister, I'll leave the things in my backpack to you. Pan Yuan shivered as she took off her backpack, threw it towards Li Hani, and then a white light flashed around the 3 of them. In half a minute, their figures disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Li Hani didn't say anything, just slowly picked up the things Pan Yuan left behind and directed the succubus to explore the path ahead.
Hey, fatty, they've all run away, aren't you leaving?
Chao Chen was extremely satisfied with the fact that half of the team had been eliminated within an hour.
Seeing Hong Jianjun still persisting, he couldn't help but tease him, I'm not leaving. What's wrong with the life profession? My old man said, when he was working in the mine, what kind of situation didn't he encounter? Encountering setbacks and quitting, that's not his style. Hong Jianjun patted the snow on his head and said firmly. Besides, I spent 300,000 just to cling to such a thick thigh. How could I give up so easily? Li Hani, put Pan Yuan's backpack on me. You are the main force here, you can't fall. Although I can't help much, carrying things is still possible for me. After all, I have thick fat, naturally wearing a big cotton coat, resistant to cold. Although Hong Jianjun's expression was a bit ugly at the moment, he resolutely took the backpack from Li Hani. Seeing this, Chao Chen couldn't help but smile. Although this fatty in the class usually loved to show off and brag, he didn't expect him to be so decisive when faced with a situation. Succubus, give me feedback. About 800 meters ahead, there is a cave. This is probably the only refuge nearby,
but it seems that there are several frost tigers living inside because they have generally reached level 9, so the succubus doesn't dare to get too close.
Chao Chun, should we go and take a look?
Lihani turned his head, ignored Hong Jianjun beside him, and looked directly at Chao Chun, saying calmly. Others didn't know, but Lihani was very clear that with the strength of his 2 contracted level 8 succubi, it was not realistic to completely take down the cave inhabited by a group of frost tigers, even though the succubi could fight 2 levels higher individually.
But for the frost tiger's lair, only those who go up are there to deliver food. But Chao Chen is different.
Although the whole world considers the Gu Master profession to be the weakest, since Lihani witnessed his strength with his own eyes, this principle had long been broken in Lihani's heart. Now, besides this tiger's nest nearby, there is no other cover in the vicinity.
However, since the snowstorm doesn't seem to stop anytime soon, Lihani looks at Chao Chen, asking for his opinion. Chao Chen glanced at the surroundings and then at Hong Jianjun.
If he didn't want to expose the Heraclius sisters prematurely, this tiger's nest would be a good choice, and he had never intended to hide his Gu Master abilities. Therefore, although the fat man was still persevering, from what he said, he seemed reliable. If he could hold on until the end, Chao Chen wouldn't mind helping him.
Since there is no other choice, let's give it a try.
After all, in such heavy snow, no one can hold on for too long. Chao Chen rubbed his hands and said lightly,
"All right, I'll follow your command for everything that follows." Hearing Chao Chen's affirmative response, Lihani nodded. However, this action made Hong Jianjun on the side feel puzzled. Chao Chen in command? Isn't he a Gu Master?
Big sister, this person has no combat power.
Do you really trust him like this? Could it be the power of love?
Of course, although Hong Jianjun was extremely puzzled, he wouldn't voice it out because he seemed to have no say in this team.
After deciding on the plan, the 3 of them followed the succubus's instructions and quickly approached the tiger's nest.
When they were close to the edge, they found a spot with a relatively thick snowdrift, squatted down slowly, and observed the cave's situation. Due to the snowfall, they couldn't see the full picture of the cave with their naked eyes. However, they could see 2 black and white frost tigers guarding the entrance, patrolling the area from time to time, appearing exceptionally vigilant. The sounds of painful roars emanated from the cave, indicating that the tigers inside were facing some difficulties. A real-eye scan revealed the information of the 2 frost tigers in front of Chao Chun. Frost Tiger LV8, Black Iron Grade, Strength, 89 Speed, 72 Spirit, 38. The 3 dimensions of the Frost Tigers were not high, but their strength was considered top-notch at this level. Moreover, being social animals, a group of them would have at least 20 tigers. Therefore, ordinary monsters dared not provoke this group. Listening to the tiger roars inside, will this group have tigers giving birth inside? If that's the case, it might be difficult for us to attack this nest head-on. Listening to the roars coming from the cave, along with the 2 extremely vigilant frost tigers outside, Lihani frowned and said solemnly. It was currently summer outside, which was indeed the breeding season for them. During this period, frost tigers were exceptionally alert, and the fighting power of the mother tigers would skyrocket. However, Chao Chen was indifferent to the situation. Although the frost tigers in this group generally reached level 8, the goo worms in his hands could handle them all. Frost tigers are considered relatively high-level monsters in this area. 1 frost tiger can provide 30 experience points. So, I'll take 60% of this batch of monsters, you take 30%, and the fat man takes 10%.
How about that? This was the result of Chao Chen's careful consideration. After all, they were still in a team, and it wouldn't be good for him to take everything for himself. What do you mean? We haven't even started, and you're already thinking about dividing the spoils? Chao Chen's words left Hong Jianjun stunned. It seemed as if he was treating the previous frost tigers like a dish to be shared. You want to divide it, then divide it. Evenly. Big sister hasn't said anything, okay? What do you want to do, and how should I cooperate with you? When Chao Chen said such words, Lihani knew that he must have a way. So, Lihani didn't ask much and directly inquired about the next plan. You don't need to do anything, just wait here. Chao Chen smiled slightly, then squinted his eyes towards the tiger's nest. He gently exhaled, lightly tapped his index finger, and the white jade gourd instantly appeared in his hand. Chao Chen gently opened the bottle, accompanied by 2 yellow streaks of light shooting out, and it seemed like there were noisy insect sounds in the surrounding blizzard. Go! With Chao Chen's command, 2 shadows suddenly descended from the sky and shot towards the tiger's nest. Buzz buzz buzz. The locust goo and the killer bee goo intertwined like a huge net, catching the 2 tigers outside the door off guard, with 1 tiger even having its eyes blinded by the killer bee goo. With a fierce tiger roar, the frost tiger spat out an extremely cold air, turning the sprayed goo into ice debris falling from the sky. After this attack, the remaining 2 goo directly gave up the fight and rushed straight into the cave.
The two frost tigers guarding outside, one had already fallen to the ground, its brain completely destroyed by the toxin of the killer bee goo. The other frost tiger, seeing the situation, first sounded an alarm towards the cave, then chased after the shadows that had entered the cave, shooting towards them. Seeing this, Chao Chen understood that the opportunity had come. He flicked the gourd again, and a red streak of light flew out, a huge toad falling from the sky. Boom! The toad's landing made a loud noise, and the surrounding ice and snow were instantly blown away. Send all the toxins and illusions into that cave entrance. Chao Chen smiled, instructing the toad. Croak! Upon hearing the command, the toad jumped forward, emitting a frog cry, and a dense black mist mixed with purple poisonous shadows spewed out from its mouth, directly shooting towards the cave entrance. As the poisonous mist entered the cave, the chaotic tiger roars inside became even more frantic and panicked. After completing these tasks, Chao Chen slowly turned around and smiled at the two people. It's done. Soon these frost tigers will fall into a deep coma, and then we can go in and kill them to gain experience. You, awakened professional goo master? Hong Jianjun was shocked from the moment the killer bee goo appeared. When he saw the strange giant toad and the peculiar substance it spat out, he was completely stunned. This damn thing is called the weakest profession? Li Hani's expression was also not good. Despite witnessing Chao Chen's strength, she was still greatly impressed by how he easily resolved the current crisis with his summoned creatures. Is this toad not a silver-level monster? Do you have any questions? Chao Chen smiled as he noticed the two's unusual expressions. No, big brother, where did this big monster come from? Aren't you a goo master? If it weren't for witnessing Chao Chen awaken as a goo master during the job transition ceremony, Hong Jianjun would have thought he was a powerful spirit master. After all, in all the information about goo masters in the past 300 years, which goo master could easily handle a group of creatures like this? You mean Xiaoqiang? He is the goo of a goo master. Any creature controlled by a goo master can be called a goo. Chao Chen didn't pay much attention to Hong Jianjun's question, as these things would eventually be revealed, so he didn't plan to hide anything. In 5 minutes, when the poison mist disperses, we can go in. Although the poison frost tigers still have their surface defenses, you can easily stab them through the eyes, making it easy to kill them. The reason for poisoning and then cleaning it up completely is because if Xiao Chang's poison fog increases in dosage, the inside will be a mass of white bones, and this group will probably not even have any remnants left. But in order to show unity within the team, Chao Chen did not choose to do so. It seems that the abilities of goo masters are born for killing, and for them, it seems harder to hold back in a competition or show mercy than to directly kill the opponent, which is why Chao Chen does not want to team up with others. If it weren't for Zhou Yuanlong suddenly provoking him, this exam of his would probably have turned into his own slaughter journey once again. Croak! After waiting for a while, when Xiao Chang gave another warning, the three of them slowly approached the cave. The entrance of the cave was very large, at least 4 meters high, with a depth of about 10 meters. As they walked, they killed the frost tigers lying on the ground. Although these tigers still had a faint breath, their eyes had turned completely black. Even without Chao Chen and the others finishing them off, they probably wouldn't have survived the night. Chao Chen, Black Iron rank, level 5, 260/600, strength, 30 speed, 37 spirit, 146. When Xiao Chang stabbed the scorpion tail into the frost tiger's brain, Chao Chen also successfully leveled up to level 5. This was a huge group, with nearly 50 frost tigers in total. Therefore, even Li Hani also leveled up to level 5. Due to Hong Jianjun's slow actions and receiving fewer kills, although he couldn't reach level 5, his experience points were almost halfway full. Hong Jianjun had no objections to this and was grateful that he had persevered just now. After all, it had only been a short time since Pan Yuan left, and they already had such a surprise. Today was only the first day, and he believed that as long as he firmly held on to this opportunity, it would not be a problem to reach level 5 by the end of the exam. After cleaning up the surrounding trash, Hong Jianjun took the initiative to collect firewood in the cave. He threw out the frost tigers that were completely poisoned. Although they would disappear, it would take some time before they reappeared. Therefore, they couldn't stay with a pile of corpses. They didn't know when the blizzard outside would stop, so they would have to stay inside for quite some time. Surprisingly, not a single piece of equipment dropped from this huge group. In theory, the probability seemed too low. However, the three of them didn't mind, as many things required luck. Big brother, can we still eat the frost tiger at the entrance? How about we improve our food? After lighting the fire, Hong Jianjun immediately approached Chao Chen, his eyes shining. The supplies provided by the school were only compressed dry rations and canned food. To be honest, these two items could only sustain the body's energy needs, and the taste was hard to describe. Therefore, Hong Jianjun had the idea of using those tigers. Although almost all the tigers were poisoned, there was one that wasn't. That tiger had died from a sneak attack by the killer bees and hadn't been exposed to Xiao Chang's poison fog. The neurotoxin of the killer bee goo disappears after being exposed to high temperatures, so it can be eaten.
Chao Chun understood the meaning behind Fatty's words.
Since there was a better choice, he wouldn't choose the compressed dry rations.
Alright, big brother, let's have tiger meat tonight.
I'll let you taste my cooking skills. Hong Jianjun's face lit up with a smile, and he had already changed how he addressed Chao Chun. He had initially thought that there was only one strong person in the team, but now he realized that both of them were skilled, and he was looking forward to the upcoming adventures.
Can you tell me what's so special about your profession?
Hong Jianjun was busy, and Li Hani sat by the fire, supporting his chin, looking at Chao Chun with a puzzled expression. You can think of it as a mutated spirit master, but a spirit master relies on their pets to fight, while a goo master controls goo. As for what goo is, it's too complicated to explain. If we really start explaining, I'm afraid it won't be finished in 3 days and 3 nights. Chao Chun added a piece of firewood to the fire, and he didn't care about Li Hani's question, so he explained briefly. Listening to Chao Chun's words, although Li Hani didn't fully understand, he still nodded. Actually, thinking about it, in the past 300 years, there are no weak hidden professions.
As for the emergence of such anomalies as goo masters, I'm afraid everyone has lost their direction.
Congratulations, you can decipher the essence of this profession. Perhaps it was because he was not usually talkative, so when Chao Chun suddenly saw Li Hani's gentle smile, he felt that the ice beauty was unexpectedly charming at the moment.
Maybe it's a bit of luck. Hong Jianjun is indeed someone who has awakened the chef profession.
He was prepared when he came in, although it was just a few simple seasonings. However, with the blessing of his profession, he managed to roast the huge tiger leg into a delicacy.
Even Li Hani, who tasted it, couldn't help but admire it. Roar!
Just as the three of them were eating and resting, a series of low tiger roars suddenly came from behind Li Hani's pile of rocks, surprising the three of them.
Chao Chun immediately got up to observe the surroundings.
They had already observed the surroundings before, and there shouldn't be any overlooked threats in the cave.
Moreover, a huge tiger couldn't be hidden under those flat rocks. Chao Chun and Li Hani exchanged a glance, then slowly approached the pile of rocks.
Listening to the faint tiger cries inside, Li Hani commanded the succubus to whip away the rocks on top with her whip.
Swish! Boom!
In the moment the rocks were pulled out, 12 pure white tiger cubs appeared in front of them. Due to the poisonous mist, these 12 cubs seemed a bit weak. The tiger roars just now were obviously their last effort. However, Chao Chun looked surprised. In theory, Xiao Chang's poisonous mist should have covered the entire cave. Even if these cubs were covered by rocks, they shouldn't have survived. Thinking of this, Chao Chun couldn't help but take a closer look and found that the rocks around them seemed to be deliberately arranged to prevent these 12 cubs from running out.
Unlike ordinary frost tigers, they were completely white without black stripes.
The cubs looked ugly and did not appear as majestic as regular frost tigers.
Even their whole bodies seemed too weak. Could this be a biao?
Chao Chun thought to himself. It is said that when a tiger gives birth to 3 cubs, one of them will be a biao. Apart from the basic color of a tiger, the biao does not have black stripes, and it is born weak and ugly. Therefore, the mother tiger does not recognize this cub, does not feed it, kicks and bites it, and even abandons it in the wilderness where hungry wolves roam. Tigers are the kings of beasts, and the biao, being chased and abandoned by tigers, also becomes the enemy of all animals, suffering humiliation.
Therefore, biao often dies in infancy and rarely survives.
But once it survives, the biao becomes extremely fierce and brutal. Despite growing up in a hellish environment, it often starves, eating dry leaves, animal carcasses, gnawing on soil and rocks, and drinking dirty water. Despite having old scars and new wounds all year round, in order to survive, it has to learn to climb mountains, cross rivers, climb trees, and fight against larger and more ferocious beasts. And once they have enough strength, they not only seek revenge on the mother tiger who tried to kill them but also become the beloved siblings of the mother tiger. It can be said that the biao, as a creature, is born with revenge and resentment, a harbinger of misfortune in the world. It seems that because of this snowstorm, the mother tiger didn't have time to throw them out. Li Hani saw the appearance of the cubs and came to a conclusion. These newborn monsters, even if they are killed, will only give a little experience.
It's not easy for them to survive under the poisonous mist of the leprosy treasure. Shouldn't we just let them go? Li Hani sighed.
She couldn't bring herself to harm these cubs, especially considering their low experience level.
Let them go? Are you kidding me? These are valuable assets, far more important than experience.
They can be a significant combat force. Chao Chun turned his head, looked at Li Hani, and smiled slightly. These creatures born for resentment were treasures, whether for cultivating goo or as materials.
How could he let them go? Valuable assets? Do you want to raise them? These things are not easy to tame. Even if they are contracted by a spirit master, they wouldn't choose them. Hearing Chao Chen's words, Li Hani frowned. Due to her family background, she knew some things and didn't consider them good assets. Living biao is naturally not a good thing, but their souls, whether for me or for you, are valuable. I remember that after reaching level 5, professionals will learn their first talent skill. The first talent skill of a demon contract master is called Demon Transformation Infusion, a skill that can transform monsters into demons. And biao, with its inherent resentment, its soul is naturally the best material for cultivating demons. Don't pretend you don't know. This thing is useful to me too. Since there are 12 of them here, let's split them in half. As for the rest, do as you please. After speaking, Chao Chen ignored Li Hani's reaction, picked up 6 cubs, and put them into a white jade gourd. Some things only need a hint. As for what the other party will do, sorry, it's none of his concern. Once Chao Chen confirmed that these were biao, he made a plan. Although these 6 biao could be refined into an attacking gu called Tiger Soul Gu, Chao Chen didn't want to do that. He didn't like Black Iron level attack methods at the moment, so even if he had 6 more Tiger Soul Gu, it would just be icing on the cake for him. Therefore, Chao Chen planned to freeze them first, and when he reached the bronze stage and collected all the materials for the love and separation gu, he would add these tiger souls to it. By then, the love and separation gu, known as the second-tier top poison, would gain additional pressure and resentment from the biao under the influence of the tiger soul. Chao Chen was quite looking forward to it. On the other hand, Li Hani frowned as she looked at the remaining cubs. Indeed, she knew everything Chao Chen said, but she was very resistant to this talent skill. After all, to use this skill effectively, one must slaughter with it, summoning demons rather than something else. Therefore, she couldn't get past the hurdle in her heart. Using monsters for leveling up was one thing, but would killing them be too cruel? Li Hani, what are you hesitating about? Hong Jianjun walked slowly to her side, holding a large piece of meat, and first glanced at the cubs that were about to burp. Didn't my big brother say it? These things are inherently ruthless, and they can also increase your strength. Why wait? This is an opportunity. If it weren't for my lack of luck, I would have killed them all, Hong Jianjun advised while chewing on the meat. In his view, the higher Li Hani's combat power, the more comfortable his training would be this time. But Li Hani, hearing the fat man's persuasion, looked even more troubled. Dealing with some adult monsters might be acceptable, but these were just cubs. Stop hesitating. If you keep hesitating, they will all burp, and then you will end up with nothing. Moreover, by turning them into demons, aren't you giving them a chance for rebirth? Hong Jianjun's words reminded Li Hani that even if he didn't kill them, these cubs might not survive after some time. After struggling for a long time, Li Hani closed his eyes in pain, stretched out his right hand, and a formation emitting a strange purple light emerged under the cubs. Instantly, a series of mournful wails echoed throughout the cave. Seeing this, Chao Chen couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that Li Hani still needed more experience. Survival of the fittest was a fundamental principle, especially in a world where huge disasters could strike at any time. If he continued to be indecisive, he would not only harm himself but also likely harm his teammates. It was unexpected that even this principle understood by Hong Jianjun was still causing hesitation in this wealthy young lady. In comparison, Chao Chen felt that Xu Laoba was more proficient in this matter. Despite being a second-generation rich kid, he never hesitated when it came to such things. Outside, the blizzard continued, showing no signs of stopping. On the other side of the mountain, a group of snow apes were chasing a handsome guy holding a snow ape cub and a sissy. Weakening spell. Weakening spell. Li Wenbin, raise the shield. Curse spell. Stop chasing, brothers, Xu Die was wrong. Stop chasing, chase me instead. I'll kneel for you. Brother, which university are you going to apply to this time? Since the 3 of them couldn't leave, and Li Hani was merging with demons, Hong Jianjun seemed a bit idle and approached Chao Chen, asking casually. Watching the fat man act familiarly, Chao Chen realized that he had never really understood this fat man in the past 2 years. But it wasn't his fault, after all. Hong Jianjun was wealthy and had a somewhat pitiful personality. He was always surrounded by people trying to take advantage of him, so the 2 of them indeed had little interaction. Imperial Capital University. Chao Chen looked at the locator on his wrist and said lightly. He felt that this blizzard was not simple. Normally, since the school was going to conduct exams, they would definitely survey the environment beforehand. After all, this was the first trial for all high school students in H City, and the school wouldn't be so careless. After confirming that their location did not deviate from the designated location set by the school, Chao Chen became even more puzzled. What was wrong? Imperial Capital University? It seems difficult for me to get in with my profession. It looks like it's impossible for my brother to take care of me. Hearing Chao Chen's words, Hong Jianjun sighed heavily.
Indeed, Imperial Capital University also accepted students from the life department, but they were mostly professions like alchemists, weapon refiners, and strategists that were helpful in combat.
His logistics profession wouldn't be recognized by Imperial Capital University. Are you trying to rely on me?
Looking at Hong Jianjun's desolate expression, Chao Chen couldn't help but smile wryly.
They hadn't reached that level of familiarity yet. Honestly, I really want to rely on you. You see, your awakening is related to hidden professions.
Although Gu Master is recognized as weak, I can tell from today that you will definitely make a name for yourself in the future.
Actually, in my heart, there are no inherently weak professions. Sometimes it's just our bad luck. Like you, didn't you find the right way to use the Gu Master? Hong Jianjun leaned back slowly, sighed heavily, and said casually.
Chao Chen looked at him, feeling somewhat moved. He didn't expect that although Hong Jianjun awakened a life profession, he didn't seem to give up on himself. On the contrary, he was full of energy. Such a character would make a great friend. After all, this kind of personality, starting weak and becoming strong, was very much like a son of the world. Actually, the chef profession is about cooking, and food is meant to be eaten. Why don't you think about developing towards the support department? If the dishes you make can heal, recover, or even increase combat power, then you are more popular than so-called pharmacists. You should know that after reaching level 5, chefs can easily transform ingredients into food, while pharmacists need to prepare in advance. Chao Chen thought for a moment and gave Hong Jianjun a suggestion. This was inspired by an anime he watched in his past life. Although he didn't know if it would succeed in this world, but isn't there a guinea pig for experimentation? If successful, Hong Jianjun would soar, and in the future, he would have a reliable choice when forming his own team. If it failed, it wouldn't matter much anyway, as this fat guy didn't rely on this to survive. Therefore, this advice could also be considered a small investment for himself.
Damn, right, aren't those idiots who prepare potions also relying on the power of the materials themselves? Can't I rely on the power of ingredients?
As soon as Chao Chen finished speaking, Hong Jianjun was first stunned, then suddenly jumped up, his eyes shining brightly. And this remark also opened up his thinking, a path he had never considered before. Thanks for the reminder, big brother. I will go back and think about the feasibility of this method. Roar! Just as the two were chatting, a roar echoed through the entire cave. Lihani's tightly closed beautiful eyes suddenly opened, and she quickly struck 2 handprints towards the black mist. A black beast claw suddenly emerged from the black mist, revealing a monster with 2 meters in height, carrying 3 tiger heads on its shoulders, slowly walking out. 3-headed demon tiger LV-12, bronze grade, soul body, can be enhanced, strength, 113 speed, 72 spirit, 60 introduction, a demon born of resentment in the abyss, with a tiger head and human body. The resentment surrounding it can even affect enemies. The two stood up. Chao Chen first helped the somewhat weakened Lihani up, then used the Eye of Truth to check the information of the 2 3-headed demon tigers. Seeing the potential for enhancement and the outstanding strength, Chao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit envious. He didn't expect that Lihani could fuse such a demon with her innate talent on her first try. Not bad, much stronger than that succubus who shaved off 80 pounds of lust and was left with 2 pounds of rotten flesh. Congratulations, tablemate. Upon hearing Chao Chen's words, Lihani couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why did that sound so awkward? Looking at the 2 demons she had just nurtured, although the shadow of slaughtering the frost tiger cubs lingered, now it seemed acceptable. These were bronze-grade demons. With them, no matter which institution it was, she could easily pass the college entrance examination. Putting the 3-headed demon tigers back into her heart, with Chao Chen's support, Lihani slowly sat down by the fire, sighing heavily. Hong Jianjun, on the side, astutely handed her a bottle of water. After this blizzard passes, many ice hearts should appear in this area. After all, they thrive in snowstorms. By then, the 3 of us should have no problem completing the exam. To avoid thinking about what just happened, Lihani took a sip of water and said lightly, "Our coordinate teleporter can only hold up to 300 soul essences, so I estimate that in this area alone, we can complete it. After waiting for 7 days, we will be outstanding when we leave." Hong Jianjun also chimed in, having made this plan since ensuring their safety. It could be said that this blizzard crisis they encountered also provided them with an opportunity to quickly complete the exam. However, Chao Chen didn't think so. After all, this blizzard made him somewhat uneasy, and just to complete the exam, wasting 7 days seemed somewhat unworthy. So he shared his previous speculation with the other 2. Indeed, after listening to Chao Chen's words, Lihani and the others also began to ponder. This blizzard did seem a bit strange. From your perspective, things do seem a bit strange around here. At least some people I know who participated in this trial before didn't encounter such things, Lihani pondered and said lightly, showing that she was also clueless about it. If we think on a larger scale, I do know of a possibility. Hong Jianjun thought for a moment and uncertainly spoke up. My dad recently invested in a script that tells the story of this snow mountain, and my stepmother played a role in it. Legend has it that there is indeed a monster in this 1,000-year snow mountain that can trigger a blizzard. That is the sleeping ice dragon, Cassis. According to ancient records, 200 years ago, a dragon was born in the veins of this 1,000-year snow mountain, and the people of this place tribe called her Skasa. This giant dragon was born as a silver rank and in just a few decades, became a diamond rank powerhouse. According to ancient texts, Skasa can create endless blizzards with just one breath, and she values wealth as life. Anyone who tries to approach her lair will be frozen into ice sculptures.
Because Skasa was ruthless and unkind, 10 diamond-ranked powerhouses from the 9 provinces decided to eliminate her.
After nearly half a month of intense battle, these 10 diamond-ranked powerhouses paid with their lives, leaving her permanently injured. Since then, Skasa has been sleeping under the 1,000-year snow mountain until now. Hong Jianjun thought for a moment and then shared what he knew. Go on, Xiao Chen pondered and said lightly. Although it is a legend, one cannot deny the authenticity of this event.
Since we are clueless now, why not learn about these strange events? Maybe we can find some clues in them? That's all I remember.
It was when my stepmother was rehearsing lines and backgrounds in the living room. Hong Jianjun shook his head, showing no interest in this matter and his strained relationship with his stepmother.
This is still information about dragons. Weren't you interested in them before? Lihani frowned upon hearing Hong Jianjun's response, suggesting that as a professional, one should respect dragons regardless of their usefulness.
No, this was a script from an unknown playwright that my dad was asked to invest in.
My dad only has 2 attitudes towards such people: finding female actors and making money.
He doesn't care about the rest, even though he invested a large sum of money without even reading the script.
So, let alone me. Hong Jianjun shook his head, indicating that it was already difficult for him to remember these details. Do you know where they had their big battle?
Xiao Chen looked at the coordinate transmitter on his wrist, pulled up the map of the 1,000-year snow mountain, and asked Hong Jianjun. With nearly 6 days left, after collecting ice hearts, instead of hiding in this cave, they might as well go out and explore. Understanding Xiao Chen's intention, Hong Jianjun immediately brought up the map of the 1,000-year snow mountain and carefully examined it. After about 10 minutes, Hong Jianjun quickly pointed to a basin on the map.
Right here. I've heard descriptions from my stepmother.
After Skasa fell asleep, her original lair turned into a basin after the aftermath of the battle. In the entire 1,000-year snow mountain, this large area is the only one that fits this description. However, although this place is not too far from us, it will still take 2 days to get there, and it's already beyond the area designated by the school for us.
With that, Hong Jianjun frowned.
Before setting off, the school had made it clear that they were not allowed to leave the designated area. The Lord of the perennial snow mountain is only at level 19, so the monsters in the entire snow mountain are generally not too strong. Therefore, as long as we stay away from the Lord's location, there shouldn't be much danger. Xiao Chen looked at the area pointed out by Hong Jianjun and analyzed the overall strength of the monsters in this instance, then spoke. With the support of the Pingyuo Xiu sisters, as long as they don't encounter silver high-level monsters, he is confident he can escape from them. Therefore, Xiao Chen wanted to go and take a look. After all, this snowstorm seemed unusual this time.
If what Hong Jianjun said was true and there was an ice dragon's nest over there might be some opportunities nearby. Regardless of any high-level professionals, they all fought their way through instances.
Without a spirit of adventure, always thinking of protecting oneself, they are destined not to go far on this path. Of course, he wouldn't force Lihani and the others to follow him. If they disagreed, they could stay here and wait. Brother, you call monsters above bronze level not too strong, but we are only at level 5.
No, you are at level 5, I am only at level 4. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Hong Jianjun was first stunned, then somewhat shocked. Were hidden professions also inflated? He was only at level 5 and already didn't care about bronze level monsters. I think we can give it a try. Adhering to the rules will never lead to growth. Lihani was indifferent to this. Her first instance encounter involved a life-threatening situation, but it didn't discourage her. Instead, it ignited her fighting spirit. Moreover, she now had a contract with 2 bronze level 3-headed demon tigers. As long as they didn't encounter the instance's lord, even if they couldn't defeat other monsters, she should be able to escape. And she knew Xiao Chen's strength very well. Those 2 Pingyuo Xiu sisters had reached level 18, but in Xiao Chen's hands, they didn't even last a round. With this strong support, she naturally wanted to follow along, even just to broaden her horizons. If you are afraid, you can wait here.
This cave should be very safe. Xiao Chen didn't want to say much more. Everyone has their own aspirations, and he wouldn't force them.
No, I have to follow you. Hong Jianjun shook his head, saying with unusual certainty. There was no absolutely safe place inside the instance. He was just a life profession. If he stayed here, some monster might sneak in to seek shelter from the snow. Although it was dangerous to leave the school's designated area with Xiao Chen, it was even more dangerous to stay here. In comparison, Hong Jianjun felt he could handle it. Ding, gain 2 experience points. Xiao Chen, Black Iron Tier, Level 5, 540/600, Strength, 30 Speed, 37 Spirit, 146. After a night of rest, the massive snowstorm finally stopped near noon, just as the three had expected. After the snowstorm, this vast area was filled with newly formed ice hearts everywhere. Seeing this, the three didn't hesitate and quickly collected the exam materials. The terrifying killing abilities of the killer bee and locust insect poisons once again shocked Li Hani and the others. These things were nightmares for these low-level monsters. If Xiao Chen didn't consider them, the two of them probably wouldn't even be able to pick up a single monster. After half a day of searching and killing, the three had already completed the task assigned by the school, and Hong Jianjun had successfully reached level 5. It's a pity. If we could take all these ice souls with us, we would definitely be the first in the whole school when we go out. Hong Jianjun looked at the ice souls left on the ground, shook his head, feeling it was a waste. 3 people took a break, and Xiao Chen summoned Xiao Chang again. It would be difficult for them to reach the designated place in 2 days on their own in the cold and snowy terrain. Therefore, Xiao Chang temporarily acted as a means of transportation. The first time Li Hani and Xiao Chen sat on Xiao Chang, they were a bit fearful at first, given the many shocks the creature called Gu had given them. However, after sitting securely and feeling curious, especially when Xiao Chen released a barrier-like thing that isolated them from Xiao Chang's skin, Li Hani realized that the skin of this white toad was covered with poison.
Let's go, Xiao Chang.
Xiao Chen exhaled lightly, then patted Xiao Chang's huge head and quietly gave the command. Croak!
With a warm response from Xiao Chang, it leaped forward heavily, rushing ahead at an astonishing speed that even made Li Hani feel a slight sense of weightlessness. Abyss Toad killed a level 6 Snow Wolf, gaining 6 experience. Abyss Toad killed an 8th level Snow Ape, gaining 8 experience. Abyss Toad killed a level 7 Ice Snow Snake, gaining 7 experience.
Ding! Level up to level 6 Xiao Chen.
Black Iron Rank LV6, 32/800, Strength, 35 Speed, 42 Spirit, 160. Xiao Chang ran all the way, encountering various monsters on the road that wanted to attack. However, this did not stop its pace. Instead, they were directly poisoned to death by the toxic shadows released by Xiao Chang, all turning into experience points for Xiao Chen to level up. And so, the 3 people and the beast rushed towards the direction indicated on the map. If others were to see this scene, they would surely be shocked. After all, Xiao Chang's unusually large size and the fact that the monsters it killed were mostly reduced to skeletons, some even leaving no complete bodies behind, showed the intensity of its toxicity. When did such monsters appear in the 1,000-year snow mountain?
After a day and a half of travel, with occasional breaks for food and rest, the 3 people remained on Xiao Chang's back.
If it weren't for Xiao Chang's natural poison barrier blocking most of the cold wind, Li Hani felt he would freeze into an ice stick. Hearing a sudden mechanical roar not far ahead, Xiao Chen frowned. Their original purpose was to reach this place and see what was there. Unexpectedly, in this dungeon full of monsters, there was a sound that only modern machinery could produce. This further confirmed to him that the sudden snowstorm was definitely not that simple.
It seems someone has arrived at this place before us. Let's go and take a look, but be careful.
Listening to the sound ahead, Xiao Chen exhaled lightly, then retracted Xiao Chang and led Li Hani forward slowly. After walking about half a kilometer, looking ahead from behind a rock wall, they saw 3 men and women in black robes standing in the center of a basin, a huge mech working hard to cultivate the ground. 9 male and female students were tied up and lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious. A 3-meter deep pit was dug on the ground, and a building resembling an altar had been mostly excavated. Xiao Chen used the true eye on the 3 black-clothed individuals in front of him, and several pieces of information quickly appeared before him. Zhang Han, level 26, Mechanic Zhang Xiaohua, level 25, Fire Mage Taining, level 24, Shield Warrior. Looking at the levels and professions of the 3 individuals, Xiao Chen furrowed his brows. How could 3 silver intermediate professionals appear in the 1,000-year snow mountain dungeon, and they had even kidnapped students? This operation was clearly not for the Lord. Look at the clothes of those people on the ground, they seem to be from Yizhong. These 3 people are up to no good. Li Hani also saw the situation in front of him and whispered, "This major exam is a test for all students in City H, so it's not surprising to see people from other schools." But these three mysterious individuals feel somewhat ominous. They are preparing to sacrifice and summon the dragon soul of the ice dragon. Just as Chao Chen and the others were puzzled, there was a sudden movement in the snow not far away. The commotion almost made Hong Jianjun shout out, but fortunately Chao Chen acted quickly and covered his mouth. When they saw the appearance of the person climbing out of the snow, they breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be Xu Lo Ba and Li Wenbin. Lao Ba, what are you doing here? Looking at the two whose lips were already turning purple from the cold, Chao Chen appeared somewhat surprised. What exactly was going on here? Hey, don't mention it. It's all Lao Ba's fault. He took a liking to a snow ape cub as soon as we entered and insisted on stealing it. As a result, we were chased by a group of snow apes all the way. Not to mention the dangers, we almost died in that snowstorm. Li Wenbin appeared somewhat tearful at this moment. Their team had just entered the instance and hadn't even collected the ice spirits when they encountered the habitat of a group of snow apes. And Xu Laoba, upon seeing this, actually had the idea to steal someone else's cub. He immediately sneaked in to steal it, but was caught by the mother ape. The entire tribe was about to chase and kill them. The students with awakening life professions had never experienced such a situation. Before long, they all withdrew, so they were forcibly driven away by others until they threw down the cub to shake off the pursuit. I'll be damned, if it weren't for my wisdom and bravery, would you know that this is the dormant place of the ice dragon Skasa? Hearing Li Wenbin's complaint, Xu Loba spat fiercely, waving the animal skin in his hand, looking defiant. It turned out that when Xu Loba was stealing the cub, he found a peculiar-looking animal skin, so he brought it out as well. After the two escaped, they discovered that it was actually a map, along with the original owner's notes on the contents inside. This was an adventurer of the combat profession. After obtaining the map, he began to analyze it and, after more than 10 years of research, finally discovered some clues inside. After 10 powerful individuals severely injured Skasa, the ice dragon had been sleeping in the snowy mountains for thousands of years, and half of its power had formed a dragon soul to protect itself. Many professionals had come to search for Skasa's traces afterwards, but all returned empty-handed. Skasa seemed to have disappeared from this world. Due to the unique characteristics of the dragon soul, even many powerful beings higher in level than it could not destroy it. Therefore, the palace had to send out 2 geomancers to build an altar again and seal it. Upon receiving this information, the two immediately decided to abandon the idea of taking the exam and rushed over here directly to see if they could find any opportunities. After all, this was once the dragon's lair, and who knew if they could stumble upon some great treasures. However, upon arriving, they found that someone had already taken action, and they even witnessed several students being tied up. Chao Chen ignored the bickering between the two and took the animal skin from Xu Loba, examining it carefully. Through the adventurer's research, he found that the ice dragon Skasa had likely self-degenerated. After suffering such serious injuries, if it did not dissipate its power into a dragon egg, it would probably be enduring torment every moment. The dragon soul was just a diversion, the real Skasa must still be hidden underground. After years of erosion by the altar, this dragon soul was likely reduced to the gold level and hiding under the altar. By luring it out with blood and temporarily dispersing it, they could search for the dragon's den and possibly find the dragon egg that Skasa had degenerated into. But the luck of this adventurer was not very good. Originally, he planned to come here to search, but encountered an avalanche in the perennial snow mountain. His strength was greatly reduced. Later, while healing, he encountered a group of snow apes and was trapped in an ice cave by the monsters for 10 days. Therefore, shortly after recording these things, he returned in frustration. According to this situation, those 3 silver strongmen obviously also discovered this secret, so they made such a big move here. Chao Chen handed the animal skin to Li Hani and said solemnly, "So what should we do now? Should we go out and inform the school? After all, they have kidnapped students." Among these 5 people, Hong Jianjun is a life professional and also a weak fighter. Therefore, when encountering such a situation, his first reaction is to report to the school. Chao Chen did not pay attention to this, but instead looked at Su Laobai and the others, smiling and saying, "What about you? Any opinions?" Since Su Laobai and the other person have been hiding here for so long and watched the students being kidnapped, it is obvious that they never thought of going out to report from the beginning. Therefore, Chao Chen can be sure that these two must have their own ideas. "I think we can take a look first, in case things change." Seeing Chao Chen smile, Su Laobai immediately understood. This is the dragon's nest. In this world, dragons are symbols of strength and wealth. If someone can raid a dragon's nest and succeed, it means that their strength can quickly soar. So even though they are only at level 5 now, who can resist such temptation? Moreover, according to the animal skin records, the dragon soul has a certain combat power. If these 3 silver level masters really want to fight it, it won't be easy. so they may still have a chance. At worst, after they have looted and taken the big rewards, their group can enter the search point to collect some leftovers. This is the most basic respect for opportunities. As for those students who have been kidnapped, there is nothing they can do. Life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility are in the hands of fate. Even if they go out to report now and wait for reinforcements to arrive, it is probably too late. Su Laoba and the others will not foolishly rush in to be heroes. It's too risky, so they will see how the situation develops. If they can save them, good. If not, isn't there always some casualty rate in schools? Reality is sometimes so cruel. Chao Chen was very satisfied with Su Laoba's answer. It was as expected. Even in the era of everyone changing professions, many things are still up against fate. If you don't have this awareness, no matter what profession you awaken to, you probably won't go far. And now, such a great opportunity is right in front of them. This is something that cannot be sought after. If they give up for a few unrelated people, it's not in Chao Chen's character. When he saw the animal skin, Chao Chen had a plan. He was prepared to take everything here. What does it matter if they are silver level? As long as the dragon's soul is powerful enough, he is confident. After speaking, everyone looked at Li Hani. Hong Jianjun's opinion was actually not important at all, because in this team, he had no say, and Li Hani's opinion was the most important. After all, from the way she handled the incident with Biao before, Chao Chen was a bit worried about this woman. If she really followed Hong Jianjun's advice, killing her was not realistic, but he could knock her out and prevent her from participating in the following events. After all, even Li Wenbin understood this principle. If this wealthy young lady couldn't understand it, he wouldn't waste his breath. Why are you all looking at me? I have no opinion. Li Hani was first stunned, then said lightly. Just because she sympathizes with small animal cubs doesn't mean she can sympathize with people. You know, she grew up in a big family, where there were always conflicts, even among siblings. People in the family would not hesitate to stab each other with a knife, even if they were brothers. Otherwise, her personality wouldn't be like this now, and in front is the dragon's nest. This is a place where you can take off just by hearing the name. Can she let it go? Li Hani's thoughts are the same as Shu Loba's. Those people, save if you can, if not, forget it. They don't know them anyway. Okay, 4-0, all in favor. Hearing Li Hani's affirmative answer, Shu Loba smiled slightly and then nodded affirmatively. Hong Jianjun? Then the next action will be commanded by me. After all, I have been here for a long time and understand the situation better. Shu Loba volunteered. No, I think Chao Chen is more suitable. Li Hani shook her head. Among them, only Chao Chen has the highest combat power, and he never does things without certainty. Therefore, if someone is to be chosen as the commander of the plan, she would naturally recommend Chao Chen. As for Shu Laoba, sorry, it's better for her to do it herself than to let him do it. I also recommend my big brother. Hong Jianjun was directly ignored because of his previous proposal, but he didn't want to withdraw because of this, so he stood directly. Chao Chen's powerful combat power still shocked him when he thought about it now. The other side is 3 silver ranks, so he naturally trusts the strongest person in combat power. 5-3, then I will take the lead. Chao Chen smiled, seemingly repeating Shu Laoba's words, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Shu Laoba, seeing this, was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. Although he had never despised his brother for awakening a bad profession, what was going on? The famous school flower actually openly supported him? Clearly, isn't Chao Chen less handsome than himself? Moreover, by doing this, are you being fair to your fiancé? Chao Chen, you deserve to die. In Shu Laoba's eyes, the behavior of the two was definitely showing affection, which made him so angry that his teeth were almost crushed. Why should there be such a big difference in life? Boom! Just as the few people were discussing the plan behind the rocks, a violent explosion interrupted their thoughts, and they saw the huge robot in midair fiercely bombarding the ground. The huge energy made the altar buried underground completely visible. Alright, stop arguing. Hearing the violent explosion, Chao Chen frowned, then interrupted the conversation and quickly looked ahead. The strange altar had already appeared, and the mechanical boss, when completing the altar, shone with excitement, emitting a sinister laugh. It seems that the ancestors were right. Those two geomancers really set up such a magnificent feng shui formation here back then. But now, everything underneath belongs to us. Zhang Heng appeared extremely excited, not only confirming the ancestors' notes but also thinking that after obtaining the treasure of the dragon's nest later, his position in the organization could at least rise a few levels. Honey, don't be too happy too soon. Although so many years have passed, we don't know how much strength the dragon's soul inside still has. We must be careful. Zhang Xiaohua smiled charmingly, walked up slowly, looked at her husband, and cautiously reminded him. Whatever strength it has, we came prepared this time. These students have all kinds of blood types, and their blood can not only be used to lift the seal of the altar but also greatly seal the strength of the dragon soul. He Taining showed a cruel smile, then took out a bowl from the spatial ring and cut the wrists of several students fiercely. Swish! With the flash of the blade, a huge flow of blood spurted from the wrists of several students, but Taining didn't take too much, but took them one by one according to the proportion. If it weren't for the need to break the formation properly, he would have smashed these students directly towards the altar. After doing all this, Taining slowly walked up and fiercely splashed towards the dragon head at the center of the altar. Swish! The moment the fresh blood touched the dragon head, a flash of red light appeared in the huge dragon eye, and the blood stuck on it was quickly absorbed by the dragon head. Retreat! Boom! Seeing the altar shaking continuously, Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes, then shouted loudly, and 3 figures quickly retreated. The altar shook more violently, accompanied by a deafening sound, and the entire altar exploded instantly. A blue shadow burst out from under the altar. Roar! In the air, the blue shadow quickly dispersed, revealing a 100-meter-long giant dragon. The dragon seemed to be composed of blue ice crystals all over its body, with wings spread out reaching 80 meters in length. The whole body looked exceptionally majestic, with a horn about half a meter long on its head, distinct angular scales, and red pupils, showcasing the features of the giant dragon vividly. Ice Dragon Skasig Dragon Soul, Extreme Weakness, Gold Level, Strength, 580 Speed, 620 Spirit, 633, Talent, Affinity of Ice, a giant dragon born from ice, a natural king. Every appearance triggers a frenzy of the world's ice elements, as if worshipping its own king. Any ice spells in Skasa's hands are effortlessly controlled. Characteristic, Undead Talent, dragons cannot be killed, even if they have fallen. The remaining breath will gather into a dragon egg, and after several years, it will be reborn. Characteristic, XXXXX, Characteristic, XXXXX, Characteristic, XXXXX. I didn't expect this dragon's soul to be weak to the gold level, but its abilities are still terrifying. Looking at the data feedback from the true eye, Xiao Chen's breathing became rapid. Although he knew that the 2 characteristics described behind Skasa were about its original form and not this illusory dragon's soul, it was still shocking enough for him. The dragon race truly deserves to be able to contend with the gods. Just the 2 characteristics he could see were enough to prove the strength of the dragon race. Huff, huff, huff. With the appearance of the dragon soul, the previously stopped blizzard resumed, and the dragon soul stared at Zhang Hong and his group on the ground, emitting a low dragon roar tinged with anger. Haha, indeed, even such a powerful dragon soul cannot resist the erosion of the altar. Seeing the state of the dragon soul, Zhang Hong laughed wildly. Formation! Without much hesitation, Zhang Hong shouted, and Zhang Xiaohua and the others slowly approached him. At this moment, the basin began to shake violently, accompanied by the sound of cracking ice blocks, and 8 iron chains with huge sharp cones at the front end shot towards the dragon soul. Each iron chain was half a meter thick, and the rising momentum was like terrifying tentacles, with a burst of air-breaking sound. Anything it touched would likely shatter. Zhang Hong had spent all the savings of 3 people and spent 5 years refining it, all for this moment. As the iron chains burst out, his face, as a mechanic, showed a hint of paleness. After all, with his current strength, controlling such a huge mechanical device was a bit of a stretch. Crack, crack, crack. Roar! At the moment the iron chains touched the dragon soul, the front steel spikes easily pierced the huge body and locked it tightly, causing the dragon soul to erupt into a series of fierce screams. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dragon soul spread its wings, exhaling a deep blue breath into the air, instantly forming a huge magic array, and thick ice pillars fell rapidly, fiercely smashing towards Zhang Hong and the others. Boom, boom, boom. A huge light shield enveloped the 3 of them, resisting the terrifying ice cones with all their might. This was Tyrell's strongest defense skill, and at this moment, he was giving it his all. Third order flame art, flowing light fire. Zhang Xiaohua no longer hesitated, holding the staff in her hands, she shouted explosively, and 8 fierce flames ignited in the iron chains, shooting towards the locked dragon soul. With the oil dripping on the iron chains and the enhancement of the 3rd tier advanced magic, the terrifying flames seemed to melt everything around them together. What followed was a prolonged tug-of-war, with both sides betting on who would give in first. Xiao Chen, not far away, watched the stalemate in front of him, took a deep breath, thought carefully, and decided to launch an attack while the other side was relaxed. Otherwise, the huge level difference would make them passive, and now Xiao Chen had decided to use all his trump cards during this time. La ba, the stalemate shouldn't last too long, so listen to my command later. Regardless of which side wins, as soon as I give the order, convert all your magic power into a weakening spell and make sure to hit a target. Honey, follow me for a surprise attack. Li Wenbin, shield us.
Chao Chun thought for a moment and said solemnly. The few people glanced at each other and nodded heavily. They knew that this matter could not be taken lightly. Hong Jianjun on the side looked around, gritted his teeth, and then held a frying pan in his hand, his eyes full of determination. The Dragon Soul and Zheng Hong continued to confront each other. Every heavy ice pillar hitting the shield caused Taiping's body to tremble, and his originally rosy complexion gradually turned pale. He was just a silver-level shield knight, already far inferior to the Dragon Soul. If it weren't for the defense advantage of his profession and the blood restriction that limited the Dragon Soul's strength earlier, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Zhang Xiaohua in the shield also bit her lips, and she had already drunk 3 bottles of stimulating secret medicine to barely maintain the surging flames. The Dragon Soul on the opposite side was obviously in a desperate state at this moment. Steam kept emanating from its body, but even if it exerted all its strength, it still couldn't break free from the control of the iron chains. In desperation, it could only enhance its own magic output. However, the more it did so, the more its physical strength was consumed. With lower physical strength, it had no way to break free from the iron chains that were constantly eroding it, causing both sides to fall into a dead end. Roar! Crack, crack, crack. After a stalemate for about 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaohua fiercely bit her lip, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. She drank the remaining potion at her waist in one gulp. The excessive stimulation had already made Zhang Xiaohua's face twitch in pain. As the potion entered her throat, the originally red flames on the iron chains faintly revealed traces of black, and the temperature around them suddenly rose several degrees. With the black flames entering its body, the Dragon Soul, which had been struggling, suddenly froze, then let out a painful howl, and its entire body began to emit a cracking sound. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Along with the steam spreading around the Dragon Soul, in the white mist, the Dragon Soul stopped moving, the powerful magic array in midair disappeared instantly, and its entire figure began to become illusory. Roar! Another painful roar, and the entire body of the Dragon Soul shattered instantly, with ice blocks turning into nothingness under the terrifying high temperature. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face showed a miserable smile, her body softened, and she slumped to the ground. Success! Although Zheng Hong and the others had reached their limits at this moment, the excited expressions on their faces could no longer be restrained. The disappearance of the Dragon Soul meant that everything in this nest would be their spoils of war. And Taiping on the side also put away the shield, breathing heavily. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the 3 of them had just breathed a sigh of relief, they suddenly heard several sounds of air being cut beside their ears. Before He Taining could react, 9 black shadows instantly entwined him and dragged him fiercely backwards. Be careful! Zhang Hong, who was in the best condition on the side, saw the situation and his pupils suddenly contracted. He quickly summoned 2 humanoid machines to support, but 2 tiger shadows flashed past and hammered them fiercely, sending the 2 humanoid machines flying. After doing this, the 2 tiger shadows did not hesitate and pounced directly towards Zhang Xiaohua. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua dodged the attacks of the 3 demon tigers with a somersault, but a black spell had unknowingly hit her body, making her, who was already weak, feel as if her strength had been drained, and she could only let the 3 demon tigers grab her right shoulder and throw her fiercely. Seeing this, Zhang Hong hurriedly tried to intercept, but a black shadow in the sky made him startled. A huge toad descended from the sky, and if hit by its huge body, he would probably turn into a pancake in an instant. Boom! The abyssal toad heavily smashed towards Zhang Heng's direction, and when it collided with the ground, it produced a huge booming sound. Buzzing! The abyssal toad had just stabilized when a huge robot appeared in midair and smashed into its body fiercely. Boom! Another loud noise rang out, and the abyssal toad had disappeared from its original position, leaving a 2-meter-wide pit in the ground from the impact of the giant robot. Who are you? Zhang Heng's angry voice came from the giant robot. At this moment, his 2 companions were rendered powerless by the creature that had suddenly appeared, but he could not go to their aid because the giant toad was right in front of him, with a young man with a cold smile on its head looking at him. Chao Chen had been observing the situation from the beginning. When Long Hun was about to collapse, he had already summoned 9 flying head insects. When Long Hun disappeared and He Taining was relaxing his guard, he knew the time had come. The attack of the flying head insects went smoothly, all 9 heads hit the target simultaneously, and He Yangtai was already a dead man at that moment. Xu Laoba's weakening spell also hit Zhang Xiaohua, and now with Li Hani's demon dragging her, she was no longer a threat. Now Chao Chen only needed to deal with Zhang Hong. You're a dead man. Chao Chen exhaled lightly, then without further ado, he clasped his hands together in the middle, and a white jade gourd emerged, releasing endless black shadows that shot towards the giant robot in a suicidal manner. Finally, a red and a blue light shot out, spreading into the air. 2 figures flashed past, a fire dragon entwined with an ice dragon,
and they shot towards the direction of the attacking killer bee insects. Buzzing. Zhang Heng's fingers moved in the machine, and arcs of electricity emanated from the giant robot, turning the killer bee insects that had just approached into pieces of charcoal. But when Zhang Heng saw the appearance of the two women in midair, he suddenly let out a cry of terror. The Pinhua sisters. At this moment, Zhang Heng was shocked. How could the two lords of this dark forest appear here? And it seemed that they were being controlled by the young man in front of him. Although these two sisters were only at the bronze level, even if he was at his peak state, it would probably take some effort to take them down. But he had just used 90% of his strength to control Longhun, his mechanical equipment was almost depleted, and the giant robot he was riding on could not withstand the fierce attacks of the two sisters. Activate emergency escape program. As the fire dragon and ice dragon approached more closely, Zhang Heng took a gulp of potion and gritted his teeth. Boom! The moment the machinery in the deep abyss toad made contact, a thunderous sound rang out. Half of the terrifying machinery's body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, while the other half was directly shattered by the absolute zero-like low temperature. A blue light ball shot out from the machinery's brain, and the deep abyss toad, seeing this, suddenly spewed out a poisonous mist, instantly enveloping the light ball. Ah! Instantly, cries of agony echoed within the light ball and fiercely rained down towards Zhang Xiaohua. Li Hani, leave first! Chao Chen shouted loudly upon seeing the situation. Upon hearing Chao Chen's words, Li Hani glanced at the air and quickly withdrew the three-headed demon tiger and succubus, swiftly retreating. With a heavy thud, Zhang Heng fell to the ground. At this moment, his skin had already turned a faint purple, and if it weren't for his silver tier strength, he would have perished in mid-air just now. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, was not faring any better. Su Laoba's weakening technique left her with no room to fight back. The three-headed demon tiger and succubus were not showing any mercy, delivering painful blows that, if not for her physical resilience, would have killed her long ago, just like the dried corpse of He Taining in front. At this moment, the couple reunited, and Chao Chen's group slowly surrounded them. The flying head gu circled around Chao Chen, while the two sisters, Panoxiu, stood by their side. With their current state, attempting to escape was simply wishful thinking. Zhang Heng seemed to look at Chao Chen with a hint of fear in his eyes. The deep abyss toad was too massive, almost like a lord-level monster, yet standing behind Chao Chen, it was like a docile cat. The recently disappeared Panoxiu sisters seemed more like loyal guards, ready to execute any command with just a glance from him, resembling a master-slave relationship. If it weren't for the fact that the attackers were all wearing student uniforms, he would have suspected Chao Chen of being some humanoid boss. How dare you ambush us? Do you know who I am? Zhang Heng struggled to sit up, glaring at the people in front of him and said fiercely. They had indeed been careless this time in the ditch, but as long as he could delay for some time and recover temporarily, he could escape. Fortunately, the other party were just students. With their limited life experience, Zhang Heng was confident he could intimidate them. Who you are doesn't matter. Since the moment you kidnapped our classmates, you became our enemies. Our teacher said, when dealing with enemies, there's no need to be merciful. Upon hearing Zhang Heng's resolute tone, Chao Chen smiled faintly and said calmly. Since he wanted to play, he would play along, and the value of this couple was not just a matter of life. When he saw them, Chao Chen had already thought of a plan, albeit somewhat cruel, that would greatly increase his combat power shortly. Let me tell you, we are from the Dark Church. Since joining the church, we have been taking a secret medicine. If you kill us, a breath will linger around you, and you will face endless pursuit. Zhang Heng sneered coldly, casually fabricating a reason. In his eyes, although these people were already formidable at this stage, their mentality was still the same. If the roles were reversed, he would have snapped their necks before they could utter a word. As for the Dark Church, who knows what that is? The three of them were originally wandering cultivators, and even the term was something they had heard of by chance. With Zhang Heng's words, Su Laoba revealed a disdainful smile. Although these two had reached the silver tier, their deceptive methods were so outdated. Times have changed, and even elementary school students wouldn't fall for it. Is that so? Then it's going to be a bit tricky. Without waiting for Xu Laoba to expose, Chao Chen directly interjected and gave a signal to the crowd. Although Xu Laoba and the others did not understand why Chao Chen did this, they tacitly remained silent. After all, his performance just now was too amazing. Even Li Hani did not expect that the disappeared Pinhua Xiu sisters had actually been subdued by Chao Chen. This can explain why the Dark Forest did not continue to refresh. Originally, these lords were unique. Since the previous ones were not killed, new Pinhua Xiu would naturally not appear in the forest. With their current strength, not to mention defeating these two bronze-level lords in a head-on battle, even that toad could probably easily deal with them together.
After all, although the big toad looked a bit ugly and stupid, its endless means were chilling. Shulo Ba's gaze at Chao Chen became even more complicated. He knew before that Chao Chen did not give up on himself just because he awakened as a Gu master, but he did not expect that this profession recognized as the weakest would be so terrifying in front of his brother. In shock, he felt that he had unconsciously latched onto a big thigh. As for Li Wenbin and Hong Jianjun, at this moment, the two of them looked more like a pair of difficult brothers. The terrifying means of the Gu masters kept challenging their values. Here's the deal, I can let you go, but everyone knows the importance of this dragon's nest, so I need leverage from you that can ensure you won't leak it. Chao Chen stroked his chin and paused. I can let one of you go, but the other one has to die at the hands of the other. This way, we won't be hunted down, and the one who leaves won't reveal this secret. Chao Chen smiled and then threw a dagger in front of them. With some Pinyo Shio sisters nearby, he was not afraid of these two severely injured silver-level experts retaliating. I guarantee the reputation of H City No. 1 Middle School. What I say is absolutely valid. Zhang Hang and the others looked at Chao Chen, who was smiling, with great surprise. They did not expect such words to come from a high school student. Is he a demon? They were originally a couple, and this person actually wanted them to kill each other. Chao Chen, you. Li Honey, who was beside them, also seemed somewhat incredulous. In her opinion, it's one thing to root out the problem, but such means were too cruel, weren't they? Before Li Honey could finish, Chao Chen gently waved his hand, interrupting what she was about to say. You have 2 minutes to consider. If you can't make a decision by then, both of you will die. Chao Chen's voice gradually turned cold. Whether he could get what he wanted depended on these 2 minutes. Hearing this, the two trembled. From Chao Chen's tone, they could feel that he was not joking. Zhang Hong stared blankly at Zhang Xiaohua, seeing a hint of fear on his wife's face. No need to consider, we choose to die together. Zhang Hong let out a heavy sigh, then turned his face and said lightly. From this moment on, she knew how clumsy her lie just now was. The other party was not someone who could be easily deceived, and this was a devil. But to let him kill Zhang Xiaohua and save himself, sorry, he couldn't do it. Zhang Hong also believed that his wife, like him, would not do that. After all, they had come up step by step from the bottom. Upon hearing this, Chao Chen smiled, seeming somewhat disdainful. It seems like you don't have the right to make a decision for your wife. As soon as he finished speaking, a broken staff instantly pierced through Zhang Heng's chest. He lowered his head and looked blankly at the staff passing through his body, his eyes full of disbelief. I'm sorry. A strong dizziness struck, and the incredulity in Zhang Heng's eyes gradually turned into acceptance. He knew he was about to die. Flowers. He turned his head slowly, looking at Zhang Xiaohua, who was already in tears, with a faint smile. He couldn't help but call out his wife's name. Although he was somewhat puzzled and confused, Zhang Hong finally understood her. Zhang Xiaohua lowered her head, her eyes red, trembling all over, not daring to look directly at the man who had been with her all the way. I'm sorry. I want to live. Zhang Hong smiled slightly, his smile full of love, with no hint of hatred in his eyes. I understand. At the moment of death, memories played slowly in Zhang Heng's mind like an old movie. Since he was a child, he was an abandoned person. After his father died, his mother married into a small family, and soon his younger siblings were born. The whole family gave all their love to the new arrivals, while he, because of his status, was just a transparent figure. But even so, he had his own light in his heart, the red-haired girl next door. The girl did not mind his few words and loneliness, but instead comforted him repeatedly, like a big sister next door, not realizing she was 2 years younger than him. Soon, it was time for a career change, and it seemed that his deceased father was blessing him. Zhang Hong successfully awakened as a mechanic, a powerful advanced profession. Unfortunately, apart from a word of praise, he never received any feedback from his mother again. It seemed that as he grew older, he and this woman grew more distant. At this time, the girl disappeared, and overnight, their whole family disappeared without a trace. The light in Zhang Heng's heart also dissipated. By chance, he discovered his mother's diary and a notebook left by his father. Zhang Hong learned that his mother was taken away by his father, and the day his father died was the happiest day of her life. Perhaps because he was her flesh and blood, this woman did not abandon him, but instead kept him by her side, but this was already her greatest concession. From that night on, Zhang Hong left home, determined in his heart that he would become a legend in this world, and that everyone would kneel at his feet. Unknowingly, his youth had passed, and as a young man, he thought it would be nice to create a family, at least it would be very glorious. In the blink of an eye, he reached middle age, and he thought it would be good to join a family and become an elder. At the age of 35, he met the red-haired girl again, but this time it was in a hospital. Zhang Hong did not ask her how she had been all these years,
but spent his savings to help her heal her wounds, and helped her level up. Although life was still hard, there was finally hope in his heart. In order to better protect her, he began to study his father's notebook, hoping to find a way to become stronger. Zhang Hong wanted to reach out and touch Zhang Xiaohua's face again, but halfway there, his hand slipped down. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Hong, who had fallen into her arms, trembling as she touched his face, then sighed heavily. Yes, she loved him, but her past experiences made her choose to live on, even if it meant feeling guilty for the rest of her life. I have fulfilled your conditions. She raised her head gently, her eyes red as she looked at Chao Chen, trembling as she spoke. Yes, you have done well, but I am a student of Sanzhong. I'm sorry that you had to endure such pain before you died. Chao Chen sighed heavily, saying lightly. Xie. Crad raised an ice spike in his hand, fiercely stabbing into Zhang Xiaohua's chest, then lightly flicking it. A still beating heart flew out, but was instantly frozen, slowly falling into Chao Chen's hand. Zhang Xiaohua apparently had not had time to react before losing consciousness, slowly falling to the ground, their bodies embracing each other, blood flowing, like a flower on the other shore. Biono she slowly threw a fireball, and in the end, the two turned to ashes. Why? Chao Chen, what are you doing? The onlookers, who witnessed everything, seemed puzzled by Chao Chen's actions, wondering why he didn't just give them a quick death. You can think of the profession of Gu Master as similar to a necromancer, requiring many materials, and may involve some ethical violations. Chao Chen smiled, glanced at the others, feeling that he could trust these four people after spending time with them, so he felt the need to explain. The first poison of the second transformation, the Gu worms love to separate. The refining method requires a stock of vitality grass, 100 widow spiders, 100 red needle scorpions, and a beloved heart. There are two types of beloved hearts. The male heart induces hallucinations, and the female heart is the most poisonous. This saying comes from an ancient proverb. Throughout history, the most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. Actually, I also dislike this feeling, so after obtaining the materials, I will give them a quick death as quickly as possible. Chao Chen said lightly, if given the choice again, he would not regret his actions this time. After entering university, the dungeons they entered were truly dark. Sometimes, strangers could be more terrifying than monsters. Killing and looting treasures were common occurrences. Therefore, before taking that step, Chao Chen felt the need to strengthen his own abilities, because he feared death and wanted to reach the peak. With that, Chao Chen fell silent. Some things only needed to be said once. If they could understand, they would be his companions in the future. If not, they would part ways in the long road ahead. Tisk, damn it, Chao Chen, are you trying to become a major villain? But I've made up my mind to follow you, don't leave me behind. Su Laoba first hesitated, then came to Chao Chen's side and lightly patted his shoulder. He couldn't believe his brother was a bloodthirsty person. Since it was a professional requirement, some things were understandable. Just like the necromancer mentioned earlier, it might be terrifying, but there were many in the 9 provinces palace. After all, this world itself adhered to the law of the jungle. My profession isn't much better. I might end up becoming a demon in the end, so I have no opinion on this. Li Hani crossed her arms, pursed her lips. Although she was uncomfortable with the scene just now, it was just the reality of the future. Even villains need defense, so I'll be a shield of darkness in the future. Li Wenbin smiled. Due to his personality, he had never been ridiculed since childhood, so he took things more lightly. Then I'll be a chef of darkness. Hong Jianjun glanced at the 3 people and quickly said. He had finally found a chance to rise, so how could he let it slip away? Alright, enough with the darkness talk. This is clearly a bright opportunity. Facing failure means accepting the consequences of failure. These students aren't dead yet. Bandage them up and send them out of the dungeon. We were high school classmates after all, we should show some compassion. After dealing with this, we need to explore the dragon's nest. If we delay, it won't be good for us. Chao Chen smiled. He suddenly realized that there didn't seem to be any good people in this team. He didn't agree with the terms like villain or darkness. He was clearly a person of great love. Upon hearing Chao Chen's words, the others nodded lightly, helped the students who had fainted, stopped the bleeding on their wrists, and then poured healing potions from their backpacks down their throats. They found the confiscated teleporter from Hater's backpack, sent them out of the dungeon, and why they returned to school while unconscious was not something Chao Chen's group needed to consider. After all, anything could happen inside the dungeon. Due to time constraints, Hong Jianjun couldn't showcase his cooking skills again. The group casually ate some dry rations and then headed towards the altar. Because of the destruction caused by Zhang Hong and his group, the altar is now broken. After clearing the rubble, a deep pit is revealed. A long staircase runs through the pit, and looking down, one cannot see the bottom. When going down, be careful. I will have Pinuo provide light,
and you can follow behind.
Looking at the seemingly bottomless pit, Chao Chen exhaled lightly and said, "After all, this place used to house a dragon. Even though it has been sealed for many years, what unknown things are inside cannot be guaranteed. Therefore, it is better to be cautious in all matters." Without much hesitation, following the Manhwa sisters leading the way, Chao Chen descended, with Lihani and the others following their footsteps into the endless darkness. The stone staircase appears to be man-made or part of the seal, winding along the stone wall with a deep cliff in the middle. After walking for nearly an hour, the group reached the bottom of the cliff by the stone staircase. With a giant fireball spell from Manhwa, Chao Chen finally saw the surroundings clearly.
The entire bottom of the cliff is about the size of 5 football fields.
From the almost corroded murals and various weapon slots around, it can be seen that this huge dragon's lair must have contained various treasures and powerful weapons in the past.
It looks like everything inside has been taken away. There is nothing left. Shulaba quickly walked around and found the dragon's lair empty, not even a piece of gold in sight, feeling somewhat disappointed.
It makes sense, considering that 300 years ago, someone went to great lengths to seal Skasa and even built an altar.
How could they have left the treasures inside untouched? Even with the dragon soul guarding, that thing is ultimately lifeless. As long as someone holds it back, emptying the place would not be a problem, right? Lihani is not as obsessed with wealth as Shulaba and the others.
She carefully observed the nearby murals and made notes, especially the dragon script, which holds high research value in the outside world. For her, treasures are important, but if there are none, she won't force it.
Do you think Zhang Heng and his group, knowing about the seal here, are unaware that the treasures inside have been taken away? Chao Chen looked at the huge dragon's lair and lightly touched the nearby stone wall. From the moment they descended, he had no expectations of finding anything on the surface. Let's not underestimate the people from before. After all, sealing Skasa at such a cost, and building an altar, how could they have left the treasures untouched? Even if the dragon species falls, it will not die but transform into a dragon egg, waiting to be reborn when the power is enough. If there is something most precious in this dragon's lair, it is definitely not the so-called treasures but Skasa itself. For a wild creature like a dragon in a dungeon, there are only 3 ways to tame it in this world. The first is to awaken the hidden class of dragon tamer. This class is a natural enemy of the dragon race. Even if the dragon tamer's strength is 2 levels lower than the dragon, with the class aura, the dragon will still submit to it. The second way is to crush it with absolute strength and forcibly enslave it, but this is not guaranteed. Every creature has its pride, and some dragons, even if defeated, would rather dissipate on the spot than accept human enslavement. Moreover, those with such strength probably wouldn't be interested in enslaving a dragon. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to seek the help of a dragon. But there is an exception, the third method, having an unhatched dragon egg. Whether it is a young dragon or a powerful being that has turned into a dragon egg due to death, during their incubation period, they are all unconscious. As long as you can find a dragon egg and carefully nurture it, at the moment it hatches, there is a high probability that the young dragon will recognize you as its master. Even if this dragon used to be a powerful being, the reason for this method comes from that vast legend. Moreover, this legend is still alive. Originally just awakening as a novice warrior, picking up a dragon egg in a black iron level instance, relying on the giant dragon hatched from it, has now become a general in the 9 provinces. Chao Chen believes that when Skasa was sealed, those experts must have searched for Skasa's dragon egg, but did not find it. After all, the dragon soul had been existing before that. Chao Chen, did you not mention Skasa's dragon egg? But does that kind of elusive thing really exist? Shuloba is truly the person who understands Chao Chen the most.
From his tone of voice, he knew what his brother wanted to do. However, if they could find that thing, it would be a great opportunity. If they could really see that thing today, he would kneel down and call it Dad. Whether there is or not, we just need to search.
Did we spend such a huge price just to return empty-handed?
Since Zhang Heng can be so sure, it proves that there must be something inside. Whether it is a dragon egg or not, Chao Chen must search this place today.
Big brother is right, everyone understands the principle of not leaving empty-handed. Since we are here, let's search carefully. If there is really nothing in the end, then we will take down this mural and take it with us. Hong Jianju nodded in agreement. Although he did not expect to come across a dragon egg, it would be good to take something with them, right? Just like his old man going fishing, if he couldn't catch fish, he would steal a dog, if he couldn't steal a dog, he would catch a chicken, and if nothing worked, he would pick vegetables. If there was nothing, he would drink some pond water before leaving. So, what do you want to do? At this moment, Lihani's attention was also drawn from the dragon text and turned to Chao Chen. This man is now the core of this team, so she highly respects Chao Chen's decisions. Chao Chen looked around again. Since Skasa itself was a giant dragon born from ice and snow,
if she wanted to regain her strength, she had to rely on ice elements. Once the dragon egg absorbs the ice elements of this 1,000-year snow mountain, there will definitely be traces. They currently lack a mage who can accurately capture this trace. Thinking of this, Chao Chen turned his gaze to Lair. Lair was originally a mage specializing in ice magic. At this moment, it would be best for her to determine where the ice energy here is the strongest. With this in mind, Chao Chen quickly gave Lair an instruction in his mind, and the crazy mage opposite her understood it. She slowly raised her right hand to her chest, gently closed her eyes, and a faint light blue halo spread out from her body, rapidly expanding around her. Lair's actions also caught the attention of Lihani and the other two, who walked slowly to Chao Chen's side, watching the busy mage in front of them with great interest. Although she had changed into a different outfit and was not as revealing as before, the close-fitting nun's attire added a hint of ambiguity to her temperament, making the Pinot sisters more subtly sexy than their previous blatant seduction.
Chao Chen, what are you doing? Xu Laoba had been watching for a long time, apparently unable to figure out what Lair was planning to do.
He turned his head, looked at Chao Chen, and expressed a hint of doubt.
Looking for something, can't you see?
Chao Chen glanced at Xu Laoba and said lightly.
Although Xu Laoba's mind was a bit simple, as a good brother, he would not despise him for it. After all, which father would despise his son for not making progress? Lair, can it still be used like this? Xu Laoba raised his eyebrows.
To every professional, these two sisters were like a towering mountain in front of them when they first awakened, and cruelty was their synonym. For every professional who had not reached the bronze level, going to the dark forest was their nightmare. Unexpectedly, here, Chao Chen actually used it as a dragon-seeking ruler? Functionality, just develop it and it will be there. After chatting for 5 or 6 minutes, they saw Cracks slowly open his eyes, then looked at Chao Chen and pointed to the right,
leading the way ahead.
Soon, everyone arrived at a huge stone wall, on which was carved a magnificent throne, and a huge ice dragon sat on the throne, overlooking a large group of monsters, with various treasures and weapons among the monsters. Krat directly ignored the majestic mural above, took out his staff, tapped on it, as if confirming something. Before long, she floated slowly to Chao Chen, like a little cat ready to show off to its owner, pointing at the mural with a look of certainty in her eyes. Chao Chen raised his eyebrows, walked slowly forward, touched the heavy stone wall, and lightly tapped it. Perhaps because the stone wall was too heavy, he did not find out whether it was hollow inside. Since Krat could confirm that there was something strange about this stone wall, he naturally believed it.
Could there be some mechanism nearby?
After touching the smooth mural again, Chao Chen felt that dealing with these things that purely played with his intelligence was too troublesome, so it was better to just break it with violence. Thinking of this, Chao Chen slowly stepped back.
Li Wenbin, raise a shield.
Back to the crowd, Chao Chen narrowed his eyes and said lightly to Li Wenbin. Although Li Wenbin did not understand what Chao Chen meant, he nodded and waved his long sword, quickly enveloping everyone in a transparent shield. Seeing this solid shield, Chao Chen still felt uneasy, so he ordered Krat to use magic to build a transparent ice wall in front, and then summoned the white jade gourd. Buzz! Chao Chen gently tapped, and a black shadow burst out of the white jade gourd, and a large group of locust goo were instructed by their master to instantly pounce on the wall, using their hard teeth to crazily gnaw. These locust goo, after being strengthened by Chao Chen again, had teeth as hard as steel. Although their food was not these stone walls, as long as Chao Chen ordered, these terrifying locust goo would crazily devour in a suicidal manner. As for the shield and ice wall, they were naturally to prevent any mechanisms inside the stone wall. After all, although this was called a dragon's nest, it was also the place where Skasa fell, more like a tomb. Therefore, it was better to be cautious, which was never wrong. Crack, crack, crack. Along with the sound of gnawing and the cracking of stones, the once magnificent mural, now emitting dust, quickly collapsed. The beautiful painting quickly collapsed, turning into a pit and continuing to devour inside.
Well, if this thing wants to dig a tunnel, I'm afraid a large number of people will be unemployed this year.
Han Jianjun swallowed his saliva, looking extremely shocked. His family was in the coal mining business, so he knew very well how difficult it was to move these seemingly huge stones. After all, to create a reasonable tunnel, precise calculations were required, which was not something that could be achieved through brute force alone. And these terrifying locust goo, unexpectedly could easily gnaw through it, and so perfectly at that. The locust goo consumed nearly 6 to 7 meters continuously. Suddenly, a faint mist appeared from the stone wall, carrying a chilling coldness that caused many locust goo to turn into ice shards and fall to the ground. Chao Chen frowned at the sight, but instead of retracting the locust goo, he increased the output of the insects.
Crackling, boom, whoosh.
Locust goo continued to fall from the stone wall, but their consumption speed increased. As a layer of stone soil collapsed, a fierce cold air burst out from the collapsed area.
Wherever it passed, a thick layer of frost instantly formed. Boom! A fire dragon rushed down from mid-air, colliding heavily with the cold air. In an instant, endless water vapor spread out, filling the nearby space. The one who took action was the flame mage, Pinocchio, who was observing the situation on the side. Hissing, the two forces struggled for nearly 5 minutes. After the water vapor dispersed, a secret room formed of ice came into view, not much larger than the empty nest, spanning about 500 meters in total. In the middle lay a huge ice dragon, devoid of life but exuding a terrifying aura that hinted at its past as a king. In front of the giant dragon lay a small pile of treasures emitting a pearl-like luster and several pieces of equipment scattered on the ground, their splendor not diminished even in the cold secret room. Damn! This is the ice dragon Skasa. We've really found it. Shuloba's gaze had become somewhat dull, staring at the terrifying dragon corpse, almost unable to speak. Even the usually composed Lihani, upon seeing the scene, was equally shocked, as the biggest treasure in the dragon's nest had appeared before them. Chao Chen exhaled lightly at the sight, confirming that only perseverance leads to rewards. Gazing at the massive dragon corpse, he faintly felt that Skasa's treasure could bring a qualitative leap to his strength. Suppressing his excitement, Chao Chen ordered Clar to retract the ice wall in front of them. Alright, stop daydreaming, let's go in and take a look. The group entered the secret room, where the temperature had dropped further. Fortunately, Pinocchio had thoughtfully ignited a huge fireball nearby, or someone like Shuloba might not have been able to endure the cold for long. Chao Chen simply glanced at the scattered treasures and equipment on the ground, not rushing to examine them closely, as he did not see Skasa's dragon egg among them. Except for Lihani, Shuloba and the others seemed unaware of this, with Li Wenbin quickly picking up a handful of jewels, rubbing them carefully as if seeing his long-pursued idol. Shuloba was vigorously smashing a piece of ice because it held a dark golden staff frozen on it, a valuable item judging by its unique appearance. Stepping forward, Chao Chen gently touched the dragon corpse's body. He had already used the true eye to investigate upon entering, but the usually accurate true eye, which had a near 100% success rate, did not provide any feedback at the moment. This puzzled him, as he observed the scales on the dragon corpse, which, though exceptionally hard and beautiful, felt somewhat illusory to him. Even a dead dragon's body parts were highly prized materials, so why couldn't he detect anything from this one? Lihani, do you understand the characteristics of dragon eggs? After some thought, Chao Chen turned to Lihani standing nearby, asking in confusion. This woman comes from a big family, she must have more exposure to things than herself. Now she can't figure out this problem temporarily, so Chao Chen asked for Lihani's opinion. I have only seen some ancient books, and I have only seen real dragon eggs in pictures. Logically, a dragon egg should be at least 3 meters in size. If it is really in this secret room, it should be easy to find. Lihani shook her head. Although the Li family has a certain history, there has never been a strong person in the entire family who can control a dragon, so she is not familiar with these things either. Is the dragon egg definitely an egg form in the world? Chao Xiaochun touched his chin and asked slowly. He always felt that there must be something strange about this dragon corpse. Of course not. There are many types of dragons, and their dragon eggs are also different. The most obvious one is the bone dragon's cub, which is actually nurtured by a magic array similar to a black hole. There are also soul dragons, they do not have dragon eggs, but are born as cubs. Lihani was slightly stunned, then said lightly. Many books have descriptions of dragons, and they are extremely popular in this world. Is that so? Could this dragon corpse be the egg of Skasa? Chao Chen whispered. After confirming once again that the scales and other parts on the dragon corpse were not materials, he took a deep breath and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Since this dragon corpse is not a material and takes up so much space, he decided to refine it to see what secrets are inside. Pinhua Xiu, use your strongest power to burn this dragon corpse. With Chao Chen's command, Pinhua Xiu lightly tapped her right foot, flew into the air, placed the staff horizontally in front of her chest, and murmured a low spell in her mouth. 9 huge orange fire dragons burst out from the magic array behind her, fiercely hitting the dragon corpse. The bursting temperature even evaporated the century-old ice in the secret room. Oh my god, Shield of the Holy! Li Wenbin felt the suffocating heat, quickly drank a potion, activated his talent skill, and instantly wrapped up the treasures on the ground. He knew that things like gold could not withstand such high temperatures. Shuloba and Hong Jianjun also gave up smashing the ice blocks and ran under the shield, looking at the dragon corpse already engulfed in flames, not knowing what Chao Chen was up to. Lihani didn't say much when she saw what Chao Chen was doing, she just used her demonic power to envelop the two of them and waited quietly. Crackle! After burning for nearly 10 minutes, the dragon corpse, which had been persisting, finally showed some movement.
With each crack and the faint blue light quickly converging towards the heart of the dragon head, a burst of cold air even surpassed the temperature of the terrifying flames. Buzz! Boom! Seeing this, Chao Chen narrowed his eyes and ordered Pinuoshio to increase the output of the flames. With the buzzing sound, the flames and cold air struggled for another 10 minutes, until a thunderous roar was heard. The entire ice dragon exploded instantly, endless blue light gathered, a dragon egg made of azure ice crystals and a blue longsword appeared in front of everyone. Along with them appeared a giant scythe and a black sacrificial robe. Chao Chen, quickly go up and drop your blood on the dragon egg. Li Hani was shocked by the scene and shouted urgently. The moment the dragon egg was exposed is its weakest moment. If a professional drips their own blood on it at this time, the bond between the dragon and its master will be stronger during hatching. As for why she asked Chao Chen to go up, it is because the most precious thing in Skasa's treasure should have originally belonged to Chao Chen. Although no one mentioned it, it was unanimously agreed upon. After all, without Chao Chen, they would never have been able to find this dragon's nest. Not to mention Zhang Heng's checkpoint, they wouldn't have been able to pass it. Hearing Li Hani's urging, Chao Chen felt somewhat relieved, which also proved that he had not misjudged these three people. Without hesitation, he withdrew his flames, relying on Crass' flying ability to instantly bring himself in front of the dragon egg. Chao Chen lightly cut his forehead, a few drops of dark red blood flew out. He fiercely flicked it, and the blood instantly flew onto the dragon egg, being quickly absorbed by it. After doing this, Chao Chen took out the remaining slave insect from the white jade gourd, crushed it fiercely, and sprinkled the debris onto the dragon egg. As long as it was tainted with the scent of the insect, he could put the dragon egg into the white jade gourd, nurturing it with the gourd to accelerate incubation. The scent of the slave insect would make it more loyal, completely suppressing any thoughts of betrayal. After waiting for nearly 15 minutes, a faint sign of life pulsated in Chao Chen's mind. This sudden reaction made him extremely excited because it meant that the dragon egg had unconsciously accepted him and established a bond. In this way, as long as he waited for the dragon egg to hatch, he would become a professional with a dragon. Thinking of this, Chao Chen suppressed his excitement, then summoned the white jade gourd and gently retrieved the dragon egg and the somewhat pale-faced Krat for nurturing. The previous cold was too strong, even Krat had exerted all his strength. Taking off the three pieces of equipment in midair, Chao Chen came to the others and first glanced at the shocked three people, sincerely thanking them. Under the temptation of the dragon egg, Li Hani and the others were able to resist their greed. Not to mention some experts outside, even some old monsters probably wouldn't be as generous. These three were just high school students, yet they could be so magnanimous. Therefore, Chao Chen felt that they could indeed be called partners. Hey, why are you being polite to your old man? Being able to see your son grow up, as a father, I am deeply gratified. Although Shu Laoba's eyes were filled with envy, he did not feel jealous. Instead, he was happy for Chao Chen. In his eyes, their friendship was more important than the dragon egg. This is what Big Brother deserves. I am very clear about my own abilities. This was said by Hong Jianjun, who was originally a life-oriented professional. He was already happy to see such an opportunity and a clear path for the future. Although I am also envious, I am more interested in treasures and the like. Li Wenbin grinned, a smile from the heart. Among these four people, even though Chao Chen now only had one person left in his family, he still held a huge inheritance. Therefore, his family conditions were the worst. Although his family could barely support him, he had a deep obsession with money. Moreover, although Li Wenbin's character had some flaws, he was the most reasonable among them. If something wasn't his, he wouldn't force it. We are partners, Li Hani exhaled lightly, saying calmly. She wouldn't say much, so the weight of these partners was already clear. Since that's the case, I won't say much more. Let's start dividing the spoils now. Take a look at these equipment pieces, take what suits you, split the treasures evenly. With these resources, I believe the five of us can achieve good results in the college entrance examination without much difficulty. Chao Chen smiled slightly, placed the equipment in his hands on the ground, and asked Krat to help collect the equipment on the ground. Due to the temperature of the flames just now, those frozen items had already been fully revealed. With little effort, the few of them collected them all. Although there were many things to look at, the actual collection consisted of only a huge shield, a red long sword, a staff, 2 armors, 2 pairs of shoes, and a dagger. However, the quality of these equipment items all reached platinum level. It can be said that each of these items, if placed outside, would be considered priceless. In addition, there were 3 pieces of equipment and 6 space rings that Chao Chen took from beside the dragon egg. Presumably, these were the most precious collections of the ice dragon Skasa in the past. Since that's the case, then I won't be polite. Su Laoba rubbed his hands, directly grabbed the dark gold staff, and cast an identification spell. Blood Moon Melting, Platinum Level, Attribute, Dark enhances the casting speed of professionals and strengthens 80% of skill attack power. Looking at this dark gold staff, which looked like an ancient spear, Su Laoba was extremely excited. Both the attributes and appearance were very suitable for Su Laoba's weak mage profession. Li Wenbin also didn't hold back, taking the huge shield in his hand. As a shield warrior by profession, although this platinum level shield concealed a fire attribute that didn't match his light skills, it was a treasure for him now.
Hong Jianjun thought for a moment.
Because he was a life profession, anything could be said to be suitable or unsuitable for him. After much thought, he finally took a piece of black armor. Seeing that Li Hani had not made a move for a long time, it was probably because these things were not suitable for her profession. Since there were still so many items left and they wanted to divide them equally, they decided to first identify the quality of the equipment. Giant Armor, X2, Platinum Level, Dark Attribute, crafted by the soul of a giant, it can absorb damage. As the level of the professional increases, the amount of damage absorbed also increases. It can absorb damage higher than one level above the professional's own level. Limit, Platinum Level, Wind Spirit, X2, Platinum Level, Wind Attribute, made from the feathers of the wind spirit bird, it contains the wind language skill, which can instantly increase the professional's agility by 50 points within 15 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Flame Giant Sword, Platinum Level, Fire Attribute, rumored to be the sword of the Flame Demon, it comes with a flame attribute that can double the damage of the professional's fire skills. Limit, Platinum Level, Alu's Dagger, Platinum Level, no attribute, Hero Alu's Dagger, containing a white paper-like intelligence spirit that changes with the professional's attributes. Limit, Platinum Level, looking at the equipment on the ground, Chao Chen sighed. The attributes of these equipment items were almost all top-notch and treasures for them. After some thought, Chao Chen gave the Flame Giant Sword to Li Wenbin, the other set of giant armor to Su Laoba, and threw Alu's Dagger to Hong Jianjun. Classmate, since there is nothing here that you need, why not take a look at these 2 pieces of equipment? With that, Chao Chen handed the black scythe and his ink-colored sacrificial robe to Li Hani. The entire scythe was black, with only the blade part being red, and the top adorned with a red eye, looking extremely eerie. Which Agalu's braided scythe, Platinum Level, can grow, Attribute, Dark, one of the weapons of the hell which Agalu, a symbol of the Lord Demon, forged by the tortured, can be activated by spells. There is a chance to summon the soul of the tortured during battle, and the soul disappears after releasing the fire of hell once. Which Agalu's sacrificial robe, Platinum Level, Attribute, Dark, the robe worn by the hell which Agalu during executions, a symbol of the Lord Demon, contains intimidation towards demons, naturally possessing a deterrent effect, can absorb damage, and as the professional's level increases, the amount of damage absorbed also increases.
Platinum restriction. Taking the 2 pieces of equipment handed over by Chao Chen, Li Hani couldn't help but take a deep breath. These 2 pieces of equipment could be said to be completely from hell, and they were a perfect fit for her profession. Although wearing them might change her aura drastically, the improvement in her own combat power was simply a qualitative leap. Thank you. Li Hani smiled softly. Obviously, these were distributed according to individual attributes by Chao Chen. As for the remaining pair of shoes and the ice sword, Chao Chen accepted them himself. After all, there were no people here who used swords as weapons, and according to the attributes of the ice sword, it was not suitable for anyone, including himself. Ice Dragon Skasa's Ice Breath Blade Platinum, can grow, sealed, ice attribute, the weapon forged by the Ice Dragon Skasa from its dragon body, exclusive to the giant dragon. Therefore, when Chao Chen saw this sword, he knew its owner. Although he only took a pair of shoes, he was still very satisfied with this harvest. After all, the majority of the treasure was in his hands. Next, let's find a way to take away these treasures. There were no objections to Chao Chen's distribution, and the next step was to distribute these treasures. Among a pile of things, besides gold and jewelry, there were some materials left, because they also found 6 space rings, each with nearly 20 square meters of space, making it easy for several people to divide the treasures. Due to his profession as a Gu master, Chao Chen took more materials. Among them, there were not only some rare exotic animal fur and bones, but also some rare plant seeds. For example, the devil vine and kingflower were very suitable for training plant-type Gu worms. Soon, the 4 of them divided the small pile of treasures clean, each person's face filled with smiles, because there were 2 extra space rings. After discussing, based on the principle of more effort and courtesy to the ladies, Xu Loba and the others gave 1 ring to Chao Chen and Li Hani respectively. However, Li Hani, citing the acquisition of 2 powerful equipment, gave the ring to Xu Loba. After all, the 2 pieces of equipment she obtained could also make him stronger. After all, both of them were dark attribute professionals. Xu Loba didn't know what being polite meant, and immediately took the ring and put it on his finger, looking like a monkey that had won the right to mate. After carefully collecting everything,
When Li Hani had recorded all the murals, the group left the treasure site. By the time they reached the surface, the sky had already turned pitch black. Although the fierce blizzard had stopped, the environment of the 1,000-year snow mountain was still harsh. Chao Chen looked at the bodies already covered by snow, slowly walked over, and thoroughly searched for useful things on them. Although the three of them couldn't come up with a space ring, the equipment on their bodies should be worth a lot of money when sold. After doing all this, Chao Chen summoned Xiao Chang again. After the three climbed onto Xiao Chang, they carefully observed the surrounding environment. He planned to cause an avalanche here, burying the remnants of the dragon's nest and the bodies of the three. This was necessary because although the 1,000-year snow mountain was a school instance, there were definitely many adventurers exploring outside. Not cleaning up here could potentially bring trouble, and causing an avalanche was the quickest way. The snow on the 1,000-year snow mountain never melted, so as long as it was covered, unless someone specifically came to search, this secret would be buried underground forever. Thinking of this, Chao Chen summoned the white jade gourd and slowly infused his own power into it, because breaking through the stone gate had basically consumed all the locust goo, and it would take some time for them to recover. Therefore, injecting one's own power can accelerate the recovery of goo worms. Buzz! Two dark shadows flew out of the white jade gourd again. The locust goo and the killer bee goo flew out together, bursting out from the edge of the nearest cliff. Kraft followed closely behind. With the synchronous vibration of these 4,000 goo worms devouring the support point, and Kraft's continuous output using the moonlight goo, it is believed that the ice-covered cliff will soon collapse. Boom! The goo worm's attack lasted for almost half an hour, and a rumbling sound came from the front. The terrifying force of nature rushed towards Chao Chen like an ancient behemoth, heading in his direction. Sit tight! Croak! A stream of light quickly flashed into the white jade gourd. After Krat returned to his position, Xiao Chen, without caring about the locust goo, quickly commanded Xiao Chang to rush towards the direction of the tiger's nest. Xiao Chang ran wildly in the snow for most of the night, escaping the pursuit of the avalanche, and also feeling shocked by Xiao Chen's bold actions. After all, everyone felt like they had experienced a life and death race. Because Xiao Chang had already memorized the way back, he returned to the tiger's nest much faster. By noon the next day, dragging his exhausted body, he slowly sat down in the tiger's nest. After yesterday's intense stimulation, even Xiao Chen felt a bit tired. After eating a few bites of dry food, Xiao Chen released Krat again and built an ice house in the cave to effectively isolate the sound for the puzzled Shulaba. Letting Li Hani take the innermost position, everyone casually tidied up the ground and closed their eyes to rest. Ding! Level up to level 8, Chao Chen. Black Iron Tier, LV8, 870/1200, Strength, 48 Speed, 62 Spirit, 210 With the destruction of a snow ape tribe, Chao Chen skillfully commanded the flying headgoo to collect the dropped materials. For all materials with cold ice attributes, Chao Chen did not let them go, all stuffed into the white jade gourd as materials for hatching dragon eggs. Since returning to the tiger's nest, after a brief rest, everyone planned to make the most of the time to improve their levels. And because of the equipment and Xiao Chen's goo worms, after a simple discussion, they decided to level up by hunting in the hunting area. With the advantage of equipment, Li Hani and the other two had no objections, and because of Xiao Chen's terrifying methods, they decided to split up and head in different directions, returning to the tiger's nest at night. Xiao Chen had no objections to this, and even kept Pinyu Shio by their side in case of any accidents. After several days of slaughter, everyone had broken through the level 8 barrier, breaking the record of school training. After all, in the past 300 years, no student had reached level 8 in their first official training. We have 3 hours left until our training ends. What are your thoughts after we go out? Back by the fire, Li Hani sat with his knees hugged, looking at everyone and slowly speaking. Hong Jianjun held a few pieces of roasted meat and shared them out. Besides Chao Chen, Hong Jianjun had gained the most from this training. After returning to the tiger's nest, with Chao Chen's guidance, he tried to integrate food with various buffs. In just one day, he created dishes that could restore energy. In the following days, he made healing roasted meat, mana-recovering roasted meat, and blood-boosting roasted meat. Apart from some niche auxiliary skills, this fat guy unexpectedly played with these roasted meats to create a whole series of auxiliary skills. Even Chao Chen couldn't help but admire, could this fat guy really be the son of destiny? Of course, we are preparing for the college entrance exam. We have had such a great opportunity this time. I believe we can all get into the Imperial Capital School. By then, we can team up together. After all, after entering university, to conquer some large dungeons, it is necessary to form a team. Su Laoba chewed on the barbecue and said loudly, "Indeed, if we all enter the same university, that's how it should be." Chao Chen smiled. After entering university, besides the main courses, the most important thing is dungeon leveling. However, university dungeons are not as simple as high school. Many times, students must form a team, cooperate with each other, in order to survive inside. In a team, besides output, there is defense and support. Currently, these 4 people meet the most basic requirements, and after going through so much together, they trust each other. Originally, with my profession, it was a fantasy for the Imperial Capital University, but with 2 pieces of equipment, now I can give it a try. Laba, indeed, not even the heavens allow us to be separatedly. Wenbin blushed and slowly approached Su Laba. Get lost. It seems that the Imperial Capital University does not accept chefs, but now I am equivalent to a support class, so I can give it a try. The most difficult part here is probably Hong Jianjun. He is originally in the life profession, and not even an advanced profession like an alchemist, so he doesn't know if the Imperial Capital University will accept him. But Big Brother can rest assured, as long as we all get in, I will definitely not hold back. Hong Jianjun took a bite of barbecue fiercely, as if he had made an important decision. He has figured it out. Only by following this team can he have a chance to turn his life around. So he must seize this opportunity. It's just the Imperial Capital University. If he can't get in through the college entrance examination, he can just ask his old man to donate a couple of buildings. As there is not much time left before the end of the exam, Xiao Chen and his group gave up the plan to level up outside. Instead, they gathered together, discussing their future thoughts. As each idea was spoken out, time slowly passed. When they received the coordinates teleporter prompt, they slowly stood up. With Su Laoba's operation, the 7-day journey finally came to an end. When they opened their eyes again, Xiao Chen had returned to the familiar playground. However, unlike when they set off, there were medical personnel standing by the teleportation array, and ambulances were parked around. Those spirited students seemed to have changed when they came out. Upon seeing familiar classmates and teachers, some couldn't help but burst into tears. Some were ragged, emaciated from hunger, and some were even carried away by medical staff as soon as they walked out of the teleportation gate. Who knows what they experienced in those 7 days inside? Xiao Chen didn't care about the situation. He had his body checked by a doctor, and then slowly followed Li Hani and the others to the task submission location. The one registering was an old man with white hair. He went through this scene every June, so he was used to it. Zhang Dingding, level 5, 10 ice crystals, 90 points, excellent Sun Taodao, level 5, 12 ice crystals, 92 points, excellent Gu Xiaoxiao, level 5, 8 ice crystals, 88 points, excellent Zhang Sanfeng, level 6, 20 ice crystals, 100 points, excellent. The old man was evaluating the ice crystals in the coordinates teleporter, giving scores to the students one by one. In fact, this exam was very simple, and there was also an implicit rule. Students who could stay inside for 7 days would get 80 points, and each ice crystal was worth 1 point. With a score of 98 points, they could choose some excellent universities for the college entrance exam. After all, it was their first time entering a dungeon alone. Achieving this level was already very good. In fact, on the first day of the exam, there were countless people who gave up, including some combat professionals. Looking at the students' grades, the old man was quite satisfied. This year, there were 10% more materials submitted than in previous years, which means that 1/10 more people can choose higher-ranking universities. The person named Zhang Sanfeng also left an impression. He awakened as a wind mage, and in an environment like the 10,000-year snow mountain, there was some blessing. It was reasonable for him to achieve such results. He was indeed a good seedling. Taking the teleporter from Xiao Chen's hand, the old man looked at the name and was puzzled. Xiao Chen? The student who awakened as a Gu master? He raised his head slightly, looking at the handsome young man in front of him, feeling a bit regretful. Such a handsome young man, what a pity. But since he could come to submit the materials, it proved that he had also worked hard. Well, if he only has 1 or 2 ice spirits later, I'll use my authority to give him an extra 2 points. After all, he is also a hidden profession, right? Slowly placing Xiao Chen's teleporter into the device showed a line of text after a slight delay. Xiao Chen, level 8, 300 ice spirits, maintaining a neutral record of Shuiyunji. Information has been transmitted to the official website of Jiuzhou University. Hiss. A mechanical voice made the old man and the others next to him stunned, followed by gasps. Level 8. 300 ice spirits? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. This dam, could it be a problem with the machine? Students achieving such results were not unheard of in the school, as every 10 years or so, students would awaken to higher or hidden professions. Therefore, if these students performed exceptionally well after their first training, their results would be directly transmitted to the college system, indicating that they were already designated as students of the capital university. And these results were mainly based on level and ice spirits.
Each teleporter could carry 300 ice spirits, which was already the limit, but there was no restriction on the level. Generally, reaching level 7 was considered a sure thing. Level 8 was usually achieved by powerful hidden professions, and although Chao Chen's Gu Master profession was unique in the world, the limitations of that profession were well known. So how could one not be shocked by this situation? Damn, Chao Chen actually reached level 8. And you call this the weakest profession? He's almost directly designated for the capital university. Ah, I see, it must be because of Lihani, he must have clung to someone's thigh. The once quiet submission area suddenly erupted with exclamations, curses, envy, and jealousy, as if everyone couldn't believe their ears. Seeing this, Chao Chen didn't say much. He had already guessed the current situation before coming out, and he couldn't be bothered with it. In the old man's shocked gaze, Chao Chen took back his report card, stood aside slowly, and waited for Xu Laoba and the others to submit their tasks. The old man sat in his chair and took a deep breath, then took Lihani's teleporter. Obviously, he had not yet recovered from the shock just now. Lihani, level 8, 300 ice spirits, maintaining a neutral record of Shuiyunji. Information has been transmitted to the official website of Jiuzhou University. What the hell, another one? Lihani's results almost made the old man jump up. What the hell was going on? Even last year's Shuiyunji, the students who teamed up with her didn't have this kind of situation. After carefully checking the machine and confirming that there was no problem, the old man seemed to accept reality. The wailing on the side became even louder, and some people were almost grinding their teeth. See, I told you, that Chao Chen definitely clung to someone's thigh. It's unfair, why don't I have such luck? And the commotion here also caught the attention of the Academic Affairs Office. The plump director of teaching walked over with a puzzled expression upon hearing the report from the old man. He seemed to be in a daze. Su Laoba, level 8, 300 ice soul, holding the record of Ping Shui Yunji. Information has been transmitted to the official website of Kyushu University. Li Wenbin, level 8, 300 ice soul, holding the record of Ping Shui Yunji. Information has been transmitted to the official website of Kyushu University. Hong Jianjun, level 8, 300 ice soul, holding the record of Ping Shui Yunji. Information has been transmitted to the official website of Kyushu University. It was 3 almost identical broadcasts, seemingly accepting reality. Apart from the exclamation that grew louder each time, there was no different voice in the whole venue. The director of teaching held the report card of Chao Chen and his group, his hands trembling slightly. After careful inspection, he raised his head and asked in a trembling voice, "Are you all from the same team?" Looking at the director of teaching's incredulous expression, Su Laoba raised his chest proudly, smiling. "Yes, we are indeed from the same team. Through the efforts of all of us, we have achieved this result through hard work. Here, we are very grateful for the guidance of the teachers, the care of our classmates, and thank my mom." Su Laoba appeared exceptionally proud, although most of the effort in the instance was made by Chao Chen. But he knew that his brother didn't like to take credit, and he had specifically instructed before coming out, so he decided to take this opportunity to show off. "Ha ha ha, well done, young men, the future is promising." With Su Laoba's affirmation, the director of teaching was first stunned, then burst into laughter. The results of Chao Chen and his group would definitely be reported on the Kyushu official website, and they were still students of Sanzhong. This director of teaching would surely bask in their glory. Perhaps, before long, the position of vice principal would be his. Damn, this is a sure political achievement. Bah! Su Laoba, you have no shame at all. Who doesn't know that Li Hani awakened as a demon contract holder? With such results, you are clearly riding on someone else's coattails. Do you not feel guilty saying this? Exactly, you put in effort, standing there to take credit? Eternal War God, right. Damn, Hong Jianjun has reached level 8, if I had known about this 300,000, I would have sold everything to participate. Boss Hani, can you take me with you? Wow, why am I so miserable? If I had known, I wouldn't have come out. Although the director of teaching was extremely excited, the students on the side seemed to see through the essence of the matter. This was clearly a team of one leading 3, and Su Laoba, this shameless person, was clearly here to show off. And that voice crying in extreme pain was Pan Yuan Yuan. Although she was eliminated early, she came over today to join in the fun, and this shocking news made her extremely frustrated. Both being in the life department, why did Hong Jianjun have such an opportunity? Life is unfair. I'll beat you monkeys, dare you question your father? Hearing the waves of questioning, Su Laoba glared, retorting immediately. But what followed was even more intense mocking. On the other hand, Li Hani, who was beside him, felt somewhat uncomfortable being praised. She knew very well that achieving such results was entirely due to Chao Chen.
In other words, she was also one of those who rode on someone else's coattails, so Lihani felt inexplicably guilty. Giving a glance at Chao Chun, who was watching the scene like a bystander, she clearly wanted him to come out and explain, which was completely impossible. This made her purse her lips. Chao Chun smiled slightly at the scene before him, indifferent to the so-called compliments or doubts. The splendor of one's life lies in pursuing their dreams in the process, without seeking approval or disappointment from others. So-called doubts or compliments have no impact on one's pursuit. The so-called glory is fundamentally just an illusory halo. Why let them entangle oneself and become stumbling blocks to achieving more? The farce lasted for nearly half an hour, and if it weren't for the headmaster coming to his senses, fearing it would affect the submission of materials, it might have lasted even longer. After receiving their report cards, Chao Chen and the other four left the submission office, preparing to go home and rest, as the most important college entrance examination was just half a month away. Those who have had good luck, even if you are now at level 8, what's the point? You should consider which university to choose. The capital university is not a place where your profession will have no effect. Just as Chao Chen walked out of the school gate, he ran into Zhou Yuanlong, the son of a wealthy family who had reached level 6 after some adventures, and his grades were also good. Although Chao Chen felt a bit jealous, he realized that all of Zhou Yuanlong's achievements were due to his childhood sweetheart, which made Zhou Yuanlong feel much better. After all, Chao Chen's professional limitations meant that even if he reached level 8 now, he would have no chance at the capital university. And these top-tier institutions test separately during exams. He believed that if Chao Chen wasn't foolish, he wouldn't apply to such schools. What's it to you? Hearing Zhou Yuanlong's sarcasm, Chao Chen didn't care and replied disdainfully. The two were not familiar, and he didn't want to waste words on Zhou Yuanlong. As long as Zhou Yuanlong didn't interfere with his affairs, Chao Chen wouldn't mind burying him later. Watching Chao Chen's back, Zhou Yuanlong was first stunned, then his face turned red with anger. When had a noble son of the Zhou family been so ignored by someone? At that moment, Zhou Yuanlong had decided that no matter what, he would teach this arrogant person a lesson. Back in the neighborhood, Chao Chen quickly opened the door, summoned the Pinocchio sisters to clean the house, then took his account book and began his rent collection journey. After running through almost a whole building, except for the girl next door who only paid the previous month's rent, the other tenants were very cooperative. As for the girl's inappropriate suggestion, in the end, Chao Chen decided to postpone her rent for the month and only charge for utilities. Damn, your boyfriend is away on a business trip. Why not come in and stay for a couple of days? What a predatory remark. Summoning the dragon egg, feeling the increasingly strong fluctuations inside, Chao Chen nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, he believed that the ice dragon would hatch in less than 3 months. After finishing various trivial tasks, Chao Chen took a comfortable bath and then fell asleep. In the following half-month, Chao Chen seemed somewhat idle, except for meeting Lihani every day to study musical instruments and entering dungeons for exploration. His days were quite fulfilling. Today, nothing to do, study musical instruments with Lihani, explore dungeons with Xu Loba. Today, nothing to do, Lihani, learn to play the flute. Nothing to do, play the flute. Meanwhile, at Hong Jianjun's home, a strong conflict erupted between father and son. What did you say? You want to apply to the capital university? Are you full and idle? Hong Tao sat on the sofa, looking incredulous, his fat body occupying almost a third of the sofa. Although his son had surprised him at school, Hong Jianjun's words today left him puzzled. Being a life chef by profession and applying to the top combat academy, isn't that a joke? Moreover, the dungeons are so dangerous, he only has one son, how could he let him take such risks? That's right, I think I can give my profession a try. Hong Jianjun appeared unusually confident. These days, he has been continuously innovating, not only making it easy to preserve the sausages he researched, but also possessing black iron level healing and mana replenishment abilities. Moreover, they are very delicious, so he feels that those crappy potions are nothing compared to his own skills. I disagree. You have a major in the life profession. Just graduate from a regular university and come back to inherit the family business. Why bother with all this effort? Upon hearing his son's words, Hong Tao let out a heavy sigh and immediately refused. Dad, this is my dream. Nonsense dream. Do you not know how dangerous dungeons are? I have only you as my heir. Then have another child with one of your mistresses. That's nonsense. I'm with them out of pure love. This family business was meant for you. Having another child won't make them compete with you in the future. Chao Chen. Black Iron Tier, LV9, 220/1400, Strength, 52 Speed, 70 Spirit, 272. After half a month of training, Chao Chen not only practiced the bone flute skillfully but also raised his level to 9, just one step away from the maximum level. And at the moment of reaching level 9, Chao Chen also comprehended the first talent skill of the Gu Master profession. Generally, when professionals reach level 5, they can comprehend their first talent skill, but for hidden professions, no one knows the rules for comprehension.
Some professions may comprehend it as soon as they awaken, while others may not appear until after level 5.
However, it can be confirmed that before breaking through level 11 and entering the bronze tier, one will definitely comprehend a talent. The first talent skill of the Gu Master is a 9-word mantra.
Spirit Dart Unite Resolve Heart Split Zen.
This sounds similar to the Taoist 9 secrets of the past life. All fighters are arrayed in front, but it is a method of controlling Gu.
Spirit Word Decision can transform Gu into soldiers. The higher the realm, the higher the weapons that Gu can transform into. When cultivated to the extreme, even ordinary grass Gu can be transformed into divine weapons.
Dart Word Decision, a method of Gu insect combat. It can increase the host's combat will. The deeper the host's combat experience, the more Gu insects can be enhanced. Unite Word Decision, a secret method of Gu insect healing. Spitting out the Unite character charm during battle can instantly restore all the strength of the Gu insect. It is related to the level of the practitioner and can restore a Gu insect of the same rank at most, limited to 3 times a day. Unite Word Decision can instantly increase the combat power of Gu insects tenfold, with a 9-fold strength stack, but the probability is uncertain, meaning it can be triggered from time to time, completely based on luck.
Resolve Word Decision can instantly resolve abnormal states of Gu insects.
Heart Word Decision enhances the formation composed of Gu insects, theoretically increasing the intensity 3-fold. Split Word Decision. This is a secret technique for sharpening the perception of professionals. When encountering Gu insects with special skills, a soul fragment can be torn out to enhance control. Zen Word Decision. Unknown, insufficient level of the professional. Looking at the introduction of talents in his mind, Chao Chen appeared extremely excited. Even after subduing Skasa, he had never been so thrilled. Unexpectedly, the first talent skill instantly provided him with so many means. With this, he was no longer solely relying on Gu insects in battle, but had become a presence fighting alongside them. Although these 9-word mantras are still used for Gu insects, with them, he could help enhance the combat power of Gu insects, rather than standing by like an idiot watching them fight. Most importantly, if he were to study them carefully, he might be able to comprehend a killer move based on Gu insects.
This is the most precious existence.
After studying the 9-word mantras for most of the night, although he stayed up all night, Chao Chen did not feel particularly tired. Checking the time, today was the day of the high school trial, but their test for applying to the Imperial Capital University was not on the school field.
Therefore, after washing his face, Chao Chen planned to go to school and take a ride in the car.
When they arrived at the school, many classmates had already arrived. Each prestigious university had set up a small stall on the playground, and the admissions staff were constantly manipulating machines or an empty space stage. Chao Chen was planning to find the school bus when he saw Li Hani and 3 others walking towards him. Morning, Chao Chen. Xu Luoba quickly came to Chao Chen's side, patted his shoulder, and smiled brightly. Due to his excellent grades, when he returned home, his parents almost treated him like an ancestor.
Xu Luoba had been enjoying this comfortable feeling deeply for the past half-month, almost losing himself. As for Li Wenbin, his treatment was similar. After all, the saying "a noble son from a humble family" seemed to have come true for him. As for Hong Jianjun, according to his words, he had been competing with his father in wits and courage. After persistent persuasion, his father finally agreed to his request, and this exam was just a formality. Take this hidden stone. With it, unless someone has professional equipment or advanced detection skills, no one can see your information. Li Hani walked up slowly and handed a black stone strung on a rope to Chao Chen. Due to the influence of the dragon's nest, their equipment was basically platinum level, so it was necessary to prevent anyone from getting greedy. Therefore, after Li Hani reported the situation to his father, the Li family spent a considerable amount to obtain 5 hidden stones. Thank you.
Chao Chen smiled and accepted the stone. He didn't need to refuse Li Hani's kindness, as they were now considered a team. Moreover, he understood the principle of cherishing a jade ring and feeling guilty more than anyone else. After chatting for a while, the class teacher hurried over and urged the 4 of them to get on the bus quickly. It was only on the school bus that they learned why the capital university was conducting the exam in a separate area. It turned out that after Chao Chen and his group's scores were transmitted to the system, it caused a sensation in various cities. Such perfect scores were not unheard of, but each city had never seen anything like it. 5 students from one school achieving full marks in the trial exams made the mayor, who was originally recuperating, leave the hospital that day. It was said that he couldn't stop talking about it at the provincial meeting. Moreover, whether it was 3rd middle school or other schools, the awakening rate this year had increased by more than 15%. Although there were no hidden professions, various advanced professions were emerging. As a result, there were an unusually high number of students from H City who applied to the capital university and passed the screening. Therefore, the capital university decided to increase manpower from H City and set up a separate examination venue to complete the testing in one day. According to the laws of JoJo, the college entrance examination could only be conducted in one day, so the capital university had to take responsibility for the students. Students, especially our class, I believe that each of you is outstanding. Passing this simple test should be quite easy, so don't be nervous, the class teacher said excitedly on the bus. After all, this shocking event that shook JoJo originated from his class. As the class teacher, he was basking in the glory, expecting a promotion and a raise. The school bus drove for over an hour, passing through the city and a dense forest, until a vast wasteland appeared before them. After getting off the bus, many staff members were busy, and Xiao Chen could clearly see the principal in a well-fitted suit, chatting and laughing on the stage, showing no signs of illness. As the exam stage was not yet set up, everyone could only wait on the side. Soon, students from 8 middle schools gathered, and Xiao Chen estimated that there were at least 500 people participating in the exam. It seemed that indeed, as the class teacher had said, the situation in H City this year was explosive. After waiting for about half an hour, the teachers began organizing the queue. After speeches from various principals and admissions staff, the exam officially began. The entrance examination of the Imperial Capital University is divided into 2 types, with the first stage being physical and mental checks. This is the basic process for all colleges' admissions, and only in the second stage do they begin to differentiate. Candidates from the auxiliary department go to different examination venues according to their professions. Pharmacists practice medicine, therapists test treatment intensity. Special occupations have a special examination room, with questions set by 4 teachers from different disciplines. As for the testing of combat occupations, it appears more brutal. With a total of 10 arenas on the field, candidates compete with invigilators, and passing 20 rounds qualifies them. These invigilators are mostly experts at the silver tier. Crossing 2 tiers, enduring 20 rounds in the hands of invigilators, should we speak up? This rule is truly cruel. Xiao Chen listened to the memories scattered on the stage and couldn't help but smile, believing that these invigilators should be measured in their actions. Otherwise, passing 20 rounds would be a dream. Because this rule has significant loopholes, these invigilators are basically temporary recruits, and none of them are locals from City H. Li Hani chimed in on the side, saying that the school has perfected the rules to the extreme for fairness. The students slowly handed over their personal information and waited for testing according to their numbers. Just then, a young man in silk attire, holding a fan, walked slowly towards Xiao Chen. Because the students were seated in designated positions, Zhao Hao's gaze seemed somewhat condescending. You must be Xiao Chen. I didn't expect a waste occupation to pass the Imperial Capital University's review. But do you really think that passing the review means you can enter the school? Xiao Chen raised his head, furrowing his brows lightly. He was sure he didn't know this person, and judging by the badge on his chest, he should be an invigilator. Why would he suddenly come over to provoke him? Oh, is this invigilator looking down on our City H candidates, so he came over to show off? Zhao Hao's actions made Xiao Chen inexplicably annoyed, so he deliberately raised his voice, aiming to attract attention around him. Although he didn't know what this person was up to, as long as he dared to continue along with his words, someone would naturally come to deal with him later. Indeed, Xiao Chen's voice drew the attention of those around him. Many people looked over in unison, including some teachers. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Zhao Hao's gentle smile instantly froze. He didn't expect that just after saying a few words, this person would cause such a commotion. Could it be that Xiao Chen really wasn't afraid of offending the examiners? He was one of the most ardent pursuers of Shui Yunji. This goddess had caused a sensation on campus since she entered the Imperial Capital University. Not only because of her beauty, but also her formidable strength. Even though Shui Yunji was only a sophomore now, her strength surpassed most juniors and seniors. Zhao Hao was fortunate to be in the same class as this beauty. From the moment he saw Shui Yunji, he vowed to marry no one else in his lifetime. As more information about the goddess was unearthed, everyone was surprised to learn that she was already taken by a senior high school student. This news angered her suitors, and it could be said that Xiao Chen had already attracted a lot of attention while still in high school. When it was heard that Xiao Chen had awakened as a Gu master, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, only to find out that his information had passed the Imperial Capital University's review. Surprisingly, Zhao Hao had obtained the qualification to invigilate in City H just before the college entrance examination. At that moment, he vowed that he would never let Xiao Chen pass the exam. Little brother, you've misunderstood. This person is naturally silent. I think he just came over to care about the candidate's well-being. As Zhao Hao was thinking of ways to find a way out, a rough voice came from behind, and a beautiful woman in a white nun's dress walked slowly.
Zhao Hao, even if you are a member of the student union, do you know the consequences of openly threatening candidates?
Wang Gang sneered at Zhao Hao beside him, saying coldly. From the moment he walked over, Wang Gang noticed him. She felt extremely disgusted by Zhao Hao's behavior, but for the reputation of the school, she had to come out to help him out.
Humph.
Hearing Wang Gang's words, Zhao Hao snorted coldly, then shook his hand and turned to leave.
Little brother, I didn't expect you to be Chao Chun. It seems you've had a hard time today.
Wang Gang looked at Chao Chun, smiled slightly, and said lightly. Unexpectedly, this customer who had some acquaintance turned out to be Chao Chen. From the previous transactions and the situation that passed the review, this person seemed to have some big secrets.
Sister Wang Gang, are you also a proctor for this exam?
Hearing that rough voice and seeing that angelic face, Chao Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the owner of that small shop to be from the Imperial Capital Academy.
I'm just a substitute, and I shouldn't be needed in the auxiliary department over there.
Wang Gang smiled mysteriously and said lightly,
Sister, what did you mean by that just now? I don't think I offended them, did I?
Since there was an acquaintance, Chao Chen naturally wanted to understand the situation in front of him. He wanted to know when he had unknowingly picked up trouble. Of course, you didn't offend them, but your identity and name are quite famous at the Imperial Capital Academy.
Wang Gang smiled slightly.
Come on, little monkey, give sister a seat, and I'll tell you a story.
Taking Xu Laoba's seat by force, Wang Gang slowly whispered about the matter of Shui Yunji.
When she mentioned the name Shui Yunji, Chao Chen had a bad premonition.
Unexpectedly, this nominal fiancé could really cause trouble for himself. I'll trap him, so that damn guy won't target Chao Chun, right? After listening to Wang Gang's narration, Xu Laoba was first stunned, then eagerly said, The examiner is openly targeting, and you guys don't care?
Li Hani frowned, obviously also worried. How to care? The rules are like this.
Walk under the examiner's hands for 20 rounds. Moreover, when they come over, these examiners are all randomly selected. In theory, they won't target anyone.
Wang Gang pursed her lips and said lightly.
She didn't have a good solution to this.
After all, the power of the proctors was indeed too heavy, but the school had tried its best to be fair in many things.
But the exam also needs a limit. If Zhao Hao really exerts too much force, he can completely appeal that this exam doesn't count and request a retest. But let's see how much you can make him use.
After thinking about it, Wang Gang came up with a compromise.
Alright, I won't disturb you anymore. It's too eye-catching for me to stay here. With that, Wang Gang got up and left. Chao Chun, what should we do now? Xu Laoba hurried to Chao Chen's side and quickly asked. He didn't want Chao Chen to be eliminated unfairly. Li Hani and the other three also came over, seemingly wanting to discuss a solution. What's the rush? It's just a silver level, right? Haven't we killed before?
Now that he understood the situation, Chao Chen no longer had any doubts.
Since Zhao Hao wanted to target him, he didn't mind showing all his strength and fighting him. Xu Laoba's comforting words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say anything more. Are we so arrogant, not even reaching the bronze level yet, and you want to go against someone at the silver level? Just now, I used detection technique and saw that idiot is only level 28.
Yes, we have killed 3 silver tier opponents, but they were in a weakened state. No, Chao Chen, I know the situation is a bit urgent now, but we can't just talk nonsense.
The most important thing is how to get through this. After some thought, Xu Laoba sighed and advised earnestly. It's okay, I know what I'm doing. Chao Chen didn't care about Xu Laoba's doubts.
There was indeed a 2-tier difference, like a huge gap, but not insurmountable. With the help of the Pinghua sisters and the Fidugu, he believed he could pass the test.
Alright, Laoba, have you forgotten about the monsters next to the boss?
Hong Jianjun, having seen the world, thought about it when Chao Chen mentioned not being afraid of the examiner's threats.
With the monsters next to the boss, lasting 20 rounds shouldn't be a problem. Just take the big toad for example, with its size, enduring 10 moves one by one, is that a problem?
Hearing the disdain in Fatty's voice, Xu Laoba was about to retort, but upon careful consideration, he realized that with the Pinghua sisters being the boss of the Dark Forest, even silver-tier players would struggle, so passing the test should be fine.
Are you going to kill him over a few words?
Li Hani pondered for a long time, looking at Chao Chen's expression, and asked softly. After spending time together, she understood this stablemate's terror better than anyone else.
Since Chao Chen was so relaxed, Li Hani was not worried about passing the test, but rather about him suddenly attacking someone. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Li Hani's words made Chao Chen twitch his mouth. He was clearly a righteous person, how could you describe him as a demon? Alright, stop talking about me. The test is coming up soon. With your current strength, do you really want to passively endure being beaten up all night? Isn't that too humiliating? After some thought, Chao Chen decided to stir things up a bit with the two of them, excluding Hong Jianjun, as Fatty didn't need to fight. Cut it out. It's good enough to endure a beating. Do you want to cause trouble? Su Laoba looked at Chao Chen's malicious smile and shook his head. Only this guy could come up with such mischief during the college entrance examination. To win, a head-on confrontation is impossible. Unless we use some means, and it's exceptionally despicable. Li Hani, after carefully considering Chao Chen's suggestion, spoke seriously. No, big sister, are you trying to cause trouble? Su Laoba and Li Wenbing stared in disbelief. Is this woman a one-track mind? Oh, what's the plan, tell me. Chao Chen became interested and asked eagerly. It's confidential, but can you share some of your poison from the Ligu treasure with me? I also need the antidote, I can't poison myself. Li Hani thought for a moment and said lightly. As the on-site exams proceeded slowly, Chao Chen observed several battles. As he expected, all the candidates were in a state of being beaten, and the examiners were very measured in their actions. With the candidates' levels, if they tried hard to dodge, they could avoid the moves. Li Hani, Li Wenbin, Su Laoba, Zhang Sanfeng, come up on stage. Another round of tests passed quickly, and soon it was the turn of the students from Sanzhong. Li Hani and the others took the lead. Chao Chen wasn't interested in watching Su Laoba and the others fight, as they had platinum-tier equipment in higher levels than the other candidates. If they couldn't pass, they might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. It was Li Hani who caught his attention, as she had mentioned causing trouble before going on stage. Let's see how she performs. Li Hani, dressed in plain clothes, walked slowly onto the stage. As she stood there, a soft murmur arose from the crowd below. After all, her beauty and figure were top-notch. The one testing her was a beast blood warrior, also a young man. The examiners from the Imperial University were mostly third and fourth-year students, so when Ko Wonhan first saw Li Hani, he couldn't help but be moved. Shall we begin? Ko Wonhan held a long spear, thinking he struck a handsome pose, and said casually, I have a question to ask the examiner, can I use any means? Li Hani didn't rush to attack, but asked coldly. This question made Ko Wonhan pause. Although he was puzzled, he still answered affirmatively. Of course, you can use any means to evade my attacks. After receiving a positive answer, Li Hani nodded lightly, then came to the center of the arena. She took a deep breath, touched the ring, and with a flash of black light, a black sacrificial robe instantly draped over her body, and a strange scythe appeared in her hand. Li Hani waved lightly, and two succubi instantly appeared, holding whips and glaring at the enemy in front of them. In the instance dungeon, it's the law of the jungle, so even in a test, it should be treated as a real battle, and no means are off limits. Li Hani narrowed her eyes. This was the method of action she learned from Chao Chen. Although it might be a bit shameless, it was better than losing her life later on. Go! With Li Hani's command, the two succubi shot towards Ko Wonhan. Watching the two succubi attacking actively, Ko Wonhan found it somewhat amusing. He was level 25, did these two level 8 succubi really think they could stop him? Thinking this, Ko Wonhan shook his head and casually swung his spear, sending a gust of wind towards the succubi. Swish! Yelp yelp yelp! Stab! The fierce wind instantly blocked the two succubi, the immense force sending them flying. Unexpectedly, the wind was too strong, shattering the cloaks on the succubi, revealing their scantily clad bodies, causing a moment of embarrassment. Oh my, the examiner didn't do it on purpose, did he? Tisk, succubi are truly wicked. So the examiner is one of us. Due to the sudden turn of events, Ko Wonhan blushed. When had he ever seen such a scene in his years of dungeon battles? Moreover, the discussions of the students below further disturbed him, making him feel embarrassed. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't do it on purpose, it was an accident. Unable to bear the discussions below, Ko Wonhan turned around and tried to explain. Just then, a dark figure flashed in front of Ko Wonhan, smashing 3 vials fiercely. Bang! With the sound of the vials shattering, a large black mist spread out. Ko Wonhan, not paying attention, took a breath and suddenly felt dizzy. At this moment, Li Hani swung her scythe again, summoning a burly 3-headed demon tiger that charged into the black mist. The two succubi quickly changed their outfits and followed the tiger's lead. In an instant, the sound of fists hitting flesh echoed from the black mist. Li Hani's sudden attack left everyone present stunned. Such unsportsmanlike conduct appearing in an icy beauty like her made them wonder if this was really a test or if she was dealing with her enemies. Chao Chen twitched his mouth, unwilling to describe a girl as sneaky. He remembered that Li Hani wasn't like this before. She used to be principled and proud. How did she change so much after awakening?
Unable to understand, Chao Chen blamed Xu Luoba for everything, as only someone with his character could do such a thing.
Moreover, this person is exceptionally infectious, so it's understandable that Li Hani was influenced. TSK. I've seen exam recordings a lot, but this is the first time I've seen an invigilator being pressed to the ground and beaten. Listen to that miserable scream, it's really heartbreaking. Are all beauties so irritable? But in this case, isn't it a bit unethical? Bah, this is clearly being straightforward. It proves that the goddess takes every battle seriously, which is what a professional should possess. Makes sense. The candidates below were discussing fervently, while the invigilators and supervisors were feeling extremely shocked by the sudden situation. The supervisor expressed that in all the years of overseeing the college entrance examination, they had never encountered such a situation. It was not the right time to intervene, but watching Ko Wonwon being beaten was also not an option. The howls lasted for nearly 10 minutes, and as the black mist gradually dissipated, Ko Wonwon was seen tied up with a rope, 3 demon tigers holding his throat, and 2 succubi raising their fist-sized fists to strike his face directly. At this moment, Ko Wonwon's skin showed a faint bluish color, his once fair face now swollen, resembling a pig's head. Ko Wonwon was fully conscious but unable to exert any strength due to the poisoning. Originally, with his silver tier strength, avoiding the poison mist would have been easy. However, due to being distracted, he realized a bit too late. When he tried to activate his defense, the 3 demon tigers immediately hammered him, causing him to inhale a large amount of poison. Seeing the black mist dissipate and feeling the gaze of the crowd, Ko Wonwon felt like dying. As a silver tier, being pinned down and beaten like this not only damaged his pride but also made him a laughingstock. In desperation, Ko Wonwon's heart was overwhelmed, and he fainted instantly. Assessment over, pass. A white figure rushed onto the stage, effortlessly throwing the 3 demons aside and shouting loudly. The person was Wang Gang, who, seeing his classmate being beaten like this, found it amusing yet admired the girl's straightforwardness. Damn, she won. Black Iron Tier defeated Silver Tier. The goddess is awesome. Goddess, I love you, let me be your dog. Upon hearing Wang Gang's words, Li Hani nodded gently, removed her equipment, and bowed slightly to the lying Ko Wonwon, expressing her apology. Sister, you're amazing. I didn't expect you could handle the invigilator. Just as Su Laoba had stepped down from the stage and saw Ko Wonwon being carried away on a stretcher, he quickly approached Li Hani, praising her in astonishment. How did I do? Ignoring Su Laoba's compliments, Li Hani turned to look at Chao Chen. Not bad, I quite like this approach. Chao Chen smiled. Although this behavior seemed unethical, it was a good quality. In the dungeon, no one would know what challenges they would face. Therefore, prioritizing one's safety should come first, followed by moral considerations. Chao Chen was pleased with Li Hani's serious attitude towards the test. However, it would be best to advise her to stay away from Su Laoba in the future. While some qualities could be learned from him, some flaws should be avoided. Chao Chen, Zhang Han, Li Feng, come on stage. Without much delay, it was soon Chao Chen's turn, and this battle was even more eye-catching than Li Hani's, as Chao Chen's confrontation with Zhao Hao had attracted the attention of many due to the provocation by the invigilator against a candidate, especially a Gu Master professional. Didn't expect you to dare to come up. Zhao Hao slowly ascended the stage, exuding an aura as sharp as a sword. Do you think you can hold your own against a sword immortal? Although his actions were somewhat despicable, he didn't mind being the villain for Shui Yunji. As long as he could eliminate Chao Chen in the college entrance examination, he feared that he would have fewer opportunities to meet Shui Yunji in the future due to the distance between them. Wouldn't his chances then increase? Listening to Zhao Hao's words, Chao Chen coldly smiled. The two of them had no grievances, yet he held a grudge against him for some unfounded reasons, so he wouldn't be polite to Zhao Hao. Senior Zhao, how about I show you a couple of moves as a high school student? Ignoring Zhao Hao's provocation, Chao Chen said indifferently. I have no problem with you showing 3 moves, but after 3 moves, you should just step down peacefully. Zhao Hao seemed indifferent to Chao Chen's words. He wasn't like Ko Wonwon, who only needed 1 move against a black iron tier opponent. Then I won't hold back. Chao Chen didn't waste time talking and the white jade gourd appeared, slowly floating around his waist. I've recently learned 2 new tunes, please have a listen, senior. After speaking, Chao Chen took out the flute and played a melodious tune. Buzz buzz buzz. 2 streaks of light accompanied the flute music and shot up into the air. The sunlight seemed to be blocked by dark clouds as a large net descended towards Zhao Hao's head. Killer bees? Locusts? Zhao Hao, puzzled, looked at the large net composed of 2 types of poisonous insects. Without hesitation, he quickly drew the long sword at his waist, and sword energy surged out. Clang clang clang. Where the sword energy passed, it directly cut the killer bee Gu in half,
making a sound of metal collision. Despite the dense coverage of the two gu around Zhao Hao, the sword energy formed a barrier that prevented any harm to him. Seeing this, Chao Chen remained calm. Without haste, he played the flute again, and another black light shot out. A huge toad instantly appeared on the stage, surrounded by a shadow of 5 poisonous creatures, rushing towards Zhao Hao.
Dart formation. Control formation.
Chao Chen silently recited, and with the activation of his innate skills, red and green sound waves materialized. The 5 poisonous creatures around the toad became even more ferocious, and the gu that Zhao Hao had killed miraculously revived. With a loud bang, Zhao Hao was directly knocked back by the toad, and the killer bee gu followed the flying figure and exploded.
Damn, are you a gu master or the weakest profession? Although Chao Chen's attack was only momentary, the means he displayed shocked everyone present.
Unlike Li Hani, Chao Chen directly chose to confront head-on.
The overwhelming poisonous insects and the ugly toad, although their origins were unknown, managed to drive Zhao Hao back.
Although Chao Chen concealed his own level, they all knew that none of the examinees present would exceed the black iron tier. In other words, this person had crossed 2 tiers and successfully repelled the silver tier examiner.
Moreover, Zhao Hao's profession was a powerful combat-oriented profession, a sword immortal. How could this not be shocking? Lao Li, is this the gu master awakened in your school before?
The principal of Ijon looked at Li, who was equally stunned, with an incredulous expression. Previously, upon hearing that another hidden profession had awakened in Sanzhong, the principals of various schools directly cursed Li Changkong for his good luck. But upon hearing that the awakened profession was a gu master, they happily carried 2 fruit baskets to the hospital to visit their old buddy.
But now, you call this profession a gu master, the so-called weakest profession?
They were very suspicious that the news of the awakened gu master was deliberately released by that despicable Li Changkong as a smokescreen, and he deliberately came today to play dumb with them.
So what?
We at Sanzhong are as strong as dragons.
Even if we awaken as gu masters and become a bit stronger, what's the big deal?
This can only prove that the feng shui of Sanzhong is good, and even a garbage profession can still work wonders. Although Li Changkong was also extremely shocked, how could he lose face in front of a group of old friends?
Since things had come to this, how could he miss this opportunity to show off?
One sword, frost covering 14 states. Just as everyone was discussing, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the arena. Endless sword shadows killed all the gu worms on the field, while Zhao Hao, disheveled and holding a long sword, rushed towards Xiao Chang, intertwining sword lights, the 5 poisonous illusions, and the black mist together. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Hao could tell from Xiao Chang's attacks that it was a high-level bronze monster, but its poisonous skin was extremely troublesome. Even though he had already used his silver-level strength, he found himself unable to defeat it for the time being. Looking at the toad blocking his way, he had never felt so frustrated.
Is Chao Chen really just at the black iron level? Warrior, isn't this breaking the rules? The match above has already gone over 20 rounds, why haven't you announced the result?
Feeling the momentum erupting on the field, Li Changkong narrowed his eyes and looked at the person in charge on the side. This was supposed to be an assessment, with a silver-level invigilator fighting against a black iron-level examinee with all his might.
Wasn't this deliberately bullying someone?
Not to mention the big surprise Chao Chen had given him today. Even if he was really a waste in his profession, facing such blatant targeting, he had to stand up for his student.
Principal Li, don't worry.
Your student doesn't seem panicked at all, which means he hasn't reached his limit yet. Let's see how much more surprise he can give us.
And Wang Gang has been nearby all along, rest assured, your student won't get hurt.
War Wind smiled and quickly reassured Li Changfeng. He thought Chao Chen was good. Awakening is the universally recognized weakest profession, yet being able to go toe-to-toe with strong opponents at the black iron and silver levels was simply incredible. But this was still a hidden profession. Could it be that he had found a way for gu masters to grow? Therefore, War Wind thought it was better to let the battle continue, as Zhao Hao was already at level 28, although he looked messy now, he shouldn't lose.
It was a good opportunity to test Chao Chen's limits in this battle. Even if it's just a test, it doesn't have to be in this kind of situation, right? It's not a good impression for the students.
The principals on the side exchanged glances and said lightly. Zhao Hao's commotion just now had caused quite a stir. As long as one wasn't a fool, they knew that something was wrong with the battle on the stage, so the audience had already started discussing it.
Isn't this bullying? Look at the invigilator, they've already gone over 20 rounds. Why hasn't anyone announced the result? Even if it's intentional targeting, it shouldn't be so blatant. Are they trying to push someone off the stage? Where's the referee? This is completely unfair.
A black iron level being able to hold on for so long is already very impressive. Why isn't it considered passing? The examinees were passionate about the future and the unfair system. Even Zhou Yuanlong, who deeply hated Chao Chun, spoke up at this moment. After all, if everyone remains silent in the face of such unfairness, who knew if they would be next? Don't worry, I have my own measures. No matter what, Chao Chun will definitely be admitted this time. Our academy won't let go of such a good seedling. Warwind smiled confidently. Boom boom boom. The burst of explosions almost drowned out the beautiful music, and Zhao Hao, who had come to his senses, gradually pushed Xiao Chang back with the suppression of his level. At this moment, he no longer cared about testing or not, he needed to defeat Xiao Chun now. Block block block. As Zhao Hao was about to quickly deal with Xiao Chang, 9 pale blue shadows rushed towards him. His instinctive reaction made Zhao Hao block with his sword, only to see a head fiercely biting his blade, with 8 more heads swirling around him, biting towards various parts of his body. Exploding sword. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Hao unleashed a fierce sword energy explosion, narrowly avoiding the flying heads' attacks. Another high-level bronze-tier monster. At this moment, Zhao Hao was starting to feel anxious. He felt like he was not facing an iron-tier examinee, but a silver-tier summoner. With a loud bang, all the insects on the field instantly returned to their original state, everything went back to square one, and Zhao Hao felt a bit overwhelmed. He knew that his physical strength and magic wouldn't recover so quickly without drinking potions, especially with 9 bronze-tier heads added to the mix. If another wave like this came, he might be worn down to death. Myriad swords returned to origin. Zhao Hao clenched his teeth, lightly pushed off with his right foot, sword into the air, endless sword energy gathering around him. Soon, a huge sword blade tornado formed on the arena, sweeping towards all kinds of insects. This was Zhao Hao's strongest move, indicating that he was starting to fight desperately, aiming to sweep away all the insects in Chao Chun in one go. Seeing this, Chao Chun slowly put down the insect flute, looking at the huge tornado with a faint smile. Besides these insects, he still had 2 trump cards up his sleeve. Having been in a stalemate with Zhao Hao for so long, he had already hidden these 2 trump cards in the tornado since the beginning. Ah! Just as the sword blade tornado was about to make contact with the insects, a scream echoed from within the tornado. The once fierce sword blades began to spontaneously combust, mingling with a cold stream in the flames. With a series of explosions, 2 opposing forces of cold and heat quickly spread, an ice and firestorm emerged on the arena. Zhao Hao, who was originally hidden within it, was now continuously howling in pain, as if enduring immense suffering. Seeing this, Chao Chun sighed lightly, gently tapping a white jade gourd with his finger, causing all the insects to disappear instantly. With a buzzing sound, a huge angelic shadow burst out from behind the storm. With a light touch, the ice and fire tornado dissipated, and the Pinyin Shio sisters appeared before everyone. Wang Gang swiftly moved and pulled Zhao Hao, whose upper body was already burnt black and lower body frozen into ice, from between the Pinyin Shio sisters. When she saw the Pinyin Shio sisters, a hint of shock flashed in her eyes. The disappearance of these 2 bosses in JoJo was a big deal, and she never expected them to be subdued by Chao Chen. This explained why the Pinyin Shio sisters had not respawned, as they were not dead yet. After checking Zhao Hao's injuries, Wang Gang felt somewhat helpless. Chao Chen was truly ruthless. If he hadn't intervened in time, Zhao Hao would have died today. Even so, Zhao Hao would have to lie down for at least 3 months. Assessment over, Chao Chen passed. Damn! Aren't those the Pinyin Shio sisters? They were actually subdued by Chao Chen. Is he still an iron tier? A silver tier examiner defeated? Isn't this the weakest profession as mentioned in the books? So this is the big shot, hiding so deeply. As Zhao Hao was defeated and the Pinyin Shio sisters appeared, not only the examinees below felt incredulous, but even the war wind and school principals on the platform were shocked beyond belief. Defeating an opponent 2 tiers higher was no longer something that could be described as talent. In their minds, only a dragon tamer who had contracted with a giant dragon could achieve such a feat. Chao Chen heard Wang Gang announce the results, waved his right hand lightly, and the 2 sisters, Pinyin Shio, disappeared instantly in the same place. This battle could be considered Chao Chen's first direct confrontation with the enemy. Before this, whether it was subduing the Pinyin Shio sisters or fighting against Zheng Hong, the opponents were not in their best condition. Although Zhao Hao was also careless this time, after this duel, Chao Chen also gained a better understanding of his own strength. As for why he used such force just now, the reason was simple. For someone as narrow-minded as Zhao Hao, if he wasn't dealt a heavy blow at once, he might come looking for trouble later. Moreover, it was the Imperial Capital School that broke the rules first, and it was their arrogance that made them think Zhao Hao was invincible. Therefore, whatever consequences followed, it was their own fault. Ignoring the discussions of the examinees, Chao Chen slowly returned to the group of Shuloba, taking a deep breath. Chao Chen, you're amazing. Defeating a silver tier with a black tier, this is like a dream come true.
Xu Luoba quickly approached Chao Chun, excitedly speaking. In the previous instances, he knew that Chao Chen's awakened Gu master profession was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this extraordinary. Alright, stop making a fuss, it was just luck. Chao Chen glanced at Xu Luoba and said lightly. He was not proud of today's outcome because the road ahead was still long. Laoli, did you see the Binyuo Xiao sisters just now? Could the nature of this Gu master profession be controlling these areas? The people on the podium forcibly suppressed their shocked emotions and ordered the examiners to maintain order at the scene. After all, the exam had to continue, and everyone had to be tested today. However, their attention was not on the stage at all at this moment. Instead, they were contemplating the scene they had just witnessed, as it was truly shocking. The principal of Zhong School pondered for a long time before putting forward a bold assumption. A profession that could control area bosses. They had lived for so many years and had never heard of it before. But Gu masters were ultimately a hidden profession, although it had been judged as the weakest profession. The fundamental issue was that the path of cultivation for this profession could not be found. If this assumption was true, then this profession would become terrifying. These bosses in the instances might be at a certain level, but without professionals one tier higher than them, it was really difficult to defeat them. If Chao Chen's profession could really control these bosses, it meant that he could always fight across tiers. Li Changfeng was stunned by the question from the principal of Zhong School. Although he thought the old man made sense, how could he know the answer if he was asked for it? Seeing the expressions of those who wanted to know the answer, Li Changfeng seemed a bit uncomfortable. Ahem, generally speaking, schools mainly focus on educating students' morals and do not interfere much with the progress of their own professions. So, with such an incident today, I think I should talk to him later. TSK, the way you put it, are you not paying attention at all? As the head of a school, when a student awakens a hidden profession, you can still be so indifferent. It seems that you, as the principal of Sanzhong School, are completely unqualified. Hearing Li Changfeng's hesitant tone, they knew. This guy probably didn't know anything. Instead of waiting for him to come to his senses and boast about today's events everywhere, it was better to take the initiative and deal with him first. Exactly, if this were my student, I would definitely understand it as soon as possible. It wouldn't end up with a big old man like you, clueless and ignorant. King, I'd been in the hospital for a while, and awakening as a Gu master profession is good for Chao Chun, but who didn't know what this profession was like before today? How can such words come out of your mouths? Indeed, Principal Li, your school has made a big name for itself this year. This is the first time since the college entrance examination started that two students have been able to defeat their mentors. Once this news spreads, it will surely cause a sensation. And, let me tell you one thing, in your school, there is a student named Hong Jianjun, who awakened as a chef. However, the dishes he makes surprisingly have healing, recovery, and increased combat power effects. During the test just now, even the mentor of the support department was shocked by this situation. You should pay more attention to the students in normal times. Zhang Feng shook his head. Today, he was too shocked, so he wanted to find a vent, and this Li Changfeng, who was unresponsive, seemed to be the best target. Listening to Zhang Feng's words, Li Changfeng's expression had become dull. Who could tell him what had happened at the school during the time he was hospitalized? Although strange things happened one after another in this assessment, it did not affect the progress of the college entrance examination. By nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all students had finished their exams, and the list was released by the Imperial University for the first time. Some were pleased, while others were disappointed. Nearly 1/3 of the examinees today were rejected. These rejected students could receive an official letter from the Imperial University to choose a lower-level institution. After all, there is no concept of repeating a year in this world, so this choice can be said to be a turning point in most people's lives. Passing the exam means a leap in one's career, but failing means you can't even enter a school at the same level and can only choose a lower-level institution. As the school bus returned to the school, just as Chao Chen was about to leave, the class teacher stopped him, along with Li Hani and Su Laoba. Led by the class teacher, the four of them arrived at the principal's office, where Li Changfeng had been waiting for some time. Come, sit down, make yourselves at home. Seeing Chao Chen and the others enter, Li Changfeng stood up, warmly welcoming them, with a smile that never seemed to fade from his face. Hello, principal. After exchanging greetings, everyone sat down, wondering why Li Changfeng had asked them to stay. Well done, you are all good kids. You have brought great honor to the school this year. Therefore, after the school committee's decision, you will be given a certain reward to make your future path smoother. Li Changfeng seemed extremely excited. Although he had been embarrassed in the exam hall earlier, it did not change the fact that Chao Chen and the others were students of Sanzhong.
Since the students had brought honor, the principal himself would definitely receive the deserved honor. Therefore, he decided to reward Chao Chen and the other 3 individually. The school has decided to give each of you 50,000 Jojo coins, a silver tool that suits your profession, and your photos will be made into frames and hung on the wall of the principal's office. Upon hearing Li Changfeng's words, everyone was stunned. They did not expect the school to be so generous as to provide a silver tool. Although Chao Chen and his group had obtained platinum-level treasures in the dragon's nest, it did not mean that the value of a silver tool was low. On the contrary, in the market, the price of a silver tool was almost always over 20 million, and if it was a weapon, the price would double. This showed how high the school's subsidy was for them. As for the Wall of Honor, it was a tradition established by Li Changfeng since taking office. Every outstanding student would be hung on the wall, making this principal's office Li Changfeng's greatest treasure trove.
Thank you for nurturing us, Principal.
Coming back to their senses, everyone hurriedly expressed their gratitude.
You're welcome, this is what you deserve. However, there is one thing that I am curious about and would like Chao Chen to answer for me.
Looking at your performance today, you should have mastered the cultivation method of the Gu Master profession.
Can you tell me, what exactly is Gu?
Li Changfeng nodded gently and then turned his head, asking in confusion. From Chao Chen's performance today, they could infer that the Gu Master profession was not the weakest, but a super powerful hidden profession. The reason why they had performed like this over the years was simply because they couldn't find the path of cultivation. Moreover, Li Changfeng, including Zhan Feng, highly approved of the headmaster of Erzhong's ability to control the area boss and speculated that this was the Gu Master's method of attack. Li Changfeng wanted to confirm the truth of this speculation. If it was true, then he would definitely report to the Imperial University as soon as possible, fully assist Chao Chen. After all, with such a freakish ability, it was already certain that as long as he could grow to a certain extent, he would be a king. Li Changfeng's words also caught the attention of Li Hani and others, who were very curious about Chao Chen's profession. Hearing the somewhat out-of-tune question from the headmaster, and looking at the curious expressions of the crowd, Chao Chen twitched the corner of his mouth and then shook his head.
Of course not. How could you easily control those instance bosses? Control the area boss?
That should be called a Lord Control Master, not a Gu Master.
Although theoretically, this idea could be achieved relying on the slave Gu, did they really think they could control those lords just like that?
The reason why he could control the Pinua sisters with the slave Gu was entirely due to various favorable conditions coming together, creating an opportunity. Otherwise, if he had confronted them head-on at that time, Chao Chen dared to guarantee that even if the sisters chose to self-destruct, they would not allow themselves to be controlled. This Gu thing, strictly speaking, is a science, just like the research of necromancers or wizards, but the research direction of Gu is to recombine all things in the world to create a new kind of creature. It can be said that as long as you find a method, anything can be turned into Gu. If we were to start talking about the origin and function of Gu, it would probably take 10 days or half a month to finish, so Chao Chen thought for a moment and gave a reason that everyone could easily accept.
Science, research?
When Li Changfeng heard that he couldn't easily control the lords, he felt a bit disappointed, but when Chao Chen said that Gu was actually a kind of science that could be studied, his mind became active again. Whether it was a necromancer or a wizard, they were all famous powerful professions. Besides their own combat power, the most important thing was that they could research some strange and rare things. With those items, they could still fight beyond their level.
Does the phrase anything can be turned into Gu mean that any item in Chao Chen's hands can become this kind of thing?
Thinking of this, a hint of excitement ignited in Li Changfeng's heart.
So have you thoroughly researched this profession? Can you really turn everything into Gu and use it for yourself?
No one has successfully cultivated this profession before, and I have no clue now, so I can only explore slowly.
Chao Chen twitched his mouth. Even if he knew the refining methods of all the Gu insects in the world, he would never admit it now. At any time, he would never expose all his cards to others. This was Chao Chen's iron rule of conduct. That's right, I was too presumptuous. Li Changfeng thought for a moment, then sighed. After all, Chao Chen was just a 19-year-old kid who awakened a profession that no one had ever cultivated before. Being able to achieve what he had done so far was already remarkable. Coming back to his senses and thinking about his previous question, Li Changfeng himself felt like he hadn't used his brain enough. Asked a few questions again, but did not get the answers he wanted.
Li Changfeng felt a lack of interest. Although it seemed that Chao Chen had already begun to rise, the vague answers and uncertainties made him feel uneasy. Unable to do anything, Li Changfeng quickly changed the topic, encouraged a few people to continue working hard, and then registered 5 people to choose what silverware they wanted. However, he found that whether it was Chao Chen, Li Hani, or even Li Wenbin, they were not very interested in what seemed to be a great reward. In the end, Chao Chun chose armor, Li Hani chose shoes, Shulo chose a helmet, and it was gratifying that none of them chose weapons as silverware.
Actually, I understand your intentions. You don't have to be so restrained.
Choose whatever you want, even if it's a weapon, Li Changfeng said after looking at the list.
No need, we have all considered it, he added.
This made Li Changfeng feel that the children nowadays were sensible. They were about to graduate but still thinking of ways to save money for the school. They were all good students from Sanzhong.
After a few more words of encouragement, Li Changfeng let them leave.
Chao Chen was about to go home when he noticed Li Hani slowly walking towards him.
Deskmate, is there something else?
After half a month of getting along well, when Chao Chen saw Li Hani walking towards him, he knew that she probably had something to discuss. Yes, let's talk at your place or somewhere where there are no people, Li Hani said earnestly. Although Chao Chen knew that this was Li Hani's usual way of speaking, it still felt a bit off coming from her. This man and woman alone, the way you say it can easily lead to misunderstandings. After looking around and making sure no one was listening, Chao Chen nodded. Shigo, are you up for it? The two casually ate something at a restaurant under the community and then slowly went upstairs. Just as Chao Chen was about to open the door, a coquettish voice came from the opposite side.
What is Shigo?
She took the tea that Chao Chen handed over. It was her first time at Chao Chen's place. Although it looked nice inside, the surrounding environment made her feel a bit uneasy, and the noise from the next door was too loud. It's those dogs that look like sticks.
Chao Chen didn't want to delve into this question and just casually replied.
The college entrance exam results are out, and the holidays are coming soon.
What are your plans for this period? Li Hani quickly changed the topic without asking much. Let's level up in the dungeon.
After all, in 2 months, we should at least break through to the bronze level.
Chao Chen didn't care much about the holidays.
For him now, leveling up and collecting materials for refining were the priorities. If there were no special events during this time, he would probably spend every day in the dungeon.
I have a dungeon here. I don't know if you're interested.
If you are, I hope we can go through it together, Li Hani said after confirming that Chao Chen had no special plans.
Tell me about it.
Chao Chen was puzzled at first, as the dungeons before the silver level were usually set by the country, and leveling up in different districts was more or less the same. However, Li Hani mentioned that she had a dungeon, which piqued Chao Chen's interest. Because of my recent performance, my family spent a lot of money to purchase a strange copy from a master, and this area can accommodate 2 people, so I thought of you.
Li Hani took a sip of water and said lightly.
Due to the special nature of the strange copy, to be honest, if she were alone, Li Hani did not have the confidence to pass through, even if this copy was only black iron level.
Strange copy?
Chao Chen looked somewhat surprised, not expecting Li Hani's family to spare no expense for her, actually bringing her such a thing now.
Unlike ordinary copies, this strange copy is a very special existence.
Generally speaking, the entire copy is equivalent to an area. Whether you teleport or spend time, as long as you want to go there and spend some time, you can always get there. But the strange copy is different. This thing is equivalent to an independent space, usually formed by the resentment of deceased creatures, and these creatures must reach a certain level to form the strangeness. These copies usually appear in the form of items. Each copy is something that cannot be sought after, and there are special rules and restrictions inside, such as black iron level copies. Only professionals of black iron level can enter, and there are restrictions on the number of people.
However, if you can dissipate the resentment inside, the rewards are quite generous.
Not only do you gain a lot of experience points, but you also have a chance to strengthen your soul once.
If you are lucky enough, you may even receive the inheritance of the creature's lifetime.
Therefore, each strange copy is exceptionally precious. A black iron level copy is worth no less than a piece of gold equipment, and it is an invaluable existence. After all, even at the black iron level, no one knows the cultivation level of the creature in its lifetime.
That's right, it's a strange copy. If you don't have anything special going on, I think you can come with me.
Li Hani looked at Chao Chen and said lightly. Because the copy can only be entered once, Li Hani also didn't want to waste this opportunity in case of failure, so after thinking it over, she decided to find some help, and the best candidate naturally was Chao Chen.
Of course, when do we go in?
Chao Chen came to his senses and quickly agreed. This was a lucky find, so he had no reason to refuse.
How about 3 days from now?
We need to prepare some things for the soul, as the monsters inside are a bit special.
Hearing Chao Chen's response, Li Hani smiled slightly. Bang bang bang.
Just as the two were discussing the strange copy, there was a sudden knocking on the glass from the balcony. The two looked at each other. Chao Chen stood up in confusion, went to the balcony, quickly opened the glass, and saw Shuloba standing bare-chested on the outdoor unit of his air conditioner, his shoes nowhere to be seen, trembling as he held up his pants.
What are you staring at? Hurry up and pull me up. Shuloba saw Chao Chen, and the tense expression on his face instantly disappeared, urgently seeking help. Seeing Shu Laoba's appearance, Chao Chen suddenly felt a headache. What kind of people was he associating with? This was the 8th floor. Suppressing his inner anger, he reached out and pulled Shu Laoba up. No wonder Shu Laoba had been running over to his side so diligently recently. At first, Chao Chen thought he might be interested in his profession, but it turned out he was completely off the mark. Do you know that such behavior, in ancient times, would have been beaten to death by Su Song, and would have carried a bad reputation for eternity? Chao Chen's eyes twitched, seeming somewhat disappointed. It's not my fault for this matter. I didn't mean to. I originally came to play with you, but somehow, I ended up at the wrong door. It's a complete misunderstanding. Shu Laoba's eyes were a bit evasive. Apparently, even he himself probably wouldn't believe such a reason. Then how did you end up in this situation? Chao Chen sneered, looking at Su Laoba's embarrassed appearance, feeling extremely helpless. I just walked in, and the girl poured me a glass of water, accidentally spilling it on me. Isn't that normal? I wanted to air dry my clothes, just took them off, and her boyfriend knocked on the door. Isn't that a coincidence? I wanted to consider the feelings of the young couple, to avoid misunderstandings, so I chose to climb out the window and run away. Isn't that considerate of them? Su Laoba stared with eyes wide open, speaking with a righteous face, as if everything he did was a sacrifice he had to make. Upon hearing this, Chao Chen rubbed his forehead, sighed heavily, having heard almost the exact same excuses countless times over the years. He couldn't help but wonder why no one had beaten this troublemaker to death before. Alright, one day you will be beaten to death. For now, stay here and don't move. I'll find you some clothes. Why? Upon hearing Chao Chen's words, Su Laoba seemed puzzled. They were both men, so what was wrong with his current state? Just stay put when I tell you to. Why so much nonsense? Naturally, Chao Chen couldn't let Su Laoba leave like that. If he was alone at home, it wouldn't matter, but there was also Li Hani outside. Turning around, he went back to the room, casually grabbed some clothes and threw them at Su Laoba impatiently. When the two came out, Su Laoba was dumbfounded. Li Hani was holding a cup, sipping tea delicately, looking at Su Laoba with a strange expression. There's someone else in this room? Su Laoba panicked, never expecting to see Li Hani here, and judging by her familiar actions, he was sure she wasn't here for the first time. You're the skinny dog? Li Hani raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Laoba indifferently. Although he didn't see Su Laoba's embarrassed state, he could clearly hear their conversation on the balcony. So when he saw Su Laoba, the term skinny dog slipped out. Honestly, Li Hani had no idea what that meant, but judging by Su Laoba's skinny frame, the term seemed fitting. Su Laoba was taken aback by Li Hani's words, his face turning visibly red at lightning speed. He felt completely embarrassed, realizing that his words from earlier might have been overheard by two people. Sorry skinny dog, the soundproofing in this building is a bit poor. Chao Chen burst into laughter, patting Su Laoba's shoulder. It seemed like he was hinting at something. Damn, I'm a tough guy. Su Laoba stared, puffing up his chest instantly, as if trying to prove the truth of his words. But it had no effect at all, as this was a matter that had been personally verified by someone else. Alright, Chao Chen, is what you're doing fair to Shui Yunji? As an older brother, I advise you to be honest. Seeing that his words and actions had no effect, the frustrated Su Laoba started to bite randomly. In his eyes, Chao Chen already had such a beautiful and strong fiancée, yet here he was flirting with Li Hani. They must be living together by now. While Su Laoba felt resentful, he also felt envious. This was Li Hani, the recognized campus beauty, and he wondered what kind of spell his brother had cast on her. In this way, Chao Chen had managed to capture the hearts of two campus beauties from Sanzhong. As a man of justice, he felt compelled to strongly condemn such behavior. TSK, I wonder what Han Mengmeng would think if she knew about your performance today? Hearing Su Laoba's words, Chao Chen smiled, crossed his arms, and nonchalantly remarked, as if having an unmarried fiancé was a common thing nowadays. Moreover, one's own affairs are completely groundless, while you, Su Laoba, have been given a name by others. The name Han Mengmeng is not only fresh in Chao Chen's memory, this girl is full of martial virtue. Even I, when I was young, often got beaten by her, just because she was 2 years older. Like me, Han Mengmeng and the little dog in front of me are childhood friends. However, unlike me, these two childhood sweethearts unexpectedly fell for each other, and Su Laoba accepted this heaven-sent marriage in the midst of his painful youth. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Han Mengmeng, Su Laoba's expression stiffened, and a tall, purple girl appeared in his mind. Don't falsely accuse others out of thin air. Even if today's matter is exposed, the man opposite wouldn't be able to kill me on the spot, but if Han Mengmeng finds out, he might not even be able to keep the little dog in the future. Oof. Brother, you are my real brother, Su Di is kneeling for you. Su Laoba grabbed Chao Chen's hand, his expression ugly. Get lost. Hearing Su Laoba's shameless words, Chao Chen felt very helpless. Alright, big brother, second sister-in-law, little brother will leave first. With a positive response, Su Laoba suddenly let go of Chao Chen's arm, quickly walked to the door, casually said a word, and then left by closing the door. However, as he was leaving, that unintentional remark made Li Hani pause in the motion of holding the cup, raising his head in disbelief, apparently unable to believe his ears. Second sister-in-law? Has this bastard taken the wrong medicine? The two locked eyes, looking at Chao Chen's delicate face. Li Hani inexplicably thought of the slightly ambiguous scene in the dim forest at that time. Thinking of this, Li Hani's heart couldn't help but race. Chao Chen on the other side also seemed a bit embarrassed. Su Laoba, naturally rebellious, can say such things casually. You also know that Laoba is used to speaking without a filter, just loves to talk nonsense, don't take it too seriously. Chao Chen touched his nose. Li Hani kindly brought the strange copy over to share with him. If Su Laoba ruined it with a word, it would be a loss. It's okay, I don't mind. Li Hani instantly regained his composure upon hearing Chao Chen's words, subconsciously took a sip of water, but the trembling voice betrayed her current state. Well, it's getting late, I should go back too. See you in the outskirts in 3 days. Unable to think of any topic, Li Hani finished the tea in the cup, then stood up in a bit of a panic, hastily bid farewell, and quickly left. Watching Li Hani's back, Chao Chen couldn't help but sigh. What kind of things were happening these days? On the other side, Hong Jianjun sat on a luxurious sofa with his father, looking somewhat disdainful at the excited man in a suit opposite. As the sexy secretary brought a contract, Hong Tao signed it without even looking, then the person in charge on the other side extended his hand excitedly, saying warmly, "Thank you, Boss Hong, for supporting the Imperial Capital School. Rest assured, when the building is completed, you must come to the ribbon-cutting ceremony." "You're welcome." Hong Tao waved his hand indifferently, indicating that it was a small matter. After the person in charge left, Hong Jianjun turned to his father in confusion, his expression full of puzzlement. "Dad, I got into the Imperial Capital School on my own. There was no need for all this today. Do you think we have too much money at home and can't spend it?" If he had been eliminated by the Imperial Capital School in today's test, Hong Tao's actions would have been understandable, but what was going on now? "You know nothing, you just got lucky and barely made it through, so stop showing off in front of me. The capital is not like City H, and I can't always be by your side. You work as a chef, what if something happens to you when I'm not around? By doing this, I'm basically investing in you in advance, it's all business. Get lost, every time I see you, I get annoyed, you spendthrift." After letting the two sisters clean up the living room, Chao Chen suddenly noticed that the two sisters were very interested in the content playing on the TV. Skipping the melodramatic scenes, Chao Chen wondered if they had a hint of intelligence. Thinking about the words that could be upgraded on the panel of the two sisters, he couldn't help but speculate. Releasing Xiao Chang again, Chao Chen pointed to the TV and found that this little white bug was also watching with great interest, which surprised him. If they evolve further, who knows what they will become in the future? Ignoring the two people and a beast in the living room, Chao Chen took a shower and returned to his room, slowly observing the system panel. Besides the monthly purchase limit changing from slave goo to moonlight goo, it seemed that nothing else had changed in the system. However, the only comforting thing was that his soul balance had become 85-20. It took him a month of hard work to accumulate this amount, which included monsters and beings that did not provide him with experience points. Looking at the goo insects on the system's homepage with billions of souls, Chao Chen couldn't help but sigh at how difficult it was to earn souls. Tens of billions, even if he didn't rest and kill dozens of pigs, he probably wouldn't finish in a year. Because he had obtained the first talent skill, although this skill was still sealed with 2 true words, Chao Chen wanted to perfect them. Among the 6 words in front, he could only use the heart mantra. After all, this required the cooperation of formations, and thinking about the formations related to goo insects, Chao Chen felt a headache. Because these formations required goo insects to be sealed within the formation, and the materials needed for the formation were very difficult to find in this world. It might also be because of his current level that he hadn't come into contact with some things in this world that he had never heard of. Therefore, with his current situation, if he wanted goo formations, he could only rely on the system. From the moment Chao Chen decided to start, he understood that he would definitely be taken advantage of by this damn system this time. Opening the system's search function, with a thought, the words formation diagram appeared in the search box, and a dense list of formation diagrams appeared before his eyes. 9 Prison World Destruction Goo Formation, price 7 billion souls. Inch Light Retrospective Goo Formation, price 7. 8 billion souls. 9 Revolutions Practice Heaven Goo Formation, price 8. 2 billion souls. Egoless Extinction Goo Formation, price 9. 2 billion souls.
Chao Chen sneered at this and directly ignored the system's recommended list, continuing to add filtering words. After selecting for more than 10 minutes, he finally found a gu formation suitable for his current situation. After carefully selecting from about a dozen gu formations and checking their functions and prices, Chao Chen paid 7,200 souls in exchange for 2 formation diagrams.
4 pests and 5 plagues gu formation, price 3,000 souls.
Bronze level formation, taking the mother gu of flies, cockroaches, mosquitoes, rats, along with scorpions, spiders, snakes, toads, centipedes, and incorporating them into the formation, condensing them. The maximum range of the 4 pests and 5 plagues gu formation is 520 meters, containing the shadows of 5 poisons, plagues, poisonous rodents and insects. The gust of wind inside carries a blood-sucking toxin. If creatures below the silver rank enter the formation without special defense measures, they will die instantly, and it can also contaminate the land, with toxins lingering in the soil for 10 years. Looking at this introduction, the 4 pests and 5 plagues formation was clearly an evil formation, and once released, it would cause harm to the heavens and earth, but Chao Chen didn't care. After all, this is the best way to make oneself stronger. As for whether it is harmful to the heavens, it depends on what is blocking oneself in front, and whether it is worth it for him to use this trump card. Mysterious Een 13 Sword Gu Formation, price 4,200 souls, bronze level formation, take 100 black iron level Mysterious Een Gu, 100 Sword Gu, accompanied by 1,000 grass Gu to form the formation diagram. The maximum range of the Mysterious Een 13 Sword Formation is 800 meters. When the formation is activated, the shadow of the Mysterious Een Mountain appears, containing thousands of swords. Each Mysterious Een sword is imbued with evil obsession, capable of cutting the physical body, but causing double damage to the soul. Those below silver level who enter the formation, without strong defensive means, will perish within 10 breaths, their souls turning into nourishment for the Mysterious Een Mountain. If the 4 evils and 5 plagues Gu formation is considered evil, then the Mysterious Een 13 Sword Gu formation is purely a killing formation, and it is Chao Chen's strongest trump card besides the Pinot sisters. Taking the 2 black discs that appeared from the void, although they look very similar, the inscriptions inside are vastly different. After carefully examining them, Chao Chen placed them in the white jade gourd. Upon checking the system store, he found that his remaining balance couldn't buy anything good, so he got up, opened the computer, and prepared to purchase the materials needed to refine the gu insects. Because items like the 4 evils are generally not sold in any store, Chao Chen even paid a high price to have a black market agent collect them for him. Tempted by a price 3 times higher, the agent guaranteed delivery in a day. After resolving the matter of the 4 evils, Chao Chen repurchased the 5 poisons, and due to the large quantity and being a regular customer, the store offered him a very favorable price. After nearly 5 hours of handling, Chao Chen finally completed all the material purchases. After carefully calculating his expenses, he found that he had spent over 32 million. Collecting the 4 evils alone cost him nearly 10 million, not to mention the postage and the additional 20% labor cost he had to pay. This figure made Chao Chen feel somewhat distressed. If it weren't for the good things he had obtained in the dragon's nest before, he would have had to spend a tenth of his savings on this expense.
This is only a bronze level formation. Chao Chen couldn't even dare to think about what would come next. It seems that in the future, I have to pay more attention to money and other things, otherwise I won't be able to continue my cultivation in the future. Glancing at the time, Chao Chen stretched lazily, walked out of the room without paying attention to the 2 sisters and Xiao Chang sitting on the sofa, opened the fridge, made a bowl of noodles, ate and drank enough, then lay down to sleep. In the next half day, dozens of small cars entered the community, and a dozen young men delivered the goods to Chao Chen's residence. Each time the goods were stacked, within half an hour, service personnel would clear out the empty boxes, repeating the process over a dozen times. Although many people were shocked by this phenomenon, they wouldn't say anything due to their professional ethics.
As Chao Chen was very busy and had no time to oversee the transportation of the goods, the girl across the street was very happy to take on this job for a month's rent, and she was exceptionally diligent. After all the goods were handed over, Chao Chen locked the door and didn't step out of the room for 2 full days. 3 days later, on the roadside in the suburbs of H City, Lihani, dressed in a white combat suit with a black frame glasses, was waiting quietly. She had been busy these 3 days, as it was her first time encountering a strange instance. Therefore, she had studied a lot of information. This time, she planned to work together with Chao Chen, rather than being led by others to complete the entire journey.
Sorry for being late, a taxi stopped, and Chao Chen got out of the car. What's wrong, haven't been sleeping well these days? Chao Chen looked a bit haggard, with dark circles under his eyes becoming more noticeable. Seeing this, Lihani asked casually. A little, but it's okay. When shall we go in?
Because the formation requires a huge number of goo insects, even with the assistance of the white jade gourd, I haven't slept well these days, basically practicing goo all the time, so when I came to meet you, I had only slept for 4 hours. Wait a moment, but the time required for the mysterious instance is much longer than the normal instance.
If you really can't hold on, we can rest for a night after entering.
Hearing Chao Chen's words, Li Hani thought for a moment and continued, don't worry, I know what to do.
The two walked about 800 meters along the road.
Li Hani looked around, made sure there was no one nearby, and then took out a key made of stone.
The style of the key looked a bit like the style from the era before the game came, but the ancient aura it emitted added a touch of mystery to it.
Li Hani infused his demonic power into it, and under the faint purple aura, the stone armor around the key slowly fell off. Before they could see the full appearance of the key, it turned into a stream of light and shot straight into the sky. 100-meter-wide black hole formed, and before Chao Chen and the others could react, they felt a sudden darkness before their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves by a pond.
Perhaps due to the environment of the instance, it was already late at night.
Chao Chen seemed to be in the outskirts, with only a few large trees and grass dampened by water vapor, and a pond several hundred meters wide.
In the moonlight, silver light shimmered on the water's surface.
Besides these conspicuous things, the place seemed to have no end in sight, surrounded by endless darkness.
The scene we are in now should be a memory point of the owner of the instance.
We have to look at these scenes, find the corresponding methods to solve them, in order to enter the next scene, Li Hani said confidently, pushing his glasses.
Unexpectedly, the 3 days of preparation paid off as soon as they entered.
It seemed to be a standard mysterious instance, condensed from the owner's memories.
Only by finding clues in the memories, solving them one by one, and finally resolving the owner's obsession, could the instance disappear and they obtain the reward.
Since that's the case, let's start looking. Chao Chen casually nodded in agreement. He thought that since this thing was born from obsession, the simplest way was to find what was behind it, pull it out, and break it up. However, this approach had some uncertainties, as things might become unpredictable after breaking it up.
Since Li Hani knew so much about the instance, it was better to listen to her first. If they couldn't solve it, then they could break the rules.
The two first roughly searched through the bushes but found nothing worth noting. When they reached the pond and searched carefully, Chao Chen found 2 fishing rods, while Li Hani found a small water bucket, a net, half a bag of bait, and 2 small stools.
Are we supposed to go fishing here? Looking at the neatly arranged equipment, Chao Chen twitched his mouth.
Anglers, as a group, were knowledgeable in various fields but just couldn't catch fish. If that was really the case, then it had to be said that the owner's obsession ran deep.
It does seem so now. Looking at the size of the water bucket, it's not that big.
If all goes well, and we catch 5 or 6 fish, we can complete the task, Li Hani said confidently after examining the equipment. In her opinion, this task was actually very simple. Although fishing required endurance, judging by the carp occasionally jumping out of the water, there should be plenty of fish here.
Alright, let's do as you say and find a spot to set up the nest first.
Chao Chen yawned, deciding to temporarily follow the rules and sit here for a while. Found a place with a relatively broad field of vision and many fish. First, sprinkle 1/3 of the fish bait, then sit side by side after casting the rod. When it comes to setting up a fishing nest, the best material is still one's own mother. In the fishing world, there is a saying that goes, with mother setting up the nest, the more you fish, the more you catch. Of course, this phrase sounds a bit awkward, but it must be said that those people are truly talented. As time passed by, Chao Chen rested with his eyes closed, while Li Hani, from the initial anticipation, gradually became impatient, especially when she saw several crucian carps swimming around her spot disrespectfully. Just as Li Hani was considering whether to directly scoop up what she thought was a fish, the fishing rod suddenly sank, which made her heart skip a beat. She quickly stood up and reeled in the fishing line frantically. Even though the thing in the water kept resisting, it was futile against the strength of a professional. After a 2-minute standoff, a body covered in moss floated to the surface, probably drowned. The body had become swollen and emitted a strong fishy smell. Seeing this, Li Hani's eyes twitched, thinking she had caught a fish, but it turned out to be this disgusting thing. Just as she was unsure how to deal with it, Chao Chen slowly opened his eyes. Let's throw this thing aside first, don't startle the nest, or it will be harder to catch later. He summoned 3 demon tigers and threw the body to a nearby spot, restoring the calmness on the lake. An hour later, both of their fishing rods sank at the same time, and after quickly reeling in, they saw 2 carp weighing about 5 or 6 pounds each. Strangely, the fish hooks seemed to have pierced through the outer lips of the carp, and the carp's eyes were rolled back, mouth wide open, seemingly dead for a while, not like they had bitten the bait themselves, but rather hung by something. Dead fish on the hook, reel in and leave, it seems we were tricked first. Kicking away the two dead fish, Chao Chen squinted his eyes, looking at the water, seemingly lost in thought. From the initial body to the dead fish now, it clearly indicated that the task was impossible to complete.
Continuing like this would only be a waste of time. So, let's just do it.
Chao Chen threw the fishing rod heavily, his tone turning colder.
Regardless of what's underneath, once I connect the high-voltage electricity, even if it's the Dragon King, I'll make you jump. Hearing this, Li Hani nodded heavily.
She had initially wanted to interact with you as an ordinary challenger, but instead received distance.
Enough pretending, if you don't agree, I'll make you submit.
With that in mind, Li Hani directly summoned 3 demon tigers, ready to command the tigers to dive in.
Wait, how long will it take to find it? Let's force it out first. After that, Chao Chen gently wiped his left hand, revealing a pure white bead, the thunder bead that exploded when he killed Kino. Boom!
With the skill bursting from the thunder bead, the dim sky was illuminated by a thunderbolt, the thick lightning struck the lake surface, the water's conductivity combined with the thunder's immense energy caused the crushing carps in the pond to flip over instantly.
Now the pond was full of dead fish with their mouths open. Swish!
Not long after, a green figure shot out from the pond, covered in green algae, making it impossible for Chao Chen to see what it was. A black figure swept across the lake, and 3 demon tigers floated in the air. The tiger claws, the size of a sandpot, accurately grabbed the green shadow, while the remaining giant claw smashed down on the shadow. After a beating that lasted nearly 3 minutes, the 3 demon tigers slammed heavily to the ground, and the green shadow instantly crashed to the ground, with bright red blood flowing from its body, trembling slightly. At that moment, Chao Chen finally saw the appearance of this monster. The monster was about half a meter tall, resembling a monkey, with green skin, a fierce face, and fangs. Probably due to long periods in the water, its body was covered in water plants, sticky all over.
Is this the thing that was playing with us just now?
Li Hani frowned, looking at the ugly creature with a disgusted expression.
Probably, if there's something else below, we might have to dry up the water in this pond, Chao Chen said indifferently.
The only thing that came out of the thunder beat explosion was this creature. If there really were other monsters hiding under the water, he would summon Pinocchio to dry up the entire pond.
Li Hani nodded, then instructed the 3 demon tigers to lift up the creature and search it carefully. She had a feeling that there must be some clues on the creature. Soon, the 3 demon tigers cleared the water plants from the creature and pulled out a piece of rusty iron plate from its neck. Although the plate was covered in rust, you could still vaguely see the word Bao on it. Li Hani took it and examined it carefully, then handed it to Chao Chen, wanting to hear his opinion. We've searched around here, and if there's really nothing else, this iron plate is the only clue. But in the current situation, we probably won't need this thing. Let's leave here now and discuss it in the next scene.
Feeling the rust on the iron plate, although it looked ordinary, it seemed to be a symbol of identity. If the owner of this mysterious dungeon was surnamed Bao, everything would make sense. Of course, this was just Chao Chen's speculation. To unravel this mystery, they would have to move forward.
Click.
Upon hearing Chao Chen's words, Li Hani nodded and immediately commanded the 3 demon tigers to break the creature's neck. If it weren't for this thing, they wouldn't have wasted half a day here. Click, click, click. At the moment the creature died, the entire area suddenly made a sound like glass shattering. Before the two could react, the previously extremely real scene instantly shattered into pieces.
Chao Chen and Li Hani found themselves in darkness once again.
After about 10 breaths, a white light appeared in the darkness. When Chao Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in a bustling market. It seemed to be a small town, with people coming and going on the streets, various vendors shouting to attract passers-by to look at their goods. Their attire seemed strange, nothing like modern clothing, but more like 300 years ago, during the early stages of the game when the 9 provinces were ravaged by foreign tribes.
It seems like this is the second level.
This might be the obsession of the owner of this dungeon, and it's very likely that this was where he used to live.
Chao Chen looked around and said calmly, "So, what do you want to do? Just slaughter this small town?" Li Hani looked at the bustling crowd, unable to make a quick judgment. However, after the lesson from the creature just now, she felt it would be easier to just cut through directly. "Don't rush. Look at the clothing of these people. Does it resemble the clothes from the 9 provinces split 300 years ago?
If I'm right, although we are in our memories now, we can truly experience this era.
This is a history that every person from the 9 provinces should remember.
It is said that the alien races outside the universe do not currently acknowledge their invasion.
If we can find some clues here, maybe it will be helpful in the future."
Chao Chen considered himself not a good person, but the history from childhood to adulthood is still engraved in his heart, and there is still plenty of time now. It's better to keep pursuing this memory, and if it doesn't work out or find anything, then resolve it in the most brutal way. After all, this whole instance is only at the black iron level. If you want to clear it quickly, just release the Pinocchio sisters in Xiaochang. It probably won't take half a day to clear it.
So, what do you want to do?
Hearing Chao Chen's words, Li Hani considered for a moment, then nodded lightly.
What else can we do but act?
First, don't treat this as a memory, but as a real world. Chao Chen smiled slightly, and the two of them went to a dark corner. Chao Chen casually took out a silver statue the size of an arm from the spatial ring, carved out a large piece of silver from it, and then crushed it into silver pieces.
Although not sure about the currency of this period, gold and silver are always circulating goods.
Taking Li Hani to a jewelry stall, they slowly selected jewelry. Sir, take your time to choose, these are all new styles. The stall owner was a simple and honest man. Seeing a customer, he warmly greeted them.
Boss, I want to ask you something. Is there a family surnamed Bao in this town?
After carefully selecting a piece of exquisite jewelry, Chao Chen completed the transaction with a small piece of silver after bargaining. Handing the jewelry to Li Hani, Chao Chen chatted with the vendor.
Boss, is there a family surnamed Bao in this town? Perhaps because of Chao Chen's generosity, the boss appeared very enthusiastic.
Sir, you've asked the right person. In this Ping'an town, who doesn't know about Mr. Bao? He is a well-known philanthropist within 100 miles.
Do you know Mr. Bao?
Oh, I see. It seems we've come to the right place.
To be honest, we are distant relatives of Mr. Bao. Because we couldn't make a living, we came here specially to seek refuge. Chao Chen's expression was a bit exaggerated, but his impromptu acting made it impossible to detect any flaws.
Oh, I see. But let me advise you, the Bao family is currently in big trouble.
Mr.
Bao's youngest son organized students to protest on the streets against the aliens, and now he has been imprisoned.
The aliens are demanding the Bao family's entire fortune in exchange for his release. I advise you, it's better to find another way out.
The vendor shook his head, looking regretful. In the current situation, large areas of the 9 provinces are under alien control.
By acting like this, isn't the young master of the Bao family harming himself? Thank you for the information, but since we are here, we can't just say hello and leave. Please show us the way. Seeing Chao Chen's insistence, the vendor didn't say much.
After sighing, he pointed ahead and marked the location of the Bao family mansion. Chao Chen and Li Hani walked on the street, once again taking out the sign to look at it. You see, just by asking casually, the clue on this iron sign has come out, right? In fact, the Bao mansion was not far from where Chao Chen was before. After walking for about 10 minutes, turning 2 corners, they saw the slightly ancient mansion. The plaque on it was made of fine redwood and looked quite old. This standard mansion was very famous in this era, usually built by wealthy gentry. Just as they walked to the side, the gate of the Bao mansion slowly opened, and a group of people hurriedly walked to the entrance. A passing carriage threw a young man covered in blood to the ground. From the perspective of the coachman with the dog-headed body, they all belonged to different tribes. A middle-aged man with slightly graying hair and several women hurried forward, tears falling instantly as they looked at the extremely miserable young man.
Quick, help the young master into the house.
Bao Budong shouted, and several maids quickly approached, one supporting one of Bao Boyang's hands, with everyone following behind. After about 20 minutes, the originally noisy Bao mansion returned to its usual calm. Chao Chen, seeing this, breathed out lightly and, with Li Hani, came to the front gate of the Bao mansion and gently knocked on the door.
Who are you?
The steward of the Bao mansion was a man in his 60s.
Upon seeing these 2 young people dressed strangely, he was first stunned, then asked in confusion.
Hello, sir, we are friends of Master Bao. We heard that he had an accident, so we came specially to see him. Chao Chen bowed respectfully and said,
The young master's friends?
The steward was sure he had never seen Chao Chen and the others before, but seeing their attire, they looked like those from outside the 9 provinces. Moreover, considering that the young master had once traveled out of the 9 provinces for study and had met many people from the 9 provinces who shared some common interests with him, it was likely that these were the young master's friends.
Come in first, I will take you to see the master.
After some thought, the steward slowly opened a small door, ushering Chao Chen and the others in first, then leading the way.
After waiting in the living room for a while, Bao Budong slowly walked over, glanced at the 2, and then said lightly, Are you also from the 9 provinces?
Of course, there are no different tribes among us.
Chao Chen did not pay much attention to Bao Budong's question and simply told the truth.
From your clothing, it seems you have studied outside the 9 provinces, right?
I don't know. When you and my son were studying on Sakura Island, did you hear about our little town?
Bao Budong invited the 2 to sit down, touched his beard, and smiled.
At this time, anyone who dared to come to the Bao family must either be his son's friend or playing tricks as a different tribe. Therefore, Bao Budong wanted to test them. Could it be that Master Bao is mistaken? We have always been studying on the Magic Bear Star. How could we be on Sakura Island?
That place is not a good place for studying, and those dog-headed people are not very friendly to us. Chao Chen pondered for a moment, observed Bao Butong's expression, and felt that there must be a problem with his words. Maybe he was setting a trap for them. After some thought, Chao Chen decided to take a risk. After all, in this era, there seemed to be only one force that actively helped this turbulent continent. Therefore, Chao Chen mentioned the power of the Magic Bear Star.
Ha, look at my forgetful mind.
I guess there have been too many trivial matters recently, and I actually made a mistake for a moment.
I apologize.
Bao Butong picked up the tea on the side and took a sip. Although he apologized verbally, his actions did not show much concern. Indeed, Bao Boyong had studied abroad, but the information known to everyone was that he went to Sakura Island, while the real situation was that he went to the Magic Bear Star. This was why, when his son was previously imprisoned by that different tribe, he wanted to test Chao Chen and the others with this well-known question. I wonder what business you have coming to find my son? After some thought, Bao Butong directly asked the two about their purpose for coming. We originally intended to go to the capital, but on the way, we heard about his accident, so we came to see if there was anything we could help with.
Chao Chen smiled slightly and said confidently.
From the information given in the first level, combined with the present time and the fact that the owner of this level is surnamed Bao, Chao Chen had a bold guess in his mind. Over the past 300 years, if there was a figure with the surname Bao who left a significant mark in history, it would probably be Bao Boyong, known as the God of War.
You are thoughtful, but Boyong is currently injured and cannot see visitors. If you want to see him, you may have to wait a few days. Bao Tong nodded, then sighed.
Obviously, he did not want Chao Chen to see his son. Since that's the case, we won't disturb you any longer.
We'll come to visit Brother Bao in a few days. Upon hearing the name Boyong, Chao Chen's pupils contracted.
Once the truth of the matter was confirmed, there was no point in staying here.
So Chao Chen exchanged a few pleasantries and left with Li Hani.
Finding a secluded place, Chao Chen turned to Li Hani and asked, "Where did your family get this strange copy from?" It's not surprising that Chao Chen had such a question. Bao Boyong, born in an unknown small town, went through various events and escaped to the capital, where he was appreciated by Emperor Taizong, formed the Qilin army, and together with various defense forces, launched a counterattack against the foreign tribes in the 9 provinces. Later, in the battle to defend the capital city, he held off 50,000 dog-headed people with 8,000 Qilin army for 3 days and nights, ultimately showing loyalty to the 9 provinces. He was the first hero of the resistance 300 years ago, and in modern times, even a 3-year-old child would know the name of this general. But the obsession of this famous figure appeared in a black iron level copy, which puzzled Chao Chen. I don't know the specifics of the black market process. Li Hani paused, her inner shock not much less than Chao Chen's. This was General Bao Boyong, and if it was true, it meant that they were now helping this god of war to free himself from his obsession. Seeing that Li Hani also didn't know the origin of this, Chao Chen thought that now was not the time to dwell on this matter. Regardless of why General Bao Boyong's obsession was only at a black iron level, the most important thing now was to clear the copy first. Recalling Bao Anyang's past, Chao Chen carefully pondered for a moment, and suddenly he remembered a passage recorded in unofficial history. General Bao organized a parade and was arrested. The Bao family spent all their wealth to make connections. That night, the family head dyed a cloth with blood, made a war flag, and ordered 2 guards to transfer Bao Boyong. That night, all 70 members of the Bao family were wiped out by the dog-headed tribe, and the promised money for the foreign tribes disappeared. Realizing this, Chao Chen suddenly understood that the obsession in this level was the entire Bao family. It seems that tonight we need to ensure the safe evacuation of all members of the Bao family in order to clear this level. Sharing his thoughts with Li Hani, Chao Chen planned to guard the Bao family tonight. Although reality might be more brutal than what they were experiencing now, this was just an illusion formed by an obsession. Therefore, in this black iron level copy, saving the 70 members of the Bao family should not be a problem for the 2 of them. Li Hani nodded gently, and unconsciously, the control of this copy returned to Chao Chen's hands. Originally, she wanted to guide others through the level with what she had learned, but now, it seemed better to just follow along. Late at night quickly arrived, as if knowing that tonight would be unusual, the vendors packed up early, the gates were tightly closed, and the streets were unusually quiet. Chao Chen and Li Hani stood on the roof of the Bao mansion, quietly watching the scene below. A squad of dog-headed people slowly approached the gate of the Bao mansion, and the captain at the front drew his sword and struck the gate heavily, shattering it. Boss Bao, why hasn't the ransom you promised been delivered yet? You should know that the promises made by our troops can be released at any time or withdrawn. The dog-headed man is 2 meters tall, looking down at the middle-aged man in front of him. At this moment, everyone in the Bao family gathered in the courtyard, looking at these foreign races invading Jojo with hatred in their eyes.
The Bao family never trades with foreigners. The Bao family has always been the most loyal group in Jojo.
They can awaken to professions, and this strange thing instantly broke through the barriers painstakingly established by the court. In front of those professionals, the originally strong army appeared so weak.
But Bao Tong believes that this is just the foreigners understanding the game mechanism in advance. Although they are now rampant in Jojo, once everyone in Jojo completely integrates this new mechanism, they will eventually recover the lost territories. Therefore, since Bao Boyang was born, their entire family has been united in nurturing their eldest son who can awaken his profession. For this reason, the Bao family not only sent him to study abroad but also humiliated themselves by dealing with this dog-headed man. Until now, Bao Tong feels that the time is ripe. Bao Tong received news that resistance forces are rising in various parts of Jojo. And the momentum is huge. Therefore, when redeeming Bao Boyang, he decided to hand over all the family's property to him, allowing him to join the righteous army and contribute his own strength to the recovery of the land. The entire Bao family stayed behind to delay the footsteps of the dog-headed army and shed blood for this counterattack. Boss Bao, what do you mean?
The dog-headed leader narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent surging around him.
Vaguely, it felt that they might not get the Bao family's property tonight. It means nothing. The foreigners are brutal, invading Jojo. My Bao family has always been loyal to Jojo. If I hand over the legacy left by our ancestors to you today, then I, a Bao Tong, will have no face to see my ancestors. Family, tell these beasts what the ancestral motto of the Bao family is. Bao Tong was not at all intimidated by the imposing manner of the dog-headed leader. Instead, he turned around and shouted, looking extremely pleased. Strive for the country, be loyal and brave, do not deceive or steal, abide by the law and be law-abiding, cherish public affairs, do not be corrupt, Jojo needs you, be brave and show up. The thunderous sound echoed in the Bao family, everyone holding a knife, their eyes filled with determination. The Bao family has never let the country down. Even a 3-year-old child at this moment roared without fear. Jojo is in trouble, and the Bao family, as part of this land, will die today for the dignity of the nation. You are seeking death. Hearing the unanimous words of the Bao family, the dog-headed leader became extremely angry, drew his sword from his waist, and fiercely slashed towards Bao Tong. Seeing this, Bao Tong slowly closed his eyes, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Clang! The sword that should have cut through Bao Tong's body did not follow through as expected. Instead, it was blocked by a black scythe. Before the dog-headed leader could react, a burst of black light flashed, and the huge dog head flew straight into the air, with a spurt of blood shooting up into the sky. Buzzing! Roar! A beautiful flute sound rang out, and 2 dark shadows descended from the sky and rushed towards the 100-man team, with a giant tiger not willing to fall behind, wielding its iron fist into the formation. This sudden turn of events left Bao Tong stunned at first. Before he could react, the 100-man squad turned into white bones in an instant. Lord Bao, if Bao Boyang wakes up, he may not want to see you all sacrifice everything for him, right? Lihani turned his head and looked at the still shocked Bao Tong, saying lightly. Chao Chen lightly stepped forward to stand beside everyone, looking at their somewhat shocked faces, and sighed heavily. This incredibly real feeling made Chao Chen instantly feel that they had completely arrived in this era. General Bo, we will make up for your regrets. Chao Chen looked up to the sky and shouted, this sentence is for the owner of this copy to hear. Crackling. Boom. As soon as the words fell, just like before, the sound of glass shattering echoed throughout the space. After all the scenes around shattered, Lihani suddenly felt a sense of unease in his heart. If their rescue just now could become a reality, how good would that be? Unlike the previous darkness, scenes appeared like an old movie, unfolding before the two of them. After waking up, Bao Boyang found himself in the capital, looking at the death flag draped over him and the terrible news from the newspapers, his heart shattered. His sister was only 3 years old. For the sake of the family's wishes, Bao Boyang used his own wealth to recruit soldiers and horses along the way, and met many like-minded people. Together, they organized and fought against the different races within the 9 provinces. The Qilin army was established, and this famous army in the 9 provinces shone brightly in its first battle, guarding the city of Tiandu, shaking the 9 provinces for a while. Nearly 3 years passed like this, and a major change occurred in the 9 provinces again, with the different races invading the territory like madmen. Tiandu city fell, Bao Boyang left, and 80,000 people became prey. The imperial city fell, Bao Boyang left again, and the entire region was in ruins. The unending city fell, the different races slaughtered the city, and 3 million people were not spared. The scenes played out quickly, a bright light flashed, and Chao Chen and the others arrived at a city gate. Looking back, a dense crowd of dog-headed people were attacking the city below,
and in the distance, a black dragon soared in the sky, spewing fierce flames towards the city. Various professionals from the 9 provinces gathered on the city wall, resisting the enemy with all their might.
Is this the last obsession?
Looking at this battlefield like a purgatory on earth, Xiao Chen exhaled heavily. Looking around the battlefield, Xiao Chen knew this was Zichen, the place where General Bao fell, and this battle was his last glory in his life. Although they didn't hold the city in the end, it was a miracle that 8,000 Qilin troops held out for 3 days and nights, especially considering the enemy had a giant dragon. It seems that General Bao wants us to be spectators in this final level. Looking at the blue light that protected them like a shield, Li Hani thought for a moment and said lightly. With this layer of blue light protection, the two of them were like ghosts on the scene. Li Hani had encountered scenes where soldiers covered in blood passed through them more than once. With this result, it was likely that once the war ended, this eerie copy would disappear. Let's keep watching.
Xiao Chen nodded.
Their thoughts were the same. Although they didn't understand the purpose of General Bao setting up this level, being able to witness the decisions of those soldiers from 300 years ago was worth the trip.
Boom! 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 Protective shields rose, blocking the dragon's flames and the continuous bombardment from below.
From the faces of those professionals, it was clear that each one was on the verge of exhaustion, with someone falling from the formation every 5 minutes. Along the city wall, various machines fired frantically, lasers, grenades, and even some special machine guns. The two sides confronted each other within 100 miles, turning the area into a slaughterhouse in an instant.
Those beasts are climbing up the city wall.
A fire mage covered in blood threw fireballs towards the city wall while roaring. These dog-headed people climbing up the city wall seemed to be wearing a special armor that made them almost immune to fire or ice spells. The claws of the dog-headed people were firmly embedded in the city wall, their mouths biting large knives, steadily climbing up. Even though the city wall was hundreds of meters high, it couldn't naturally stop their advance.
Bang!
A pair of huge bronze hammers fiercely smashed towards the goblin that had just climbed up the city wall. Under the terrifying force, the goblin's head was instantly crushed, and the headless body quickly fell down.
Come support!
Before the big man could recover, several more goblins popped out, trying to cross the city wall. Another team of reinforcements arrived, but due to the limited number of people, more and more goblins spread upwards. Even though everyone had tried their best, it was naturally difficult to stop the enemy's invasion. The initial fire mage was panting heavily, supporting his right arm. He was the scribe of this Kirin team. Because there were too many goblins, he had been severely slashed while defending, and his entire right arm was instantly disabled. Seeing the goblins continuously surging up, Zhao Ziming's eyes flashed with determination. He quickly retreated, opened a box, and tied all the laser bombs inside to himself.
Clear the way!
Zhao Ziliang shouted to the soldiers, then leaped off the city wall.
Boom!
The self-detonation of the golden tier professional combined with the powerful explosives created a thunderous roar in the middle of the city wall, and the intense white light illuminated the eastern side of the wall like a small sun. Countless limbs fell from the wall, and the goblins that were originally clinging to the wall instantly turned into charred corpses. But even so, after a brief panic, another group of goblins slowly climbed up the wall along the previous route.
I'll be damned!
Holding 2 hammers, Xiong Yangrong came to his senses amidst the intense explosion, cursing loudly at the goblins showing signs of attack again before turning away. Kirin Team 5, prepare the explosives. Upon hearing their captain's words, the soldiers did not hesitate, imitating Zhao Ziliang by tying explosives to themselves and lining up in unison.
Another goblin showed its head. Xiong Yangrong kicked it fiercely, then leaped off the wall while holding one goblin. Kirin Team 5, mighty warrior Xiong Yangrong. Boom!
Another earth-shattering explosion. Although the soldiers standing in line beside were heartbroken, there was no trace of fear in their eyes.
Boom! 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 Ice Mage Huan Lin. Kirin Army, immortal. Elf Archer Huo Lu. Mother, the child is unfilial. Holy Light Priest Nangong Shinro.
Every time a group of goblins organized an attack, a professional would tie a bomb to themselves and leap off the city wall, and their final cry seemed to be the only proof of the existence of this Kirin army in the world. At this moment, Li Hani grabbed Xiao Chen's arm, eyes tightly closed, lips seemingly bitten until they bled. This purgatory-like scene was constantly assaulting her mind. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes. Although he was not afraid to face it, the strong sense of shock made him feel a bit bitter. These soldiers, after this battle, not even their bones were left. But they had no regrets because they were fighting for the dignity of their nation. The battle lasted for 8 hours, and now only less than 500 of the original 8,000 Kirin army remained. With this level of troops, they were already powerless to stop the endless goblin army. Bao Boyan leaned against the wall, his right hand covering his abdomen, trying to stop the bleeding. The sounds of fighting and gunfire had weakened a lot. He knew that soon the goblins would come up. "General, we can't hold it, let's retreat." An internal guard quickly came to Bao Boyang, grabbed his arm, and tried to help him up. Seeing the guard's actions, Bao Boyang shook his head and pushed him away.
"If Tiandu City can't be held, I'm leaving. If Di Huang City can't be held, I'm leaving. If Weiyang City can't be held, I'm still leaving. Today, I, Bao Boyang, will not leave." Bao Boyang looked at the soldiers around him, smiled softly. He was a refined man himself. If not leading an army, anyone would think he was just a scholar. The soldiers on the side wanted to dissuade him, but seeing the determined look in Bao Boyang's eyes, the words of dissuasion stopped at the tip of their tongues. The group exchanged glances, and in a few breaths, a smile appeared as if by tacit agreement. Qilan Army, immortal.
In unison, the soldiers helped Bao Boyang and some severely injured soldiers to slowly stand up, glaring ahead.
The hands holding the knives were trembling, but the blades remained gripped firmly. "What can we do?"
Li Hani couldn't help it anymore. Her eyes red as she looked at Chao Chun. She naturally forgot, this was just an illusion.
"Naturally, we helped them win this battle." Chao Chen exhaled heavily.
Although their cultivation was far inferior to these monsters, this instance was only at the black iron level. Even if he knew it was an illusion, they still had to win this battle, even if it was just a beautiful dream.
With that in mind, Chao Chen reached out, the blue light shattered, and two formations appeared in his hands.
Without the blue light protection, the figures of Chao Chen and Li Hani slowly emerged, with Li Hani putting on equipment following Chao Chen onto the wall. Blood-red runes appeared on Chao Chen's body, and the two formations turned into black streams of light, soaring into the sky.
Buzzing, the black mist spread on the battlefield below the city wall.
The goblin-like creatures on the wall, still puzzled, suddenly felt their eyes go dark and began to fall rapidly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of rats echoed through the sky, accompanied by the heavy shadows of the 5 poisons and 3 harms. These pests crazily rushed towards the goblin army with the poisonous fog, and a goblin who tried to resist turned into a pile of bones in an instant.
Boom, boom, boom.
With the appearance of the 4 harms and 5 plagues formation, an illusory sword mountain appeared in the air. Endless dark sword energy erupted, directly piercing through the goblin's chest without regard for protection. The combination of the 13 dark sword formation and the 4 harms and 5 plagues formation made even the numerous goblin army panic, with various gruesome cries coming from the battlefield. But to Chao Chun, this was a beautiful melody. Other races were never worthy of sympathy.
"Chao Chen, I want to charge." Li Hani looked at Chao Chen's terrifying methods, shocked in her heart. Was this the horror of a Gu master?
Even though due to the restrictions of the instance, these goblins, who were originally terrifying in cultivation, were only at the black iron level now, but there were tens of thousands of them. They were instantly suppressed by those strange creatures in a short time, seemingly powerless to fight back. However, the gruesome battlefield just now quickly calmed her heart, and at this moment, Li Hani only wanted to tear these beasts apart with the scythe in her hand.
"All right."
Looking at Li Hani's determined face, Chao Chen smiled slightly, then bit his finger and placed it near her mouth. "By drinking my blood, you can temporarily resist the erosion of the poison." Li Hani was stunned by his actions, about to push his hand away out of modesty, but upon hearing Chao Chen's words, hesitated for a moment, then obediently took it in her mouth. In half a moment, Li Hani, with a flushed face, summoned 3 demon tigers, a strange formation appearing on their foreheads. The originally huge demon tigers slowly turned into black mist, surging from Li Hani's heart, and the beauty's body instantly transformed. Her seductive eyes turned the same color, seemingly turning into a light purple. Delicate patterns slowly emerged on her face, and 2 sharp bone spurs broke through her arms.
She now looked no different from a demon. This is a skill that demon contract holders possess, allowing the host to merge with their demon, inherit the demon's abilities for combat, and of course, the appearance is determined by the demon's attributes.
Li Hani herself is extremely repulsed by this skill, especially since the succubus by her side is not strong enough, and the 3-headed demon tiger, although fierce, is not very good looking. But because of the shock given by the Kirin army just now, Li Hani feels that even if this is an illusion, she must give it her all. Without hesitation, Li Hani leaped down with a giant scythe in hand, fiercely slashing towards the foremost dog-headed person. Seeing this, Chao Chen lightly exhaled, summoned the white jade gourd, and released Xiao Chang, Fita Gu, and the sisters Binoaxiu. Xiao Chang followed closely with Li Hani's steps for protection. Although the dog-headed people below are only at the black iron level, their large numbers make necessary protection essential. Buzz! The locust Gu entered the battlefield, and Chao Chen casually glanced down before turning his gaze to Bao Boyang, who had a smile on his face. Although silent, he could feel a certain light in the general's eyes. In response, Chao Chen smiled gently, then looked at the soldiers around Bao Boyang, took out the ice breath blade of Skarsa, and pointed it directly at the black dragon in the air.
The dragon's flame should be extinguished. Soldiers, follow me to slay the dragon.
With that said, Chao Chen did not hesitate any longer, summoned a flying headgu, stepped on it, and shot out explosively. The sisters Benoaxiu also condensed a magic array in their hands, and an ice and fire tornado appeared, rushing towards the black dragon. The soldiers around Bao Boyang laughed and followed Chao Chen's footsteps, unleashing various skills and charging towards the dragon. Roar! The endless skills made the once arrogant black dragon somewhat panicked, as it roared loudly. A huge dragon breath spewed from its mouth, heading towards Chao Chen. Chao Chen, protected by the ice and fire tornado, showed no intention of dodging, raising the ice breath blade over his head and striking heavily. Spirit spell! The endless killer Bigu gathered in the ice breath blade, and a 40-meter-long black blade aura burst down, instantly piercing through the black dragon's body. The black dragon may have been a king in its lifetime, but in this instance, it was only at the black iron level. Crack! As the blade aura passed, there seemed to be a brief moment of solidification in the air, a light breeze blowing across Chao Chen's face. The giant dragon in front of him was instantly cut into two pieces, without even a scream, its dragon corpse falling from the sky and crashing onto the battlefield. Boom! The dragon's corpse fell into the formation, crushing countless dog-headed people still resisting, and the once terrifying flesh, corroded by the poisonous mist, turned into a skeleton. 2 hours later, on the battlefield, nearly 50,000 dog-headed people had all turned into white bones, turning the entire battlefield into a hell of skeletons. Xiao Chang leaped fiercely to the top of the city wall, while Li Hani had already returned from her demon form, looking somewhat exhausted as she sat slumped on Xiao Chang, breathing heavily. Seeing this, Xiao Chen seemed somewhat helpless, thinking she was a foolish woman. Helping Li Hani down from Xiao Chang, he let her sit on the ground, gave her a bottle of restorative potion to drink, then looked at Bao Boyang in front of him. A light breeze passed by, and the soldiers who were originally on the city wall and the white bones below slowly disappeared. Bao Boyang sighed, then walked up slowly, looking at the two and speaking slowly. I dreamt that the foreigners were driven away, and I and the soldiers rode horses, walking on the main street, filled with colorful flags and flowers everywhere. Young people, what is the current state of the 9 provinces? There seemed to be some anticipation in Bao Boyang's words. Watching this middle-aged man who seemed like a scholar, Chao Chen quickly stood up, respectfully bowed, and said, Chao Chen of Weiyang City, pays respects to General Bao. The original name of City H is Weiyang City. Nowadays, in Zhozhou, we are in charge, and the foreign races dare not act recklessly. Everyone has food to eat, meat in every meal, and there is no famine in the world. Up to now, Chao Chen finally understood that Bao Boyang's deepest obsession was still with Zhozhou, so he had to reveal everything he knew. Upon hearing Chao Chen's words, Bao Boyang's eyes lit up, and he continued to ask, how is the national strength, and do we still need the help of the Emo Shom Star? The Empress of Zhozhou is wise and martial, and she has awakened the profession of Dragon Rider. Now Zhozhou not only does not need the help of Emo Shom Star, but also expands its territory every year, reclaiming many lost territories from ancient times. Moreover, the professions outside Zhozhou are promoted every year, Chao Chen respectfully said, thinking of the information he had seen before. Zhozhou today is no longer the same as it was 300 years ago. Ah, very good. Our wishes have come true. With each sentence he heard, the brightness in Bao Boyang's eyes became more apparent. By the end, this middle-aged man burst into laughter, as if releasing years of pent-up frustration. Young man, thank you for bringing the news. On behalf of the Qilin army, I bless you. I hope that in the future, you can carry the blessings of our army to elevate Zhozhou to a higher level. Expressing his emotions, Bao Anyang looked at Chao Chen with a gentle smile. Kaka. Another sound of space breaking, the entire eerie instance began to disappear, and Bao Boyang's body began to become illusory. Farewell, General Bao. Seeing this, Chao Chen bowed respectfully, showing respect for the general and the fallen soldiers. The vanished breeze began to blow again, and the entire instance dissipated like dust in the wind. At the last moment, 2 white lights entered the foreheads of Chao Chen and the others. Looking at the familiar outskirts and the floating items in the air, Chao Chen knew that their journey through this eerie instance had come to an end. Ding! Level up to 12, Chao Chen. Bronze tier, LV12, 1/7400, Strength, 70 Speed, 92 Spirit, 620. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Chao Chen looked surprised. He hadn't expected that clearing this eerie instance would directly raise his level by 3. Li Hani, sitting on the ground, also looked extremely shocked. Generally, clearing an eerie instance and gaining 2 levels was already remarkable, but General Bao's determination had provided such high experience points. Moreover, from the white light just now, both she and Chao Chen had comprehended a skill. Purgatory of No Return, evolvable, no tier, skill characteristics. When releasing the Purgatory of No Return, it comes with a daunting effect, with a 30% chance of disturbing the mind, inducing fear, and a chance of driving people into a frenzy. Skill introduction, the momentum cultivated through numerous battles. 1 slaughter is a crime, 10,000 slaughters make a hero.
Xiao Chen, it seems like we've hit the jackpot. Seeing the skill introduction, Li Hani appeared excited. This was a growth-type skill similar to a domain. Such a killing-type skill, if not cultivated by a demon crawling out of the battlefield, would be almost impossible to comprehend. Xiao Chen nodded gently, fully agreeing with Li Hani's statement.
Just for this one skill, the gains from this instance far exceeded those of a gold-level Eerie instance. Moreover, there were several items floating in the air, and judging by their appearance, their quality should be high.
Xiao Chen took the items down and sat down slowly next to Li Hani.
There were only 3 items in total, a token made of red jade, a sword hilt, and a black egg. The token was made of red jade, with 9 5-clawed divine dragons and a Qilin carved on it, with the words Qilin Army in the middle. The black egg weighs 50 catties, covered with magic patterns, and has 2 dark red horns on top, looking exceptionally majestic. The sword handle, on the other hand, looks very ordinary.
After some thought, Xiao Chen opened his true eye, and soon, information about 3 items appeared before him.
Qilin Order, the symbol of the Qilin Army, recording all the battles and encounters of Bao Boyang throughout his life. Flame Demon Cub, Silver Grade, upgradable, descendants of the 8 demons in the Abyss, born kings, reaching the king level when grown normally. Shadowless Sword Alino, Diamond Equipment, unique effect, adds 30% damage when attacking. Restriction, below Saint level. Looking at the Flame Demon Cub and the seemingly ordinary sword handle, Xiao Chen was shocked. These 2 items combined were no weaker than an ordinary dragon cub. As long as the Flame Demon grows, it will definitely reach the king level in the future. This means that the contractor of it is destined to be a king. The Shadowless Sword is even more abnormal. Although it has only one effect, adding 30% attack power is incredibly powerful. Although restricted to below Saint level, imagine if 2 kings were to duel, and the opponent's attack power was 30% stronger, it would be despairing.
Moreover, as a Gu master, Xiao Chen already has Gu worms to enhance his own strength.
With this sword, he can have 45% more combat power than his peers. It can be said that the Shadowless Sword is tailor-made for him. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and handed the Flame Demon Egg to Li Hani, introducing the Flame Demon Cub and the Qilin Order to her. Since we cleared the instance together, the spoils should be shared between us.
Hearing Xiao Chen's introduction, Li Hani's eyes widened.
As a demon contractor, she had naturally heard of creatures like the Flame Demon. She didn't expect Xiao Chen to give it to her without hesitation.
Actually, you don't have to.
You contributed a lot in the instance, so the best reward should be yours.
Li Hani thought for a moment.
Although she was reluctant to part with the demon, she decided to give it up because of her principles. Xiao Chen had said that everything could be used as Gu, and this flame demon was important to him.
No need. Have you forgotten that I already have the Ice Dragon Skasa's dragon egg?
With a dragon, this flame demon is just an additional decent combat power for me, with no impact.
But you are different. With your professional characteristics, you can maximize the flame demon's strength, and we are partners, aren't we? Xiao Chen smiled. It wasn't about generosity but rather that the instance was originally provided by Li Hani.
Now that there was something suitable for her, it would be unfaithful to keep it all to himself. Don't worry, I have gained benefits too, like this sword handle, which is a diamond equipment. Xiao Chen waved the shadowless sword in his hand, saying with a smile,
"Diamond equipment?"
Li Hani was stunned by Xiao Chen's words, then replied in shock.
"Thank you."
After a long time, Li Hani finally accepted Xiao Chen's proposal and softly thanked him.
"Alright, everything is done.
There's no point in staying here.
It's late at night, and we probably won't be able to catch a ride. I'll call Lao Ba to pick us up."
Xiao Chen rubbed his stomach. After coming out, he suddenly felt very hungry, and the feeling was exceptionally strong, so he didn't want to stay outside any longer. He took out his phone from the spatial ring and quickly dialed Su Lao Ba's number.
Ha. Xiao Chen? Where have you been for the past 14 days? Well, do you know, we've been looking for you like crazy. Listening to the intermittent voice of Su Laoba from the phone, Xiao Chen's mouth twitched.
He was about to curse a few words, but Su Laoba's next words made him puzzled.
14 days? Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The most time they spent in the instance was only a day and a night. How could it have been 14 days?
Hearing this, Li Hani took out his phone in doubt, checked the date inside, and found that the outside world had indeed passed 14 days, just as Su Laoba said. Seeing this, Chao Chen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. A whole half-month had passed, but their perception was so fast.
If they couldn't satisfy Bao Boyang in the instance, would they starve to death?
With their current strength, it was impossible to survive such a long time without eating or drinking.
Thinking back, it was all due to luck.
At the same time, Chao Chen also sighed that there were crises everywhere in the instance, and such negligence should not happen again in the future.
Let's not talk about that now.
You, hurry up and come to the outskirts to pick me up.
You have 3 minutes to solve the current situation.
Exhaling lightly, Chao Chen said to the phone, and without waiting for Su Laoba's reaction, he hung up. I didn't expect that we stayed in the instance for 14 days. Let's eat something first. Chao Chen shook his head, took out 2 compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of purified water from the spatial ring. These were supplies provided by the military when they first entered the instance, lying in his ring because they hadn't needed them before. Although there wasn't much, it was enough for the 2 of them. The military's dry rations were high in energy and contained nourishing ingredients, enough for both of them to slowly recover from not eating for half a month.
After finishing the biscuits slowly, because they were in the outskirts, even if Su Laoba was fast, he couldn't arrive that quickly.
Therefore, Chao Chen lay on the grass, looking at the bright starry sky, slowly regaining his strength. Just as Chao Chen was lost in thought, he felt a fragrant breeze swirling around his ears. He saw Li Hani lying down beside him. Compared to Chao Chen, she seemed to have consumed much more energy. After all, charging straight into battle in the instance, if not for Xiao Chang's protection, she would have been in a worse state.
You and your fiancé seem to have a good relationship now, right?
After a moment of silence, Li Hani looked at the sky and said inexplicably, apparently trying to find a topic. Chao Chen didn't mind and said lightly, she and I have known each other since we were young. After all, we used to live in the same neighborhood. I remember when I was 3 years old, she was being bullied because she was blind, and her family didn't treat her well. You don't know that at that time, except for me and Su Laoba, no one played with her. Recalling the past, Chao Chen couldn't help but think of a little girl wearing a silk eye mask, falling into a mud pit without anyone helping. It may be because my uncle wanted to climb the ranks of the Shui family, and seeing us getting along well, he arranged for us to be engaged to the old man of the Shui family, and the 2 of us ended up engaged inexplicably. Later on, when the old man of the Shui family rose in status, they moved to the military compound. By the time I saw Shui Yenji, I was already in high school. At that time, my family had an accident, but the old man of the Shui family didn't retract the engagement because Shui Yenji awakened her hidden profession and I was an orphan. But because Shui Yenji had awakened a hidden profession, and everyone protected her too well, we haven't spoken much in these 2 years.
Sorry for bringing up bad memories.
Listening to Chao Chen's story, Li Hani felt a bit apologetic, as many in the class knew about Chao Chen's parents' accident at the time.
Oh, it's nothing. I've gotten used to it over the years. Chao Chen didn't mind.
So, after you graduate from university, are you going to fulfill this engagement? Li Hani paused for a moment, and inexplicably asked such a question. By the time she realized it, it was too late. Chao Chen looked a little surprised.
Why would Li Hani ask such a question? This aloof goddess turned out to be so gossipy?
Turning slowly, only to see that Li Hani had already turned away, Chao Chen did not see her slightly blushing face.
Because Senior Shui Yun is a legend in our school, and she is a girl, so I just want to know more about the situation. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to.
Sensing Chao Chen's movements, Li Hani inexplicably appeared a little flustered, hastily came up with an explanation, but her slightly panicked voice betrayed her current state.
It's nothing, you don't have to be so nervous. To be honest, I don't know either. After all, who can predict the future? Chao Chen smiled, indifferent to it. He felt that it was fine to go with the flow regarding Senior Shuiyan's matters. Many things don't need to be forced. Upon hearing Chao Chen's response, Li Hani inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Another moment of silence, Chao Chen closed his eyes, lost in thought, while Li Hani turned around and looked at the young man beside her, then gazed at the stars in the sky. Regardless, she was enjoying this moment. Ah, the wind today is so noisy.
Just as Li Hani was about to close her eyes, a teasing voice came from not far away.
It was Shuloba's figure slowly approaching, his eyes full of curiosity.
At the moment he received Chao Chen's call, not long after, he walked out of his childhood friend's neighborhood, called his housekeeper to bring the car, and hurried over. Unexpectedly, he followed Chao Chen's direction and saw such a scene.
In other words, these two have been together for the past half-month? Thinking of this, Shuloba felt a bit sour. You are quite punctual.
Seeing Shuloba approaching, Chao Chen slowly stood up, glanced at his phone, and praised him.
Not bad, when I came over that day, it took about the same amount of time. Of course, I heard you went missing, I searched for a long time, finally got some news, how could I not be fast? Xu Laoba grinned, saying. However, Li Hani didn't look pleased at the moment, apparently feeling that Xu Laoba's timing was off. Alright, this is not the place to chat, let's go back first. You don't know, we are almost starving. Chao Chen shook his head, not wanting to waste time, urging Xu Laoba. Although the dry rations replenished their energy, they couldn't resist the hunger at the moment, so Chao Chen felt it was better to return to the city area quickly and eat something first. The three quickly got into the car. During the journey, Xu Laoba inquired about what Chao Chen had experienced in the past half-month. Upon hearing that the two encountered such a strange thing in a mysterious instance dungeon, he was somewhat shocked. By the way, in a few days, it will be Senior Shui's 180th birthday celebration. I heard that many families and companies in H City will attend, and your little fiancé will also come back. Because you were not at home, I received the invitation on your behalf and placed it on your living room table. Xu Laoba, driving the car, suddenly remembered this and casually mentioned it. Upon hearing this, Chao Chen was momentarily stunned. Senior Shui in H City was a legendary figure, enlisted at 16, dedicated his entire life in the military camp, and retired at the age of 150. Although he currently held no position, who in H City didn't know this pioneer who participated in the extraterritorial war 100 years ago? I almost forgot about this, but honestly, I haven't seen anyone from the Shui family in these 3 years. Exhaling lightly, Chao Chen said indifferently. In these years, except for seeing Shui Yun, he had no contact with the Shui family. Now that Senior Shui's birthday was approaching, both emotionally and logically, he had to make a trip the day after tomorrow. Wait, you said you put the invitation in my living room, then where the hell did you get the key? Chao Chen suddenly felt something was wrong. He was clearly not at home, so where did Su Laoba get the key from? I don't have a key, it was opened with noodles. You don't know, in your neighborhood, with a pack of noodles, I can open the whole neighborhood's door. Su Laoba didn't care about it. After all, the locks in this old neighborhood were like this, and besides, he wasn't going in to do any work. Back in the city, Su Laoba casually parked the car at a restaurant. Chao Chen, the commotion about this birthday celebration is not small. Not only have all the major forces in H City gathered, but also because of Shui Yunji, I estimate that people from the capital will also come. As the prospective son-in-law of the Shui family, what gift have you prepared? While waiting for the food, Su Laoba poured tea for the two of them, seeming to have thought of something, and then expressed some concern. Chao Chen's parents had passed away, and his relatives were not friendly towards him. Therefore, Su Laoba felt that someone might come to cause trouble for his brother at this birthday banquet. After all, the title of Shui Yunji's fiancé was quite eye-catching in H City. Gifts are about the thought, not the value. Chao Chen shook his head. While spending a lot of money might buy some rare items, he didn't want to do that. After all, some things, although they look good, are not very practical. So, since he remembered this matter, Chao Chen had already chosen a gift. He had heard when he was young that the Shui family's great-grandmother was once a member of the Qilin army, which was why she had built this prominent family in H City. And he happened to have something suitable. Don't, if you casually take something out, won't it be like inviting trouble? I discussed with Jianjun, tell us what you like, if you don't have enough money, we'll make up for it first. Hearing Chao Chen's words, Su Laoba seemed a bit anxious. In one's lifetime, everything can be lost, except for face. Don't steam buns to compete for face. I think Chao Chen makes sense. It's just a birthday banquet, nothing serious. Just go there, even if the Shui family is unhappy, what can they do? Li Hani seemed distracted ever since hearing that Shui Yunji was coming back, and now, hearing Su Laoba still persuading, she suddenly became impatient. Is the Shui family so powerful that they must choose their son-in-law? Li Hani's words surprised the two. Although they knew she was straightforward, this was a bit too direct. Chao Chen felt helpless about this. Since coming out of the strange instance dungeon, he felt that Li Hani seemed a bit different from usual, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. On the other hand, Su Laoba seemed to have figured something out. Right, his mother-in-law is here, and she's talking about the Shui family's issue here, isn't it a bit impolite? In an instant, Su Laoba's eyes flashed with a hint of wisdom, as if praising himself for being so clever. Well said, worthy of our class flower, pinpointing the problem so accurately. I admire you, Su Laoba. Su Laoba smiled and praised heavily. First, stabilize his mother-in-law, then discuss with Han Jianjun to prepare the gift. I'm truly a genius. The chef worked quickly, and in 20 minutes, the dishes were all served. Perhaps because he was too hungry, Chao Chen felt that the food today was quite good. The two ate slowly, while Su Laoba seemed to have lost his appetite, as he ordered another roast chicken and then slowly drew a magic circle in his hand. Meow! Soon, a small black cat with wings jumped out of the magic circle, showing exceptional affection towards Su Laoba.
It first stuck to its owner for a while, then turned to the large piece of roast chicken. This behavior caught Chao Chen's attention, and with a true eye, he saw the information about the cat in front of him. Pure Moon Black Cat, Strange Beast, Bronze Level Evolvable Attack, 92 Agility, 120 Spirit, 110 Introduction, a spirit nurtured by the ancient Blood Moon, a perfect predator in the dark night, only pursuing one master in its lifetime, loyal and unwavering.
Lao Ba, did you buy this Pure Moon Black Cat?
Looking at the exceptional stats of the Black Cat, Chao Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of shock. This legendary strange beast could actually be obtained by Su Lao Ba. It seems that he has had quite some luck recently.
How is that possible? Although there are shops selling strange beasts in Zhozhou, how could the prices there be affordable for me?
Su Lao Ba grinned and chuckled.
I found it in the dark forest. To obtain it, Hong Jianjun's credit is indispensable.
It turned out that after Chao Chen and Li Hani entered the eerie instance, Su Lao Ba and the other two also formed a team to level up in the instance. Hong Jianjun made rapid progress, and in a short time, he had developed a sausage that could heal, restore mana, and dispel curses all in one. Therefore, the three of them lived very comfortably in the dark forest, not only easily gaining experience, but also knocking out many people in the instance.
It was truly a fruitful time.
That night, when Hong Jianjun went to relieve himself, possibly due to being too fat, he accidentally rolled down the hill. When Su Lao Ba and the others heard the commotion and went to rescue him, they unexpectedly discovered an ancient tomb. Seeing this situation, the three cautiously investigated and found that a platinum-level powerhouse was buried there. Due to the long passage of time, the identity of the tomb's owner could no longer be verified.
They looted the tomb, each of them gaining something.
Hong Jianjun obtained a set of very ancient-looking kitchenware, Li Wenbin got a pink hippopotamus, and Su Laoba got this pure moon spirit cat.
You guys don't know, although the tomb looks big, there were actually very few things inside, not even a piece of gold. That hippo and this pure moon spirit cat should be the guardian beasts of the tomb. When we first saw them, they gave us a scare. But under the imposing aura of me and Wenbin, these two strange beasts unexpectedly became very friendly to us. With just a little deception, they recognized us as their masters. Isn't that strange? Su Laoba excitedly recounted while stroking the pure moon spirit cat's chin.
Chao Chen and Li Hani exchanged a glance, looking somewhat incredulous.
What was this? Forced to relieve oneself, falling off a cliff, surviving a great danger, and gaining an opportunity? Even novels wouldn't dare to write like this, right?
From Su Laoba's words, Chao Chen also learned a situation, that all these events were actually related to Hong Jianjun. Moreover, just 2 days before they set off, Hong Jianjun had already developed a new dish, and the biggest treasure in the tomb turned out to be a set of kitchenware.
This fat guy must have some secrets, Chao Chen slowly realized.
From his casual hints to the various coincidences now, they all indicated that Hong Jianjun was extraordinary.
Could this person really be favored by luck, able to stumble upon opportunities wherever he goes?
Thinking of this, Chao Chen couldn't help but plan to experiment a bit.
If this was true, then this person would truly be the super lucky charm of the team.
Li Hani was also extremely shocked. Although the 5 of them had just decided to form a team not long ago, within half a month, each of them had their own opportunities. Should she say it or not, the heavens' favor seemed to be too much. I didn't expect that within half a month, you would have such encounters.
After a long time, Chao Chen couldn't help but sigh.
Hey, it's just luck. It's just that there were few things inside, otherwise, the things in this tomb would definitely be shared with you guys.
Su Laoba enjoyed this kind of compliment, waved his hand casually, pretending to be indifferent.
Oh, I almost forgot. Where did you guys go in this half month?
You didn't secretly go on a trip, did you?
Us?
Chao Chen smiled, then looked at Li Hani, indicating for her to explain.
After a long time, a sad voice came from the private room of the restaurant.
I curse you, Chao Chen, you deserve to die. Heaven is unfair.
After a meal that lasted over an hour, Li Hani also planned to take her leave.
After everyone dispersed, she casually hailed a taxi.
Sitting in the back seat, Li Hani let out a heavy sigh, and casually pulled out a roughly polished tree root. In the illusion, this was still a beautiful piece of jewelry, but now, without the blessing of the copy, it had returned to its original appearance. Li Hani carefully examined the tree branch, finding it more and more beautiful the longer she looked at it. After a while, she carefully put it back into her spatial ring.
Looking out the window, as if thinking of something, she muttered softly, Shueijia banquet.
Chao Chen slowly walked back to the residential area, while Xu Laoba seemed to have no intention of going back, following behind him with a particularly despicable expression. Upon returning to the door, just as Chao Chen felt puzzled, he saw Xu Laoba raise an eyebrow and take out a key from his pocket, slowly opening the door across the hallway. Chao Chen's face darkened, unable to guess what had happened. He would be a fool if he couldn't figure it out. Letting out a heavy sigh, he took out his phone and showed Shuloba the screen, dialing a number slowly. Regarding this behavior of Shuloba, Chao Chen felt he needed to set things straight.
Tisk, misunderstanding, right?
She's single now, just broke up, as her brother, consoling a kind-hearted little sister. What's wrong with that?
Seeing Chao Chen's actions, Shuloba looked flustered and hurriedly explained.
If he made that call, it would definitely lead to misunderstandings, and he would have to face interrogation. If it reached Han Mengmeng's ears, he would probably be in big trouble.
I curse you. Frame. Watching Shuloba's appearance, Chao Chen felt frustrated, realizing that moral principles couldn't restrain this despicable person.
He quickly opened the door, ignoring Shuloba, and slammed the door shut heavily. Taking a sip of water, Chao Chen calmed himself down. He didn't have time for Shuloba's nonsense now because he had more important things to do. After breaking through the bronze tier, the effect of the 9-character mantra's chi technique was revealed. When he saw the terrifying effect, Chao Chen almost thought he was dreaming.
Chi technique, signifying unity and advancement, a method to enhance goo insects,
can be used by goo masters when advancing tiers. With each tier advancement, the goo insect with the potential for tier advancement will also ascend by 1 tier. No restrictions, Chan technique, unknown, insufficient level for professionals. Originally, Chao Chen was worried about how to upgrade the goo insects for Binyua's 2 sisters, Xiao Chang and Fitagu when he reached the bronze tier. Unexpectedly, this matter was resolved just like that. Moreover, from this effect, it could be inferred that if he had a king tier goo insect now, when he reached the silver tier, he would have a sing tier goo insect?
Of course, Chao Chen could only think about it.
The method of controlling goo insects had to match his cultivation level. The goo insect he could control now, 1 tier higher than himself, was already quite good. Once he reached the golden tier, there would be a risk of backlash if he wasn't careful. If it was 1 tier higher, even if he could exchange it from the system now, he wouldn't dare to, as the goo insect might end up controlling him. After meditating for nearly half an hour and adjusting his state carefully, Chao Chen slowly opened his eyes, released the white jade gourd, and formed a strange hand seal with both hands.
Chi decision.
Chao Chen shouted, and a dark red energy burst out from his body, crazily pouring into the gourd, causing the surrounding tables to shatter instantly.
Chao Chen's mental power was also drained by half within 2 breaths.
The chi formula is reflected. When Chao Chen's mental energy was almost exhausted, he slowly withdrew his hand gesture, panting, took out a bottle of restorative potion from the ring, and then looked at the white jade gourd flashing red light continuously, waiting quietly. Half an hour later, streams of light sprayed out from the gourd, and the sisters Benoaxiu, Kra, Xiaoqiang, and Fitugu appeared in the room. The sisters Benoaxia did not change much, but Xiaoqiang's skin color appeared darker, and his eyes, which were somewhat dull before, now appeared more agile. As for Fitugu, his black hair became longer, almost covering his entire face, his mouth protruded 2 sharp fangs, and his face became uglier.
Benoaxiu, Kra, silver level, can be upgraded, strength, 240 agility, 285 spirit, 315 talent skill, magic affinity. More affinity for ice and fire elements, casting speed increased by 20%. Abyss Toad, silver level, can be upgraded, strength, 218 agility, 243 spirit, 288 talent skill, 5 poison cicada robe. The Abyss Toad comes with a defensive skill. The poisonous cicada robe not only has unparalleled defense, but also carries attack capabilities. Fitugu, silver level, can be upgraded, strength, 330 agility, 322 spirit, 142 talent skill, intimidation aura, has a chance to induce fear in people. Looking at the panel of the 4 creatures, Chao Chen was extremely excited. Their attributes have exceeded those of many silver tier professionals, and their innate talent skills have significantly improved their combat power. Taking a deep breath, Chao Chen retracted the 4 creatures back into the gourd because the locust and killer bee creatures could not be directly upgraded. To promote them to the bronze level, he would have to take the path of transformation, but Chao Chen currently lacked the materials, so this matter would have to wait until after the banquet. After thinking about the creatures he wanted to cultivate, Chao Chen decided to go to sleep, as the significant mental energy consumption had made his head ache. The night seemed particularly quiet, and Chao Chen slept soundly, unaware that in the middle of the night, the white jade gourd flew uncontrollably out of his dantian. An endless chill rushed out instantly, filling the room with frost. A figure emerged, slowly lying beside him, and white silk threads quickly gathered around the bed, forming a cocoon. In the morning, Chao Chen felt somewhat helpless. Although a thick layer of frost had formed in the room, he did not feel cold at the moment. Besides the malfunctioning air conditioner and cup frozen solid, he found himself bound by an unusually thick tail.
The tail was blue, covered with extremely hard dragon scales, and despite the low temperature, it emanated warmth not characteristic of its attribute. Glancing at the girl sleeping soundly next to him, although he didn't know how she had entered his room, Chao Chen was certain that the tail belonged to her. The girl was tall, about 1.8 meters, with delicate features and silver hair scattered on the bed. Her skin faintly displayed a light purple hue, making her look less human. A blue dragon tail hung at her coccyx, at least 3 meters long, most of it now wrapped around Chao Chen.
As for clothes? Sorry, she wasn't wearing any. Sleep is sleep, why is the tail wrapped around him?
Chao Chen tried to break free, even though he had used his full power, but the dragon tail showed no response. Perhaps Chao Chen's movements disturbed her, as Skasa's eyebrows twitched, slowly opening her sapphire-like eyes. The two looked at each other in silence, and after a long time, Skasa got up and a melodious voice came out of the girl's mouth.
Master, seeing the situation, Chao Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he said calmly, "Can you please let me go first, and also, don't throw that watermelon at my face, I can't breathe." Sitting on the bed, Cipollino was like a competent nanny, using her flames to melt the ice in the room. "Kra, I asked you to bring the clothes I bought for you earlier for her, not to take off your own clothes for her to wear." After a long time of fussing, Kras slowly combed Skasa's hair with a comb made of ice, while Chao Chen sat opposite, looking at her through the eyes of truth, instantly seeing Skasa's information. Ice Dragon Skasa humanoid, gold level, can be enhanced, strength, 680 speed, 720 spirit, 833, talent, ice affinity, a giant dragon born from ice, a natural ruler. Every time it appears, the world's ice elements begin to revel, as if worshipping their king. Any ice spells in Skasa's hands are effortlessly controlled. Traits, undying talent, dragons cannot be killed, even if they have fallen, the remaining breath in the world will gather into a dragon egg, and after several years, she will be reborn. Traits, loyalty, when Skasa reincarnates and encounters interference from the power of the goo-worm, her loyalty remains steadfast, only serving one person unless the master dies or reincarnates again. Traits, shapeshifting, can switch between dragon form and humanoid form. Traits, frost bloodline, Ice Dragon Skasa is a natural ruler, with a natural bloodline suppression against ice attribute monsters. Traits, XXXXXX, traits, XXXXXX truly worthy of being a dragon. Looking at the terrifying three-dimensional form and the numerous traits, Chao Chen seemed a bit excited, perhaps influenced by the slave goo, Skasa, who was supposed to hatch after some time, unexpectedly hatched early. Although she could hide her in the white jade gourd, the time domain inside had no effect on non-goo creatures, so since she could emerge early, besides this speculation, Chao Chen could not think of a more reasonable explanation. Looking at those startled eyes, Chao Chen felt that Skasa's intelligence must be higher than the two sisters, Cipollino and Xiao. After all, these two sisters, even when they reached the silver level, couldn't express some things? And those terrifying three-dimensional data didn't seem like something a gold level should have. With her over 800 points of spirit, some terrifying ice spells would probably be as simple as eating and drinking for her. "Do you want to stay in the gourd or outside?" After some thought, Chao Chen said calmly. After all, Skasa's intelligence was high, and although she was the master, she still had to consider the thoughts of her subordinates. "In the gourd, there is a house for Skasa, a land of ice, where I live comfortably. But if I can choose, I want to stay with the master, as the most important duty of a slave is to reproduce offspring for the master." Skasa tilted her head, thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up, and she slowly crawled towards Chao Chen, loosening the belt of the nun's dress around her waist. What kind of words are these? Hearing this, Chao Chen instantly understood that this little female dragon could understand things, but her mind was not mature. "Alright, you should stay in the gourd for now." Stopping Skasa's actions, Chao Chen still felt that if he wanted her to stay by his side as a bodyguard, he would have to teach her about human affairs, otherwise, there would be trouble in the future. Skasa was very dissatisfied with Chao Chen's words, but she couldn't resist, so in a fit of anger and shame, she hugged her chest, turned her head away, and sulked on her own. With a heavy sigh, Chao Chen came to Skasa's side, touched her head, and said calmly, "What do you usually eat?" Instead of letting her worry about reproducing offspring, it's better to change the subject. He wasn't very clear about what the dragon clan eats, only knowing that they eat differently based on their attributes. After all, there are probably not more than 1,000 dragon breeders in the entire 9 provinces. In this planet with a population of billions, information about the dragon clan is still scarce. Meat. Lots and lots of ice attribute meat. Indeed, upon hearing Chao Chen's words, Skasa's expression instantly changed from gloomy to sunny, opening her tender arms exaggeratedly. Looking at that exaggerated description, Chao Chen was momentarily unsure of how much lots and lots actually meant. He casually picked up a tablet, opened a shopping platform, selected suitable meat, and handed it to Skasa to choose for herself. This 5 of them. For one meal. Skasa curiously looked at the tablet, suddenly feeling that the pictures on it were unusually familiar, as if they were things she had eaten before. Not long after, she pointed to a picture on the tablet and crisply said, "Cultivated Highland ice-fed cattle, 200 pounds, promotional price, 10,000 coins. Seeing this, Chao Chen's eye twitched. "Can I return this?" Skasa's appetite gave him a headache, but after some thought, he decided that he had to raise the dragon babies he hatched, even if it meant spending money. Thinking this, Chao Chen trembled as he clicked on the tablet and ordered 1,000 cattle. Looking at his now significantly reduced balance, barely enough to feed Skasa for 2 months, Chao Chen felt a bit distressed. Due to Chao Chen's massive order, the merchant seemed somewhat incredulous. After confirming over the phone, they suggested that he could pick up the cattle from the pasture himself, and in return, they would give him an extra 50 cattle excluding the shipping cost. Chao Chen found this very reasonable. After eating something casually and putting Skasa away in a gourd, Chao Chen went downstairs and hailed a car to head to the pasture. By the time he arrived, it was already noon. The owner, named Huan, appeared to be a very honest-looking man and also a gold-level pastoralist. Due to his profession, Huan had barely made it to the gold level, but further advancement was impossible because after the gold level, no combat profession would bring a non-combat profession into dungeons. Therefore, Huan had already seen through it. 3 years ago, he used his savings and abilities to raise cattle on his own ranch. Because of the boss's generosity and the good quality of the cattle, his business was now thriving. Seeing Chao Chen arrive, he warmly shook hands, chatted for a few moments, and then opened his breeding space, revealing an iceberg with the 1050 cattle already enclosed in a territory, quietly waiting to be chosen. "Boss, these over 1,000 cattle are ready. When will your convoy arrive?" Rubbing his hands, Huan was a bit skeptical when he received the order last night. After all, cattle were large in size and could only be used as ingredients. Initially, he thought it was a prank, but after confirming again and with platform assurance, he realized that he wasn't dreaming, this was indeed a big customer. "No need, I can take them myself." After randomly checking the quality of the cattle, Chao Chen seemed very satisfied. He then summoned the gourd and took away all the over 1,000 cattle. Seeing Chao Chen's actions, Huan was extremely shocked. This person looked so young but actually possessed spatial skills, and by the looks of it, he was probably a combat profession. After about 5 minutes, all the cattle were completely taken into the gourd. Chao Chen thought for a moment and then spoke up. "Here's the deal, for the next year, every 2 months, I will place an order with you. I hope you can prepare a sufficient quantity." Chao Chen had analyzed that if nothing unexpected happened in the next year, he would have to buy a batch of provisions for Skasa every 2 months. The boss seemed reliable, so he might as well make a pre-order. Although by then he would already be in the capital, Huan should be able to handle it. "Boss, are you telling the truth?" Huan, who had just recovered from his shock, was once again surprised by Chao Chen's words. A batch every 2 months? Could this person be running a food processing factory? Of course, it's true. Can't you supply it here? No, even if you need more, Huan, will make sure to supply you. But can we sign a contract first, just to have proof? Huan quickly shook his head. For a deal that involved money changing hands, there had to be a contract. Understanding Huan's concerns, Chao Chen quickly drew up 2 contracts in the cabin. After both parties confirmed the details, they connected online to verify their identities, and Chao Chen signed his name. "Boss, I can guarantee that no matter where you are, I will deliver the cattle to you. And, I only charge 7,500 Kyushu coins for 1 cow. After shaking hands, Huan voluntarily lowered the price, which made Chao Chen feel comfortable. After a brief chat, Chao Chen took his leave, as the ranch was far away and he needed time to get back. By the time he returned home, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Since tomorrow was Water Grandpa's birthday, he didn't want to fuss too much and just cooked something simple. After eating and drinking his fill, he strictly forbade Skasa from entering the room and lay on the bed, scrolling through his phone. Around 9 o'clock, Chao Chen took a shower and went to rest. He slept until noon the next day, regretting not putting them in the gourd last night. Yes, Chao Chen was tied up again, and now not only Skasa was lying next to him, but also the 2 sisters, Pinua Xiao, and Xiao Chang obediently lay on the ground. However, Xiao Chang was the most well-behaved inside, at least he didn't take off his clothes, right? After waking up Skasa and the 2 sisters, Xiao Chen threw them into the gourd without waiting for their reaction. Rubbing his numb arms, he picked up his phone and checked the number. "Chao Chen, it's already 12 o'clock, and you're still not up. We've been waiting downstairs for over an hour." It was Su Laobao on the phone. Due to his banker father, Su Laobao was also on the guest list for the birthday banquet, so it was time to go, and he sounded a bit anxious. Chao Chen yawned, put on some clothes, washed up casually, and went downstairs.
As soon as he arrived downstairs, he saw a limited edition luxury car parked in front of him, with Su Laoba and Hong Jianjun dressed up nicely, looking at him.
Chao Chen, how come you didn't dress up for such an important occasion? Seeing Chao Chen in casual clothes, Su Laoba was stunned.
We're here to show our status, and you're dressed like this?
It's not a wedding. Why bother about all this? Aren't you guys feeling hot? It's 40 degrees outside now. Chao Chen rolled his eyes and opened the car door. After he got in, Su Laoba slowly started the car. Chao Chen, we've decided that since you're going to meet our future sister-in-law's family, we must make a good impression today.
So, Lao Hong has prepared a nice birthday gift for you. Just take it with you when the time comes, Su Laoba said as he drove. Hearing Su Laoba's words, Hong Jianjun smiled, then took out a beautifully packaged gift box from the side. Chao Chen took it doubtfully and found it was a scroll of calligraphy. Brother, this is the longevity painting written by the famous calligrapher Qi Kongping from Zhou. Qi Laoshi has already retired, so his calligraphy is extremely rare. I had to beg my stepmother a lot for this.
Hong Jianjun looked very proud at the moment. Now, besides himself, who else could get Qi Laoshi's new calligraphy?
Hearing Hong Jianjun's words, Chao Chen was stunned. He had naturally heard of Qi Kongping's name, but he didn't expect that Hong Jianjun's family could invite him to write. After all, Qi Kongping's works had previously sold for up to 39 million Zhou coins.
Isn't your stepmother a movie star? How did she manage to do this?
Chao Chen closed the gift box and looked at Hong Jianjun, asking in confusion. That's my second stepmother, arranged by my sixth stepmother. She is a close disciple of Qi Laoshi.
Hong Jianjun shook his head and explained lightly. Wait, how many stepmothers do you have? Chao Chen's mouth twitched.
He was somewhat impressed by Hong Jianjun's answer, but he was more impressed by this kid's father.
9 stepmothers, 18 aunts. Doesn't your biological mother mind? I've never seen my biological mother since I was young. My father said she was a woman from a big family and was taken away when I was born. I want to know where she is, but my father refuses to tell me, keeping it a secret. The Shui family mansion was located in a relatively remote villa area in the eastern part of the city. It was considered remote not because there were few people living there, but because this villa area was specially planned by the court for former officials and generals who had made great contributions. When Chao Chen and the others arrived, many luxury cars were already parked nearby. The people getting off the cars were either wealthy or influential, some of whom they had only seen on TV. Showing the invitation to the guards, Su Laoba slowly parked the car under the guidance of two security guards exuding a stern aura, and they walked slowly towards the main hall. Those who recognized them couldn't help but whisper to each other. After all, the identities of Chao Chen and the others were quite famous in H City. Su Laoba relied on his father, while Chao Chen was known for being the future son-in-law. The main hall was filled with exquisite pastries, and the bartenders and greeters were graceful young women who respectfully welcomed each arriving guest. Since the birthday banquet was still some time away, people inside were chatting in groups of 2 or 3, exchanging pleasantries or discussing personal interests. Today's birthday banquet, besides celebrating the old master Shui's longevity, seemed more like a private gathering for networking and sharing interests, with various influential figures from H City invited. I wonder what the Shui family is up to today. Besides inviting bosses from various factions in H City, they even invited their sons and daughters. Could it be that after the banquet, there will be a matchmaking party? Chao Chen and the others found a place to sit down casually. Su Laoba was munching on melon seeds and looking at the young people in the hall, commenting casually. I've heard about this. Actually, inviting the younger generation was not the original intention of the Shui family, but because of a young nobleman who came from the capital. As you know, when a nobleman from the capital arrives, he naturally exudes a sense of superiority, so these people want to establish connections with him, and the Shui family is willing to facilitate that. Hong Jianjun took a sip of his drink, showing some disdain. A nobleman from a prestigious family? Chao Chen narrowed his eyes. He knew many people associated with the Shui family in the capital, but they had no connection with the so-called prestigious family. He was certain that this sudden appearance of such a person gave him a bad feeling. He felt that today might not go as smoothly as he had hoped. Didn't expect you 3 to dare to come here. Just as the 3 of them were waiting for the banquet to begin, a disdainful voice sounded. They turned to see Zhou Yuanlong walking towards them in a splendid suit, holding a glass of wine. When Chao Chen saw the casual clothes, the disdain in his eyes became more obvious. Oh, who do we have here? It turns out to be the top student Zhou Gongzi. What can I do for you? Chao Chen recognized the person in front of him and smiled. He remembered that this person held a grudge against him because of Li Hani and had been wanting to fight him.
However, since the college entrance examination, he hadn't taken any action. Chao Chen thought he had given up, but unexpectedly, he appeared today.
I dare not offer any advice.
Everyone in H City knows that you, Chao Chen, have had a stroke of luck and accidentally stumbled upon a cultivation method.
Do you know why I dislike you so much?
Upon hearing Chao Chen's words, Zhou Yuanlong rolled his eyes, then sat down in front of the three of them.
My relationship with my deskmate is purely friendly.
Chao Chen didn't understand Zhou Yuanlong's intentions, but he didn't want to say too much to him, so he casually tried to dismiss him.
Chao Chen, don't think of me as one of those so-called playboys. If it's really for honey, I wouldn't bother with you.
Zhou Yuanlong smiled, then turned serious and spoke again.
Do you know that you are the fiancé of Shui Yunji? With such an outstanding fiancé, why are you still fooling around? What's it to you?
Chao Chen was even more puzzled.
If you can't get Li Hani, do you want to steal Shui Yunji? I'll be damned. Do you know that Shui Yunji is my cousin?
Upon hearing Chao Chen's words, Zhou Yuanlong slammed his cup on the table, pointed at him, and cursed loudly. This guy lucked out by becoming the son-in-law of the Shui family, and now he's trying to steal women.
Not only is he two-timing, but both women are related to him.
One is his own cousin, and the other is his childhood sweetheart and admirer.
Can you say this has nothing to do with me? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Seeing Zhou Yuanlong's frustrated expression, Su Laoba and the others couldn't help but laugh. If this was true, they felt a bit sorry for this big fool. At this moment, Chao Chen was also stunned. He never expected that this person was Shui Yunji's cousin. He had never heard of it before. Laugh all you want. You'll be crying later. Let me tell you, that gentleman Zhang is here for my cousin.
I've already found out that he's here to make you look bad today. I hope you can still laugh later.
Hearing Su Laoba and the others laughing, Zhou Yuanlong became even more angry.
Without waiting for Chao Chen to respond, he left after throwing down those words.
Gentleman Zhang, from the capital's Zhang family?
This was a well-known figure. The patriarch of the Zhang family was currently a high-ranking official in the court, known for his influence in the education sector. The Zhang Group, one of the top 100 companies in the country, was also part of their family, so even though they were in H City, they had heard of the Zhang family's reputation. Chao Chen wasn't as nervous as Su Laoba and the others. He accurately sensed that the other party didn't have good intentions today. Chao Chen, what are you planning to do later? Su Laoba, who had come to his senses, also felt that something was wrong and leaned in to ask Chao Chen quietly. When the enemy comes, we'll meet them head-on.
Even if it's the Zhang family, can they eat me? After some thought, Chao Chen said casually. If he let this reputation scare him, how could he continue down the path? Regardless, I support you, big brother. Hong Jianjun looked at Chao Chen solemnly. Wow, is this Miss Li from the Li family? I've heard she's as beautiful as a celestial being, but I didn't expect her to be this gorgeous. She probably doesn't pale in comparison to Shui Yunji. That's right, and her profession is a demon contract holder. She made headlines in various universities during the college entrance examination. Although not as secretive as a hidden profession, she's still a genius. I wonder if this goddess has someone in her heart. If not, I'll discuss proposing to the Li family with my father when I get home tonight. Stop it, take a look at your arrogant appearance. Are you worthy? $5 for a key. How many keys do you deserve? I'll beat you up. Wanna fight? Huh, the arrogant one's defenses are down? A commotion outside the door caught everyone's attention, and they saw Li Hani walking in wearing a pure white suit, exuding a cold aura, like a fairy untouched by the mortal world. Ignoring the admiration of the younger generation, Li Hani's eyes lit up when she saw Shu Laoba and the others, and she walked towards Chao Chen. Tablemate, you look different today. Looking at Li Hani's exquisite face, even Chao Chen couldn't help but sigh. Li Hani is usually beautiful, but today she seems to have dressed up carefully, making Chao Chen think of a poem. There is a beauty in the north, unparalleled and independent. One glance can captivate a city, another glance can captivate a country. I just dressed up casually for the gathering. Noticing the change in Chao Chen's eyes, for some reason, she felt a bit pleased and sat down next to him, chatting with the three of them. Who is this person? Does the goddess know him? And what's with the monkey and pig next to him? Journey to the west? Watching Li Hani's actions, the young people were first stunned, then whispered to each other. You don't know him, Chao Chen, the future son-in-law of the Shui family, but a playboy who was already engaged but still fooling around. This was said by Zhou Yuanlong. Obviously, he was the most annoyed. Damn, this guy has no shame at all? Damn, he's not even as handsome as me. Why? Hey, arrogant one, can you shut up? We're discussing things, not listening to your bragging. This guy is right, although his behavior is inappropriate, his handsome face suits my taste. If it weren't for the occasion, I would definitely go up and chat with him. Get lost, you little flirt.
Hearing the discussions, Chao Chin took a sip of water slowly, showing that he didn't care. There were already enough misunderstandings, this didn't matter. Time passed quickly. Approaching 3 o'clock, Shui Laoyi, wearing a red brocade robe, was escorted by the Shui family to the main hall, with a smile on his face, bowing.
Thank you all for coming. I hope everyone has a good time today.
Although Shui Laoyi was already 180 years old, with white hair, his spirit was very good, showing the heroism left on the battlefield.
Shui Laoyi, you're joking, you are the hero of our H city, this year is your birthday, we came here to share the joy. Everyone, right? The speaker was the Lord of H city, the highest official in H, who could come today, showing the great influence of the Shui family. Yes, everyone responded. Come on, raise your glasses, let's toast Laoyi, wishing him a long life like the southern mountains.
Wishing Laoyi a long life like the southern mountains. Zhang Feng was good at livening up the atmosphere, and for a moment, a loud birthday wish resounded in the hall. Sitting down again, listening to the warm voices around him, Chao Chen seemed bored.
Do you know why our city Lord Zhang came here today?
While Chao Chen was lost in thought, Li Hani, beside him, smiled as she looked at Zhang Feng chatting warmly with the Shui family. Normally, as the lord of a city, it was normal to care about retired veterans, but Zhang Feng's behavior was overly enthusiastic, and city lords are usually busy with many affairs, so coming here for a drink was already good enough. But Zhang Feng was not in a hurry to leave at the moment, which made the situation a bit intriguing.
He is also surnamed Zhang. Could he be related to the Zhang family in the imperial capital? Chao Chen sighed heavily.
If a city lord could do this, there was probably no other reason besides someone from the imperial capital coming. You guessed it right, he is the uncle of Zhang Hongfei, and this Zhang Hongfei is the eldest son of the Zhang family in the imperial capital.
This Zhang Hongfei awakened as a Confucian scholar, also a hidden profession.
At the time of awakening, the heavens also bestowed upon him a 7-apertured exquisite heart, and the sage of literature descended to bless him. When this news came out, the head of the Zhang family announced, "My son Fei Hong has the potential to become a god." And this Zhang Hongfei did not bury his own talent.
After entering the imperial capital university, his performance was exceptionally outstanding.
Even compared to your fiancé, he was a notch above. I also heard some rumors that in the school, he and Shui Yunji are called the Golden Boy and Jade Girl. Although there are some rumors about this fiancé, it does not affect this result.
Hearing Li Hani's words, Chao Chen frowned.
Although Zhang Feihong's reputation sounded intimidating, Chao Chen did not pay much attention to it. It was simply wishful thinking to rely solely on talent to reach the top.
In fact, what truly restrains a person is not talent, but their mindset.
This so-called talent only gives you some convenience at the starting line. If you become proud and complacent because of it, this talent will be your own poison. Zhang Feng whispered to the Shui family for a moment, then turned and said, "Since today is Shui Lao's birthday, your birthday gifts are probably very generous.
How about we play a game, display all the gifts, and let Lao judge the best one?"
Sitting there, Shui Zhan frowned. He was a pure warrior and did not value these birthday gifts. Suddenly, this situation made him uncomfortable. Today was his birthday banquet, and as the host, he had not said anything. His son seemed to have everything arranged with Zhang Feng, leaving him puzzled about their intentions.
Since he came out, he had not seen Chao Chen.
He had instructed him to appear as the son-in-law of the Shui family, and the person in charge had promised to handle it properly.
What could have gone wrong? He couldn't believe that Chao Chen would forget about this old man. Since City Lord Zhang has spoken, I will offer a gift first. The wine group presents a 1,000-year-old coral, wishing Shui Lao a long life. A dark-skinned, chubby man walked out slowly, exchanged pleasantries, and then ordered his men to bring out the gift. The coral was 3 meters high, entirely red, resembling a naturally carved ruby.
From its beautiful appearance, one could tell it was quite valuable.
Ah, Boss Wang is indeed generous, so Zhao will not be polite.
The Zhao Martial Arts Hall presents a 5,000-year-old ginseng root, wishing Shui Lao a long life. As soon as the 1,000-year-old ginseng appeared, there was a wave of exclamations in the crowd. Compared to the coral, which was just a decoration, this 5,000-year-old ginseng was far more valuable and practical. I heard that the Zhao family martial arts hall wants to marry the young master of the Shui family.
Is this considered a betrothal gift? Zhao's birthday gift heightened the atmosphere in the venue.
Various forces began to present gifts, as if they were competing for attention among the pile of birthday gifts.
Heavenly Crafts Pavilion presents a 3-meter Jade Guanyin statue. Heavenly Dragon Tavern presents a Golden Tier Monster Inner Core. Hong Mining Group presents 5 million in cash. The CEO of the H City Bank presents a Jade Buddha.
Looking at the priceless items, Chao Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. This was just a birthday banquet, but these powers were offering treasures that could be kept hidden away. It didn't look like a birthday celebration, but more like a tribute. In the imperial capital, the Zhang family presents 5 longevity pills for 10 years, wishing Water Old Man longevity like the East Sea and a life as enduring as the southern mountain. A soft voice came from the door, and a young man holding a jade box made of cold jade slowly walked in. Longevity pills for 10 years. As Zhang Hongfei's voice fell, there was an immediate exclamation in the room. This was different from other treasures. This was a real existence that could add years to one's life. It's worth noting that for professionals who haven't reached the king level, the highest lifespan is only 800 years. When the lifespan is near without a breakthrough, the only way is death. However, there is a profession called alchemist that breaks this rule. When an alchemist reaches the diamond level, there is a small chance of refining a miraculous medicine called the longevity pill. In the vast 9 provinces, the number of awakened alchemists does not exceed the number of fingers on both hands. Just like its name, a pill can add 10 years to one's life, and each professional can take 10 pills in their lifetime. It can be said that Zhang Feihong has directly given Water Old Man 50 years of life today. Such a generous gift. I'm afraid there are not many powers in City H that can match it, and even if they can, they have to pay a heavy price. Water Old Man, this is a small token of the younger generation's respect. Please don't reject it. Zhang Feihong faced Water Zhan respectfully, performing a Confucian ritual, showing his elegance in every move. Oh, young Master Zhang is too polite. How can our water family accept such a generous gift? The one speaking was Han Jiao, also the stepmother of Water Yunji. Although the beautiful woman was nearing 40, her figure had not changed due to good maintenance. Instead, she had matured a bit, with a hint of charm unintentionally revealed in her eyes. Although Han Jiao was polite in words, she was not polite when she took the longevity pill. She took the jade box directly, opened it casually, and a hint of greed flashed in her eyes. Aunt Han, you are too polite. Yunji and I are good friends. Since today is Water Old Man's birthday, I naturally cannot let her lose face. Zhang Hongfei said amiably, emphasizing his relationship with Water Yunji, as if asserting some kind of authority. You are too polite, but this gift is too precious. This old man of mine cannot afford it. You should take it back. Water Zhan glanced at Zhang Hongfei, then at his own sons and daughters-in-law, frowned involuntarily. Having been immersed in the officialdom for many years, if he couldn't figure out what was going on today, he might as well die. If the gift does not meet your expectations, Hongfei apologizes to you. This is the fault of the younger generation. However, once a gift of longevity is given, there is no reason to take it back. Upon hearing Water Zhan's words, Zhang Hongfei was first stunned. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, but he controlled it well, and no one noticed. Oh, Dad, this is someone's heartfelt gift. How can you say that? Yes, Dad, Hongfei is not an outsider. Please don't say that. Water Zhan's words did not chill the previously lively atmosphere, and the Water family members all tried to dissuade him. Humph, not an outsider? Does the Water family have any relationship with the Zhang family in the capital? This old man of mine doesn't know. Water Zhan exhaled heavily, looking at everyone with a hint of hostility. Water Old Man, what Aunt Han said is right. Today, besides coming to wish you a happy birthday, I also have a request, which is to propose to you and hope that the Water family can marry Yunji to me. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Zhang Hongfei directly stated the purpose of his visit today. Before coming, he had already contacted the Water family members in advance, and he was confident about this. Even if Water Zhan disagreed with the persuasion of the others, he believed that the difficulty was not great. As for the engagement between Chao Chen and Shui Yunji, Zhang Hongfei never thought about it from the beginning. In his eyes, this person posed no obstacle to his plans. Congratulations to Master Shui. It seems like a double happiness today. I've heard that Miss Shui is in her prime, but I didn't expect her to have such a relationship with Master Zhang. Congratulations! Zhang Feng on the side also hurriedly congratulated, as he came today to support his nephew. The sudden turn of events surprised many people present, as many had heard about the engagement between the Shui family and the Chao family. Unexpectedly, today the Zhang family directly ignored that and came to propose, and besides Master Shui, the rest of the Zhang family seemed to have no objections, which was quite intriguing. I didn't expect that after the changes in the Chao family, even an engagement would be difficult to maintain. Should we say it or not, today should be interesting. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if there were no accidents in the Chao family, can they compare to the Zhang family in the imperial capital? As long as you have a working brain, everyone knows how to choose. As for the engagement, it's meaningless. If the Shui family really agrees to this marriage today, Chao Chen's dignity will be completely trampled. Just an orphan, what dignity does he have? Listening to the whispers around him, Shui Zhan looked at the Shui family members and his words were tinged with anger.
I'm sorry, Yuner already has an engagement.
Master Zhang seems to have made a mistake. Chao Chen is the son-in-law he chose, and he's not dead yet.
How dare they join forces with outsiders to cause this commotion?
I know about the engagement, but for Yunji's current achievements, her fiancé probably can't keep up.
So, Hongfei hopes that Master Shui will consider it seriously.
Dad, although I am Yuner's stepmother, I have taken care of her for so many years, treated her like my own daughter. Naturally, I want her to live well, so let's forget about this verbal engagement of yours.
I think my sister-in-law is right.
For the development of the Shui family, we should also choose a good husband for Yuner.
Although Shui Jia's expression was conflicted, he still agreed with what everyone said.
As the biological father of Shui Yunji, his inherently weak character prevented him from taking a stand on such matters.
Master Zhang, have you asked for Nizi's opinion before coming to propose this time? Even if you did, shouldn't you consider the opinion of the person involved?
Just as Shui Zhan was about to get angry, a voice came from the corner of the living room. Chao Chen appeared with a smile, accompanied by Li Hani and 2 others.
Although he knew that Zhang Hongfei was not here for good intentions, hearing him propose made Chao Chen quite unhappy. I'll be damned.
Where did this monkey come from, barking so loudly at such an important occasion?
Xu Loba didn't have Chao Chen's composure.
He had endured this brat for a long time.
Wasn't that statement just blatantly bullying his brother?
Chao Chen's appearance instantly livened up the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Now that the main character had arrived, things were heading in an uncontrollable direction.
You are Chao Chen?
Looking at the 4 people who suddenly appeared, Zheng Hongfei glanced casually, and when he looked at Li Hani, a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. Looking at the leading young man, Zheng Hongfei narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that after hearing his identity, Chao Chen would dare to come forward. Since that was the case, he didn't mind stepping on him today.
My big brother is not Chao Chen, could it be your father? What kind of nonsense are you asking?
The dignified Zheng family actually shamelessly caused such a situation.
Is this the style of your family? Hong Jianjun is not willing to show weakness.
Although his family only mines coal, his father controls all the coal mines in 6 cities, contributing a large portion to the city's GDP every day.
Moreover, his stepmother is a minister of the Ministry of Works. Therefore, he is not afraid to offend the Zheng family. Now, whoever dares to bully his elder brother is picking a fight with him, and picking a fight with him means picking a fight with the Minister of the Ministry of Works, and picking a fight with the Minister of the Ministry of Works means picking a fight with the court. Humph, you two, it seems like we don't know each other.
Why do you hold such hostility towards me? Besides, we are all scholars who have studied hard for decades.
Isn't it inappropriate to speak so rudely? Zheng Hongfei narrowed his eyes, obviously not having a good impression of Shulo but 2 people. The main character hasn't spoken yet. What are you doing here?
Wait, when this matter is investigated and your identities are revealed, watch how I deal with you. You studied hard for decades, why didn't you freeze to death?
Are you pretending to be your uncle? Shulo Ba stared, instantly retorting. You! Zheng Hongfei clenched his fists upon hearing this. This person was speaking sense.
Enough, La Ba, today is Shui Grandpa's birthday, don't be too harsh with your words. Chao Chen shook his head and spoke up to stop them.
Zhang Gongzi, speak up, did you come to propose today? Have you got Nizi's opinion?
Chao Chen didn't want to waste too much time with this person. After respectfully greeting Shui Zhan, he looked at Zheng Hongfei and said lightly, Shui Yunji has not returned home yet, but Zheng Hongfei came early. He believed that today's matter, he definitely did not inform Shui Yunji in advance, so Chao Chen asked like this. Sure enough, upon hearing Chao Chen's words, Zheng Hongfei was momentarily stunned. Indeed, he did not inform Shui Yunji in advance, but took advantage of the time difference to try to settle things first. Chao Chen, I know, this matter may make you uncomfortable, but you should also consider Yuner. You have just awakened as a Gu master.
Do you think, based on the verbal agreement with the old man, you and Yuner can go on? Why not let go now?
I can guarantee that the Shui family will compensate you. Han Jiao on the side saw the current situation and hurriedly spoke. As Shui Yunji's stepmother, she has never liked this blind boy since she was young. Now, she is willing to exchange her marriage for the support of the Zhang family.
Humph, when can Auntie become the head of the Shui family?
Chao Chen coldly smiled, not caring about Han Jiao's words.
What about you? Have you asked Nir's opinion? Aunt Han is right, now that you ask me like this, what's the point? As a Gu master, do you think you can go on together?
Perhaps feeling guilty, Zheng Hongfei was momentarily stunned by Chao Chen's question, but when he came to his senses, he continued along with his previous words.
An orphan who lost both parents and awakened as the weakest profession, actually had the nerve to question himself? TSK, what? The mighty Zhang family doesn't even have a LCD TV or a computer? We do have a super large LCD TV. Don't you usually watch college news? Do you still think Gu masters are the weakest profession now? Is your brain malfunctioning?
Hong Jianjun directly mocked. Their exam and college entrance exam results had long been widely discussed on the college forum, and the scene of summoning the Piccolo sisters by Chao Chen had caused quite a stir.
So do you still dare to say that Gu masters are the weakest profession now? Even if you rise in the early stages, so what? Can you guarantee that you can cultivate steadily? Hearing Hong Jianjun's mockery, Zheng Hongfei's face looked somewhat unnatural. He had naturally paid attention to the information on the forum, but deliberately ignored this information himself. After all, can a weakest profession rise so easily just by eating and drinking? You don't have to worry about it, Zhang Gongzi. Since you haven't asked Near, are you here today to make a scene? Or is it that Zheng Hongfei wants to rely on the power of the Zhang family to come and oppress the Shui family in H City? Is it because you knew Near was already engaged, you still came here to propose openly? Are you prepared to embarrass the Shui family at the birthday banquet? Chao Chen's accusations were severe. Today is the water battle birthday banquet, with so many outsiders present. By using this method of uniting everyone to force a marriage proposal, how do you think others will perceive it, Zheng Hongfei? Is it because the Shui family is not united? Will it split at any time? I have a good relationship with Yunji, so what's wrong with me coming here to propose? Chao Chen's words made everyone look at him with some amusement.
Zheng Hongfei felt extremely uncomfortable under those gazes and hurriedly defended himself.
Then where is your proof?
You came here to cause trouble without even discussing it.
Is this what you call having a good relationship? Chao Chen smiled disdainfully.
Chao Xiaoyu, perhaps Hongfei's methods are inappropriate, but it's all because of his admiration for Miss Shui.
There's no need for you to be so aggressive, right?
Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Zheng Feng quickly took over the conversation. Zheng Hongfei is his nephew, so naturally, he had to stand up for him. Master Zhang, you clearly see that it was your nephew Zhang who started the trouble first. You just brushed it off as inappropriate methods. Master, you really wield your authority. Chao Chen coldly smiled, showing little respect for this so-called master. If he didn't step in today, he would become the biggest joke in H City later on. If things can't be controlled now, just saying it's inappropriate will let it slide.
Does he think he's easy to bully? Chao Xiaoyu, being young and energetic is good, but don't mistake hot-bloodedness for pride.
Chao Chen's words angered Zhang Feng a bit.
As the lord of the city, who dared to speak to him like this in so many years? I think my husband is right. Zheng Hongfei, do you dare to cause trouble in my Shui family today?
A voice as melodious as a heavenly sound came from the doorway. A girl dressed in a silver cheongsam, holding a silver long sword, slowly walked forward. Although her eyes were covered with a silk cloth, it didn't diminish her beauty. She exuded a unique charm, like Li Hani, the ethereal fairy. And the girl in front of her was like a pure white lotus, both approachable and untouchable. Shui Yunji ignored the reactions of the crowd and walked slowly to Chao Chen, seeming a bit coquettish.
You wouldn't even talk to me in high school, and you've forgotten about me, Chao Chen? I'm your fiancé.
Although he couldn't see Shui Yunji's eyes, Chao Chen could tell from her facial expressions that their sudden rise to prominence hadn't diluted their previous feelings.
Come on, when did you start joking around?
Looking at Shui Yunji's coquettish appearance, Chao Chen inexplicably remembered their childhood. Due to physical defects, this girl had been bullied a lot, and their first meeting was on a rainy autumn day. At that time, due to continuous rain, Chao Chen had been stuck at home for several days. When the rain finally stopped and he was about to go out to play, he saw a little girl fall into a mud puddle by the roadside. Following the principle of doing good deeds like Lei Feng, Chao Chen decided to help her up, only to realize that this incredibly beautiful girl was blind. After a brief interaction and a sense of justice, Chao Chen, along with Su Laoba and Han Mengmeng, taught a few bullies a lesson. That day, Su Laoba grabbed a mop from the toilet and fought 3 opponents like Lubu, making them cry loudly. Later, when he escorted Shui Yunji home, he found out that due to family reasons, she had been living with her grandparents all along. Later, as the two of them played better and better, the usually silent Shui Yunji gradually became more cheerful. And because of the child's innocence, when Chao Chen said, "I'll marry you when I grow up," and Shui Zhen heard it, she found herself agreeing to a marriage in a daze.
You're the silly one, not me.
Shui Yunji smiled sweetly and casually took Chao Chen's hand. Because she awakened a hidden profession in high school, at that moment, Shui Yunji felt like everything had changed, and she found herself surrounded by many unrelated people. But Chao Chen began to seem somewhat distant, which made her feel a bit wronged.
What about protecting her for a lifetime as promised?
Shui Yunji's actions elicited various expressions from those present. The onlookers thought there might be more explosive scenes to come, while the Shui family members wore grim expressions. Shui Yunji was clearly a member of their family, but now that she had returned, it seemed like she was completely ignoring them. Zheng Hongfei and Li Hani on the side both reacted to the scene. Zheng Hongfei was jealous. From the moment he saw Shui Yunji, he vowed that this woman would be his, and no one could take her away. But no matter how hard he tried to please her at school, her emotions remained unchanged, and she always wore a cold expression towards everyone. Now, seeing the two holding hands, how could he not feel uneasy? Li Hani, on the other hand, seemed much simpler. She didn't even know where her inexplicable emotions came from, but ever since Shui Yunji appeared, she had been feeling anxious.
Zheng Hongfei, today is my grandfather's birthday. What do you mean by causing such a commotion?
Feeling the warmth in Chao Chen's hand, Shui Yunji suddenly turned her head and questioned Zheng Hongfei. Because she had been delayed due to a dungeon, she was angry to come home and hear such a scene. Although she was usually easygoing, her grandfather and Chao Chen were her bottom line, and Zheng Hongfei's actions were clearly challenging that.
Yunji, you misunderstand. You know my feelings for you. I did this today just because.
Faced with Shui Yunji's questioning, Zheng Hongfei felt flustered. According to his original plan, he wanted to finalize the marriage before Shui Yunji returned, but things had unexpectedly developed this way. Miss Shui, Zheng Hongfei just admires you too much, so he acted impulsively.
Let me apologize for his actions first.
Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Zheng Feng took the initiative to step forward and apologize, as Chao Chen had already been blamed, and his nephew seemed to have lost his mind. If this continued, it would likely damage the reputation of the Zheng family.
Yes, Yuner, today is grandfather's birthday. Don't make a big deal out of this. Let's all step back and continue with the birthday banquet. Seeing the situation, Hani came forward to mediate. If the marriage alliance failed today and offended the Zheng family, it would be a loss. Yuner, don't be impulsive.
Listening to everyone's advice, Shui Yunji's lips curled into a cold smile.
Was this her family? Zheng Hongfei, remember this.
I, Shui Yunji, will only marry Chao Chen in this lifetime. So whether it's you or anyone else, if you have any other thoughts, I advise you to give up now. As long as I'm alive, no one can dissolve this marriage contract.
The Shui family is under my control now.
Watching the farce in front of him, Shui Zhan frowned, stood up slowly, and the imposing manner he had developed from fighting on the battlefield erupted to its fullest at that moment.
Alright, let the banquet continue. Chao Chen, Yuner, come sit over here with grandfather.
He sighed heavily. Today, the Shui family had lost all face, so he didn't want this farce to continue. Seeing this, the host who was singing gifts wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued with the previous topic.
The Zhang family presents 5 longevity pills for 10 years.
Hearing this, Chao Chen smiled faintly and said, since today is Grandpa Shui's birthday, as a junior, I should also show some respect. After speaking, Chao Chen lightly touched his ring, and a seemingly ordinary wooden box appeared in his hand. The wooden box looked exceptionally ordinary, like a common gift box that cost 10 yuan for 5 pieces, but when Chao Chen took it out, everyone looked as if they were watching a good show.
And they secretly mocked Chao Chen's ignorance.
Originally, Shui Yunji and Shui Zhangguan openly supported this prospective son-in-law, as long as they smoothly passed this banquet.
Others couldn't say anything, but now Chao Chen confidently presented a birthday gift. Wasn't he asking for trouble? What birthday gift could compare to longevity pills? Even if there was, could an orphan like you bring it out? With the title of the best birthday gift in front, even though Zheng Hongfei was extremely embarrassed now, that title of the best birthday gift couldn't be taken away. Oh no, this gift box is not right, Jianjun. Where is your longevity chart? Xu Laoba looked at the small wooden box and was stunned, feeling that his brother was confused and something was wrong. I don't know, the chart was given to the eldest brother before I came in. Hong Jianjun was even more puzzled. Did he take it out? On the other hand, Li Hani didn't find anything unusual in comparison. Although this silly girl might lack some emotional intelligence, her IQ was extraordinary. She was very clear in her mind that although longevity pills were precious, Chao Chen had something even more precious to Shui Zhangguan. From the information she found, there was a passage that read, the first-generation head of the Shui family is named Shui Ruofeng, and the main mother is called Nangong Shiner, profession, Holy Light Priest. Looking at the box handed over by Chao Chen, Shui Zhangguan was first stunned, then laughed heartily. Good child, your intention is enough. Chao Chen had grown up under his watchful eyes, so Shui Zhangguan naturally knew his character very well. Although the timing was indeed inappropriate, he believed that the child did not mean any harm. Slowly taking the wooden box, Shui Zhangguan had no intention of opening it now, but put it aside, ready to end this birthday gift farce. Old man, since Chao Chen is your prospective son-in-law, why don't you take a look at his birthday gift? Open it and take a look. Look at the ancient appearance of this box.
maybe it contains a priceless treasure. Seeing that Shui Zhangguan wanted to skip it, Zheng Feng on the side touched his beard and said with a smile. The previous incident had made them both embarrassed, and now that they had a chance, how could he let it go? In Zhang Feng's eyes, what good thing could a little brat bring out? If Shui Zhangguan opened it and found something ordinary inside, compared to the longevity pills, Chao Chen's impression in the Shui family would naturally be greatly diminished, and these 5 longevity pills would not be wasted. Old man, just open it. Since when did the Shui family let you take charge? When Hong Jianjun heard Zhang Feng's words, he glared, not expecting these two to dare to come forward and support each other. Naturally, as a supporter of his elder brother, he had to step forward at this time. Young Master Hong, what do you mean by that? I, Zheng Feng, am at least the lord of a city. Your words are disrespectful. Zheng Feng narrowed his eyes. He naturally knew Hong Jianjun. After all, Hong Tao's identity was there, and the contact between the city lord's mansion and them was not insignificant. The city lord is just a puppet. If you keep pushing, I'll have my father withdraw the investment. When the investors run away, and the court investigates, how long do you think you can remain as the city lord? When the time comes, you can just hold a broken bowl and beg next to the teleportation array. Hong Jianjun, no longer as listless as before, pointed his fat finger at Zheng Feng and said loudly, Boss Hong, aren't you going to come out and control your son? Is this the kind of thing that can be joked about? Zheng Feng was stunned by Hong Jianjun's retort. This little bastard dares to say anything. Not wanting to argue further, Zheng Feng turned his head and looked at Hong Tao in the corner, saying coldly. Originally holding a glass of red wine and watching the show on the side, Hong Tao was suddenly stunned, then looked around and shouted, You fool, when did you get involved in business matters? If you want to withdraw your investment, just do it. You should have consulted with us in advance, we need to minimize our losses. Hong Tao's words stunned everyone present, especially Zhang Feng, who was incredulous. How can you say such things? I know you spoil your child, but this is too much, isn't it? After saying this, Hong Tao fell silent, as if nothing concerned him. He knew about his son's recent performance, changing from an ordinary chef to an almost all-around support class. Who would believe there was no luck involved in this transformation? Judging from the people his son had been associating with recently, Li Hani and Su Laoba were clearly not possibilities, as their professions did not have such capabilities. The only one who could have influenced his son's transformation was probably Chao Chen. No one could determine the true potential of the Gu Master profession. Seeing his son getting better and better, and now that his benefactor was in trouble, he naturally had to help. Did you hear that? If you want to beg on the streets, go ahead. Hong Jianjun sneered, disdainfully. I only wanted to see Chao Xiaoji's birthday gift, but it seems to have caused quite a stir. It seems that the contents inside are truly invaluable. Zheng Feng's expression kept changing, and finally he said sarcastically, since that's the case, Shui Yi, just open it up. Otherwise, people will say we are stingy for not even allowing a look. Chao Chen chuckled and looked at the uncle and nephew beside him, saying lightly, although the gift he gave might not be valuable in some people's eyes, its worth in Zhouzhou was probably immeasurable by money. Chao Chen, this. Upon hearing Chao Chen's words, Shui Yunji couldn't help but feel worried, while Shui Zhan beside her frowned, not understanding what this meant. It's okay, if they want to challenge me, they are still too inexperienced. Chao Chen smiled, then leaned close to Shui Yunji's ear and whispered softly. Seeing that the host of the birthday gift had spoken, the wooden box had to be opened today, even if it wasn't intended to be. Shui Zhan took a deep breath, then took the wooden box and slowly opened it. A red token appeared before everyone, and as soon as Shui Zhan saw the token, his eyes widened suddenly, as a long-buried memory rushed to his mind. Among the guests present, many could recognize the Kirin token at a glance. In H City, many people were descendants of the Kirin army, and the older ones knew that their fathers or mothers used to show them a portrait and say, look carefully, this is the token of your father's, mother's, army, called the Kirin token. When you grow up, you must practice hard and join the Kirin army, following General Bao Boyan to expel the foreign races. What did I think this was? It turns out to be just a token. Look at the material, it is indeed a rare item. But there's no need to hide it like this, right? Zheng Hongfei and the others approached and, with a sneer, found it to be just an ordinary token with no strange energy fluctuations inside. At most, it was just an item for storing information. Shut up! A loud voice rose from among the guests, and 3 elderly men with graying hair, red eyes, quickly walked out. They were the 3 giants in the catering, construction, and real estate industries in H City. Kid, is this thing real? The voice of the old man sounded a bit trembling. His eyes were full of tears, but more of anticipation. Looking at the expectant eyes of the 3 men, Chao Chen took a deep breath and then nodded firmly. Seeing Chao Chen's affirmative gaze, the three old men quickly walked to the front of the water battle, and without hesitation, infused a trace of their own magic power into the token. A stream of light rushed into the air, and images appeared in the center of the hall. Unlike this joyous day, the images are all about war, soldiers in military uniforms fighting bloodily against the enemy. Soldiers, behind us is our land of Jojo. The enemy is cruel, so today, we fight to the death for our compatriots. Shilin Army, immortal. Fight. Boom boom boom. Ice Mage Huan Lin. Shilin Army, immortal. Elf Archer Huo Lu. Mother, your child is unfilial. Holy Light Priest Nangong Shinner. Father. Mother. As the images intensified, the once quiet hall echoed with heart-wrenching cries. The elderly leaders of the industry collapsed to the ground, crying like children who had been wronged. Everyone knew that the Qilin army was invincible and domineering, but who knew that back then, out of 80,000 strong men who went to war, 9 out of 10 households were left empty, with only the elderly and weak left behind, and white silk hanging in every household? Looking at the figures in the images, although many people did not know them, everyone present knew that these soldiers who had shed blood and sacrificed their lives were once their fathers' or mothers' comrades in arms. And when they saw those familiar faces, some of the elderly who had experienced that era couldn't help but cry out, because the faces they had only seen in childhood were now vividly appearing before their eyes. The images quickly came to an end, showing a battlefield in ruins, with figures of goblins everywhere, and only a man in white robes standing tall on the vast battlefield. Although he had no breath left, the pile of corpses at his feet proved that Bao Boyang had used his last bit of strength to protect Jojo. Everyone's hearts were filled with mixed emotions as they looked at these heroes who fought for the dignity of the nation. Even those without a sense of morality couldn't help but feel admiration at this moment. As the light faded, everything returned to normal, except that the hall was filled with weeping elders and a deep silence. Master Shui, some time ago when I was practicing in the instance dungeon, I happened to obtain this thing. Therefore, I took the liberty to use it as a gift for your 180th birthday. If there is any offense, I hope you can forgive me. Chao Chen took a deep breath, breaking the eerie silence. Ha ha ha, how could I? For me, this thing is more valuable than any treasure. How could I be displeased? Master Shui's body shook, his nose twitched, and he laughed heartily. Everyone knows that the undying Waryang, the unfallen Jojo, but no one knows what these soldiers, all under 30 years old, experienced at that time. And the appearance of this Qilin token clearly proves that their parents did not intend to abandon them, but had no choice. Old man Shui, can you make a copy of the images in this Qilin token for me? Will Baijian owes your Shui family a favor. An old man, supported by his descendants, stood up shakily, looked at Master Shui with red eyes, and said in a trembling voice. He sought his father in the images, and for this reason, he must have a copy of what was inside, no matter the cost. Also, make a copy of the picture for me, and the conditions are up to you. Just as Hua Baijian finished speaking, another old man spoke up, and soon many people followed suit. Why be so polite, everyone? If you want it, just come over here and take it. Moreover, I will submit a copy of this to the court, so that all the people in Jojo will know about the bravery of the soldiers of my city H. Upon hearing everyone's words, Shuijian was first stunned, then stood up and shouted loudly. Ha ha ha, then let's be impolite. Hearing Shuijian's words, Hua Baijian finally relaxed. After all, he and the Shui family were in a competitive relationship in H City. Looking at Chao Chen beside him, Hua Baijian found him more pleasing to the eye. This kid had resolved many people's regrets today, and he was very sensible. If it weren't for his granddaughter already having 2 children, he might have to compete with the old man Shui today. Kid, your name is Chao Chen, right? I can make a promise to you here. If you need any help from the Hua family in the future, just come to me. As long as I can do it, I will help you. Hua Baijian walked up slowly, patted Chao Chen on the shoulder, and said cheerfully, My Li family promises the same. If Chao nephew encounters any difficulties in the future, just speak up. I heard that you are a good friend of my granddaughter, so you should spend more time together in the future. The speaker was the head of the Li family, an old man who looked somewhat wealthy but had a very kind face. My Hu family is the same. I am too. Listening to the promises of the heads of the families, Chao Chen smiled. He didn't expect to have unexpected gains today, which was a pleasant surprise. Thank you all for your kindness, but I think this is just a small gesture, nothing special. Chao Chen bowed politely and replied. At this moment, no one mentioned who had the most precious birthday gift, as offending most of the powers in H City would be unwise. However, Zheng Hongfei and his nephew appeared somewhat embarrassed. Although one was the lord of the city and the other was the eldest son of the Zheng family in the imperial capital, they seemed to have lost their rightful aura. Everyone tacitly ignored them and instead gathered around Chao Chen to chat casually. After all, Zheng Feng's statement had offended most of the powers in H City. The birthday banquet continued as usual. Chao Chen held Shui Yunji's hand and chatted on the side, while Xu Loba and Hong Jianjun, the two big fools, looked at each other whispering, their eyes full of jealousy. Li Hani looked expressionless, took a sip of wine, and seemed lost in thought. Master Shui, since it's like this, we'll take our leave. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Zheng Feng stepped forward and said loudly. Zheng Hongfei walked slowly to Chao Chen, squinted his eyes, and sneered, Chao Chen, don't think today's matter will end like this. In this world, strength is what matters. Soon you will realize that you are not worthy of Yunji. Zheng Hongfei was not a fool, and he quickly adjusted himself. There was no reason for him to fail to get what he wanted. Although he had lost face today, it didn't matter. He was still one of the top people in Zhuzhou. As for Chao Chen, although he might be happy for a while, in the end, he would still be under his feet. Because of your actions today, not only did you ruin my reputation, but you also made Nizi very unhappy. Just wait, after enrolling, I will show you what a waste you, the so-called pride of heaven, are. Chao Chen smiled coldly. Although Zheng Hongfei had awakened as a Confucian scholar, his character was completely contrary to this profession. Moreover, the intuition of a Gu master is the most sensitive. From the moment he saw this person, he knew that this person's heart was not upright. Today, he lost face so much, he will surely seek revenge in the future. Therefore, instead of wasting words in the future, it's better to speak now. Anyway, because of Shui Yunji, they are destined to be relentless existences. Just based on you, a bronze-level Gu master? Upon hearing Chao Chen's words, Zheng Feihong was first stunned, then angrily laughed and said, what qualifications does this person have to say such things? Is he really that confident in himself? If you want to know if my words are reliable, you will find out when school starts. Why the rush? Chao Chen sneered. Shui Yunji, who was on the side, heard the words of the two. Her face turned cold. She finally had the opportunity to be alone with Chao Chen, and yet you dare to interfere? Zheng Hongfei, if you say one more word, I don't mind suppressing you right now. Zheng Hongfei wanted to say something more, but Shui Yunji's warning made him stunned. Unwillingly, he glanced at the two, then coldly threw out a sentence and turned to leave. I'll be waiting for you. Actually, you don't need to do this. If you really don't like him, I'll help you deal with him when the time comes. Watching Zheng Feihong's departing figure, Shui Yunji pursed her lips and said coquettishly. Although she didn't understand why Chao Chen did this, she knew that her husband never did things without certainty, so even though she was a bit worried, she still believed in him. Oh, Lair has grown up. Does that mean you have to support me in the future? Chao Chen flicked the tempting bridge of the other's nose and said with a smile. What he did was not impulsive, but carefully considered. For people like Zheng Feihong, if they are not completely defeated at once, there will be endless troubles in the future, so a clean break is the best way. As a Gu master, he controls the most vicious creatures in the world. Does he really think that his unusually good temper can remain indifferent to such provocation? Why not? Shui Yunji raised her head arrogantly, seemingly asserting her sovereignty. The birthday banquet was slowly coming to an end, the guests were gradually leaving, and Chao Chen also brought Shui Yunji to the side of Su Laoba and the other two, smiling and saying, Get to know my companions. You are familiar with Su Laoba, this is Hong Jianjun, this is Li Hani, and one person didn't come today. Chao Chen introduced them one by one. Hello, I am Chao Chen's fiancé. Shui Yunji smiled and said generously. Hello, sister-in-law. Su Laoba and Hong Jianjun glanced at each other, then said in unison. This sister-in-law used to be a legendary figure in the school, so Hong Jianjun naturally showed some respect. Su Laoba and Shui Yunji were also familiar, so his calling her sister-in-law was mostly teasing. Laoba, long time no see, you have matured a lot, and this chubby guy, although we haven't had contact before, your performance in the college entrance examination is well known in the university now. Shui Yunji did not mind the two's address. Looking at the three people in front of her, since Chao Chen acknowledged them as his companions, they must be trustworthy. This sister is really beautiful. Are you from the Li family? Shui Yunji's pretty face always carried a smile. She turned her head slowly, carefully sizing up Li Hani, and said lightly. Upon hearing this, Chao Chen was stunned. What's wrong with this girl today? The way she said that, it's as if keeping Li Hani by her side is for his looks. This wasn't the case before. Chao Chen, as a man, may not see the little thoughts between the two women, but Li Hani was asked this question and felt a little flustered. Although Shui Yunji's face was unreadable, somehow, it seemed like she could see through his inner thoughts. Thinking of this, Li Hani couldn't help but feel a little guilty. The feeling was like a concubine suddenly meeting the main wife in a TV drama.
Hello, Shue Jie, when I was sitting with Chao Chen, he often mentioned you. However, Li Hani quickly calmed down. After all, she was also a young lady of the Li family. Naturally, she had some pride. How could she be intimidated by a few words? Hearing Li Hani's reply, Chao Chen became even more puzzled. Sister, although we are deskmates, we haven't said much in these years. Are you mistaken about something? Chao Chen is like this, he talks about everything. I have been interested in you since I first saw you. If you don't mind, you can call me sister. Okay, I'd be happy to. Ahem. Shu Lo Ba on the side was as sharp as a monkey. At a glance, he saw that the atmosphere was a bit off, so he quickly cleared his throat, trying to break the strange atmosphere. Sister, we hit it off at first sight. Shall we go out and chat? Shui Yunji warmly took Li Hani's hand. Although they had only exchanged a few words, the scene looked like two long-lost best friends. Li Hani nodded gently upon hearing this, then turned around and said lightly, Chao Chen, you still have a few more music lessons. Although sister is back, remember not to neglect them. Seeing Shui Yunji's actions and Li Hani's irrelevant words, Chao Chen nodded in confusion. As the two were about to leave hand in hand, he couldn't help but say, Are you two leaving without hanging out together? Shut up, the two women said in unison, leaving Chao Chen a little confused. It wasn't until their figures disappeared that he reacted. What's going on? What else? Jealousy. Shu Lo Ba shook his head, grinned at Chao Chen, then patted Chao Chen's shoulder. Chao Chen, you're amazing. You've conquered both the campus beauties of the previous and current sessions. If this gets out, you might get knocked out on the street one day. And Big Brother even brought his first and second sister-in-law over openly to meet. Even my dad didn't dare to do that until the situation was settled. Even so, my stepmothers were all treated like dogs. Whether to say or not, Big Brother is strong. Hong Jianjun chimed in, his eyes filled with deep envy. Jealous? Hearing this, Chao Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. What's the big deal with this relationship? He and Li Hani were just pure friends, and he understood Shui Yunji's personality. How could she be jealous over such groundless things? But, La Ba, why didn't I see your fiancé today? After some thought, Chao Chen couldn't figure out the reason and changed the topic. I don't know, she's been busy with exams lately, so we haven't been in touch much. Shu Lo Ba shook his head. He had been busy with exams recently, so he didn't have time to deal with such matters. Busy with exams? Hearing Shu Lo Ba's words, Chao Chen raised an eyebrow. This guy came to his house every day with a smug look, saying he was busy with exams? Looking at Shu Lo Ba's shameless appearance, Chao Chen considered whether to report to Han Mengmeng about Shu Lo Ba's recent image. I envy you all, having fiancés. Unfortunately, I used to have one too, but we broke off the engagement a year ago. Hong Jianjun shook his head, full of envy. However, his words caught Chao Chen's attention. Come on, fatty, tell us your story. Seeing the two of them so eager, Hong Jianjun was taken aback for a moment, then said casually, What's the big deal? I was engaged since childhood. 3 years ago, that girl got into the Imperial Capital University and was taken as a personal disciple by a mentor, so she came to my house last year to break off the engagement. Hong Jianjun shrugged and said he didn't care about it. Unlike Shui Yunji, he had hardly seen that girl since childhood, except for the time of the broken engagement. I mean, you were insulted like that, and you didn't say anything like 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river, do not bully the young and poor, or something? Su Laoba touched his chin, expressing surprise. I'm not poor. Although my dad limits my pocket money, with so many stepmothers, each of them gives me tens of thousands of dollars every month. Hearing Su Laoba's words, Hong Jianjun looked puzzled. Do I look too low-key? Has my temperament not been revealed? Chao Chen sighed heavily. He thought Hong Jianjun could actually be the protagonist, but he always missed the most important things at critical moments, which led to his current situation. Seeing that Shui Yunji and the others had no intention of coming back, Chao Chen chatted briefly with Su Laoba and then took his leave. Back in his room, Chao Chen rubbed his forehead. He was already at the bronze level, and if he wanted stable strength, he had to refine the Gu Master's life Gu. However, the choice of this item had to be made carefully, as it would determine his future development. If possible, it would be best to exchange for the recommended Gu insects on the system's homepage as his life Gu, but the hundreds of billions of soul points were basically unrealistic for him now. Flipping through the materials in the soul market, Chao Chen's mind quickly turned, and he finally decided on his life Gu. Chaos Gu, life Gu class, no rank, chaos is undivided, and all things are not born. Shaped like a black hole, it devours all things in the world to live, divided into 9 turns, can permanently increase the host's true element condensation by 8 times. After 9 turns, it can evolve into 10,000 Gu insects.
Initial goo insect refining method, chaos original stone, power of the 5 elements, power of thunder, power of stars, devouring mother goo. Thinking about the information that appeared in his mind, Xiao Chen considered the feasibility of refining the chaos goo. There were ready-made chaos original stones in the market, but a thumb-sized original stone cost 80,000 soul points, and the devouring flower needed for the devouring goo cost 20,000 souls. The power of the 5 elements was easy to handle, as he could refine the goo of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth to collect the power of the 5 elements in the world. As for the power of thunder, he could introduce sky thunder on a rainy day, which was not difficult. The power of the stars could extract energy from monsters with this attribute, which was not too difficult to obtain. As for the devouring goo, it was a troublesome and extremely useless goo insect because to refine this goo insect, one needed tens of thousands of extremely resentful corpses and a devouring flower. Although the devouring goo carried the word devouring, it was not very useful because although it could eat anything, it had no attack power, no defense power, and even a black iron level monster could easily crush it. If he wanted to exchange for the Chaos Original Stone and the Devouring Flower before the start of school, it meant he had to collect 100,000 souls within 2 months. Such a huge number was not something the nearby urban dungeons could satisfy, as no matter how fast he killed, the monsters probably couldn't keep up with the respawn rate. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen got up, turned on his computer, entered the forum, and quickly searched for dungeon information. After searching for a long time, Xiao Chen finally found a dungeon that seemed suitable. Soul-Breaking Mountain Range, a large comprehensive dungeon located near the Dark City on the border of the 9 provinces, with no level restrictions. Introduction: due to the unique terrain of the Soul-Breaking Mountain Range, it has become a paradise for monsters, with continuous beast tides throughout the year, extremely dangerous. It is a paradise for professionals to adventure, but also a burial ground because you never know what level of monsters you will encounter inside. Dark City, a place of chaotic order, a land where criminals have been exiled since ancient times. Due to historical reasons, it is independent of the borders of the 9 provinces. Inside, there are not only humans but also various exotic races. The Lord of Darkness controls the entire city. Here, there is no law, no order. As long as you have enough strength, you can get anything you want in the city. Looking at the introduction of the Soul-Breaking Mountain Range, if you want to refine the life goo, you probably have to go to the Soul-Breaking Mountain Range during this time. But before that, you have to increase your strength. After all, the strongest combat power in your hands now is only a golden level Skasa. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Xiao Chen was contemplating his next plan, a series of knocks suddenly came from the balcony. Seeing this, his face darkened, and he immediately walked to the balcony. There, he saw a young girl squatting on his air conditioner, tears in her eyes, looking very aggrieved. "Landlord, help me up first, I'm scared." Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. He originally thought it was that big wave 8 again, but unexpectedly, it was someone else. He sighed heavily and then pulled the girl up. Just as she stood firm, a loud noise came from outside the door. Boom! Meng Meng, this is all a misunderstanding. Listen to me, this is my sister's home. Ah! A miserable scream echoed through the entire building, and Xiao Chen quickly opened the door, only to see a purple-haired girl with a cold face carrying a skinny monkey wearing only a pair of shorts walking out from the opposite side. At this moment, the old Eitsu had already passed out, his face covered with bruises, indicating that he had probably been beaten severely in that short period of time. Han Meng Meng, why did you come back? Seeing the girl's appearance, Xiao Chen looked somewhat surprised. He hadn't even informed her, so how did she come back so soon? Uncle asked me to come back and take care of him. I won't talk to you now. Let's meet again after you start school. Seeing Xiao Chen, Han Meng Meng's face visibly improved. She said a few words casually and then took old Eitsu downstairs. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, it was obviously not the time to discuss matters now, so Xiao Chen didn't ask much. Tell me, what happened? Looking at the still frightened girl, Xiao Chen said lightly, I don't know either. Old Eight and I were fine, but when he saw a message on his phone, he suddenly jumped up. Then, without caring about my feelings, he chased me out onto the balcony. This is my home, why should I run out? The girl with teary eyes said very aggrievedly. Since she had hooked up with this big golden monkey, she had been living quite comfortably. Both of them were principled people and strongly agreed on the iron law that did not enter their lives. But tonight, old Eitsu clearly breached the contract and almost scared her to death. Thinking of old Eight's appearance just now and the girl's current expression, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel that old Eight had matured a lot. Thinking back to the past, when he went to find him in his spare time, he saw old Eitsu in the room, watching TV. Instead of pointing the gun at women and children, he chose to point it at himself, tightly grasping the brutality of human nature, aiming the future at the sky, splashing the filth of the sea of spirits, and the numb-eyed teenager after the storm.
Now, he had grown up.
Seeing this, Chao Chen didn't want to say much and sent the girl away.
Wait, landlord, my door lock was kicked in. Can you help me fix it? Otherwise, it's not safe for me to live alone at home.
The girl stood at the door, looking eagerly at Chao Chen. Over the next 2 days, Chao Chen bought materials for goo insects while accompanying Shui Yunji around. However, it was surprising that even though it was a date for the two of them, Shui Yunji insisted on bringing her tablemate along.
When did their relationship become so good? Chao Chen, are you really not coming with us to the imperial capital in advance?
Because of the heavy tasks at school, Shui Yunji had to leave after 2 days. At the teleportation array gate, Shui Yunji looked at Chao Chen, obviously a little unhappy. Originally, she had decided to take Chao Chen and others to the imperial capital together so that they could experience the capital's instance in advance and meet frequently. However, Chao Chen unexpectedly refused her and wanted to go out for training on his own. If it weren't for her understanding of this little man's character, she would have suspected that he had another lover outside.
Big pig's hoof.
Near, I still want to go out for some training.
After all, the bronze-level instances are similar everywhere.
If Chao Chen didn't plan to refine his life goo, he would have agreed to Shui Yunji. But now he couldn't. For the chaos goo, he had to make a trip to the Dark City. Of course, he didn't tell anyone about this plan because Shui Yunji would worry. Due to Shui Yunji's suggestion, Li Hani and the other two also decided to set off for the imperial capital.
Hong Jian and Li Wenbin had already left yesterday.
As for Xu Laoba, whether he could see them intact after the start of the school year was still unknown.
After a while of intimacy, Shui Yunji and Li Hani walked into the teleportation array.
Chao Chen first returned to school to receive his own silver equipment. Following the principle of necessity, he exchanged for an auxiliary item called 1,000 Faces. 1,000 Faces, silver level, auxiliary item, function, can conceal one's own aura. Wearing it on the face can freely change one's appearance, alter body shape and voice, with a hidden protective skill that can block a full-force blow from a golden level entity.
Cooldown, 3 days.
Back at home, since there were few teleportation channels to the Dark City, the nearest one would only open tomorrow afternoon. Therefore, he first reserved a spot on his phone and then organized various materials.
Tonight, he decided to refine the 5 elements goo and the love, life, and separation goo, and then modify the locust goo and the killer bee goo. The method of refining the 5 elements goo was extremely simple, requiring only the corresponding 5 elemental items, special techniques for refining, and then waiting for half an hour. After all, like the devouring goo, it had no effect other than absorbing elemental attributes.
Chao Chen sat cross-legged, placing a gold tool, a 100-year-old locust tree root, a small bottle of black iron-level monster's fire seed origin, a refined pure water, and a bucket of black soil in front of him. With the blessing of the dark red spell, the 5 items floated slowly in mid-air. When the runes completely merged, he threw them into the white jade gourd to nurture them. After completing this, he summoned the locust mother goo, the killer bee mother goo, and Skasa.
Skasa had her eyes closed, apparently sleeping in the gourd. Sensing the change in the environment, she frowned.
When she saw Chao Chen, her face immediately lit up with a smile, and she pounced happily. Stopping the overly excited Skasa, Chao Chen looked at her handsome face and said with a smile, "Do you think I am your dearest master?" Although Skasa was a bit puzzled by why Chao Chen asked this, she nodded happily.
"Since that's the case, let's shed some blood for your master."
Seeing Skasa's affirmative response, Chao Chen nodded in relief and then took a human-sized bowl and shook it.
Skasa angrily returned to the gourd.
It wasn't because the master had shed half a pound of blood for her, but because the master only allowed her to dedicate herself and didn't even allow her to be held, so she was very angry. After finally sending away Skasa, Chao Chen wasted no time and soaked 2 goo in dragon blood, pouring 2 bottles of black potion into it. Because the potential of the 2 goo was limited, only at the level of black iron, if he wanted to continue using them, he had to modify them. And what in the world could quickly change the structure of a species must be something on a dragon's body. After all, the genes of this kind of creature are too powerful. One of the 2 bottles of potion was condensed resentment and essence distilled from the eyes of thousands of crows. Originally, Chao Chen couldn't find these 2 things online after searching for a long time. It was Li Hani's reminder that prompted him to check out the shops run by wizards or necromancers. After carefully searching the shops run by these professionals, Chao Chen seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Charcoal grilled salamander, a lump of rotten meat made up of 800 kinds of creatures, a mermaid full of corpse poison, exotic eyes carved from monkey brains. If the most terrifying freak in the world came from somewhere, it must be from these 2 professions. Their shops were filled with all sorts of modified things, not only sounding disgusting, looking even more disgusting, and even the shop owners didn't know what these things were for. Trying to contact the shop owner to ask if they had what he needed, unexpectedly, the response was very quick, perhaps due to lack of business. These two things were also sold exceptionally cheap. Inscribing the talisman on the bowl, Chao Chen once again threw the two gu into the gourd, took a deep breath, and then took out the widow spider and red needle scorpion he had bought and put them all into a large porcelain vessel. After making sure that these 200 creatures couldn't escape, Chao Chen gently shook the frozen heart, and the heart instantly turned into a pile of floating flesh and blood. Crushing the whole living grass and mixing it with the heart and 6 tiger souls carefully into the porcelain vessel, and after pouring the remaining half bowl of dragon blood into it, he sealed the bottle with graveyard soil. Putting the porcelain vessel into the gourd, Chao Chen continuously made strange handprints. With each handprint merging, the black light around the gourd deepened. This process lasted for a full 2 hours. Even with Chao Chen's strong mental power now, he barely managed to sustain it after drinking 5 bottles of spiritual potion. Buzz! Bang! The gourd trembled more violently, and at the moment Chao Chen was about to collect it, 3 black streams of light sprayed out, along with 5 pieces of yellow-green-orange-blue-brown stones, which looked somewhat translucent, gathered in a circle, separated by a transparent thread strung into a bracelet. The other 3 streams of light were like obsidian locusts and killer bees. There was also a palm-sized black spider. The spider was surrounded by a flowing black mist, with a clear human face formed by the protruding tendons on its back. The face was beautiful and seemed to carry a demonic aura in its features. Staring at it for too long would probably make one sink into it. Seeing this, Chao Chen exhaled lightly and used his real finger to scan the information of this gu. 5 elements gu: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. No rank. Functional gu: attack, 0 defense, 40 spirit, 0 introduction, used to absorb the 5 elements and store them. Killer bee mother gu, variant, bronze level, a gu that has undergone mutation due to being tainted with dragon blood and resentment. It can produce up to 5,000 offspring gu. The offspring gu contains a weak dragon aura and resentment, with a self-destruct skill upon death. Locust mother gu, variant, bronze level, a gu that has undergone mutation due to being tainted with dragon blood and resentment. It can produce up to 5,000 offspring gu. The offspring gu contains a weak dragon aura and resentment, with a self-destruct skill upon death. Love and separation, combat type, life type gu worm, can enhance, golden rank, already baptized by the chi word, strength, 550 speed, 820 spirit, 724, introduction, refined from the heart of the beloved. This poison star shines with no solution below. It is one of the main gu worms refined into the immortal gu. This life can be considered as growing old together. Characteristics: dragon, prestige, grudge. Characteristics: assassin, love and separation are natural hunters. Once targeted by them, unless the enemy dies, they will not stop. Characteristics: Spider King domain, born king, can command spider species for own use. This skill changes with the level of the gu worm. Characteristics: Spider web entanglement, spits out poisonous spider webs like sharp blades, can be used for control. Characteristics: Female heart, infinite illusion, with the combination technique of male heart, love and separation, weaving illusions, silently hunting. Looking at the skills of the 4 gu worms, Chao Chen's eyes flashed with excitement. Although it took so much effort, the killer bee gu and locust gu still could not be enhanced, but at least they have advanced 1 rank, and their combat power has greatly increased. There is no way the limits of these 2 gu worms are set. Chao Chen is already satisfied that they have not been eliminated so early. And love and separation gave him a huge surprise. Not only fully developed the dragon blood essence, but also the 6 tiger souls fused well, breaking through his own limits to enter the golden rank, and the terrifying characteristics also gave Chao Chen a relatively perfect trump card. It seems that I have to speed up and refine the male heart, love and separation, otherwise the strongest characteristic of this gu worm will be wasted, Chao Chen said softly after some thought. Watching the elegant appearance of love and separation, and thinking of Xiao Chang's unique appearance, Chao Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. Why is there such a big difference between 2 poisonous gu worms? After playing with the 4 gu worms for a while and putting them into the white jade gourd, he immediately summoned the 2 sisters, Binya Wuxiu, because he was going out for 2 months this time, and when he came back, it would be almost time to start school. Therefore, Chao Chen planned to clean the house thoroughly, and then entrust the property management to take care of it and collect the rent monthly. After sleeping until morning, Chao Chen sorted out his affairs and called a car, heading towards the direction of the spatial channel. Because H City is far from the Dark City, in order to get there quickly, he must use the spatial channel, and even in the spatial channel, it would take 5 hours to reach the teleportation point near the Dark City. He directly took the ticket, and after waiting at the station for an hour, he saw a white spaceship slowly approaching. This is a tool specially designed to travel in space fissures, developed by the highest level mechanic in JoJo, and the driver is a kind of elf named Nightmare. This race is naturally friendly with humans, and it is said that they survive by devouring human nightmares. After casually checking the ticket and boarding the train, as the train just entered the fissure, Chao Chen felt a sudden darkness in front of him. After a while, he saw the train quickly moving forward in a space filled with twinkling starlight. This was the first time Chao Chen had seen the true face of the spatial fissure, which was eerily quiet inside, and those starlights were not real stars, but individual target teleportation points. Although they looked close, they were actually far apart. After watching for a while, Chao Chen felt it was boring and then lay down on the seat to rest. Deyue town is located 10 kilometers from the Dark City. Apart from those who maintain the entry and exit of the spatial fissure, there are some other personnel and vendors who pick up and drop off tourists. Basically, no one would live here. Therefore, it is more like a station than a small town. After getting off the train, Chao Chen walked slowly to the restroom, first put on a black robe, and then took out a 1,000-faced mask from the spatial ring. The thing was very light, like a mask made of whole silk. After injecting the power of Gu into it according to what was in his mind, he quickly covered it on his face, and soon a face that was 8 points similar to Zheng Hongfei appeared in the mirror, and his hair also changed from black to silver white. After carefully observing that there were no flaws, Chao Chen walked out of the toilet, found a car at random on the periphery, and rushed towards the direction of the Dark City. Half an hour later, a tall city wall appeared in front of him. The city wall was all black, as if it were made of a natural giant stone, looking extremely ancient, and the nearly kilometer height was awe-inspiring. There seemed to be a faint smell of blood in the air, as if it was emanating from the undried blood. At the city gate tower, 2 teams of soldiers wearing black armor were patrolling, and people who wanted to enter the city were lining up, apparently registering for something. You guys are asking for too much. You want me to pay 59,000 coins just to enter the city? Are you bullying me, a fool? If I had 50,000, would I come here to make a living? Chao Chen slowly lined up behind the 2 men. Just as he stood still, a middle-aged man in front with a giant sword shouted, seemingly very dissatisfied with the entrance fee. If you are not satisfied, you can leave now. If you say more, your head will be hanging on the city wall the next moment. The soldier collecting the fee coldly glanced at the middle-aged man, seeming unwilling to engage in more conversation with him. In the meantime, the aura of the silver tear emerged from his eyes, seemingly chilling. Unexpectedly, an ordinary city guard of the Dark City had reached the silver tier. Bah, is the silver tier so great? Do you really think I have no way out once I leave here? 50,000, dream on. The middle-aged man looked at the soldiers in front of him, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes, but he and his dumb companion were wanted criminals, so although he didn't want a conflict with these soldiers, he still had to leave some harsh words. He couldn't lose face. After throwing down a few harsh words, he quickly left with his companion, but the speed of their departure at this moment was somewhat embarrassed. After the middle-aged man left, Chao Chen slowly looked at the registration form beside him. Without hesitation, he slowly signed the 3 big characters Zheng Fei Rong on it, and then took out a card and said in a slightly heavy voice, "Swipe the card." Refreshing, you are the first person I've seen in the past half-month who paid the entrance fee without asking for reasons. Watching Chao Chen's actions, the leader's dead face even showed a hint of a smile. Although there were dozens of people coming to this city gate every day, most of them would retreat upon hearing the 59,000 coins, some would ask for reasons, or prepare to complain. Therefore, the leader was also very annoyed with this job, but he appreciated people like Chao Chen. Since you are here, why not abide by the rules here? Chao Chen smiled slightly, indifferent, and said, a mere 59,000 coins, he could afford it. Taking the card casually, handing it to his subordinate, the leader looked at Chao Chen's appearance. Although his resolute face still seemed somewhat immature, his way of doing things was methodical, as if he came from a big family. Generally such people were either rich or noble. Master Zhang, please keep your card safe. Glancing at the registration form, the leader smiled slightly, then turned to the tent and shouted, 10086, come out and take Master Zhang into the city. As soon as the leader's voice fell, a girl in black clothes walked out slowly. The girl was about 1.75 meters tall, with a graceful figure. Although she wore a veil, her eyes were full of charm. The clothes on her body were more like fabric. At least, the clothes did not completely cover up the great shame. Hey, Zhang Gongzi, this is a tradition of the Dark City. Pay the entrance fee of 50,000, and we will assign a guide for you who can introduce everything about the Dark City to you. And with the guide around, no one will lay a hand on you in the city. The leader smiled and introduced the woman beside him. The guide will stay with you for a day and night to ensure your safety. Moreover, if you pay an additional 10,000 to the guide, there will be special performances for you. Is this $1 entrance fee very expensive? The leader said lightly, Although the Dark City is a chaotic place, they wouldn't resort to attacking someone over an entrance fee. The $49,999 is just the fee for hiring the guide. $1 entrance fee is already a very fair price, okay? If it weren't for seeing that Zhang Gongzi had a bit of a noble air about him, would he have insisted on having a guide accompany him? Of course not, a pauper has no right to choose. Hearing the leader's explanation, Zhang Gongzi seemed a bit speechless. This kind of bundled tactic is really impressive. If this city lord were placed outside, he would definitely be a wolf in Sheep Street. Zhang Gongzi didn't mind, having someone to show the way is good. After all, before he entered the soul-breaking mountain range, he still needed a map and some supplies. Dear guest, welcome to the Dark City. The young girl bowed respectfully and then led the way ahead. Zhang Gongzi nodded and followed the girl through the city gate. As they walked into the street, he noticed that there were indeed quite a few people inside. The surrounding shops looked somewhat dark, and many people were accompanied by a girl or man dressed like 10086. Besides humans, there were also some strange creatures wandering on the street, such as an octopus sitting in a sedan chair entangled with a guide, or a male guide touching a flower spirit. These were obviously exotic people. I am your guide, for this day and night. I belong entirely to you. If there is anything you don't understand about ensuring your safety, you can ask me. Of course, if you pay more, you can do anything to me except kill me. Of course, after a day and night, as long as you pay another 59,000 Zhou coins, we can renew our contract. Walking along the street, accidents could happen any time, such as an adventurer walking on the roadside, and the next moment, his head would be flying in the air, while a woman would be searching his body for valuables. An exotic person was choosing something in a shop because there was no guide around. The smiling waiter ended the other person's life when they were distracted. Not to mention those women who were openly forced by lack of strength on the roadside. Zhang Gongzi nodded, looking around at everything, and said lightly, "What kind of place is this exactly? An existence independent of anywhere, a paradise of chaotic order. Here, there is no law, no rules, everything is controlled by the Dark City Lord. Theoretically, as long as you have money or power, you can get anything you want from this city." 10086 smiled softly and replied, "Oh, what if I want ownership of you?" Hearing the girl's words, Zhang Gongzi sneered. "Rather than calling this a paradise, it's more like a playground for wild beasts, a cage that imprisons criminals. Of course, my price is only 20 spirit stones, which is equivalent to 2,000,009 Zhou coins. As long as you pay, then I am yours, but after that, the two of us will not be protected by the Dark City Lord. If you really have such intentions, you might as well wait until you leave the Dark City to act." The girl licked her lips, showing no dissatisfaction with Zhang Gongzi's words. After all, they were just slaves backed by the Dark City Lord. Upon hearing the girl's words, Chao Chen nodded and did not pursue the topic further. "Take me to a place where I can buy a map and coordinates for the Soul Mountain Range," she said. "Sure, just walk down this street, and inside is the inner city where you can buy everything you need. With me around, you won't have to worry about your body parts being separated like those from other races. However, I advise you to exchange for some spirit stones first. Some shops don't accept 9 provinces coins or other currencies. Here, just like beyond the universe, spirit stones are the only hard currency. Spirit stones not only allow professionals to extract experience for cultivation but also serve as the mainstream currency in this world. And 100,000 9 provinces coins can be exchanged for 1 spirit stone. Unlike the cold cruelty outside, the inner city is like a giant gold mine, with luxurious buildings everywhere. Whatever entertainment you can think of, you can find it here. Everyone is accompanied by a guide to ensure their safety. It can be said that this is truly a place of enjoyment." Following the girl's steps to an exchange office, Chao Chen casually exchanged for 100 spirit stones. From the girl's words, it can be inferred that although this dark city is chaotic, as long as you have money, nothing is a problem. Therefore, Chao Chen plans to disguise herself as a wealthy young man traveling here. This way, she can evoke fear and extract more information about the Dark City and suitable places for training in the Soul Mountain Range using this virtual identity. The girl beside her saw Chao Chen's bold move, her eyes lit up, and even her attitude became more enthusiastic. She was convinced that this was a wealthy young man who came out to train, and the Dark City valued such people the most. If Chao Chen spends a certain amount here, she may also receive additional commissions. It's fortunate that you're here. Today happens to be the annual highest auction in the Dark City, starting in half a day. Would you like to go and see? The highest level auction item is a diamond artifact. 10086 casually took out a booklet, recording some rare treasures to be auctioned tonight. Chao Chen saw the booklet in 10,086's hand, and her interest was piqued. She flipped through it and found various equipment, treasures, and rare materials that are hard to come by. One material quickly caught Chao Chen's attention, called the Other Shore Dream Orchid. a flower that looks transparent all over and shaped like a lotus platform. This flower lies underground for 20 years, blooming for just 30 seconds. After blooming, the flower quickly withers, leaving only seeds that germinate underground and start another 20 years of waiting. Legend has it that this flower comes from the underworld, transformed by a spirit called Dream Orchid. This spirit is born in darkness and waits for 20 years in that decaying and damp place. But it never gives up its persistence. Every day, it waits quietly until, after 20 years, a mysterious force rescues it from the darkness, and it sees the sun for the first time. The warm sunlight on its body makes it feel entranced, almost forgetting time. In its memory, it seems to have lived for thousands of years, experiencing vast changes, but in reality, it's just a fleeting moment. Therefore, the other shore dream orchid is also known as the flower of reincarnation, symbolizing a person's lifelong effort to grow, just to feel their moment of glory before withering and sinking back into darkness, only to go through the cycle again. Although it doesn't have any special effects, it looks exceptionally beautiful, and due to its nature, it's hard to preserve, making it a good collectible. However, to Chao Chun, this is indeed a material with significant effects. Take the souls of two infatuated women, combine them with the dream orchid from the other shore in 20,000 skeletons, refine them with a gu formation, and you will obtain a gu insect called Zhuyan Ci Jing, also known as Zhuyan Jiet. The name of the gu insect is taken from a line of poetry: most things in the human world cannot be retained, the red face departs from the flower and the words from the tree. This gu insect takes the form of white bones, with infatuated souls as its foundation. It looks like a crystal skeleton person, incredibly powerful, capable of summoning skeletons to be used for oneself, attacking the soul. In theory, at the same level, each touch of Zhuyan Jie ages the opponent's soul by 10 years. If it is fused with a powerful zombie body, there is a great possibility of generating a new soul. Due to material constraints and strict requirements, although Chao Chun has heard of this gu insect, he has no intention of refining it. After all, a dream orchid from the other shore requires 10,000 soul points in the system store, and the more dream orchids there are, the better the quality of the gu insect. This is like a greedy merchant's calculation, even the little bear biscuits in the soul mountain can hear it. Therefore, although Chao Chun knows that Zhuyan Jie is easy to refine and has a super strong effect, he still does not take action to refine it. But now is different. This thing unexpectedly appeared at the auction, and the label on it is for collection, which means that there is much less competitive pressure. So, no matter what, he must attend this auction. After some thought, Chao Chun walked back into the exchange center and took out 10 exquisite collectibles from the spatial ring. These things are all treasures from the Scasel Dragon's Nest, stored in his own small treasury. Although they do not have any special functions, their exquisite workmanship and historical craftsmanship prove that their value is definitely not low. The staff at the counter were first stunned when they saw what Chao Chun took out, then their eyes widened, and after confirming that Chao Chun really wanted to sell these items, they trembled. "Sir, I cannot make the decision on these items. Why don't you come to the backstage, and I will inform the boss immediately." With a sigh of relief, the staff respectfully said. Chao Chun had no objections to this. Led by the staff, the two slowly walked into a luxurious private room, where a waitress in a cheongsam poured a cup of tea for him. At this moment, 10086 was smiling more charmingly, her actions bolder. Sitting on the sofa, she embraced Chao Chun's arm, gently wiping the muscles on his arm with a watermelon, her eyes seductive. Soon, an elderly man who looked somewhat dark-skinned quickly walked in, bowing and saying, "Sir, you have been waiting for a long time. I am the owner of this exchange center. I heard that you have good things to sell. Why not show them to me and let me have a look?" Mu Mingyuan appeared very enthusiastic. After hearing the report from his subordinate, he knew that a big deal had come today. "Don't be so polite, boss. These are just some small items." Chao Chun smiled, without much hesitation, and took out the collectibles again, placing them on the table one by one. Seeing this, Mu Mingyuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly put on gloves, carefully examining each item. Judging from these patterns, this golden mask should be from a desert ancient country 30,000 years ago. This staff is from 10,000 years ago, a burial item from the golden triangle tomb of the extraterrestrial lizard ancient country. The more the boss looked, the more amazed he became. These various ancient artifacts had a history of over 10,000 years, and they were all iconic items from ancient countries in the past. Who the hell was so careless that they didn't even preserve this silver and agate sculpture properly? Mu Mingyuan picked up a sculpture, cursing at the obvious small chip that seemed to have been deliberately broken off. After looking for a long time, Mu Mingyuan reluctantly put down the items, looking at Chao Chun with an inexplicable expression. These things were obviously dug out from ancient tombs, and each ancient country had them. If Chao Chun was not a tomb raider, then it could only mean that he came from a big family. "Boss, please give me a price. After checking the wood clearly, Chao Chen slowly said, looking at the boss's silly appearance. Chao Chen inexplicably felt that the boss was a bit silly. Since the guest is so straightforward, I won't say much either. How about a fixed price of 22,000 spirit stones? After thinking for a long time, Mu Mingyuan gritted his teeth and said, if he acquired it, there should still be a lot of profit. 25,000. Upon hearing Mu Mingyuan's offer, Chao Chen directly said, although he didn't understand these things, based on the dragon's greed for treasures, he could also guess that this thing was worth more than that. Deal. Sure enough, as soon as Chao Chen finished speaking, Mu Mingyuan quickly responded. Damn, still sold at a loss. But Chao Chen wasn't too bothered by this. Originally, these things were meant to be used as living expenses for Skasa. Now that he had encountered something that could enhance his strength, it was okay to use a portion of it. Money, well, if it's gone, just earn it back. After agreeing on the price, the boss took the things away and made a few quick calls. Soon, a waiter carried a golden plate and slowly approached, on top of which was a card made of special material. Guest, 25,000 spirit stones are all stored in the card. This thing is universal within the universe, you can use it. I think you are in a hurry to sell these things because you are going to attend the auction, right? Here is an invitation letter. Take it there, and you can enter directly without paying any fees. They will arrange a private room for you inside. Chao Chen nodded, confirmed with a device, and then relaxed. May I ask for the guest's surname? After the transaction, Mu Mingyuan looked at Chao Chen and smiled, very curious about the young man who could bring out these things all at once. What was his background? Boss, you're too kind. My surname is Zhang, and I hope we can cooperate in the future. Chao Chen casually replied, keeping the card and invitation letter. A person from Zhozhou, surnamed Zhang? Could it be from the imperial Zhang family? Thinking of this, Mu Mingyuan's pupils contracted, feeling extremely shocked internally. The auction house in the Dark City was located in the center of the inner city. Chao Chen couldn't help but exclaim as he looked up at the huge and luxurious auction house. He had never participated in such a large-scale auction event before, and now that he was here, it could broaden his horizons. Who the hell poked my ass? Isn't the tour guide still here? Is it against the rules? Who pulled down my pants? I'll beat your monkey. This bloodless Dark City, I auctioned off something worth 80 spirit stones, and they didn't even give me an invitation. Damn. Where's the tour guide? Looking at the crowded scene at the auction ticket booth and the noisy and quarrelsome voices, Chao Chen was suddenly stunned. Amidst the noisy voices, there were faint sounds of painful groans. In the huge crowd, people were being stabbed by unknown daggers at all times. After all, this place was notorious for its chaos. Although there were some rules in the inner city, there were still daring individuals. Anyway, with so many people crowded together, it would be reasonable if someone suddenly fell ill and died, right? As for the warm blood on the ground, it was obviously coughed up by himself. What's it got to do with me? Young master, let's go this way. 100866 pointed to another passage next to the auction house, speaking softly. Unlike the chaotic scene here, in front of the spacious passage, four catwomen stood respectfully at the door, a red carpet laid on the ground, and two squads of black-armored soldiers exuding a solemn atmosphere stood silently guarding on the side. Chao Chen looked over and happened to see two groups of people entering the passage. His gaze swept over the crowd and finally stopped at a woman who looked very strange. From the outside, she looks to be around 30 years old, but the appearance of three foxtails proves that she is not human. Is she from a different race? She is from the Huanhuan Valley, a force that ranks in the top 5 in the Dark City, belonging to a different race. This woman is named Su Qingge, the Grand Elder inside, rumored to be close to reaching the Perkin level in cultivation. Seeing Chao Chen's confusion, 10086 spoke up, changing his address from the previous guest to young master. A three-tailed fox? That's a good thing. If I have the chance to kill her and control her with the corpse puppet goo, that would be a good help. Her backing is the Tiger God sect, also a different race force. He is the young master of the Tiger God sect, a strong one at the golden tier. Good stuff. If I can draw the tiger soul, my love and separation might improve again. With each introduction by 10086, Chao Chen had a thought in his mind. Of course, he couldn't act in the inner city, just for research. Entering the passage, Chao Chen presented the invitation letter. Walking all the way to the end of the passage, suddenly, a large ordinary beast fighting arena auction site appeared in Chao Chen's sight. The venue could accommodate at least 20,000 people, and the densely packed seats were already full of people. On the stage was an auction platform made of pure white crystal, surrounded by golden runes, looking extremely luxurious. Sir, this way please. A catwoman in a cheongsam quickly walked up, respectfully said. Following the girl's footsteps for nearly 10 minutes, she finally stopped in front of a box near the auction platform, made of crystal, allowing a full view of the entire hall. Entering the box, sitting on the luxurious sofa, the Catwoman slowly brought an exquisite fruit plate and a pot of tea, then bowed respectfully.
Feel free to call me if you need anything, sir.
After speaking, the Catwoman slowly retreated and closed the door of the box. Chao Chen ignored 10086 who was sitting on his lap, just raised his eyebrows, looked up, and saw Suchinga, whom he had met before, looking at him with a puzzled expression.
Elder, what's wrong?
Suchinga, seeing the other party noticing her, slowly withdrew her gaze, and the girl beside her asked in confusion. Nothing, just felt that person's face was strangely familiar. Suchinga sneered, recalling the time when she fought for a treasure in the imperial capital, that man who looked like a gentleman but was actually a weak-minded person. With a little temptation, he acted like a fool, following blindly.
Elder, now that you mention it, I remember. You said it was familiar. It should be that Zhang Hongfei, right?
I remember you inherited a literary spirit from him. Looking at the person over there, he is probably from that family too. And seeing him attending an auction with a woman, he must be no different from Zhang Hongfei.
It seems that the elder will benefit again this time.
The girl smiled, respectfully said.
Benefits? This is the Dark City, not their imperial capital. A little benefit won't satisfy me. If I can squeeze him dry, maybe this time I can break through the Perkintier. Suchinga sneered, then closed her eyes, quietly waiting for the auction to begin. While Suchinga was waiting for the auction to start, not far from their box, several forces were secretly discussing something. If they could hear their words, they would find a common point. If something good falls into someone else's hands, they will meet them outside after the auction. Chao Chen waited with his eyes closed for nearly half an hour. With a crisp bell ringing, the noisy environment instantly quieted down.
On the auction stage, an old man slowly walked up, picked up a microphone, and said with a smile, "You have been waiting for a long time.
I'm sure you are getting impatient. Without further ado, let's officially start the auction."
As a senior auctioneer who had hosted 10 auctions, he naturally knew what this group of people needed today. So, he didn't waste any words and directly started the auction of the first item.
Let's start with an appetizer.
As soon as the old man's voice fell, a rumbling sound came from the crystal platform. The mechanism in the middle opened, and a huge item, about 2 meters wide and 3 meters tall, slowly rose. It was covered with a red cloth, hiding what was inside. The old man smiled slightly, reached out his hand, and pulled off the red cloth to reveal a large iron cage containing 2 scantily clad women. The women, not very old, looked terrified, and the pair of rabbit ears on their heads indicated that they were not purely human. This is the enchanting bone rabbit from the Forest of Life. Although their cultivation is only at the black iron level, those familiar with this creature would not be interested in their cultivation level.
I won't say more here.
The old man pointed to the creatures in the cage and smiled. These enchanting bone rabbit sisters are the first auction item today, starting at a low price of 10 spirit stones.
Let the bidding begin. Enchanting bone rabbits?
Looking at the 2 girls in the cage, Chao Chen muttered to himself.
He didn't expect the Dark City to openly trade in human beings.
Although they were not species native to the 9 provinces, it wouldn't be a good thing if people from their planet found out. These 2 sisters had very low cultivation levels. If they could grow to 10,000 years, they would be good materials for a kind of goo insect. Chao Chen gently pushed 10,086 off his leg. Since the auction had started, he no longer needed to maintain a certain image. Although he wasn't interested in such playthings, it didn't mean that everyone was like him. The figure and the timid look on the enchanting bone rabbits excited the adrenaline of the aggressive crowd, as most people had a liking for beast-eared girls, especially a pair of sisters. After several minutes of intense bidding, the first auction item was finally sold for 18 spirit stones to a man with dark skin who resembled a Kunlun slave. With the successful sale of the first auction item, the atmosphere in the auction hall reached its peak. Various dazzling treasures appeared on the stage, including equipment, elixirs, monster offspring, and even some lord's remains. Chao Chen saw a strange-looking lizard being displayed, dried and lifeless. Judging from its aura, the monster was at least at the silver advanced level, and the auctioneer introduced it as a lord from a certain instance. Leaning back on the sofa, Chao Chen listened to the various bidding voices around him, sneering and patiently waiting for what he needed. However, Chao Chen's behavior made 10086 a little anxious. He thought this young master would spend money recklessly, but now, after seeing about a dozen items being auctioned off, he still hadn't made any move. Even if you don't bid, at least touch it. This big jade bamboo shoot, long, white, and slender. This big watermelon tastes sweet. Being too polite can lead to hunger and dissatisfaction. In the early stages of the auction, there were no particularly eye-catching treasures, and only a few people were bidding. The figures from major forces and some real wealthy individuals in the private boxes had not made a move. Ding! Another crisp bell rang. The auctioneer smiled as he controlled the platform in the center of the room. Another item was brought up, this time just a small tray with a bone the size of an arm placed on it. This peculiar bone immediately attracted many people's attention, as such things usually came from certain high-level monsters.
This is a dragonman's rib bone. Many of you must have heard of its reputation.
Dragons are inherently mysterious, so some creatures give birth to monsters with dragon characteristics, and these monsters have a unique essence. This is a silver-level dragonman rib bone, containing a very strong dragon aura. If you are lucky enough to extract that aura for your own use, it is estimated that it can greatly enhance your strength.
The old man pointed to the bone on the tray, saying with a smile.
As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion arose in the auction house. Countless eyes were fixed on the rib bone on the tray, full of interest. Anything related to dragons is valuable, and this is a rare find, so encountering it today is a stroke of luck. Seeing that the atmosphere in the room was already intense, the auctioneer, cunning as he was, knew that while this was indeed a good item, it was only silver level at best, and whether the dragon aura could be extracted was still unknown. Of course, he wouldn't mention that. Dragonman rib bone, starting bid at 100 spirit stones.
150.
As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, someone in the front row shouted loudly.
200.
There were quite a few people interested in the Dragonman rib bone.
In less than 2 minutes, the price had tripled.
Chao Chen popped a grape into his mouth and listened to the increasing bids, feeling somewhat amazed. It seemed that anything related to dragons, no matter where, would always hold great value.
550.
Just as the price had reached 500 spirit stones, a lazy and enchanting voice came from the opposite box. Hearing this voice, Chao Chen glanced faintly at the other side. I didn't expect that the fox from the Huanhuan Valley would also be interested in this.
Su Qing's bid immediately quieted the bustling auction house.
550 spirit stones were equivalent to over 50 million in Jojo currency, which was already the maximum price for the rib bone.
Moreover, even if they continued to bid, offending the Huanhuan Valley would make it difficult to take the item away. In that case, it was better to give up now.
Seeing the situation, the auctioneer also knew that the price of the rib bone had reached its limit. After waiting for 3 minutes with no further bids, he knocked on the wooden hammer in his hand, indicating that the item belonged to the Huanhuan Valley. Next up for auction, there may not be many people here who have seen it before, although it is just a collectible, at least in the Dark City, it is a unique existence. Listening to the auctioneer's introduction, Chao Chen vaguely sensed something and immediately sat up straight.
The legendary flower of reincarnation, the otherworldly dream orchid.
With a wave of the auctioneer's hand, a jade box made of blue crystal slowly appeared on the table, containing thumb-sized, crystal-clear flowers.
Indeed, it is that thing.
Chao Chen looked at the flowers in the jade box and sighed deeply. There were at least 100 otherworldly dream orchids in the box, each of which was sold for 10,000 soul points in the system store. On the crystal platform, although the auctioneer talked about how precious the flowers were, they were essentially just collectibles. Compared to the previous rib bone, not many people were interested. 120 flowers of reincarnation, starting bid at 200 spirit stones, please.
TCH. Most people scoffed at the auctioneer's words. To spend 200 spirit stones on a useless collectible, did he really think they were all fools? What use does this flower have besides being beautiful? Are you going to use it to decorate your family's old man's coffin?
The auctioneer tried hard to hype up this thing, but the effect was not significant.
Some hot-tempered people had already started cursing under his impatient introduction.
Seeing this, the auctioneer helplessly shook his head.
Will this thing be unsold like this? 210 pieces.
The auction house fell silent for nearly 5 minutes, only to hear a voice coming from a certain box, breaking the awkwardness in the room. Countless eyes followed the direction of the voice, only to see a young man sitting with his legs crossed, looking at the crowd.
Damn, where did this fool come from, spending 210 pieces of spirit stones to buy this thing? It looks like he's from some big family, but I really feel sorry for his family. Look at what they've raised. Not only the people in the room, but even some forces in the box seemed surprised.
The elder of the Hahuan sect narrowed his eyes, looking at Chao Chen, his brows furrowed lightly. If this person is really from the Zhang family of Jojo, then this flower might have some tricks up its sleeve. Having dealt with Zhang Feihong before, although this person's character was not good, the people of the Zhang family would not have poor judgment. Looking at the beautiful orchids, Su Qing's eyes flickered. Hearing someone finally bidding, the auctioneer was delighted and turned to Chao Chen with a smile.
This gentleman bids 210 pieces of spirit stones. Anyone else want to bid? Bid your sister's butterfly. Are you here to grind your family's ashes?
Why so slow? Hearing the auctioneer's words, countless people in the room cursed, thinking they were fools.
220 pieces of spirit stones.
Hearing the curses from the crowd, the auctioneer smiled awkwardly, ready to announce the result, but a voice made him stop his hammer. The auctioneer looked towards the voice and saw Suchinga lazily stretching, saying lightly,
"Oh my, is the Halwan Valley interested in this broken thing?"
"It's normal, after all, she's a woman. It's normal to be curious about this beautiful Bixian dream orchid."
"Ha, weren't you the loudest one cursing just now? Can it be the same? That's the Halwan Valley, a famous beauty. Can you think like a rich young master? Ha, even if she agrees to be with you, the next day, your 200 pounds of flesh will turn into jerky." "Ha, Elder Su bids 220 pieces of spirit stones, anyone else want to bid?" The auctioneer laughed and said again.
Seeing this, Chao Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. He didn't expect that the thing he had quietly obtained would encounter a change. If he gave up now, not only would he miss this opportunity, but he would also easily break his current image. After all, he was now called Zheng Feirong, from a big family. If he gave up when someone bid, wouldn't that mean he was afraid of the Halwan Valley? Taking a deep breath, looking at Suchinga opposite him, Chao Chen sneered, seemingly saying in a fit of pique,
250 pieces of spirit stones.
Chao Chen's bid made Suchinga stunned. In this auction house, besides those with similar strength, he was the first person to dare to bid against her directly. It seemed that he was not afraid of her. A simple test once again confirmed Chao Chen's identity, which was quite worthwhile for Suchinga.
300 pieces of spirit stones. After some thought, Suchinga bid again.
She wanted to see how far this person could go. "Elder, spending this money to bid on this thing might affect our future plans." The girl next to her frowned lightly, not understanding why the elder was being stubborn with that young man. "Don't worry, I'm pretty sure I can determine where he comes from now. I was just competing with him to see how much he is valued in his family. If it meets my expectations, the wealth on this person will soon willingly come into my hands." Suchinga smiled charmingly, her eyes seeming to be filled with a hint of fire. The core disciple of the Zhang family, the energy on his body is quite nourishing.
"Heh, 500.
Chao Chen sneered, casually leaning back on the sofa, reaching out to embrace 10,086, his eyes full of disdain, like a spoiled gambler who must have the item in hand.
510. 800. 810. 1,000.
This sudden competition made the audience stunned, not knowing what had gotten into the elder of the Halwan Valley, actually getting into a bidding war with this young man. And this young man was fierce, raising the price without blinking an eye.
Where did this nouveau riche come from?
As the auctioneer listened to the bids from both sides, he smiled like a chrysanthemum, never expecting that a collectible item, for some inexplicable reason, would attract a bidding war and fetch such a price.
"Thanks to this gambler, let me tell you, thank you."
When Chao Chen bid 1,000 spirit stones, Suchinga smiled even more happily, seeming to have met her psychological expectations, so she didn't continue.
"Ha, this gentleman bids 1,000 spirit stones, is there anyone else bidding?"
The auctioneer asked again, seeing no response, he decisively dropped the hammer. As Chao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, he looked inexplicably at Suchinga across from him.
"Like to play, huh? Just wait." Sir, go ahead and ravage it."
10086 said inexplicably, creating an ambiguous atmosphere in the box. He thought this person was a eunuch, but it turned out he was a master who wouldn't act unless provoked.
Hearing 10,086's words, Chao Chen twitched his mouth.
He had been too engrossed in the bidding just now and had forgotten that the tool he had pulled over was still beside him. But to be fair, the weight was quite substantial. In the following dozen or so items, Chao Chen did fancy some materials and, being generous in his spending, he acquired them all. As the auction was nearing its end, a truly weighty item finally appeared. It was a skill stone, to be precise, a skill that could be learned by people.
Dreamlike Shadow, a universal illusion skill, platinum level.
The auctioneer's voice plunged the entire auction into silence, everyone staring in shock at the skill stone on the table, their voices somewhat urgent.
Platinum level universal skill.
Chao Chen narrowed his eyes, also somewhat surprised at this moment.
A professional skill is usually determined by their own profession.
Generally, a warrior cannot learn a mage's magic, and a mage cannot learn a warrior's martial skills. But there is a type of skill that can be practiced by all professions, which is a universal skill. Usually, only those who reach the level of a king have a chance to comprehend a universal skill, and it generally does not exceed silver level.
A platinum level universal skill would mean that the original owner's cultivation had probably reached the level of a saint.
With the appearance of Dreamlike Shadow, the atmosphere of the auction reached its peak. However, for something of this price, except for those major forces, no one else had the qualifications to compete.
7,200 spirit stones. 7,500. 8,200. 9,000.
Suchinga slowly raised her hand and solemnly said, apart from the last item, this universal skill was also something they must obtain. An illusion skill and the Hawan Valley were a perfect match. The price has reached this point, and some forces have begun to give up. After all, compared to the final diamond artifact, the latter is still more important. 15 minutes later, when Suchinga gritted her teeth and bid 12,000 spirit stones, the scene fell silent instantly. Perkin level skill, breaking 10,000 spirit stones.
It is indeed a major force in the Dark City.
With such heritage, ordinary people may never achieve it in their lifetime. Just when Suchinga thought the skill was already in her bag, a somewhat arrogant voice suddenly broke the silence in the field. I bid 12,001 spirit stones. Chao Chen looked at the field, sneered coldly. He had caused trouble before, and now it was time to pay the price. Chao Chen's bid made the expressions of the people in the field freeze. They didn't expect this young master to intervene at this moment, and in such a way.
What's going on? Do you look down on one spirit stone? Come on, let's bet 200 to see who's stronger. Exactly, don't underestimate this unit. You don't know how much it's worth. Suchinga was also stunned. She didn't expect Chao Chen's retaliation to come so quickly. The auctioneer, hearing Chao Chen's bid, had an unpleasant expression. It was not because he thought the spirit stone was not valuable, but since the auction house opened, no one had bid like this for these big items. Wasn't this deliberately disgusting, people? However, he wouldn't say that. After all, the highest bidder wins. Even if it's just one spirit stone more than the other party, the one who bids more will get it. 12,500. Gritting her teeth, Suchinga continued to bid. After all, if she let Chao Chen take it away like this, not only would she lose money, but it would also be embarrassing if it got out. 12,501. Chao Chen sat comfortably on the sofa, not looking at the reactions of everyone in the field. After all, he would always bid one price higher than the other party. One spirit stone couldn't even build a toilet. What was he afraid of? 15,000. Young man, I must remind you that the auction in the Dark City is not like others. If you bid recklessly and can't produce the spirit stones later, your fate will be miserable. Suchinga's face became even more unpleasant. After a quick thought, she directly added 2,500 spirit stones and spoke up to remind him. However, this reminder didn't sound friendly, it was more like a threat. 15,001 spirit stones. I, Zheng Feirong, have always hated it when others say I have no money. If you want to bid, bid. If you don't bid on this item, I'll accept it with a smile. Chao Chen, with his legs crossed, said disdainfully. He exuded the aura of a nouveau riche, as if he could crush you with money. 20,000. Hearing Chao Chen's words, Suchinga suddenly stood up. Without thinking, she shouted loudly. But as soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. She had spent too much for this skill. By the time the last item was auctioned, Huffing Valley had lost its bidding qualification. Huffing Valley has great means. Since the lady likes it, this young master can only reluctantly give up. Consider this as a favor to you, this beautiful lady. Hearing Suchinga's bid, Chao Chen knew that the 20,000 spirit stones had probably reached the limit that Huffing Valley could bear. If he bid higher, it would easily end up in his hands. So he gave up. Suchinga gritted her silver teeth. Although this skill was very suitable for Huffing Valley, the price was really painful for her. She raised her eyes, glanced coldly at Chao Chen, and had already decided that unless Zheng Rongfei kept hiring guides to protect him in the Dark City, she would definitely bring this person back to Huffing Valley and let him taste the bitterness of death without sunlight. Can you start the auction? Suchinga's voice was clearly filled with anger. Seeing that the auctioneer had not moved, she urged coldly. The old man, seeing this, nodded quickly, and the auction hammer in his hand came down heavily. After the appearance of the illusory shadow, it heralded the auction was coming to an end. At this moment, a team of black-armored soldiers suddenly appeared on the auction stage. The leading general casually waved his hand, and the soldiers stood alert in a row. These 50 or so black-armored soldiers were mostly at the silver level, with the leading general being a gold-tier powerhouse. Seeing the cautious move of the Dark City, Chao Chen was also stunned. What exactly was this last item that made them so cautious? Quickly regaining his composure, Chao Chen continued to focus on the crystal platform. The auctioneer at this moment took a deep breath, then pressed the controller in his hand. A black wooden box slowly rose, revealing a purple giant sword in front of everyone. The black sword handle was connected to a terrifying skull, with horns forming the handle on top of its head. The blade went from wide to narrow, with a blue eye in the middle, incredibly vivid, as if it could influence the soul.
The moment the giant sword appeared, Chao Chen frowned slightly, feeling that this sword was somewhat unusual. Unlike the shadowless sword, this giant sword seemed to possess some spirituality. The information of the giant sword instantly appeared in front of Chao Chen's eyes. Magic sword Apophis, Diamond tier, upgradable, skill, card of the blade soul. Can summon the spirit of the blade to form an array, increasing the attack and magic power of those within the array by 20%. Expands with the improvement of the sword's quality, skill, aura of undeath. When wielding the magic sword, the attack carries an aura of undeath, corroding wounds with undeath aura, with a 2% chance of turning the opponent into a sword slave. Increases with the improvement of the sword's quality. The magic sword existing in the Cave of Lamentation, a naturally cursed sword, no one knows its origin. Empowered by absorbing magic energy and the essence of the sun and moon, Apophis has given birth to sentience. Anyone who wields it will eventually be corroded by the magic energy and become a sword slave of Apophis. Looking at the information from the system, Chao Chen couldn't help but gasp. The panel of this sentient magic sword was unexpectedly excellent, far beyond what a diamond tier item could achieve. Indeed, it's a good item. If I could obtain it and cultivate the spirit inside into a sword spirit, perhaps the power of this magic sword would not be much weaker than Scarsa today. The sudden appearance of the giant sword stunned everyone present, their eyes filled with greed. Some even felt that their souls were attracted by this magic sword, with only one thought in their minds, to hold it in their hands. Boom! The leading general stomped heavily, and the golden tier pressure completely manifested at this moment, forcibly resisting the temptation of the magic sword. I advise you all not to stare at the eyes on this sword casually. Through our research, we found that this thing can attract souls. The general coldly reminded, and the people who came back to their senses just now noticed the anomaly earlier, gasping in cold air. This sword was completely a magic sword. On the crystal platform, the auctioneer narrowed his eyes, looking exceptionally satisfied with the current scene. Although this magic sword seemed dangerous, after appraisal, it was indeed a genuine diamond tier item. Everyone, this is the highlight of our auction, a diamond tier giant sword. Even we don't know its specific name and effects, but one thing is certain, it is stronger than ordinary diamond tier items. I won't waste any more words. Now, the auction officially begins, starting at 10,000 spirit stones for this diamond tier giant sword. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, the various forces in the private rooms started bidding. They came here today for this item. 20,000 spirit stones, 30,000 spirit stones, 50,000 spirit stones. Listening to the prices reported by various forces, Chao Chen knew that he might be out of luck with this item today, but he did not leave, instead continued to wait. Although he currently had no fate with this Apophis, he at least wanted to know which force would buy it, so that in the future when his strength was enough, he could come back to reclaim the item, right? 200,000 spirit stones. As the price of the magic sword soared crazily, after nearly 20 minutes, except for some small forces, these major sects revealed their bottom line prices. Su Chinga gritted his teeth. The spirit stones brought out from the sect were all he had. If someone else bid again, then Huan Valley would have no hope in this competition. Ha, little fox, I'm afraid you've reached your limit, so the Tiger God sect will take this diamond artifact. 220,000 spirit stones. Seeing this, Hushan laughed wildly. The three major forces of the Tiger God sect, Huan Valley, and the Righteous Chi sect had similar backgrounds, but the Righteous Chi sect did not value this sword much due to its sinister nature. Therefore, besides the Tiger God sect, the biggest competitor was Huan Valley. However, Su Chinga had previously spent a large price on a skill stone due to a conflict with someone, so the price he offered now was simply beyond what Huan Valley could match. Su Chinga gasped heavily. He didn't expect that a slight mistake on his part would lead to such consequences. But as Hujin said, he really couldn't come up with a higher price than 220,000 spirit stones now. Seeing this, the auctioneer said 3 times, "Is there anyone else bidding?" With no response from the crowd, he hammered down, indicating the ownership of the magic sword. "Everyone, this auction is almost over, but to thank you all for your support, our Dark City will give you a piece of news for free." Just when they thought the auction was over, the auctioneer's words brought the atmosphere back. "This news is something we just learned. Have you heard of the legendary Plague Village?" The auctioneer paused, then quickly revealed the information to prevent backlash. The Plague Village? The source of the plague that caused many instances to appear 800 years ago. Hearing the auctioneer's words, the crowd was in an uproar. 800 years ago, when game instances first appeared in the universe, the 9 provinces had not yet been affected, but turmoil was already brewing in the universe. At that time, a mysterious dark elf village erupted with a terrifying plague. Dark elves who came out of there brought this thing into the instances, causing the plague to sweep through many instances. The creatures infected by the plague were all mutated and turned into bloodthirsty monsters. No one knew where the plague originated from or why it broke out in that village. In the end, it was the elves who brought out something called the Water of Life that stopped the spread of the plague. Because the game had just arrived, even the strongest were only at the platinum level. After the plague was suppressed, the top 100 platinum level powerhouses entered the village, sealed it, and learned from the survivors that the village was full of treasures. If not for their limited strength, they would not have missed out. Less than a month later, all these powerhouses died, and the plague village slowly became a legend. That's right, it's the legend you're thinking of, and we, the Dark City, have found the map of this village. The auctioneer extended his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet, and then a screen appeared on the stage, showing an ancient map to everyone. We have already studied the map, and it is indeed left behind by the strong ones who entered the village back then, and this place is right in the soul-breaking mountains of our Dark City. According to the description above, due to the seal, this plague village can only appear on the night of the full moon after detection, and the nearest full moon to the Dark City will be tomorrow night. Perhaps the statement full of treasures is false, but back then, out of the 120 platinum level strong ones who entered the village, only a dozen came out, and their wealth is all inside. The auctioneer smiled and explained lightly, "We have printed many copies of this map. Each person who comes to the auction today can take one copy back, which is also considered a gesture of goodwill from our Dark City." As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in amazement, even more so than when a diamond artifact appeared. Just as he said, even if there are no treasures inside, the platinum artifacts left behind by the hundreds of fallen strong ones are a huge fortune, and by making them public, the Dark City is giving everyone a chance. How could this not excite them? Inside the private room, Xiao Chen heard this, and although he was also excited, he quickly felt something was amiss. Putting himself in their shoes, if he had received this news, he would never make it public. After all, everyone knows the value of these hundreds of platinum artifacts. The Dark City is a chaotic place, and Xiao Chen does not believe they are being so kind-hearted to share with everyone. But could it be that the Dark City has already explored this place, knows what's inside, and is unable to do anything about it, so they have to resort to such means? Thinking back on the process of this auction and the final message, Xiao Chen felt more and more uneasy. This news came too suddenly, and if he wanted to compete, he would have to enter the soul-breaking mountains by tomorrow morning at the latest to catch the full moon night, as the coordinates teleport instantly, and there is still a journey inside. This auction has brought out diamond artifacts and skill stones, clearly to promote this plague village. The forces that auctioned off these items cannot take them back in such a short time, so they can only enter the soul-breaking mountains with the items, or rather, this plague village. The Dark City is one of the strongest forces in this region, and if many people rush in together and something unexpected happens inside, it has nothing to do with them. Realizing this, Xiao Chen instantly understood that the Dark City intends to use these people to enter the soul-breaking mountains, solve the problem that has been troubling them, and then turn on each other. Once successful, these skill stones and diamond artifacts will return to their hands, and the treasures in the plague village will also belong to him alone. What a clever move! Xiao Chen exhaled heavily, looking at the auctioneer below the stage, his eyes flashing. As the crowd left, Xiao Chen followed the footsteps of the Catwoman to the backstage, handed the card in his hand to the person in charge, lightly swiped it, and the transaction was completed. In this auction, apart from the Abyss Dream Orchid spending 1,000 spirit stones, the other materials did not exceed 500, totaling less than 3,000. Although it was still a bit painful when converted to 9 states currency, it was still worth it to get these materials. Walking out of the auction house, although many people noticed him, after all, Zhang Feirong's performance at the auction house was quite eye-catching. With 10086 by his side, although many people had the idea of robbing him, they still didn't dare to act. After all, the Iron Law of the Dark City was in effect, and no one dared to openly challenge its authority in the city. After buying a coordinate teleporter and a map of the soul-breaking mountains, Xiao Chen planned to find a hotel to rest for the night. Due to the operation of the Dark City, it is estimated that the time gate is now crowded with people, so it's better to wait and set off tomorrow morning. In the hotel of the Dark City, as long as you have money, you can enjoy all their services, even if you want to have a live broadcast with the receptionist. Satsun usually ignores these things directly, casually pays a spirit stone, buys the most expensive service, instructs the waiter to send the food and drinks back to the room later, and then takes the room card to go upstairs. This is a suite with 2 or 3 rooms inside, decorated extremely luxuriously, and some extremely ambiguous things are blatantly placed on the side. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Satsun was inviting 10,086 to eat, a knock on the door caught the attention of both of them. Normally, hotel staff wouldn't come to disturb. 10086 stood up slowly, then opened the door, only to see Su Chinga standing elegantly outside the door. smiling gently at the Dark City guide.
The rules of the Dark City cannot be broken, Miss Su, please behave. 10,080 Isax's face turned cold.
She had been observing the confrontation between Saotsun and Su Chinga, so when Su Chinga came to her door, it was unlikely to be for a good reason. Originally only at level 2, if she encountered such a strong opponent outside, she probably wouldn't be able to say a complete sentence, but this was the Dark City, and no one dared to touch her here.
Well, don't be agitated, I naturally know the rules of the Dark City, but the rules don't say we can't have a chat, right?
Su Chinga smiled, said casually, then ignored 10086 who was blocking the way, walked straight into the room, came to Saotsun's side, and sat down slowly.
Young Master Zhang, how have you been?
What, are you here to make trouble? Saotsun raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Chinga's actions, saying lightly. Although he was not sure of this woman's purpose in coming over, from her behavior, it was clear she wasn't here to fight him. Seeing Saotsun's attitude, Su Chinga calmly picked up a wine glass, poured herself a glass of wine, every move exuding charm.
I wonder, young master, what do you think of the news about the plague village?
Hearing Su Chinga's words, Saotsun was puzzled.
What was this woman's purpose in bringing up this topic now?
Regarding the news about the plague village, although he had a rough idea of the Dark City's intentions, he still planned to go and take a look, ensuring his safety first.
Just say it.
Taking a sip of tea, Saotsun glanced at her, saying calmly, to be frank, our Huan Valley wants to cooperate with you to obtain the things from the plague village together. According to our scouts, the reason why the Dark City released this news is that the seal on the outskirts of the plague village can only restrict entry of golden tier individuals, but no one knows what's inside. Therefore, those who enter are like the vanguard. Even if you get treasures, you will face the Dark City's attack when you come out. I have already reported this situation to the Valley Master, and the experts from Huan Valley are on their way from the valley, but with our strength, we may be a bit overwhelmed when facing such experts. So I would like young Master Zhang to send a message to your family to come and assist. In return, our Huan Valley will ensure your safety inside, and all the items will be split 50-50.
How does that sound to you?
Su Chinga's tone was slow, and because they were sitting very close, her body was already leaning in. With me, a golden tier professional, your safety will surely be worry-free. Hearing Su Chinga's words, Saotsun instantly understood that she had this idea in mind. I am now impersonating the Zhang family in the imperial capital, and from the performance at the auction house, it is estimated that this woman has also been misled by herself, thinking that she is a member of the Zhang family.
She also sees the purpose of the Dark City, but in order to get the things from the plague village and choose to cooperate with herself after reporting, or to use the power of the Zhang family to suppress the Dark City together. After all, in this place, the Dark City is the leader, and relying solely on the Huan Valley, I'm afraid it is not its opponent. If the Zhang family joins, I'm afraid this battle will instantly reverse, and the heritage of a family that can be ranked in the imperial capital of Jojo is unimaginable. Oh, can you tell where my family's power comes from? After some thought, Chao Chen still intends to maintain his current persona.
It's better to have a golden tier thug with him than to disguise himself as Qiao Zhuang again.
This not only makes it easier for him to act, but even if Su Chinga wants to turn against him, Scarsa will teach her how to behave. No matter what, he stands invincible. Although I can't be sure, from the young master's performance, I can still guess some things. I wonder who the Zhang Hongfei of the Zhang family in the imperial capital is to you.
Years ago, I had a lot of dealings with him. Feeling the unusual sensation on her back, Su Chinga was not annoyed, but instead more relaxed, leaning against his ear and gently saying, I didn't expect you to have such a relationship with my elder brother, but why should I believe you? Xiao Chun chuckled and instantly pulled the fox onto his lap. Looking at that fox-like face, he said recklessly, like a lawless family young master, not being upset when others expose his disguise, but rather finding it enjoyable.
Hee, there are no eternal enemies in this world. I apologize for my previous actions. If young Master Zhang doesn't believe me, have you heard of the oath of the Fox clan? Once a fox makes a vow, it is witnessed by the heavens and earth. If you are still unsure, the servant can swear. Su Chinga didn't mind Chao Chen's actions, but instead warmly welcomed them, saying lightly,
for this kind of equipment, first, you need to unlock the protective cover, check if the fish guard is damaged, reach in and feel for any loopholes, then find 2 raised areas to secure the fishing platform. Pull out the carbon steel fishing rod, then probe a few times to see if there are any bites. If there are bites, lift it up fiercely, continuously pulling the rod until the fish comes out of the water. Insert it directly into the deepest part of the fish guard, pour all the fish into the fish guard until it bursts. The fish will swim frantically in the fish guard, creating white foam. Goodbye, my elder brother's wife outside as night fell. Suchinga didn't disturb much. After all, 10086 was still outside guarding, because Chao Chen behaved like a prodigal son, so their cooperation was very pleasant.
Suchinga even felt that this person was easier to deal with than Zhang Hongfei.
If Zhang Hongfei was the hypocritical gentleman, then Zhang Feirong was the second generation who played his arrogance to the extreme. If she had known earlier, she should have proposed a 64-36 split. Anyway, in the end, he would agree. Watching Suchinga's departing figure, Chao Chen stretched lazily, casually draped a towel and was about to take a bath. In order to achieve certain goals, it is acceptable to act on the spot. Moreover, for this woman, if she can be taken down in the dense forest, and then kill the young master of the Tiger God Gate to get the magic sword Apophis, this would be an excellent sword slave for the sword gu. After all, the magic sword Apophis carries its own evil aura. As a weapon, it is ultimately not very good, but when cultivated into a gu, it is different. One only needs to control the gu, and having the sword slave wield the magic sword. Early in the morning, Chao Chen got up early, and after the people of Hahuan Valley came out, he slowly left with this group. When leaving, Chao Chen also gave 10 spirit stones to 10086, asking her to wait near the spatial channel, and when he returned, he would rely on her to prevent chaos in the city and allow himself to leave smoothly. After a night of waiting, although there were still many people near the spatial channel, they didn't have to wait too long. After all, the reputation of Hahuan Valley was there, and the crowd quickly obtained the coordinates.
Slowly stepping into the spatial channel, after a few minutes of darkness, Chao Chen and the others arrived at an open wasteland.
Accompanying Chao Chen were a total of 12 people, including Suchinga, the elder, and 11 women similar to disciples, whose cultivation levels generally reached the silver rank. In contrast, Chao Chen was only at the bronze level, making him the one with the lowest cultivation level among them. However, because of the power behind him, he was treated the best within the team, at least with Suchinga present. Everyone also respected him. Entering the soulless mountain range, everyone did not hesitate, taking out the map imprint given by the Dark City and comparing it with their current location. A young girl slowly approached Suchinga and respectfully said, reporting to the elder, "Our current location is only half a day away from the destination." Suchinga nodded, then summoned a mechanical sphere from the spatial ring, lightly pressed the button in the middle, and the sphere quickly transformed into a highly technological flying carpet. I didn't expect this woman's profession to be a mechanic. Seeing Suchinga's actions, Chao Chen sighed inwardly. Previously, when he was at the 10,000-year snow mountain, he also encountered a mechanic. It seemed that he had a strong connection with this profession. Everyone slowly boarded the flying carpet, a transparent protective shield formed around them, surrounded by 9 lasers. During the flight, before any monsters trying to block their path could react, they were cut into several pieces by the lasers. "Girl, come and help this young master press his feet." Sitting on the flying carpet, Chao Chen appeared very bored at the moment. Therefore, he directly placed his feet on a disciple's thigh, arrogantly saying. Seeing Chao Chen's arrogant behavior, the female disciple felt a surge of anger rising within her. This person was clearly only at the bronze level, but acting like he was someone important. Did he think she had no temper? Ha! Dare to glare at me? Don't you know that I and your elder are good friends who share everything? This is giving you a chance to understand. Serve this young master well, and you will benefit in the future. Seeing the female disciple hesitating to act, Chao Chen narrowed his eyes, exuding the arrogance of the second young master of the Zhang family. The female disciple looked at Chao Chen's appearance, then glanced at their elder. Seeing that Suchinga did not say anything, she couldn't help but feel aggrieved. After much contemplation, she reluctantly pressed Chao Chen's thigh. I swear, after this matter is over, the elder will capture him and take him to Hahuan Valley, where he will be tortured for 49 days. Seeing this, Chao Chen smiled, then closed his eyes. When no one was paying attention to him, several locust goo insects slowly crawled out from his fingertips and into the gap of the flying carpet, disappearing in an instant. By the time they arrived at the designated location on the map, it was already afternoon. Chao Chen's group had just entered when they saw that the place was already crowded with people, all heads visible in the sea of black. As they got off the flying carpet, they went straight to an ancient tree. Seeing that someone was already occupying the spot, a few disciples approached, took out the Hahuan Valley token, and the 3 men and 1 woman there immediately showed a hint of fear in their eyes, quickly getting up and leaving. After resting for a few hours, during which Chao Chen continuously released locust goo insects and killer bee goo insects, spreading them around. These goo insects could act as his eyes and ears. Even if he entered the village of the plague, as long as these goo insects were present, he could grasp the situation outside. Chao Chen looked around. Although he didn't see any experts above the gold level, he believed that those masters were definitely hiding nearby, waiting for these adventurers to come out, and what awaited them would be a brutal massacre. As the full moon rose to the center, the previously noisy environment became even more chaotic. A team of soldiers in black armor slowly walked to a huge rock and infused their power into it. Boom! With a loud noise, the huge rock began to shake violently, and the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart by some force. Crackling! The air burst with the sound of shattering, and soon, 100-meter-long spatial crack appeared, different from the usual teleportation channels. The crack was full of darkness, and nothing could be seen inside, like a silent abyss. The seal is open, charge! A loud shout erupted from the crowd. They had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, for this moment. Therefore, when the crack opened, the people rushed in like locusts, swiftly entering it. Some were pushed down by those behind them for being too slow, stomped on the ground harshly, and before they could make a sound, they were trampled to death by those coming from behind. Suchinga saw this and smiled, then beckoned everyone to jump on the flying carpet. Laser beams shot out, cutting a path with a scent of blood. The flying carpet crossed a void for a while, then suddenly, an inexplicable gravity pressed down. The flying carpet, powered by machinery, instantly landed, and the people found themselves on a desolate plain. The trees and grass around the plain were black, appearing eerie under the blood moon's light. There were no sounds around, presenting a state of deathly silence. It seems like flying is not allowed in this place. Suchinga frowned, sensing something wrong with his machinery. Looking at the vast plain, it was clear that they would have to explore to find the village of the plague. You two lead the way ahead, and we'll follow cautiously. After some thought, Suchinga instructed the two disciples to pave the way ahead. Chao Chen, who was standing aside, didn't say anything. However, the environment in this secret realm felt very wrong to him. If it was such an open area, the Dark City had no reason to reveal it. Perhaps, the calmer the situation, the greater the danger inside. The group walked slowly for 3 hours without encountering anything strange. Just as they relaxed, 2 white bones caught Chao Chen's attention. In the tangled grass, lay 2 sets of white bones, devoid of any flesh, looking exceptionally clean. Based on his judgment, they had probably died recently, and most likely were adventurers who had entered before. Seeing this, Chao Chen didn't intend to warn the others. After all, whether the people in this valley lived or died had nothing to do with him. He just remained vigilant for any unexpected events. Ah! Squeak, squeak! As expected, not long after they moved forward, 4 disciples suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. Before they could make a second sound, palm-sized black and purple rats enveloped them. In an instant, the 4 disciples turned into white bones. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Looking quickly, they saw that the grass was now filled with black and purple rats, each the size of a palm, with red eyes. 2 sharp fangs protruded from their mouths, and scars adorned their faces, seemingly present since birth. Scarred rat, black iron level, attack, 30 speed, 45 spirit, 25, introduction, rats mutated by the Black Plague, usually appearing in groups. Their inherent bloodthirsty will and paralyzing toxin that even silver-tier individuals are powerless against make them terrifying creatures. Looking at the information of the scar rats, Chao Chen raised his eyebrows. Although these monsters were only at the black iron level, their excellent attributes were even better than his killer Bigu. This made him sigh, wondering what kind of thing could cause them to mutate to such an extent. Suchinga felt a pang in his heart as he looked at the disciples who had been gnawed to white bones. Seeing the scar rats continuously gathering towards them, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Snap! Suchinga coldly took a step forward, gently snapped his fingers, and a silver vortex appeared in the air, from which various small mechanical soldiers sprayed out their weapons. When the scar rats were less than 2 meters away from them, the small mechanical soldiers pounced on them and exploded fiercely when they approached the rats. Boom! 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 Rat-a-tat-tat! Explosions resounded around the people, heavy machine guns dropped from the sky and encircled the area, spewing out terrifying flames under the control of the robots. The flying aircraft in the air continuously dropped bombs or white phosphorus bombs. In an instant, the area within a 5-kilometer radius turned into a sea of fire, with various fuels mixed with the smell of charred coal flowing around the noses of the people. Seeing the sudden change in the surrounding environment, Chao Chen was surprised. He didn't expect Suchinga to be so terrifying. Just with a snap of his fingers, a team of mechanical soldiers appeared. Compared to the previous Zhang Hong was nothing. However, the number of scar rats in this secret realm was also terrifying. Even though the surroundings had turned into a sea of fire, there were still endless rats charging fearlessly towards them. The two sides confronted each other for nearly half an hour before the situation calmed down. When the sounds of the nearby rats disappeared, Suchinga slowly retracted all the mechanical soldiers, slung a giant gun behind his back, and said solemnly, "We need to be more careful next. These monsters are strange. They have no experience points, and probably not even souls. They seemed more like creatures created by someone. This trip had just begun, and the Hashang Valley had already lost 4 disciples.
This was something she did not want to see.
It should be noted that the disciples who could come out with her were all elite disciples of the Hashang Valley. They could not afford such losses several times. A path was opened in the sea of fire, and the group quickly left. Along the way, they saw many adventurers' bodies and encountered many monster attacks. Roar! Just as Chao Chen and his group were about to leave the wilderness, a tiger's roar caught their attention. Not far ahead, there were intense explosions and tiger roars.
People from the Tiger God sect? Su Qingge frowned upon hearing the tiger's roar.
She was naturally familiar with the tricks of her archenemy. Judging from the commotion ahead, they were probably in big trouble now.
Just as Su Qingge was thinking of bypassing the situation and not getting involved, Chao Chen beside her chuckled and said lightly, "Sister Su, are you planning to bypass the situation ahead? Otherwise, do you want to help our archenemy, the Tiger God sect?"
Although she didn't understand why Chao Chen suddenly spoke up, she still replied. After all, despite not saying a word before, she would have to rely on his backing force to deal with the Dark City after going out.
Have you ever heard of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind?
Now that the Tiger God sect is in trouble, we might as well observe from the sidelines. If they end up hurting each other, the people of the Tiger God sect will be at our mercy. You know, that Tiger God has a diamond artifact on him. This thing is worth more than 10 platinum artifacts combined.
Chao Chen smiled and expressed his thoughts. Only 4 people had died in the Hashang Valley. How was that enough?
Finally, there was a chance for dogs to bite dogs ahead. The more they consumed each other's strength, the lower their own obstacles would be in the end.
Upon hearing Chao Chen's words, Su Qingge fell into contemplation.
Indeed, this suggestion was the best choice for the current situation, and she couldn't help but covet that diamond artifact. However, dealing with the Tiger God sect was not that easy. She was on par with Hu Jin in strength, and if they acted rashly, even if they could win in the end, the price to pay would be considerable.
Stop thinking about it. We're just going to take a look, not necessarily to take action.
Besides, I can guarantee that if we succeed, the diamond artifact will belong to you all.
How about my Zheng family taking only 5 platinum artifacts in return?
Seeing Su Qingge still hesitating, Chao Chen quickly approached and, with a sincere face, reached out to gently embrace her slender waist, saying.
Feeling the hand slowly moving upwards, Su Qingge's thoughts were instantly interrupted.
Looking at Chao Chen's resolute face, she didn't expect this little rascal to be so bold, even making advances in the secret realm.
But she liked it.
The more he exposed his weaknesses, the easier it would be for her to control him.
What's wrong with being lustful? Su Qingge was least afraid of such people. Oh, can you make decisions for the Zheng family? After some thought, Su Qingge asked teasingly.
Of course, I am after all from the main branch of the Zheng family.
If I don't have this authority, how can I continue? Moreover, it's just a diamond artifact. It can be used as a betrothal gift for my sister. Chao Chen casually remarked.
As long as you can go up there and fight with the Tiger God sect now, then my Zheng family can add another diamond artifact. What does it have to do with me, Chao Chen?
Humph, I didn't expect you to be so sweet-tongued. Su Qingge smiled.
With a slight probe, she understood this little guy's thoughts clearly. They were in a mutually beneficial relationship, and the more she understood Zheng Feirong's thoughts, the more advantageous it would be for her. As for him saying he wanted to marry her, it was normal. After all, he probably couldn't resist his desires last night. If she could establish a connection with the Zheng family, it would bring great benefits to the future development of the Huanhuan Valley.
Let's go, take a look.
If those monsters are powerful, this secret realm will be the burial ground of Hu Jin. Gently pushing away Chao Chen's mischievous hand, Su Qingge narrowed her eyes and said lightly. Behind a large tree, they instantly saw the scene in front of them. Countless bodies crawled out from the ground, about 2 meters tall, with dried flesh tightly adhering to their bodies, but strangely, they all had no heads. These headless zombies ranged from bronze level to silver level, posing a tough challenge even for the exceptional disciples of the Tiger God sect. At this moment, Hu Jin was locked in a fierce battle with a headless knight riding a horse, wearing a face helmet on the chest armor, and wielding a giant sword. Headless knight, gold level, upgradable, strength, 580 speed, 666 spirit, 472, traits, indestructible. As an advanced undead monster, the headless knight's body is extremely tough, making it impervious to attacks from ordinary gold-level opponents. Traits, undead protection. Possessing unique undead recovery skills, the headless knight can quickly regenerate from multiple injuries unless dealt a fatal blow. Traits, nightmare warrior summon. Summoning 4 shadow nightmares centered around itself. These nightmares move in 4 directions, destroying everything in their path. Looking at the headless knight's panel, Chao Chen felt that this should be a small boss inside this plague-ridden village.
Should he mention it? Hu Jin's luck was indeed extraordinary.
At this moment, Hu Jin's muscles bulged, and black shadows appeared behind him. Swinging the giant axe in his hand, he forced the headless knight to retreat step by step. However, his expression did not appear too relaxed, but rather exceptionally serious. You should know that he is already at level 39, just one level away from the platinum tier. According to reason, dealing with a mid-level gold tier undead creature should be a breeze, but this thing can't be killed at all.
Despite receiving multiple injuries, it can quickly recover. If this continues, he might end up being worn down to death.
On the other hand, most of the disciples of the Tiger God sect have already been reduced by half. Even though they have reached the silver tier in cultivation, they are helpless in the face of the endless sea of corpses. Such a strange creature, its regenerative ability is really strong. If it can't be killed in one blow, this Tigerjin might be worn down to death. Seeing the scene before her, Su Chinga quickly noticed something unusual. However, the more Tigerjin fought desperately, the greater the benefit for her, so she was happy to see the current situation.
Tigerjin looked back and saw his disciples falling one by one.
He felt that he couldn't continue like this. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly took out a bottle of purple potion and forcefully poured it into his mouth. Then, holding an axe in both hands, the shadow of a black tiger behind him slowly condensed into the huge axe, and he fiercely struck out.
Tiger God descends. Boom!
A black axe blade descended 100 meters, slashing towards the headless knight, causing the air around it to distort as it passed by. At the moment of contact with the axe blade, the headless knight was instantly split in half and its entire body exploded.
Tigerjin's face also showed a hint of paleness.
He was originally a tiger soul warrior, and the black tiger behind him was the essence of his power. The descent of the tiger god was the most powerful method of using all his strength to infuse the shadow into the weapon and attack the opponent.
Even he couldn't handle using this move. Now is the time.
Seeing that Su Chinga had not yet made a move, Chao Chen shouted and decided to take action directly. If she delayed any longer, the Huijin might be able to handle her at the Huan Valley without any harm.
Buzzing,
countless locust goo and killer bee goo burst out, rushing towards the entire battlefield, putting both zombies and Tiger God sect disciples within the attack range of the two goo.
Wait! Seeing Chao Chen suddenly take action, Su Chinga was surprised.
Originally, she wanted to wait for Tigerjin to come back and clean up all the zombies, exhausting his strength as much as possible before making a move. But unexpectedly, Chao Chen was so impulsive. Seeing that Tigerjin had already noticed this side, she had no choice but to act. In desperation, Su Chinga snapped her fingers, and a giant mech instantly appeared in the air, heading towards Tigerjin. All of you, attack and slaughter all the disciples of the Tiger God sect. Seeing a large mech charging towards him, Tigerjin instantly recognized the identity of the opponent and couldn't help but get angry.
Su Chinga, you are truly despicable. Do you know what the consequences will be if you act now? What will happen to our Huan Valley?
Tigerjin had just gone through a big battle, and by now, he had already consumed 70% of his stamina. Facing Su Chinga, who was at the same level as him, he had no chance of winning at all. Therefore, the simple-minded young master of the Tiger God sect was furious.
Ha ha ha, you are also a young master of a sect. How can your mind be so simple? Don't you know the law of the jungle?
Rest assured, you, Tigerjin, will die at the hands of the monsters in the secret realm.
What does it have to do with our Huan Valley? Su Chinga smiled, then without hesitation, a dense barrage of lasers and ammunition shot towards Tigerjin. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Watching the terrifying fire and thunderous explosions not far away, Chao Chen let out a sigh and looked at a girl fighting alongside the Tiger God sect with a cold smile. A black spider appeared in his hand and shot towards the girl.
The figure of Ali Shang was like a black lightning, and the attributes of the gold tier were something these disciples couldn't react to.
Just a light touch, the two disciples who were still fighting softened their bodies, their faces instantly turned pitch black, and in the blink of an eye, they had lost their breath. Meanwhile, the zombies on the side had even turned into ashes along with their bones. If it weren't for the traces and black blood left on the ground, no one would have known that these things were standing in that spot just a second ago. In just 5 minutes, half of the zombies on the field, including the disciples from both sides, had visibly decreased in number. On the other side, Huijin's hand holding the giant axe was trembling slightly. After the consumption by the headless knight earlier, he was now completely suppressed by Su Chinga. At this rate, he was afraid that he would become a corpse in a few minutes. Su Chinga sat inside a giant mech, a faint smile hanging on her lips, like a cat playing with a mouse, not in a hurry to devour the prey that was almost within reach. Sister, things have changed, please quickly end the battle.
Just as Su Chinga was about to continue playing, a slightly panicked voice sounded, causing her to be distracted.
Looking back, she saw the two remaining disciples of Huan Valley standing back to back, looking around in horror as if they had seen something terrifying. And to her surprise, except for Hujin, all the members of the Tiger God sect were now lifeless. Before Su Qingge could react, a black shadow swept past, and the only two disciples lost their breath in confusion.
What's going on here? Could there be unknown creatures lurking nearby? Su Qingge widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief.
How long had it been since all the disciples she brought had died?
An opportunity.
Hujin, seeing that the opponent's mind was disturbed by the exclamation, narrowed his eyes. This was his only chance to escape, and he had to seize it tightly. Without hesitation, Hujin, holding the giant axe, unleashed all his strength, and his bulging muscles seemed to be rapidly shrinking as if under some mysterious spell. His blood and strength flowed into the axe, and he swung it heavily towards Su Qingge.
The Tiger God descends.
A black axe blade struck towards the giant mech, shattering its protective shield upon contact, creating a huge gap in the machine's chest. A white figure spat out blood and flew out from inside, crashing heavily to the ground.
Su Qingge's internal organs suffered varying degrees of damage, and for a moment, she couldn't even muster the strength to move.
Hujin, who had made the desperate strike, was not faring any better. His body was exhausted, his eyes were bleeding, and his fleeing strength had long been drained. He endured the intense pain, swallowed a bottle of potion, and ignored Chao Chun, who had been watching him all along, before turning and walking away.
Ah! A miserable howl rang out.
Hujin had not taken a few steps before he felt a sharp pain in his neck. A huge head had bitten onto his neck at some point, causing his blood to flow continuously. Due to his earlier struggle, he now had no strength left to resist. Ignoring the half-kneeling Hujin, Chao Chun slowly approached Su Qingge. The fox covered his chest, looking at the sudden appearance of the head, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Previously, when he saw Chao Chun summon the locust goo, she thought he was just a spirit master, but now it seemed that it was not that simple.
Little brother, could you please help me take out the healing potion from the ring?
There may be a monster lurking in the darkness nearby, and we need to leave quickly. Seeing that Hujin had died, Su Qingge smiled and then looked at Chao Chun, speaking softly.
A terrifying thing? Are you talking about this?
Chao Chun smiled, snapped his fingers lightly, and a black spider instantly appeared in his hand. The spider looked extremely strange, but the aura emanating from it made Su Qingge inexplicably chilled.
Did you do all that just now?
Looking at Chao Chun's expression, Su Qingge was first stunned. All the disciples before were killed by Chao Chun, and even that scream was intentional, just to wait for herself and Hujin to be injured. Why, clearly we have a cooperative relationship, and after going out, both sides' forces still have to fight against the Dark City together. Thinking of this, a hint of despair flashed in Su Qingge's eyes.
She couldn't understand why Chao Chun would do this.
Clearly, the two still had a friendship, and from his previous behavior, he was also unusually obsessed with her. And relying on his bronze-level strength, he could be said to be cannon fodder in this secret realm.
Did he really not care about his safety for a little benefit?
The cooperation of the two forces is your business with the Zhang family, and I have never actively said that I am with you. I am from the Zhang family.
As for why you ask, blame it on fate.
If you hadn't come to me, or if we hadn't met in the secret realm, maybe the result wouldn't be like this. Since you have what I want on you, and I have encountered it, naturally I won't be polite.
As forces around the Dark City, you must be clearer about this than me. The love parasite had climbed up Su Qingge's neck. If she made any unusual movements, she would become a corpse the next second. You are not from the Zhang family?
The chill on her neck made her a little flustered, but she was soon overwhelmed by shock. Chao Chun was not from the Zhang family. In other words, from the beginning, he had been misleading her, and then using her to deal with Hujin.
This was all part of his plan. I admit defeat to the Huan Valley.
It seems that whether we can let go of our friendship from last night, as a member of the Fox clan, I swear not to seek revenge on you in the future. If you are still not at ease, I can sign a slave contract with you. From now on, I will be your slave. Letting out a heavy sigh, Su Qingge knew that she was finished today. Not to mention the treasures of the secret realm, she might even be stripped of everything on her body. But if she could save her life, everything was still possible in the future. Looking at Su Qingge's pitiful eyes, Chao Chun smiled. From the moment he entered, he had no intention of letting her leave alive. If she had been able to defeat Hujin without injury just now, she could have lived a little longer. After all, he also needed Su Qingge as a cover, and his original purpose was just to kill the disciples of the Huan Valley. But now, a golden stage powerhouse who had lost his combat power was of no value to him.
He couldn't take care of his recovery and couldn't rely on him to protect himself.
As for people related to his interests, Chao Chun always believed in one principle: cut the grass and eliminate the roots, leaving no trouble for himself. Thinking of this, Chao Chen let out a sigh. We hit it off at first sight. The only thing I can do for you before you die is to give you a dignified death. The toxicity of the love parasite is too strong, and the appearance after death is not pleasant, which is not suitable for your beauty. In that case, how about I send you a snowdrift in the mortal world? The white jade gourd appeared in his hand, a silver stream of light flashed by, ignoring the pressure in the secret realm and floating in midair. A woman in a white nun's dress walked out, holding a tang knife that seemed to be condensed from ice crystals, with a pair of wings nearly 3 meters long slowly spreading out behind her, and a dragon tail coiled around her. Just as Skasa appeared, snowflakes began to fall in the secret realm. The zombies that were rushing over were instantly frozen, forming blue ice sculptures. A giant dragon. Su Qing's beautiful eyes widened suddenly. From the appearance of the girl, she could easily judge that this was a rare ice attribute giant dragon. She never expected that besides having a golden stage spider, Chao Chen also had a giant dragon. With his bronze-level strength, how could this be possible? The surrounding air was getting colder, and there seemed to be an extreme cold force targeting herself. Su Qingge felt her blood almost congealing. Let me go. At this moment, Su Qingge's face showed a hint of fear, her mind blank, only hoping that the devil in front of her could let her go. Even if he crippled her cultivation, chained her to his feet with iron chains, she would have no regrets. Unfortunately, her pleas did not bring any change in the opponent's expression, and the giant dragon in midair, holding a tang knife, after circling in the air, rushed towards her direction. Skasa had been enduring this woman since last night, wanting to chop this fox into 8 pieces, but was stopped by Chao Chen. Now she finally had the opportunity. Skasa decided that although she couldn't destroy this body, she would make this fox taste the pain of the world. Watching the giant dragon getting closer and closer, Su Qingge's eyes turned from endless fear to anger. When the tang knife was less than 50 centimeters away from her heart, she shouted frantically, Zhang Feirong, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Puchi! Skasa's ice blade easily pierced through Su Qingge's chest, but this blow did not immediately kill her. Endless cold spread from her heart. Thin ice appeared on her skin, and in the moment Su Qingge turned into an ice sculpture, even her soul was sealed in her body. The endless cold made her feel a little scared, memories flashing in her mind. Since childhood, she had lived in the tribe, grown up eating meals from various families, thinking she could quietly study and practice until a certain age, awaken her profession, and protect the village. But this tranquility was shattered when a hunting team arrived. She remembered clearly the neighbor's sister who was taken away by the hunting team to protect her. For revenge, at the age of 8, she walked hundreds of kilometers, enduring countless hardships, even selling herself to a butcher for 3 days for a bowl of rice. Eventually, she found a sect, hesitated when she learned the true nature of the sect, but thinking of the plight of her people, that hesitation vanished in an instant. Fate favored her. At the age of 18, she awakened as a powerful mechanic, reaching the silver stage and being able to practice martial arts. She chose the core martial arts of the sect without hesitation. Within a few years, with her growing strength, she found the hunting team from before, brought these people to the hometown where she once lived, and tortured them one by one. That night was the night she cried the most. Time passed, and she had become the elder of the Halwan Valley, but when she slept at night, she often dreamed of the face of the neighbor's sister and the words live well. Unfortunately, you can't even become a ghost. Looking at the frozen body, Chao Chen slowly closed his eyes, as if autumn was coming in over a month. By then, he hoped the autumn wind would know his intentions, dispersing the unease in his heart. A pair of soft arms wrapped around Chao Chen from the front. Skasa kept staring at Chao Chen's chest, blinking her big eyes softly at him. He touched the girl's silver hair, took the space ring handed by Skasa, then released her hands, looking at the person of extraordinary beauty. For some reason, Chao Chen felt an inexplicable restlessness in his heart. It seemed that he had started off on the wrong foot last night. Shaking off the distractions in his mind, Chao Chen walked to the side of Tiger Jin, took off the space ring from his hand, and began to inspect the gains of this time. After a quick search, whether it was the magic sword Apophis, or the platinum-level universal skills, or even the materials they shot before, they were all intact in the ring. It can be said that most of the high-level items in this auction have almost all fallen into their hands. Among them are 2 martial arts manuals, Tiger God Ju and Yin Yang Kantong Chi. Professionals who reach the silver level can choose to practice martial arts. This is one of the main ways to improve their strength apart from talent skills. And these 2 martial arts have reached the advanced level of gold, which is probably the core martial arts of their sect. In addition to these, there are some high-level potions, as well as 7 pieces of gold-level equipment, and the spirit stones in the 2 rings amount to a staggering 210,000. Among them, Su Qingge's spirit stone card accounted for more than 200,000. It seems that both sides have brought out the heritage of their sects for this magic sword. Looking at these two spirit stone cards, Chao Chen found himself feeling temporarily financially free. Casually throwing the dragon rib to Scarsa, and taking back all the important items into his own ring, Chao Chen planned to empty it. These two rings are also worth a lot of money. But Hujin's ring is simple, except for some clothes and personal items, everything else is materials, which will be burned to ashes once set on fire. However, when it came to Su Chinga's ring, Chao Chen hesitated a bit. A purple mink handcuff made of rare metal, silver level, a sound-emitting sphere, bronze level, a black small whip, silver level, and a dozen candles made of mermaid oil, etc. Taking these things out seems to violate his gentlemanly image, but throwing them away would be a waste. After all, they are considered equipment. Forget it, keep them for now, and quietly deal with them when back in the Dark City. After organizing these odds and ends, Chao Chen took a deep breath, his mouth feeling a bit dry as he opened the black wooden box. Even with Chao Chen's composure, his heart was beating fiercely at this moment. Opening the wooden box, that tempting magic sword appeared under Chao Chen's gaze. It seems that the materials for the sword gu and sword slave gu are all here. As long as the two gu are cultivated, I will have an extra trump card. As for the universal skill at the platinum price, Chao Chen carefully read the introduction inside, nodded in satisfaction. As long as he reached the silver level and practiced martial arts, he would be able to learn this martial skill. Noticing the curious expression on Scarsa's face, a strange thought occurred to Chao Chen. Handing the skill stone to Scarsa, he asked expectantly, "Can you learn this thing?" He wanted to give it a try. After all, dragons are not much less intelligent than humans. Scarsa took the skill stone with a puzzled look, examined it carefully, and after a while, proudly nodded. "I can learn it, and it's very simple, but this thing is too weak. I don't like it." "What are you talking about?" Hearing Scarsa's answer, Chao Chen was initially excited, but her subsequent words poured cold water on him. "What do you mean it's too weak for you to like? This is a platinum level skill. The two sisters can also learn it, but that toad won't, it's too silly." Apparently noticing the change in the owner's expression, Scarsa quickly added. Unable to bear Scarsa's straightforward nature, after asking a few questions, Chao Chen asked her to take the skill stone back to the gourd until it was urgent. Scarsa should show up less in this secret realm, otherwise, she might easily become a target. After all, the value of a dragon is not even comparable to a diamond artifact. Looking at the space ring in his hand, the most powerful forces in this secret realm, apart from some scattered cultivators, should be the Dark City and the Righteous Sect, right? Undoubtedly, the things on them are probably a huge fortune. But it's not easy to get by in this current state, and the Thousand Faces is still cooling down. If you wait another day and a half, the hot soup will probably be cold. After much consideration, Chao Chen decided to put on a second skin, and the simplest way now is to exchange a paint skin goo from the system. This kind of goo itself has no level, and belongs to disposable consumables. Its effect is similar to the Thousand Faces, but the difference is that the paint skin goo's effect can only last for 3 days. After 3 days, the goo will die, belonging to a kind of emergency goo. The price of the paint skin goo in the system is relatively cheap, only 20 soul points can be exchanged for it. Therefore, Chao Chen looked at his balance and decided to exchange for one. A piece of human skin that looked somewhat transparent like silk appeared in his hand. Chao Chen put it on lightly, and soon his whole body began to swell, and his appearance turned into a bald fat man. Soon, Chao Chen turned into a monk resembling Mithraea. Using an ice sculpture to look at his own appearance, he casually pulled out a bead bracelet similar to a rosary from the spatial ring, and wore the cold jade that Pan Yuan had traded with him on his chest. Chao Chen smiled. "Amichuofo, this monk is leaving following the trail of corpses on the road for nearly half a day." Chao Chen finally heard movement on the outskirts of a dense forest, and casually threw out 2 locust goo. Through the vision of the goo, he clearly saw many people walking into the dense forest from the outskirts. Not far away, a team of soldiers in black armor was hiding nearby, showing no intention of making a move, just observing the passing crowd. It seems that inside this dense forest is the rumored village of the plague, and those from the Dark City who did not choose to enter probably intend to reap the benefits from the outside. Looking at the vigilant soldiers in black armor, Chao Chen narrowed his eyes, still planning to go in and take a look. After all, if there is really something good inside, it must be obtained as soon as possible. After all, there are too many people entering this secret realm. If you always wait to take advantage, you may easily miss out on the benefits. Clearing his throat, Chao Chen held the rosary and walked slowly towards the dense forest. As he approached, the originally sparse crowd increased, with a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. They had come for the village of the plague, and now that they had finally reached their destination, how could they not be excited? "Young master, be careful when we go in later. I fatally feel that this time the Dark City is up to no good." "It's okay. Our righteous sect has been able to establish itself in this dark city for so many years.
Are we still afraid of their tricks? Gaobo, just wait. This opportunity must be for our righteous sect this time.
Just as Chao Chen was preparing to enter the dense forest with the crowd, a group of people dressed in black robes appeared behind them. The people in the group were dressed in uniform attire, and the righteous embroidered with golden thread on their chests was particularly eye-catching. Speaking was a young man walking at the front and an old man. The young man was holding a folding fan, looking arrogant as if everything in front of him was trivial.
It's better to be careful. After all, this place seems to be strange.
Gao Fan looked at his young master from his family, apparently feeling somewhat helpless. Their young master, named Wu Feiyang, was the only son of their sect master. After awakening his profession at the age of 18, he had been in seclusion within the sect, and this was his first time going out for experience. However, his arrogant nature really left Gao Fang at a loss.
Do you think your level 38 strength is impressive? This is the Dark City, where everyone is not easy to deal with. Moreover, he was also the third elder of the righteous sect.
Being bossed around by this brat like a grandson made him extremely unhappy.
No need to say more. I know what to do.
Wu Feiyang shook his head impatiently and said, then grabbed the beautiful woman in front of him and threw her out fiercely, causing others to look at him in surprise.
The dominance of the Zhenqi sect made the people present frown.
Maybe in the city, some would fear the power behind you and tolerate it, but this is a forbidden area.
How dare you act so arrogantly?
Of course, these thoughts were only in their minds as they watched the Zhenqi sect disappear, each person's expression different.
Bah! How arrogant!
I'll kill him inside when I have the chance. Look at his attitude. One would think he's the emperor of a planet, acting pretentiously in the forbidden area.
Be careful not to break your legs.
Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Chao Chen paid no attention and waited for the people in front to enter before following into the dense forest. After about 15 minutes of walking, a strong light appeared, and soon a village resembling a paradise appeared before them. The village had rows of houses, the size of a small town, with a giant tree standing in the middle at least 500 meters wide.
The entire village was built around the giant tree.
The indigenous people in the town were elves, with pale purple skin and cute pointed ears.
Wow, is this the village of Plague? Wasn't this village supposed to be extinct? What's going on now?
Looking at the beautiful scenery resembling a peach blossom garden, the people couldn't help but express their surprise.
I didn't expect so many guests to come these days. It's an honor for our dream village. You must be tired from your journey. Please come into the village. As dark elves, our tradition is to warmly welcome every guest.
Just as the people were surprised, an old man with a cane, supported by two beautiful young women, slowly approached, followed by a group of handsome men and women. He warmly said, "Ha, so the rumors outside are all false. I didn't expect to find such a village in the forbidden area. Even if there are no treasures, I will enjoy it today." Just as the people hesitated, a loud laughter came from behind, and a big man walked out, his face filled with excitement.
Exactly, these are dark elves. I've never seen them before in my life.
Strangely, as soon as the big man spoke, the crowd, who had been somewhat puzzled, seemed to instantly understand and responded one after another. Hidden in the crowd, Chao Chen frowned at this moment. Due to the system, he could see clearly that the entire village was filled with limbs and broken bones. The houses were already in ruins, and the giant tree had only a withered branch left. There were no handsome men and beautiful women in front, only disgusting zombies covered in rotting flesh. The fruits and food they were carrying were clearly the heads of the people who had entered before. The reason why these people suddenly spoke as if they were delusional about finding a paradise in the forbidden area was clearly related to the purple gas emanating from these zombies. Otherwise, how could these longtime residents of the Dark City be so easy to talk to? According to logic, even if this paradise really existed, encountering these people, their actions should be to directly enter the village and plunder, rather than politely waiting for the welcome of these old zombies. If it weren't for the special means of the purple gas, it would be difficult to detect. Even now, Chao Chen found it hard to resist, so he had to rely on the power of Skasa to prevent the gas from entering his body.
Do you know what this strange gas is?
Exhaling deeply, Chao Chen communicated with Skasa in the gourd through his mind. Because of the contract and the slave goo, they were already in sync and could naturally communicate. The reason for asking her is that this giant dragon has been living in this world for so long, and there are some strange things about it.
Perhaps she might know some clues.
I don't know the origin of this thing, but it makes me somewhat wary. The feeling is like when I first met Bakar. I can assure you that the owner of this thing is not much weaker than Bakar. Fortunately, this thing seems very weak, as if its owner had once lived here and left it behind.
Skasa replied quickly. Apparently even she was somewhat shocked by this purple gas.
Bakar, a violent dragon in the universe, is said to be the leader of all dragons except for those five-clawed divine dragons. Even the gods are extremely wary of him. He once led the dragons to battle in the universe, but for some unknown reason, the dragon clan believed that this dragon monarch had long since fallen.
A monster on par with the gods?
Hearing Skasa's words, Chao Chen was somewhat shocked. He did not expect the origin of this purple gas to be so terrifying. According to Skasa, this was just something left behind by that monster. But even a golden-level powerhouse would find it difficult to resist. The most obvious example is Zenkazong's Wu Fei Yang. Among the group that came in, he appeared the most enthusiastic. It was hard to imagine that he was actually a powerhouse preparing to break through to platinum. Yes, master, from now on, we must be careful, don't let that thing affect your sanity. Skasa reminded, as she judged the horror of this thing. She wanted to come out of the gourd to guard Chao Chen, but was stopped by him. Walking slowly into the village with the crowd, unlike them, now everyone is hugging either a beautiful elf or a handsome man, and these elves do not mind the guests' hands and feet, but instead respond warmly. Hey, you look like a monk. There are no treasures left in this secret realm. Why don't you leave? Do you monks still want to enjoy the hospitality like us? A big man, hugging a beautiful woman on the left and a handsome man on the right, looked at Chao Chen who was alone on the side and sneered. Although monks are not considered rare professions, their combat power is stronger than that of ordinary professions, and they can also master some purification skills, making them one of the most popular professions. However, monks have too many rules, and once they successfully change professions, these rules must be followed. Otherwise, it will affect their cultivation at best, and at worst, they will fall into demonic ways and become despised practitioners like demon monks. The first major precept of the monks is not to kill and not to indulge in sensual pleasures. Therefore, the big man could mock without restraint. Donor, you are too harsh. Every experience in a dungeon is an important experience in life, so it's good to look around more. As for enjoying anything, as a practitioner of the joyful Zen, I don't care too much about it. Faced with the big man's mockery, Chao Chen smiled kindly. I don't know what you're showing off with two disgusting zombies in your arms here. Monks do have many rules, and this is the only way for some jealous people to mock those powerful fighters. But there is a branch that is different. The monks in this branch play even more extravagantly than anyone else. Indeed, upon hearing Chao Chen's words, the big man's face darkened. Damn unfair, why can this fat guy change professions to become a joyful Zen monk? Look at this fat-headed appearance, does it look like a monk at all? Having made a fool of himself, the big man snorted and left with the two people in his arms. Walking towards the village entrance, there were brothels, casinos, and various entertainment facilities along the street. Because the dark elves said it was for reception, so all these things were free. The casino provided funds continuously, with losses counted in the village and winnings taken away directly. This approach of getting close to free has maximized the mentality of these villains. In just a few minutes, everyone forgot the purpose of their trip and forgot that this is a secret place, not an ordinary town. In Chao Chen's eyes, these people are now playing with a group of corpses, drinking water, crawling with various creatures, and eating the flesh and blood of the people who came in before. Finding a relatively intact building, Chao Chen went straight upstairs, ignoring the two zombies who were warmly welcoming him, and closed the already decaying door, quietly waiting to see what secrets this village was hiding. Placing several goo worms near the house for detection, Chao Chen took out a piece of animal skin and laid it on the ground, then closed his eyes to rest. Soon, night fell on the village, a gentle breeze blew by, and the once bustling village became silent, making Chao Chen instantly alert to the strong contrast. Boom! Young master, run! A violent explosion sounded outside, and Chao Chen quickly walked to the window, only to see Gao Feng holding Wu Feiyang's arm, constantly fending off zombies flying in from all directions. These zombies looked 3 meters tall, wrapped in bandages all over their bodies, and strangely, they only had one arm, which was like a huge hammer emitting attacks of both ice and fire attributes. The entire village was covered by 2 formations, one purple and one green. In the center of the village, 2 monstrous shadows stood slowly, 10 meters tall, extremely strong, with endless purple energy emanating from them, controlling all the monsters in the village. Plague Rakshasa, Ghost God Class, Platinum Level, Attack Characteristics cannot be displayed. Introduction: the Master of the Plague, one of Diergi's 3 subordinates, became a ghost god with a plague after death. Erosion of Puli Meng, Ghost God Class, Platinum Level, Attack Characteristics cannot be displayed. Introduction: Puli Meng is the strongest psychic in the universe, with a special ability to read minds, easily knowing what others are thinking. Because of this, he was eventually killed by ancient gods as a monster. Puli Meng died with deep sorrow and resentment, transforming into a ghost god. Master, be careful, these are the legendary 2 ghost gods. A chill swept through, a protective circle rose around Chao Chen, and Skasa ran out of the gourd, looking at the two shadows in the center of the village, frowning. There were once 9 great ghost gods in this world, namely Kaza of the Blade Soul, Kajia of the Lingering Shadow, Pulimeng of Erosion, Saya of Frost, Rakshasa of Plague, Carlo of Dark Flame, Kalarush of Evil God, Brad of Phantom Soul, and Priest Jig. At their peak, they were all feared even by the gods because of their terrifying aura, attracting divine punishment. The 9 great ghost gods were exiled to various places, and it was said that if one could make a contract with them, they could gain the power of the ghost gods. However, since ancient times, no one has been able to enter the eyes of these ghost gods. Skasa frowned and quickly explained to Chao Chen that besides the terrifying purple energy in this place, there were also 2 great ghost gods, which were not something that a professional at the gold level could deal with. Hearing Skasa's words, Chao Chen did not doubt, but the information provided by the system showed that their current strength was not as terrifying as described. Moreover, in that magic sword, there was also a Kaza of the Blade Soul. Coming to this dark city, encountering 3 ghost gods at once, what kind of luck was this? Are you saying that these ghost gods can make a contract? After some thought, Chao Chen turned to Skasa, as if seeking a definite answer. In theory, it is possible, but no one has succeeded in recent years. After all, their power is not something an ordinary professional can bear. Upon hearing the master's words, Skasa instantly understood what Chao Chen was thinking, but this kind of thing was too risky. There is no smooth sailing in cultivation. Even if there are risks for the sake of power, it is worth it. Moreover, the current strength of these spirits is only at the platinum level. If one can ensure a safe retreat, then taking this risk is worth it. Chao Chen thought for a moment, recalling a story from a novel in his past life about a young man who was jilted and constantly searching for strange fires. Each of the 9 great spirits at their peak could rival gods, and now they were in a weakened state. If he didn't dare to take a chance now, what was the point of cultivation? Master, with our current strength, I am not confident that we can ensure our safety under the siege of 2 spirits, especially since I am only at the gold level. Sarasa still felt it was risky. As this thing was similar to the apostles, how easy would it be to subdue it? So, I will raise your strength to the platinum level and refine that magic sword. A hint of determination flashed in Chao Chen's eyes. As long as he could elevate himself to the silver level, he could use the chi technique to enhance the cultivation of Skasa and Xiao Chang. With a magic sword no weaker than Skasa, even if he couldn't subdue them, he could still retreat safely. To go from level 12 to level 20, all he needed was enough monsters, which could be achieved in a short time. It seemed he had to activate his plan ahead of time. Originally, Chao Chen planned to explore this secret realm and then use the seals on the outskirts to trigger a beast tide in the entire soul-breaking mountain range. The beast tide would be directed towards the secret realm, intercepting the powerful monsters outside, while the monsters below the gold level would be his experience points. This way, he could not only use the beast kings to break through the blockade of the strong on the outskirts but also destroy all evidence, so that no one would know he had been there. Thinking of this, Chao Chen summoned Skasa's 2 sisters and Xiao Chang. You go deal with all the monsters below, including the incoming professionals, while I set up in the village center. Without hesitation, under the protection of a shield cast by Skasa, Chao Chen quickly descended the stairs and rushed towards the village center with 2 phantoms. Upon receiving the command, Skasa's group burst out of the house and unleashed their skills towards Wu Fei Yang. Boom! 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 Ignoring the intense explosions behind him, Chao Chen released the Locust Gu and Killer Bigu to block the isolated zombies and arrived at the formation center. After observing the 2 phantoms and confirming that there were no abnormalities, he pointed with one hand, and the Locust Gu rushed to the feet of the phantoms, continuously devouring the soil on the ground. Soon, a large pit 10 meters wide and 1 meter deep formed and spread rapidly downward. Finding a rooftop with higher ground, Chao Chen sat cross-legged. To trigger the beast tide, he needed something to attract them, so he decided to refine 2 Gu as bait. Dog Taming Gu, Bronze Tier, Disposable Gu, Introduction, a Beast Taming Gu, resembling a jade stone the size of a thumb, resembling a dog's head, used to control canine monsters. If the level of the canine exceeds that of the Gu, it has a deadly attraction to them. Bird Taming Gu, Bronze Tier, Introduction, a Beast Taming Gu, resembling a jade stone the size of a thumb, resembling a sparrow, used to control avian monsters. If the level of the avian exceeds that of the Gu, it has a deadly attraction to them. Quickly releasing the white jade gourd, various materials slowly fused, and several dark red runes were cast out from Chao Chen's hand. After 15 minutes, the white jade gourd shook lightly, and 2 glowing jade stones quickly sprayed out, flying into Chao Chen's hands. As the Gu insects were cultivated, 2 virtual shadows had already formed a bottomless pit under their feet. The group led by Skasa had also ended the life of Wu Fei Yang and was rushing over here. Taking a deep breath, He threw the 2 goo insects into the deep pit and released the 4 pest 5 plague goo formation and the mysterious 13 sword formation around it. He intended to use the goo formations and the damage from the 2 great spirits to slaughter all the monsters entering this area. Looking at the center enveloped in endless black aura and the virtual shadow of the mysterious mountain above, Chao Chen once again placed the love separation life into the formation, guiding nearby spider-like monsters. Then, he formed hand seals and unsealed the statuses of the doghead goo and the flying bird goo. A faint and gentle halo slowly spread out from the deep pit, expanding to a certain extent before instantly dissipating into wisps of blue smoke. Next, we wait. Chao Chen took a deep breath, received the spoils from Skasa, and waited quietly. Half an hour later, the spreading blue smoke made the plague village appear particularly quiet. The professionals who had entered earlier were all unable to stand up, and the terrifying zombies had long been frozen. Boom! 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 Roaring sounds came from afar, and the earth seemed to be trembling. As the sounds grew louder, a group of dark shadows appeared in the village, and the sky was shrouded in black. The incoming monsters completely ignored the already dilapidated buildings, smashing them and rushing towards the deep pit. The flying birds in the air also flew towards the formation in a tacit understanding, as if there was something inside worth their continuous efforts. Watching the rushing figures of the monsters, Skasa slowly flew towards the sky, lightly pointing his finger, and a cold air descended. In an instant, a huge ice platform appeared not far from the formation. Using the flying head goo for flight, Chao Chen stepped onto the ice platform and the previous building collapsed with a bang. The monster at the forefront quickly rushed into the black mist. Before they could react, their flesh and blood rapidly disappeared, turning into a skeleton even while in motion. The monsters following behind paid no attention to the anomaly here, continuing to charge forward. 2 golden-level steel giant apes finally reached the center of the formation, about to search for the treasure that attracted them, when a dark figure flashed by. The steel giant apes instantly lost consciousness, and their nearly 5-meter-tall bodies collapsed. Ding, killed a level 22 steel giant ape, gained 200 experience points. Ding, killed a level 18 fire phoenix, gained 142 experience points. Ding, killed a level 6 thorny boar, gained 1 experience point. Listening to the continuous prompts in his mind, Chao Chen glanced at them and then blocked out the sound. Watching the monsters still pouring in endlessly, Chao Chen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, slowly adapting to the rapid increase in experience and maintaining the best mental state. The effectiveness of the dog control goo could last at least 3 days, so he had to be in his best condition when breaking through the silver level to be able to cultivate the goo. After all, within the magic sword Apophis, there was still a spirit, and the chaos goo was his life goo, something he couldn't be careless about. While Chao Chen meditated and waited, the situation outside the secret realm became increasingly chaotic. Due to the news released by the Dark City, the main forces of various major powers had already gathered. But before they could catch their breath, the soulless mountain range unexpectedly triggered a beast tide. Moreover, the purpose of this beast tide was clear: to enter the secret realm of the Plague Village. Although most people on the outskirts had already surpassed the platinum level, and some had even reached the star diamond level, they still couldn't completely block the endless monsters, and many of them still poured into the secret realm. What's going on? What are you guys up to, Dark City? The Valley Master of the Hahuan Valley shattered the giant tiger in front of him with one palm, turned his head, and looked at the general in black armor, roaring angrily. You ask me, who should I ask? This is the soul-breaking mountain range. It's not unusual to have a beast tide. Are you even qualified to ask such a question? The general in black armor swung his long spear, and a thick spear shadow burst out, instantly clearing a 10-meter wide space around him. This beast tide came too suddenly, even he was a bit confused. Originally, his black-armored army was already ambushed inside, waiting to reap the benefits, but unexpectedly encountered such a situation. Looking at the size of these monsters, it would be fortunate if the secret realm inside was spacious. If it was just a small area, none of the people who entered this time would survive. Thinking of this, the general in black armor couldn't help but feel a sense of being taken advantage of. For this plan, he had paid a huge price as bait. If he couldn't achieve something significant, he would be in big trouble when the city lord finished his seclusion. After all, that strange magic sword and the universal skill were secretly taken out by himself in collaboration with the guardian of the treasure trove. Roar! A roar resounded through the sky, and waves of pressure filled the entire mountain range, with strong air currents even breaking some large trees in half. Humans, how dare you plot against my clan? In the sky, a 500-meter-long golden-winged rock spread its wings as if to envelop the entire sky, looking at the people resisting in the beast group and roaring in anger. Give us an explanation. Another 100-meter-tall gorilla walked slowly towards here. Since just now, these beast kings of the soul-breaking mountain range felt that something was wrong. It seemed like their clan was being controlled by something, running over here as if they didn't care about their lives. When the two beast kings arrived here and saw a group of star-level powerhouses gathered here, they immediately thought that these people might have intentionally triggered the beast tide to level up.
Diamond-level beast kings. The valley master of the Hawan Valley's face darkened.
He didn't expect that the beast tide would attract the beast kings from the depths of the soul-breaking mountain range. Looking at the opponent's angry appearance, it seemed that today would inevitably lead to a big battle.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Chao Chen slowly opened his eyes, casually ate a few bites of food, then stood up slowly. He pointed his hand lightly, and two goo formations disappeared instantly. The bottomless pit had already been filled, and a small mountain made of white bones had formed near the two ghostly shadows. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to 28, Chao Chen. Silver tier, LV28, 3560/96500, Strength, 236 Speed, 365 Spirit, 2700 Cultivation Technique, Non-Life Goo, 0, Zen Character Decision, Passive Skill, condenses Zen Mind as the Goo Master's strength circulates, remaining unmoved even when Mount Tai collapses before one's eyes, used to resolve the hostility of Goo worms towards the host, maintaining a clear state of mind.
Hearing the prompt in his mind, Chao Chen looked exceptionally satisfied.
In just 3 days, he had reached level 28, only 2 levels away from entering the golden tier. This rapid leveling method made him wonder if he should exterminate all the monsters in the soul-breaking mountain range.
Of course, this thought was fleeting.
After all, the experience cap of these small monsters was there.
Unless he could kill those leaders, there wouldn't be a large amount of experience points.
At this rate, it would take at least half a month to reach the golden tier, and he didn't have that much time to spare. After all, his soul points were already sufficient. Moreover, the 5 elements goo had absorbed a large amount of elemental power emitted by these monsters upon their deaths, so it was more important to refine the life goo. Heavily exhaling, Chao Chen opened the system mall and couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the 125,200 soul points. He had never been so wealthy before. Exchanging the Chaos Origin Stone, devouring the flowers in exchange, the soul points quickly dwindled, instantly becoming 25,200 points. Throwing the gourd into the center of Bone Mountain, he crazily absorbed the power of the stars in the bones. As he threw the black stone along with the devouring flowers and the Beyond Dream Orchid into the gourd, Chao Chen commanded Sakasa to fly with the two sisters, Binoxiu, into the air to forcibly change the weather in this area with both cold and hot attributes. Using the thunder beads obtained from Kainuo before, he summoned the thunder to strike down on the white jade gourd. Now, the Chaos Goo is only missing a devouring goo, and this Bone Mountain is where it was born. Following the principle of maximizing the value of materials, Chao Chen threw the magic sword Apophis aside and took out Su Chinga's frozen body and the materials for refining the sword goo from the ring, and started refining. As Chao Chen sealed the deal, dark red runes flowed out of his body like a river, rushing towards Bone Mountain, and for a moment, the entire village was bathed in a dark red color, like a terrifying hell. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out in the sky, and a thick silver thunderbolt struck down fiercely on the white jade gourd. Upon contact, the violent power was slowly dissipated by the gourd, and the originally dark red halo around it suddenly added a hint of silver purple. Chao Chen continued to seal the deal. Almost every 3 hours, he had to take out a bottle of potion from the ring to replenish his mental power, while the Bone Mountain opposite seemed to have an invisible force absorbing the river like handprints. Unconsciously, half a month had passed in the secret realm, and at this moment, Chao Chen had already removed his disguise, sitting cross-legged on the ice pillar. His whole body's flesh and blood seemed to have dried up, wrapped in bones like a layer of paper, his face like gold paper, his mouth already covered with stubble. There was a pile of empty potion bottles next to him. Buzzing. The buzzing sound lingered nearby. The huge Bone Mountain had long disappeared, replaced by 2 dark red blood balls, which were originally over 10 meters in length, but now only the size of a person. Feeling 2 throbs in his heart, Chao Chen struggled to open his eyes. His eyes seemed a bit excited. Break for me! Trembling, he formed a handprint and shouted hoarsely, "Goo goo goo goo." As a dark rune merged in, the 2 blood balls instantly made a gurgling sound, the blood slowly shrinking. In just 2 minutes, it had been completely absorbed, revealing a fist-sized black hole and the magic sword Apophis. Chaos Goo, Ongu category, Platinum tier, second transformation, increases with the host's level. Chaos is undivided, all things are not born. Shaped like a black hole, it devours everything in the world to live. Divided into 9 transformations, can permanently increase the host's true element condensation by 8 times. After 9 transformations, it can evolve into 10,000 goo. Characteristics: 10,000 goo immortal body, one of the 5 great law bodies of Goo Dao, after Chaos Goo recognizes the master, it can automatically feedback to the host. Those who cultivate the 10,000 Goo immortal body can transform various law bodies through Goo worms. The stronger the Goo worm, the stronger the body. Collecting the 5 great law bodies of Goo Dao can merge into the immortal body of chaos. Devour, can devour all things, condense chaos crystals, crystals can heal, recover, and cultivate Goo. The effect of chaos crystals increases with the level of Goo worms. Immortal, chaos Goo has no entity, it is immortal. If the host suffers a fatal injury, chaos can envelop the host, devour various substances and convert them into vitality for the host to recover. Characteristics XXXXXX Characteristics XXXXXX Looking at the luxurious attributes of the chaos Goo, Chao Chen no longer hesitated. His current state had deteriorated to the extreme. If he didn't receive the feedback from his life Goo, he estimated that before he finished reading the information of the remaining Goo worms, he would have to reincarnate prematurely. With a wave of his hand, he saw the black hole quickly rushing towards him and, in a short moment, it surged into his heart. As a wave of intense pain emanated from his heart, Chao Chen couldn't hold on and knelt halfway on the ground. Before he could react, a huge force erupted at his heart, flowing continuously along his meridians. The acupoints on Chao Chen's body, like a desert that had been dry for thousands of years, continuously absorbed the nutrients of the feedback power. Strands of black substance with a foul smell gushed out from his skin, resembling a cleansing and nourishing process. The comfortable feeling made him involuntarily groan. At this moment, his originally withered body began to slowly expand, and the skin, like that of an old tree, gradually peeled off. This state lasted for a full hour. As a trace of black light emerged in Chao Chen's eyes, the power feedback by the chaos Goo was also completely absorbed. With a heavy sigh, Chao Chen slowly stood up. Just as he was about to see the progress of the other Goo worms and Skasa and the others, a strong stream of water rushed down from above him. Although it was warm water, it came too suddenly. Even though he had learned the Zen mantra, he was still startled. Puzzled, he raised his head and saw the 2 sisters, Pinyu Xiu, floating in midair. They were slowly using their magic to melt the ice and fire, causing warm water to continuously fall. Skasa stood aside, covering her nose as if she was a little disgusted. The most obedient one among them was Xiao Chang, who stood on the side like a loyal guard, carefully observing the surroundings. It wasn't until now that Chao Chen realized, after half a month of Goo practice and the cleansing process just now, his body now emitted a foul smell. Not to mention his clothes, he was even worse than a beggar who had been wandering for years. Understanding the intentions of the 2 sisters, Pinyu Xiu, Chao Chen didn't hesitate. Taking advantage of the mist blocking their view, he quickly took off his clothes and enjoyed a refreshing bath. Only after making sure there was no more odor on his body did he ask the 2 sisters to stop. After the feedback from the chaos Goo, Chao Chen's body had indeed become stronger, especially his 6-pack abs and evenly distributed muscles, which were not only aesthetically pleasing but also exceptionally powerful. After eating a few bites of food, Chao Chen resumed his true eye, observing the attributes of each Goo worm. Magic Sword Apophis, Sword Goo, Sword Slave Goo Scarlet Beauty Robbery Diamond Grade Quality, 3 Goo merged into 1. Platinum Grade, Upgradable, Strength, 1236 Speed, 1127 Spirit, 5000 Characteristics Aura of Undead. When wielding the magic sword, the attack carries the aura of the undead. The wound will be corroded by the aura of the undead, with a 2% chance of turning the opponent into a sword slave. Improves with the quality of the magic sword. Characteristic Sword Spirit. The magic sword possesses an intelligent spirit that can summon sword slaves to fight independently. The strength of the sword slaves is equal to that of the magic sword. As long as the magic sword is not destroyed, the sword slaves will not perish. God and Ghost. Due to the existence of the soul of the knife, Kazan, it can summon the ghost and god Kazan to form a formation. Those within the formation can increase their attack and magic power by 20%. Expands with the improvement of the magic sword quality. True form of Kazan. The level of the magic sword is insufficient, sealed. Sword burial affected by the sword Goo. The magic sword Apophis carries a magic sword space within its blade, where Goo formations and Goo worms can be stored. When attacking, as long as the sword slaves are commanded, they can be launched. The Goo formations and Goo worms stored in the magic sword consume the spiritual power of the magic sword itself. The host only needs to control the sword slaves with spiritual power. Characteristics Undead Summoning. The magic sword Apophis can summon 2000 undead. The level of the undead is 2 ranks lower than that of the magic sword itself, improves with the level of the magic sword. Looking at the attributes of the magic sword Apophis, Chao Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although he knew before refining that this sword Goo must be powerful, he didn't expect the attributes to be so abnormal. Especially with the characteristics of sword burial and ghost god, it means that he can put locust goo and goo formations into it, and when used again, he doesn't need to consume his own mental power. It's like having a powerful cheat code. And the ghost god is even more powerful. A cardson of the blade soul can increase the attack power by 20%. You know, there are some 9 ghost gods in this world. If he can subdue them one by one and keep them in the magic sword, relying on the strength of the ghost gods, this magic sword may eventually surpass the gods. Taking a deep breath, Chao Chen lightly flicked his arm. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from the eyes of the Apophis sword, and a woman with a height of 1.9 meters and horns on her head slowly appeared. The woman reached out her hand to quickly catch the magic sword flying into her hand, then she turned around and quickly came to Chao Chen, half kneeling on the ground. Master! The girl had willow eyebrows and a beautiful nose, with silver hair casually falling behind her back. On both sides of her forehead were a pair of black goat horns. Although her face still had some resemblance to Su Qingge, she was more beautiful than the elder of the Hahuan Valley, and her temperament was more enchanting. She was dressed in what looked like obsidian-like short armor, with occasional strands of purple flames emerging from the cracks in the armor. There were black runes on her waist and chest, which seemed to be a combination of Gu script and Abyssal script, appearing particularly eerie. As for her figure, it could only be described in one sentence. Bowing her head, she couldn't see her toes. She was a peerless beauty in the world. The soul body of a crystal skull man floated continuously around her, like a loyal guardian. Although she looked harmless at first glance, staring at her for a long time would bring a sense of fear from the depths of the soul. This was the complete form of the sword Gu, formed by the fusion of the magic sword Apophis, the sword slave Gu, and the Zhuyan Jie Gu. Upon closer inspection, it was unexpected that with the help of the powerful white jade gourd, the Zhuyan Jie was accidentally refined. Could it be that there were still the souls of 2 infatuated women in that pile of bones? Unable to understand what was going on, Chao Chen decided not to dwell on it. However, the more he looked at the appearance and face of the girl, the more uneasy he felt. Logically speaking, the sword slave Gu was refined from the body and soul of Su Qingge, so it shouldn't have transformed into this. Moreover, looking at her like this felt strangely familiar, as if he had seen her not long ago. Goat horns, hooves, tail, revealing clothes. After carefully examining for a while, suddenly, an elegant beauty holding a scythe appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, Chao Chen finally understood where he had seen this thing before. This thing, wasn't it a succubus? Although it was more beautiful than the 2 around Lihani, and the attire was more magnificent, but this ghostly appearance, damn, it was just a succubus. What's wrong with this sword spirit? Is it supposed to look like this? Chao Chen's mouth twitched, feeling helpless. After probing with a few questions, although the sword slave could barely answer, it was always stuttering, indicating that her intelligence should be similar to the Piccolo sisters. Well, at least better than Xiaoqiang, right? Signaling the sword slave to stand up, because she didn't have a name, Chao Chen thought for a moment. Then he spoke. From now on, you will be called Gooden. No, you will be called Chaolian. Yes, master. Upon hearing Chao Chen's words, Chaolian raised her head slightly and responded solemnly. With the matter of the magic sword resolved, Chao Chen then looked towards the Skasa group. Ice Dragon Skasa Humanoid Platinum can be enhanced strength, 2356 speed, 3319 spirit, 3270 talent, ice affinity. Love and Separation Combat Class, Main Class Gu Insect can be enhanced Platinum Tier Strength, 2236 Speed, 3788 Spirit, 3069 Characteristics. Pinotia Harak Golden Tier can be enhanced Strength, 640 Speed, 620 Spirit, 755 Talent. Abyss Toad Golden Tier can be enhanced Strength, 680 Speed, 720 Spirit, 833 Talent. Resentful Flying Barbarian Golden Tier can be enhanced Strength, 642 Agility, 1000 Spirit, 469 Talent. Skills, Intimidating Aura. Has a chance to induce fear in others. Talent skill, Curse Boundary. While in the boundary, the attack speed of the Flying Barbarian increases by 15%. Looking at the attributes of the Gu insects, due to the influence of the Chi character decision, each Gu insect has been enhanced by 1 tier. Although most of the Gu insect's characteristics have not changed much, the Flying Head Gu insect gave Chao Chen a huge surprise. The Flying Head Gu has now evolved into the Resentful Flying Barbarian, with a golden tier level and a speed of 1000, making it a terrifying existence, not to mention the additional talent skill. This advancement has more than tripled Chao Chen's strength. Just the Chaos Gu, which increases the true element by 8 times, and the immortal body of the 10,000 Gu, are worth more than a giant dragon, not to mention the 3 additional Platinum Tier Gu insects. Unfortunately, there are no cultivation methods available in the system mall. Otherwise, Chao Chen would definitely have the confidence to develop his strength to the extreme. Although he felt it was a pity, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, even the heavenly path has its flaws, and although the system is his greatest trump card, it is ultimately just a supplementary tool.
If the system were truly omnipotent, that would be frightening.
After all, the path of cultivation relies on oneself, not on the system's rewards, or else one could easily become a slave to the system. However, the matter of cultivation methods will be resolved soon after going out. After reaching the silver tier, with the increase in level, the experience provided by monsters of the same tier becomes pitifully low. Therefore, reaching the silver tier requires the study of cultivation methods. Cultivation methods not only allow professionals to fully utilize every bit of their strength but also provide a large amount of experience through practice. For example, the cultivation method of the Halwan Valley constantly balances the yin and yang poles, thereby generating experience. Without this, where would there be so many high-level experts in the world?
Although Chao Chen reached level 28 by slaughtering, this method cannot be used indefinitely.
After all, as the level increases in the future, does one have to destroy a planet just to level up? Dismissing the distractions in his mind, Chao Chen turned to look at the purple and green shadows, which, despite the turmoil, still stood there as if unaffected by anything happening around them. Without the reminder from the system or Skasa, no one would probably believe that they were the legendary spirits. Although he didn't understand what this was all about, Chao Chen still wanted to try and see if he could subdue them.
Skasa, is there a way for me to communicate with them?
Calling Skasa over, Chao Chen asked casually.
If you want to communicate, perhaps dragon language can help.
As long as the master learns dragon language, they can communicate with any creature and understand their words.
Skasa thought for a moment and then said with great certainty, "Dragon language? Do you have a quick way to learn it?" Upon hearing Skasa's words, Chao Chen was first stunned. Can this thing be learned quickly? Even with the support of the Bookku, at most, one can remember this thing rather than apply it proficiently, right? But since she could bring it up, there must be a solution.
Yes, just like a demon contract holder, I can also merge with you, so the master can speak the dragon language.
Skasa licked her lips and looked at Chao Chen with excitement. Merge? Do you want to transform into a goo and merge into my body?
Looking at Skasa's expression, Chao Chen felt something was off.
Why are you so excited?
No, not that kind of merging, but...
Skasa happily approached Chao Chen and whispered something in his ear. Alright, the next method.
Upon hearing the words of the little dragon, Chao Chen's mouth twitched and he immediately refused without thinking.
There is a bad person in his team. If you really can't learn it, then you can just translate for them. Now, call them out first.
Seeing the unhappy Skasa, Chao Chen shook his head helplessly. Besides the method she mentioned, the most reliable one seemed to be to have her act as a translator. Seeing Chao Chen's persistence, Skasa stomped her foot in frustration, then walked forward, her lively eyes instantly turning blue.
Roar!
The sound of dragon chants echoed in the village. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble, the two strange formations started to shake violently and contract. Before long, a 5-meter-tall green monster with a bull's head and goat horns, and a 2-meter-tall purple monster resembling a mummy appeared in front of Chao Chen. The two monsters did not have feet, appearing like phantoms, but the pressure they emitted made the surrounding air heavy.
Human, I know what you're thinking, but you should give up. With just you can't catch our eyes. Pulyaman raised his head and glanced at Chao Chen.
He was once the strongest psychic mage, even though he had become a ghost now, he could easily see into others' minds. He and Rakshasa voluntarily fell from grace because of their unwillingness. Everything Chao Chen had done before, they had been watching. The reason they hadn't acted against him was that Chao Chen had given them enough resentment when he triggered the beast tide, otherwise, his fate would have been in the hands of those invaders. He said they've been watching everything we've done, and then the bull-headed one said he knows what you're thinking, but they don't think much of you.
Skasa nodded and translated the words of the ghost. Is that so?
Then tell them, the reason they became ghosts is probably due to their unwillingness.
If I can satisfy your regrets, how about that? Chao Chen thought for a moment.
Ghosts, even though they had become platinum ranked now, had once been glorious. Since the system could see their background information, what they probably cared about were those regrets and unwillingness. Therefore, Chao Chen planned to have a good chat with them.
Skasa nodded gently and replied in dragon language. Submit, or perish. Just these two choices, say more and we'll kill you later.
Don't think I don't know, if you ghosts don't have a suitable host, you can't fully unleash your power, and now you're only at the platinum rank. Recognize your situation. Based on the inherited memories, Skasa had some understanding of these 9 great ghosts. She had been trapped in the gold rank before and had some fear of them, but now, she had 3 platinum ranks on her side. She used to be a diamond-ranked dragon, and in this situation, if she still had to be polite with them, did they really think she was easy to talk to? After Skasa finished speaking, the two sisters, Pinocchio and Chao Lian, narrowed their eyes and walked slowly to her side, looking at the two ghosts with hostility. Chao Chen looked at the sudden approach of the crowd, with a puzzled expression. Did his words touch the scars of these two spirits, making them angry now? When Rakshasa heard the words translated by Skasa, his face wrapped in bandages visibly paused. Is it impressive to have a dragon? On the side, Pulyaman noticed something was wrong. The human clearly said one sentence, but the dragon said three. Thinking of this, Pulyaman raised his hand, lightly tapped his own forehead, and then spoke again, but what came out of his mouth was the human language. Humans, don't think you can threaten us with force just because you have a dragon. If you really start a fight, you will not benefit. So you can speak human language. Hearing the familiar language, Chao Chen was surprised. He didn't expect these two spirits to speak the human language. But what did he mean by that? Why did it sound like he was provoking them? Master, don't waste time with them. Knock them down first. After a beating, everything will be easier to discuss. Skasa showed no humility, instead took out the ice breath blade, and said arrogantly. On the other hand, Chao Lian also unsheathed the magic sword on his back, with strands of purple flames gathering on the sword. Wait! Until now, Chao Chen finally realized where the problem was. This translation was unreliable. Why so much fighting in life? Can't we learn some social skills? Even if he could forcibly enslave them, Chao Chen did not understand their power. If these two great spirits refused to use their full power, they would ultimately be flawed. Stopping the two sides from drawing their swords, Chao Chen explained casually and then spoke his previous words. I know you are not satisfied. A powerful psychic, but now fallen to this point by offending the gods. But don't you really want revenge? And you, once one of the three plague lords, even you, if not for some resources, would probably have perished by now under the oppression of the gods. Combining the information given by the system, Chao Chen looked at the two great spirits and said loudly, Ha, just a silver tier bottom layer like you wants to discuss our past? Rakshasa sneered. In his view, it was like an ant trying to bite an elephant. Who hasn't come from being weak? At least I know that with your current state, in another 1,000,000 years, you may also be crushed under the gods. Since that's the case, why not take a chance? Unconcerned with Rakshasa's mockery, Chao Chen had chosen the path of a Gu master, destined to be filled with mud and blood. Although the gods sounded lofty, if they blocked his path, it was not impossible to make them fall. Gods? Just future materials for refining Gu. Ha, arrogant kid, I really don't understand what capital you have to say such things, but your previous attitude does suit my taste. So, since you want to gain our power, why not accept a test? Pass it, and we will trust you once. If you fail, you will stay here with us to endure this endless loneliness. Rakshasa paused upon hearing Chao Chen's words, then spoke. Being from the demon realm himself, Chao Chen's previous ruthless actions for his goals were somewhat pleasing to him. As Skasa said, without suitable contractors, they could not fully exert their strength. To resist the gods, they still needed to choose a suitable contractor. Therefore, he could give Chao Chen a chance, as he had been dormant for too long. Okay, I don't know what your test is all about. Chao Chen didn't hesitate at all and agreed directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Chen used the aura of the white jade gourd to shield the mental detection of Pulu Meng. The advantage was now on his side. As long as these two spirits couldn't kill him, he had the capital to negotiate everything. The worst result would be if both sides ended up fighting, he would erase their memories, forcibly enslave them, and obtain an imperfect product. The two spirits exchanged a glance. Pulu Meng took a step forward slowly, raised his hands, a green mist appeared, and an 81-step white jade staircase appeared in the center of the village. Green mist surged around the staircase, and at the top was a huge stone sculpture, looking extremely mysterious. Once you reach the top floor, you will be our chosen contractor. Pulu Meng looked at Chao Chen. If possible, he would rather have Chao Chen fight with the Rakshasa, but in order to prevent the giant dragon from going berserk, after a brief exchange, the two spirits decided to change to another method. This was an abyss inheritance he obtained during his lifetime, and no one knew its origin. Its main function was to test one's heart. Back then, this thing had blocked many geniuses, and even they could only reach the 70th step, unable to retrieve what was in the inheritance. Pulu Meng had already decided that as long as Chao Chen could reach the 70th step, he would be worthy of their contract. Seeing this, Chao Chen smiled slightly, then without much hesitation, he leaped straight down from the ice pillar. Ignoring the reactions of the two spirits, after taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the first step. Boom! As soon as Chao Chen stepped on the first step, he instantly felt his body slightly heavier, as if the gravity around the staircase had doubled. Feeling this sudden change, Chao Chen adjusted his mindset and then took big steps forward. In less than 30 seconds, he had climbed 10 steps. the gravity has increased tenfold. It seems that for these 81 steps, the gravity will probably increase 81 times by the end. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, using the goo power around his body to resist the gravity. Slowly climbing to the 21st step, the scenery around him suddenly changed. Countless treasures of gold and silver were scattered around. Just by picking them up lightly, he could put them in his pocket. Disdainful, Xiao Chen directly ignored the jewels under his feet and continued walking towards the top of the staircase. After another 5 steps, the gold and silver jewels had disappeared, replaced by various rare materials, even some materials for refining immortal goo, all under his feet. Without being tempted by the materials, Xiao Chen pressed on. Passing through numerous scenes of beautiful women, martial arts, techniques, equipment, and even the eggs of ancient divine beasts, when all these scenes disappeared, Xiao Chen found himself on the 60th step. The powerful gravity had already made his forehead covered in sweat. Adjusting his state with deep breaths, Xiao Chen set off again. The surrounding scenes changed once more, revealing the figures of Shui Yunji and Xu Luoba, dressed in exceptionally gorgeous attire, like divine beings ruling the world, their cultivation levels so profound that even the system couldn't see through them. Xiao Chen, we have reached the peak of this world. In this universe, there is no one who can rival us. Next, let us protect you. Shui Yunji warmly approached, took Xiao Chen's hand, and said affectionately. Feeling the real touch, for a moment, no one could tell if this was an illusion or a real existence. My master has reached the 69th step. You too should be ready to admit defeat. Near the staircase, the 2 spirits and the crowd of goo looked at Xiao Chen, who had reached the 69th step, with a smile on their faces. Although it had been 7 days outside since he reached the 60th step, judging from Pulu Meng's expression, the master was doing great. 10 steps are a major checkpoint. The outcome is still far away. Ignoring the provocations of Skasa, who was pointing his sword at himself, Pulu Meng looked at the staircase, feeling somewhat shocked inside. I have been a ghost for I don't know how many years, but the mysterious inheritance is still fresh in my memory. At that time, besides myself, there was also a young man in black. We both entered the 70 steps together. Later, he became a great emperor, while I became the universe's first spiritual mage. When I was hunted by the gods, he was the only one who stood up for me. I can't remember his appearance clearly now, but I vaguely remember he was a fat man. This universe? Xiao Chen muttered softly to himself as he listened to Shui Yunji's words. His companions had all become the strongest in the universe. Logically, he could choose a relatively easier path, and with their help, he should be able to reach their level soon. After all, the path of a goo master was not easy. However, Xiao Chen was not swayed by this huge temptation. Since Shui Yunji mentioned this universe, could there be a wider world outside? As a goo master, he should be pursuing a process of continuous improvement, not being content with the status quo. With this in mind, Xiao Chen pinched Shui Yunji's face. Even though he knew it was fake, he couldn't help himself. Pushing Shui Yunji's hand away, despite the dissuasion of the 3 people, Xiao Chen resolutely stepped onto the 70 steps. Boom! The moment he stepped onto the 70 steps, the surrounding scenery and gravity disappeared instantly. Looking at the final step, Xiao Chen took a tentative step, and when he saw no reaction around him, he quickly moved forward. Just as he was about to officially cross the last step, a voice full of temptation kept ringing in his mind. You have done well. Go down. I can guarantee that everything you saw just now will be yours when you go down, and you will instantly reach the strongest realm. Although the voice sounded righteous, it was filled with temptation, and even with the blessing of the Zen mantra, it couldn't stop that stirring feeling. However, no matter how tempting it was, Xiao Chen always held a clear goal in his heart. Once the goal was set, he had to stick to it. Think carefully. If you cross this step, there may be nothing behind it, and the promised things will disappear completely. Go down, don't regret it. Hearing the mysterious voice still trying to dissuade him, Xiao Chen let out a heavy sigh, and then a smile appeared on his face. 10,000 immortals retreat on the river of time, the immortal regrets but I do not. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen had already stepped onto the last step. As his foot landed, the seductive voice around him abruptly stopped, the surrounding scene shattered instantly, and the huge stone statue revealed its true form. The statue was entirely black, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and a long snake tail for its lower body. The heads looked exceptionally fierce, and the 6 arms each held a strange-looking weapon. Below the statue was a table, on which, besides 3 black boxes, everything else had decayed. Xiao Chen glanced at the sculpture in front of him. It looked like the Asura in Buddhism in his previous life, who specialized in administering punishments, but the snake tail indicated that it was not any deity. Unable to figure out the origin of this sculpture, Xiao Chen didn't dwell on it too much. He reached out, took the 3 small boxes from the table, and quickly left the stairs. Unexpectedly, there was still something to take in this test.
This Pumon was quite particular.
Returning quickly to the ground, Chao Chen came to the two ghosts and smiled.
Does this count as passing?
Overall, he had gained quite a bit from this so-called test. Moreover, if these two ghosts could keep their word, then subduing them would be a sure thing. Ha! Truly talented individuals emerge in every generation.
I underestimated you.
Pu Liming looked at Chao Chen's expression, feeling extremely shocked in his heart. In just over 10 days, he had actually passed the test of this mysterious inheritance. It should be noted that even he himself took a full 2 months to reach the 70th level back then.
Now he was becoming more and more curious about Chao Chen.
Although he was only a silver rank, perhaps in the future, he could really make up for those regrets for himself.
Since he needed a covenanter, let's give it a try.
Come, accept our covenant, and the power of the spirits will be at your disposal. Upon hearing Pu Liming's words, Chao Chen smiled slightly, then turned around lightly, and Xiao Lian instantly turned into a black mist, entering the magic sword. Apophis circled in the air for a while before stopping steadily in front of Chao Chen.
Please let the two spirits enter the sword.
Chao Chen said respectfully. After all, these two spirits were relatively divine beings before, and although they were now down and out, since they were about to become his companions, he would naturally give them the respect they deserved.
Ha, kid, improve your strength quickly.
When you can unseal our true forms, you will know how strong I am. Also, if possible, you can covenant with all 9 great spirits.
I guarantee that there will be a huge surprise then.
Pu Liming laughed heartily and then turned into a green shadow rushing into the formation.
Since old Pu said so, I will trust you this time. If you disappoint me, I will personally disable you.
Luo Cha narrowed his eyes, dropped a cold sentence, and then turned into a purple light rushing into the sword. Buzz buzz buzz. A green, purple, and red light flickered at the eyes of the sword for a few minutes, and with the formation of an illusory covenant, Chao Chen felt 3 inexplicable palpitations in his heart.
Magic Sword Apophis, Sword Gu, Sword Slave Gu, Zhu Yan Jia, Diamond Grade Quality, 3 Gu merged into 1.
Platinum Grade, can be enhanced, Strength, 1236 Speed, 1127 Spirit, 5000, Characteristics, Undead Aura. When wielding the magic sword, the attack carries the aura of the undead, and the wound will be corroded by the aura of the undead, with a 2% chance of turning the opponent into a sword slave. Increases with the improvement of the magic sword quality. Characteristics, Sword Spirit. The magic sword has an intelligent spirit, can summon sword slaves to fight independently. The strength of the sword slave is equal to that of the magic sword. As long as the magic sword is not destroyed, the sword slave will not perish. Spirits, Kazan. Due to the existence of the soul of the blade Kazan, it can summon the spirit Kazan to form a formation, and the people in the formation can increase their attack and magic power by 20%. Expands with the improvement of the magic sword quality. Pu Liming. Due to the erosion of Pu Liming's existence, it can summon the spirit Pu Liming to form a formation, reducing the enemy's resistance and magic defense by 20%.
Expands with the improvement of the magic sword quality. Luo Cha. Due to the existence of the plague of Luo Cha, it can summon the spirit Luo Cha to form a formation, reducing the enemy's attack speed, physical defense, with a 20% chance of poisoning, blindness, and bleeding. Expands with the improvement of the magic sword level. Kazan True Form, sealed due to insufficient magic sword level. Pu Liming True Form, Luo Cha True Form,
Sword Burial. Influenced by the sword Gu, the magic sword Apophis has a sword space in its body, which can store Gu formations and Gu insects. When attacking, as long as the sword slave is commanded, it can be launched. The Gu formations and Gu insects stored in the magic sword consume the sword's own spiritual power, and the host only needs to control the sword slave with spiritual power. Characteristics, Undead Summoning. The magic sword Apophis can summon 2000 undead, whose level is 2 ranks lower than that of the magic sword itself, increases with the improvement of the magic sword level. Looking at the magic sword with 2 additional spirit attributes, Chao Chen appeared somewhat excited. The attributes of the 2 spirits were not only exceptionally excellent, but the abilities revealed now were just the tip of the iceberg. As his own strength increased, the power of the spirits would also be unsealed one by one.
Moreover, there are 9 such spirits.
If one were to subdue them one by one, it's hard to predict what the outcome would be.
However, what's wrong with the Tao spirit Kaza?
When forming a contract with 2 spirits, he was inadvertently included. From the smooth process, it seems that this spirit does not reject oneself.
But why, despite all the efforts, this spirit hasn't shown any reaction?
After some thought, Chao Chen decided not to dwell on it. Retrieving the magic sword into the white jade gourd, Chao Chen shifted his focus to the small box he had just obtained. Due to Pu Liming's haste, he hadn't had the chance to inquire about the origin of the staircase and the 3 small boxes. Sitting down slowly, Chao Chen felt the patterns on the box and sensed nothing unusual.
Gently pulling off the small lock inside, a palm-sized piece of beast skin appeared before him. Unfolding the skin, there were some patterns drawn on it, resembling a map. Quickly activating the true eye, the map's information instantly appeared before him. Map of the Destruction Thunder Pool, incomplete, introduction, ranked 3rd on the Divine Thunder list. The Thunder of Destruction resides in the Destruction Thunder Pool, one of the 3 divine thunders born when chaos first opened, belonging to the most evil thunder. Legend has it that by collecting the map of the Destruction Thunder Pool, one can find this extraordinary item of the world. The system's information made Chao Chen gasp for cold air. In this world, there are various extraordinary items, and obtaining them can grant immense power. The known list of extraordinary items is divided into 7 lists: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder lists. Each list contains 100 extraordinary items. Among these lists, the thunder list is the strongest, and the top 3 destruction divine thunders are supreme treasures. Looking at the incomplete map in his hand, a new path emerged in Chao Chen's mind. A Gu Master can condense 5 Gu, each stored in the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. If one can collect the extraordinary items from the 7 lists, integrate the 5 elements into the lungs, transform the wind in the elixir field, store the divine thunder in the sea of consciousness, and combine them with the power of the Gu, Chao Chen dared not imagine the extent to which his physical body would reach. By the way, doesn't the Imperial University have no less than 12 extraordinary items? I wonder if I can acquire 1 or 2 when I go to the school this time. Calming his emotions, Chao Chen solemnly stored the incomplete map and quickly opened the second small box. Similar to the map, the contents inside seemed very ordinary, appearing to be a black copper bell. The copper bell was only the size of a fist, with some complex runes inscribed on it. Even Scarsa couldn't discern the origin of those runes. Upon closer inspection, Chao Chen noticed a conspicuous crack on the bell. Mysterious ancient bell without spirituality, material, unknown, origin, unknown, function, unknown. Looking at the system's information, this was the first time Chao Chen had encountered something that even the true eye couldn't investigate. After playing with it casually, he decided to keep it. Although it currently had no apparent use, based on these 3 unknown items, it could be concluded that this was definitely a treasure. The third small box contained a black stone, which Chao Chen could immediately identify as a valuable item. He had seen this type of stone at an auction before, similar to the dreamlike shadow, indicating it was a universal martial skill. Infusing a trace of Gu power into the black stone, a black light flashed, and the true appearance of the martial skill was automatically stored in Chao Chen's mind. 7 deadly sins, palm technique, king tier, can be learned at the first level of silver tier. Introduction: the 7 deadly sins are divided into 7 levels: greed, lust, gluttony, envy, sloth, pride, and wrath. In his hand, 7 handprints condensed, collecting the 7 emotions and 6 desires of living beings into palm power on ordinary days, each palm carrying a sin. When stacked, they can evoke corresponding emotions in enemies. Those who have mastered it can burn mountains and boil seas, controlling others with emotions. King-level martial art. Chao Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect such a reward in the test thrown by Puli Meng. If he hadn't still been cultivating his skills now, he would definitely have learned this martial art on the spot. After all, looking at the description of the 7 sins, this thing, even among the king level, is a top existence. After collecting everything and waiting for Scarsa and others to clean up the battlefield, taking the storage rings from the hands of the deceased, Chao Chen planned to leave. After all, he felt like only a few minutes had passed on the stairs before, but Scarsa and the others had been waiting downstairs for 7 days. Combined with the previous process of practicing Gu, it meant that he had been in this secret realm for almost a month. Although the harvest this time was great, many things needed to be digested. After digesting them, it was probably time to go back to school. However, the Dark City did not have a spatial crack leading directly to the imperial capital of Jiuzhou. While eating, he thought about what kind of skills he should cultivate. After all, in this world, it seems that there are no exclusive skills for Gu masters. In this case, he could probably only practice those universal skills. It shouldn't be difficult to get a transitional skill in school based on his performance. If not, he would have to pay a high price and offer a reward in the interstellar black market. 3 hours later, Scarsa and the others all came to Chao Chen's side. Taking the blue storage ring, Chao Chen was extremely satisfied after casually glancing at it. This ring was for Wu Fei Yang, now filled with hundreds of storage rings containing various useful materials and equipment. At this moment, Chao Chen's spiritual stone reserves reached over 420,000, and most of the treasures from the auction had fallen into his hands. It could be said that he was the biggest winner of this trip to the soul-breaking mountain range. Putting away the Scarsa group, he put on the Thousand Faces mask again.
Soon, Chao Chen transformed into a tall man with dark skin and a scar on his face. Taking out the coordinate teleporter, he knew from the beginning that they had tampered with the teleporter in the Dark City. If they entered the Village of Plague and used the teleporter, the first teleport would definitely return to the entrance of the secret realm. According to their plan, it was estimated that everyone coming out of the secret realm would be killed. Even though he had created a beast tide before, and now it had been almost a month, it didn't mean that there were no people outside guarding it. Therefore, if he wanted to leave, he had to do something. Calling up the system panel, Chao Chen directly searched for a goo insect called Hidden Stone Goo. Hidden Stone Goo, Silver Tier, Disposable Goo, Price, 3,800, its ability is invisibility, hiding one's aura, but the time is only 15 minutes. Looking at the obviously inflated price, Chao Chen cursed the merchant but didn't hesitate and quickly exchanged for it. Crushing the goo insect like a crystal fly, he quickly activated the coordinate teleporter after confirming that he had hidden his form. Boom! In an instant, Chao Chen returned to the entrance of the secret realm. Before he could react, he felt a wave of heat rushing towards him. Opening his eyes, he saw that the entrance of the secret realm was now full of corpses, and a team of black-armored soldiers was fighting against monsters rushing from all sides. Endless flames were burning around, and two large mountains nearby were already engulfed in intense flames. In mid-air, a 100-meter-tall monkey in battle armor was fighting a figure in a black robe. The giant ape wielded a huge iron rod like a small mountain, fierce and powerful, while the figure in the black robe appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust in front of this monster. Although the differences between the two sides are huge, the black-robed man can naturally fight back with his own strength. Ape King, you have crossed the line. The soul-breaking mountain range is not something you alone can decide. A soaring sword energy burst out, once again deflecting the iron rod in the giant ape's hand. The black-robed man shouted in his hoarse voice, "Roar! Are you trying to challenge me, the 18 kings of the soul-breaking mountain range, with your dark city? Intentionally causing a beast tide, killing 5 king beasts, I will hold your dark city accountable for this." The giant ape appeared extremely angry at the dark city's actions. If it didn't make them pay the price, how could it face sitting on the throne of the king? This beast tide was an accident and has nothing to do with my dark city. The black-robed man snorted. Even facing a king beast, he was not concerned. Save that for when the other king beasts arrive. Now, take this. The giant ape obviously didn't want to waste time talking with this person. It raised the iron rod again and fiercely smashed it towards the direction of the black-robed man. Chao Chen glanced at the battle between the strong, not thinking much. He pressed the coordinate teleporter again. It was obvious that he couldn't participate in the current struggle, and the longer he stayed, the more dangerous it would be. Back at the entrance of the instance, Chao Chen found that many people were still there. Unlike the brutal scene inside the instance, the dark city seemed to be unaffected, even though the city lord had entered the instance to block those strange beasts. It seems these people still trust the power of this dark city. Chao Chen looked at the still luxurious scene, somewhat surprised. It seemed that the power behind the dark city was much stronger than the peripheral sects before. Quickly arriving at the rental area, to avoid being disturbed by annoying flies, it was necessary to rent a guide. After all, in this dark city, people generally had no morals. Without looking for 10,086 again, as his identity was already known, and Zhang Rongfei had followed the beast tide to the western heaven, finding the original guide again would easily expose his identity. Randomly selecting a guide with the number 10010, Chao Chen followed her steps. They first went to a restaurant to eat something, then he took out his phone to book a ticket to leave. With the guide's assistance, he left the dark city. Money talks, and the dark city can provide services to the extreme as long as you pay. The guide with the number 10,010 only ended her duty when Chao Chen stepped into the teleportation array. Even in the small town, guides from such influential forces still had absolute authority. It wasn't until 2 days later that Chao Chen returned to City H. After all, it wasn't easy to get a return ticket during the transfer process, so he wasted a lot of time on the road. After inquiring about the situation with the property management, Chao Chen returned home. In this month, City H didn't have any major events, except for preparing to erect a statue of General Bao Yang in the city center, and the girl across from him had moved out. Chao Chen also saw a sentence in her circle of friends. Imperial Capital Villa, sister is here. It seemed that this girl had found her suitable path. After cleaning the house, Chao Chen began to enter the trading platform to sell various items he had obtained in the secret realm. Just the batch of spatial rings alone could fetch a shocking price. Because there were too many items and they were too chaotic, with the help of the Pinua sisters, Chao Chen spent half a month organizing and selling everything. During this period, the Dark City, a peripheral city that usually no one paid attention to, suddenly became a hot topic on the 9 provinces hot search list. After all, a beast tide attacking the city at the level of a king beast had not occurred in decades. The mysterious Dark City Lord single-handedly held back the beast tide, which was exhilarating. Through continuous exposure, certain systems of the Dark City deeply attracted some wanted criminals and those edgy teenagers. This led to an unprecedented bustling of the passage to the Dark City. Netizens, I have gathered enough entrance fees, I will livestream for you tomorrow. You're late, I've been here for a while, and I was even accepted as a disciple by the Halhuan Valley. I heard there are beautiful girls inside, didn't expect them to take a liking to me, life is complete. You lucky monkey, seeing the OP strike it rich is more painful than killing me. Brothers, I'm the one who joined Halhuan Valley a few days ago, listen to my advice, don't come, I'm now missing a waist. I'm the streamer, I'm better than the OP because I'm witty, currently working in the slave market, besides mental torment, the physical aspect is fine. Bah, you two idiots wanna hog all the benefits? Exactly, I treated you as brothers, and you treat us as idiots? What's this about missing a waist? I'm too embarrassed to expose you. Due to the enthusiastic online response, in the end, even the official announcement from JoJo had to be issued. The announcement was simple, if you don't have strong power, please be cautious when going to the Dark City, missing waists are real, slaves are real, electric shocks are real. Looking at the diverse information on the computer, Chao Chen just glanced casually and then closed the page. School would start in half a month, during which he should work hard to improve his strength, and what he needed most now was a set of martial arts techniques. But he had no clue about martial arts matters now. If he wanted to offer a reward in the interstellar black market, he would probably have to go to the capital in advance. After all, without some connections, he wouldn't be able to find anything there. Thinking about it, Chao Chen felt he should contact some old acquaintances, wondering how that guy Su Laoba was doing now. Hello, landlord. Hearing a familiar voice on the phone, Chao Chen was stunned at first, then, after confirming it was indeed Su Laoba's phone, he asked uncertainly, why is Laoba's phone with you, where is he? He went to the dungeon, forgot his phone, so it's with me. Are you coming to the capital too? We can meet in the mansion, Laoba spent a lot of money on this place. The girl seemed excited, but from her tone, Chao Chen could be sure that Su Laoba hadn't been killed by Han Mengmeng, and he was living quite well. Not wanting to chat with the girl, after a few casual words, he hung up the phone. Since Su Laoba had already entered the dungeon, it meant he was probably traveling with Li Hani and the others, so he couldn't contact them now. Calling Shui Yunji again, unsurprisingly, the girl's phone was also not with her. Seeing this situation, Chao Chen sighed. Since that was the case, he could only wander around the capital alone. After spending 3 days replenishing a batch of Skasa's food, tallying the empty rooms that needed to be rented out, and getting everything ready, Chao Chen once again arrived at the teleportation channel and set foot on the road to the capital. Compared to the capital, H City was like a small town. Just the outer area of this teleportation channel was nearly 50 kilometers. Looking around, the place was crowded with people, noisy vendors everywhere, professionals riding on demon spirits or machines frantically soliciting customers on the side. Obviously, it was somewhat unrealistic to rely on oneself to leave this area. Because within the capital, except for professionals with specific qualifications, other professionals couldn't fly in mid-air based on their abilities. Therefore, many professionals, when in need of money, will apply for a pilot's license to engage in various jobs. Young man, judging by your appearance, you must be either here in H City to study or for tourism. Do you need a guide? It only costs 2,900 Zhou coins to travel within the imperial capital. Where do you want to go? I can take you there. A seemingly simple and enthusiastic young man stood in front of Chao Chen, saying warmly. Chao Chen nodded lightly upon seeing this, as it seemed like the people he knew in this place were all busy now. The urgent matter at hand was to find a place to stay, as he couldn't just settle in this waiting area. After negotiating the price, the two followed the young man to a relatively open area, where the young man quickly summoned a giant seagull. Then, he turned to Chao Chen and said warmly. The seagull's body was unusually large, but its cultivation level was only at the black iron rank. It looked more like a specialized transportation tool. Brother, where do you want to go? Near the imperial capital university. Without a clear goal, Chao Chen replied casually. I guess that's it. But if you are coming to the imperial capital for the first time, I advise you to visit those scenic spots. The Imperial Capital University is not in session now, and it's in the suburbs. There's nothing to do at night, not to mention a dragon, there isn't even a barbecue stall. It's very boring over there. The young man heard Chao Chen's words and laughed warmly. He had seen many new students like this over the years, so he felt he should advise them. Most importantly, it was in the suburbs, and although he wouldn't lose money on this trip, the profit margin was indeed much lower.
Oh, so, where do you think is worth visiting?
Since he didn't have a goal himself, he might as well listen to this old-timer who had been in the imperial capital for years and see if they had any recommendations. There are many places, such as the Imperial Capital Square, Longmai Mountains, Fensui Tian Street, and so on. If you really want to explore, you can spend half a year and still not visit all the attractions in the imperial capital.
But my top recommendation is still the Ghost Market in the imperial capital.
It's not only close to Fensa Street and the Food Street, but if you're lucky, you can also find some good stuff there. It's almost 5 o'clock now, and the Ghost Market opens at 7. The young man spoke quickly. The Ghost Market in the imperial capital was actually a street that had gradually become a place where some vendors sold antiques and some dark professionals sold their goods due to its historical background. What he said about finding treasures there was true, but the chances were like finding a needle in a haystack.
After all these years of development, fake goods almost dominated 99% of the market in the Ghost Market.
Of course, he wouldn't tell Chao Chen this, and he recommended this place simply because it was close by. Upon hearing the young man's words, Chao Chen initially seemed a bit dismissive. If there were really treasures everywhere, he wouldn't have a chance.
Most likely, there were treasures inside, but the vast majority were fake goods, right?
However, upon second thought, he did have the eye of truth.
Maybe he could try his luck there? The way you put it sounds interesting. Let's go straight to the Ghost Market.
After some thought, Chao Chen said casually,
"All right."
Indeed, upon hearing Chao Chen change his mind, the young man instantly smiled and readily agreed, then directed the seagull to change direction. During the period, the two chatted casually. The young man took out his phone and called home to report his safety. "Mom, although I didn't go back this summer, I found a part-time job in the office. The work is indoors, with good pay. I will transfer last month's salary to you later, so you don't have to worry about me. I plan to go back for the Chinese New Year this year and do some part-time work."
"All right, son, you don't need to come back for the New Year. Your dad and I are going on a trip." What a touching scene of maternal love and filial piety.
As the seagull flew slowly, when they arrived at the entrance of the Ghost Market, it was almost 8 o'clock. The young man recalled the seagull and led Chao Chen to a queue. "Bro, during the opening hours of the Ghost Market, you need to pay 100 Jojo coins to enter.
This is the place to queue up for payment, but since there are so many people here, I can help you get in directly. You just need to give me another 300 Jojo coins."
The young man said with a smile as he looked at the queue that was at least 5 meters long. Seeing the cunning look on his face, Chao Chen raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect this guy to be a scalper as well. However, Chao Chen didn't want to waste time here either, so he handed 400 Jojo coins to the young man. He then took Chao Chen directly to the front of the line and snatched the ticket that had just been printed out and handed it to him. In front of a puzzled person, the young man handed him 100 Jojo coins, then turned around and said casually, "Bro, you just go in with the ticket, I'll stay here to argue for you." Watching the bizarre scene in front of him, Chao Chen couldn't help but smile wryly.
Is this what life is all about?
After handing the ticket to the staff nearby, Chao Chen walked slowly into the gate of the Ghost Market. Looking back, he saw the young man lying on the ground, holding onto someone's leg and shouting loudly,
"You want to leave after hitting someone? 50,000. Without 50,000, don't think I'll let you go."
The streets of the Ghost Market looked exceptionally ancient, with various shops on both sides selling all kinds of goods. There were also many street vendors selling a variety of items, some enthusiastically promoting their products, while others sat in corners with a cold expression. Most of the people strolling around were humans, but there were also some from different races.
Chao Chen clearly saw a translator-like person helping a member of another race translate the language.
When he saw the alien take out 5,000 Jojo coins to buy what looked like a modern handicraft doll, Chao Chen knew that the tour guide and the stall owner were probably working together. As he walked around, Chao Chen used his true sight to scan the area. Although he found some valuable items among the sea of counterfeit goods, most of them were of low quality, so he wasn't interested. Suddenly, a black iron piece appeared in front of Chao Chen, with some mud still sticking to it, looking inconspicuous. The stall was run by a shabby old man who occasionally drank from a gourd.
Apart from the iron piece, the rest of the items were old-looking ironware and damaged porcelain jars.
It seemed like they had just been dug up recently.
"Boss, how much for this porcelain?"
Chao Chen squatted down, casually picked up a broken piece of porcelain, and asked.
50,000.
The old man didn't even look up, replied very casually, as if saying, "Buy it if you want, if not, get lost."
"I'll pass."
Seeing the attitude of the old man, he could tell that the old man had been eyeing him like a fat sheep, and now he was trying to portray himself as a mysterious strong man to raise the price. Chao Chen quickly stood up as if he had no attachment and turned to leave. Wait. Sure, here is the translation into English. Sure enough, at the moment Chao Chen turned around, the old man behind suddenly stood up and loudly called out to him.
Do you know that buying things should involve bargaining? You should offer a price. If I offer a price, will you agree?
Chao Chen smiled slightly, turned his head, looked at the old man with an inexplicable expression.
If you offer one, how do you know I won't agree?
The old man's eyes widened like an old cow, saying resentfully. Seeing this, Chao Chen didn't hesitate, quickly walked to the stall, casually picked up a few pieces of porcelain, casually placed the black iron piece among them, and said casually,
"Here is a total of 5,000 Jojo coins. Do you sell? Deal."
Upon hearing Chao Chen's offer, the old man instantly handed over the items to him, quickly closed the stall after receiving the money, and walked away without looking back.
Fine, I still made a loss in the purchase.
Chao Chen shook his head, took back the porcelain casually, held the black iron piece, and instantly, the information of the iron piece appeared in front of him.
Deep Sea Silver Mother.
Introduction: a high-level casting material formed naturally in the depths of the sea after thousands of refinements. Adding just a trace of it when forging a weapon can upgrade the weapon by 1 grade. Looking at this iron piece weighing about 5 taels, Chao Chen smiled. It was indeed a good thing, also considered as his auspicious start in entering the ghost market. Taking a deep breath, Chao Chen put away the items. Just as he turned around, he felt a soft touch on his chest, as if his forehead hit a heavy object, causing him to involuntarily step back.
Little brother, it's been over a month since we last met. I didn't expect that as soon as we meet again, you would give me such a surprise. A rough voice came, and Wang Gang, covering her forehead, pouting, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Having nothing to do today, she came to the ghost market to take a look, suddenly saw a figure that seemed familiar, and as she walked behind Chao Chen, ready to cheer, Chao Chen suddenly turned around, causing the two to collide. Sister Wang Gang?
Hearing the familiar voice, Chao Chen was stunned. After all, such a beautiful woman with such a rough voice. It seemed that besides Wang Gang, there was no one else.
But what's wrong with this woman? Why does she like standing behind others?
Without thinking too much, the two greeted each other and chatted casually.
When did you arrive in the imperial capital? Why didn't you go find your little fiancé?
Wang Gang looked at Chao Chen, her tone filled with strong gossip.
I just arrived today. They have all entered the instance, so we can't contact each other for now.
Chao Chen shrugged. There was no need to hide such things.
Is that so? Since you are alone now, let me take you around. I'm also bored anyway.
Hearing Chao Chen's words, Wang Gang smiled. She had a good impression of Chao Chen, so since they met, as a senior sister, it was fine to take him around. It's decided then, let's go, sister will take you around this ghost market. Without giving Chao Chen a chance to refuse, Wang Gang directly made the decision. Looking at the spirited appearance of this beautiful woman, Chao Chen helplessly shook his head. Well, it's better to meet someone familiar than wander around aimlessly. The two walked side by side on the street. Wang Gang introduced the various shops in the ghost market while walking forward as if she had already set a target. After walking for about 10 minutes and turning a big corner, another street appeared in front of Chao Chen. Little brother, most of the things in this ghost market are fake. If you really want to find treasures, you have to go to the gambling stone field in the depths. These stones are dug out from the spiritual mines in the depths of the universe, where various treasures can exist. As long as your eyesight is sharp enough, even dragon eggs or divine-level martial arts techniques can be cut out. Speaking of this, Wang Gang's eyes flashed with a hint of fanaticism. She was a senior enthusiast of stone gambling. In the past 2 years, she had spent so much at these stalls that she couldn't even remember herself. Although she had gained something, it was far more than what she had spent. But even so, Wang Gang still enjoyed it. Children cry every night, and even beggars get to eat meat during the new year. Just recently, after finishing a dungeon and being satisfied with the rewards, Wang Gang exchanged the items for money and the first thing she did was rush over here.
Coincidentally, she ran into Chao Chen again, feeling the need to show this little brother around.
Looking at Wang Gang's excited expression, Chao Chen couldn't help but feel that this senior sister didn't seem very reliable.
Let's go, sister will show you around. Not wanting to dampen Wang Gang's enthusiasm, Chao Chen followed her to the stalls. Miss Wang, I've been waiting for you for so long. Miss Wang, my shop just received a new batch of stones. Would you like to come in and take a look?
Don't listen to him, come to my place. I guarantee that my stones are all good. Everyone here knows that old man Li's stones are the most deceitful. As soon as Wang Gang approached the stall, the group of owners warmly greeted her. In this ghostly market, everyone knew that Miss Wang Gang was famous for having a lot of money, a big addiction, and bad luck. Chao Chen looked around and saw many people picking stones. Not far away, there were several machines specifically for cutting stones, surrounded by onlookers. Every time a machine cut open a stone, the onlookers would exclaim in amazement. Some would keep lamenting how unfortunate it was, while others would start bidding as soon as the stone was fully cut, wanting to take over the item. Little brother, take a look around, pick a few stones to play with.
Who knows, you might find something good.
Wang Gang raised an eyebrow, quickly said to Chao Chun, and then began to pick out stones for herself. Chao Chun picked up a stone and used his true eye to observe it. Unexpectedly, apart from seeing the faint fluorescence inside, he couldn't tell what was inside. Heavenly barrier enhanced, unable to explore temporarily, it seems that these things need to be opened to see what's inside.
Chao Chun explored the surrounding raw stones one by one.
Although he couldn't see what was inside, he could judge whether there was anything inside based on the feedback of the light on the raw stones. The light on these raw stones was divided into 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, each with different brightness. Some were very faint, while others were stronger, but most of the raw stones had no light at all. Chao Chun picked and chose, finally selecting a red stone with exceptionally dazzling light and a golden stone that shone like a small sun. Among all the raw stones on the stall, these two were the most eye-catching. Just as Chao Chun was about to pay, a peculiarly glowing raw stone buried under the pile caught his attention. The stone emitted a rainbow light, with a dazzling silver light at its center. Looking at the strange appearance of the stone, Chao Chun couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He was very curious about what was inside. After digging out the large raw stone, Chao Chun slowly walked to the stall. "Boss, how much for these 3 raw stones?" Chao Chun first put down 2 raw stones, then pointed to the 5-meter-high giant stone and asked casually. "Customer has a good eye, didn't expect to pick out the treasures in my shop at once." The boss looked at the 3 raw stones chosen by Chao Chun, with very few patterns on them. It was obvious that he was a rookie who had never dealt with raw stones before, but he still had to play along. After all, these rookies were the real moneymakers. "Since the boss is buying 3 raw stones at once, I won't say much.
How about 1,000 Jojo coins per caddy? What do you think of this price?"
Looking at the prices reported by the opposite side for customers, Chao Chun could tell that although the boss did not offer him a discount, he did not overprice either. Nodding, he saw the boss quickly call over 2 assistants, first weighing the huge stone and then pricing each one. In total, it is 2,372 caddies, equivalent to 2,372,000 Kyushu coins.
"Sir, would you like to pay by card or cash?" "Spirit stones payment."
Chao Chun smiled and threw out 24 spirit stones, saying lightly. Compared to Kyushu coins, he had more spirit stones on him now, so he used them more.
"Boss, you are generous.
The excess, I will supply to you according to the proportion." Seeing Chao Chun offering spirit stones, the stall owner's eyes lit up. Spirit stones were a hard currency everywhere. Even when they went to purchase goods, they had to exchange Kyushu coins for spirit stones to use them. After settling the price, the boss quickly drew up a contract, which was a responsibility contract for clearing money in goods. This was one of the contracts that must be signed in Kyushu gambling on stones, to prevent disputes between the 2 parties after the stones were solved. "Boss, there are professional stone-solving tools over there, let's go over now."
Coming to a large stone-solving device, Wang Gang also chose his own original stone.
Looking at the dozens of original stones brought by forklift, he knew how much this woman had spent. "Little brother, the 3 stones you chose have very few stone patterns on them, it's a pity, but it's still good to play with. If there is nothing inside later, sister will help you pick a few good ones." Wang Gang shook his head helplessly at the 3 stones chosen by Chao Chun. He had just seen the original stones and couldn't walk properly, neglecting this naive rookie for a moment. Oh well, after making a big profit later, he would use his experience to help him pick some good ones.
Hearing Wang Gang's words, Chao Chun didn't mind.
On the contrary, looking at the stones in Wang Gang's cart, the light inside was weak and pitiful. It was unclear whether it was due to her experience or her luck. Following the principle of ladies first, Chao Chun generously let Wang Gang solve the stones first. As 2 burly men quickly started the machine, Wang Gang went up and drew 2 lines slowly before the stone-solving machine started instantly. Zzz. Accompanied by a loud roar, the stone the size of a human head was slowly cut open, and a purple light flashed out from inside, causing everyone to exclaim, "Wow, it's out. Look at the brightness, there must be at least 20 spirit stones inside." "Miss, don't open it, I'll buy it for 20 spirit stones." Looking at the dazzling light, a man who looked like a merchant shouted. However, Wang Gang ignored the voices of the surrounding merchants and kept his eyes on the purple light, full of anticipation. As the stone split in half, a piece of purple jade appeared in front of everyone. Purple crystal spirit stone type, introduction, an advanced type of spirit stone with richer spiritual energy.
Oh my, it's a purple crystal spirit stone. Judging by the looks, it must weigh at least half a caddy.
This thing is worth at least 50 spirit stones when exchanged. Those who knew immediately judged the value of this item, and for a moment, sounds of envy filled the air. After the burly man took down the purple crystal spirit stone, Wang Gang quickly took it over, weighing it in his hand and showing great satisfaction with this auspicious start. Without much hesitation, Wang Gang quickly directed to cut another spirit stone, but unfortunately, the second one turned out to be a solid original stone with no spirit stone even the size of a fingernail inside. Due to the large number of spirit stones Wang Gang had, it took him a full 3 hours to solve all the original stones. Inside, there were spirit stones, equipment, materials, and various items, but the grades of these items were disappointing. The highest grade was only a bronze spear, and the spirit stones were scarce. In terms of usage, Wang Gang had lost everything today, leaving him with nothing. The boss who sold the spirit stones to Wang Gang was even more considerate, taking a chair and inviting Wang Gang to sit down. Obviously, Wang Gang had experienced this kind of thing more than once. When it was Chao Chen's turn, Wang Gang barely squeezed out a smile. "Little brother, it's your turn. I guess these 3 stones won't reveal anything good." Chao Chen didn't say anything about it. Criticism: the more you experience, the stronger your mindset becomes. Casually drawing 2 lines on the edge of the stone, the onlookers shook their heads at Chao Chen's actions. This kind of raw stone doesn't need to be touched. You can't even find anything good by splitting it in half. I dare to guarantee that if there is something inside, I will swallow that stone garment on the spot and consider myself defeated after chewing it. Crackle crackle. After adjusting the machine, the big man pressed the machine down. With a loud roar, a faint red light flashed, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose, and for a moment, everyone around was sweating profusely from the burst of heat. Halfway through the machine, a dazzling light flashed, shining so brightly that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Clang! The cut stone garment fell, revealing a pill the size of an egg in the center of the raw stone. The amber was a deep red color, with some liquid slowly flowing inside. In the center, a black shadow resembling a rhinoceros appeared, spreading waves of medicinal fragrance in the air. Just by taking a whiff, one could feel their meridians becoming much smoother. This is an ancient diamond-level pill, the Tianqi Breaking Meridian Pill. An exceptionally shocked voice rang out from the crowd, coming from an old man who, judging by his appearance, was undoubtedly an alchemist.